Chapter 352. Lin Fei quickly found the location. It should be said that Yun Xiang and the others were not far from the Grand Boulder City, and had not really left. If not for the fact that Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the rune array, perhaps he would have ignored it and directly rushed towards the depths. Yun Xiang was always on guard. When Lin Fei appeared outside, it still gave them a fright. They even specially looked around, thinking that someone was chasing after them. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just look at me." Lin Fei smiled. "Don't worry. They won't chase us in a short time, and they don't have the guts to do so." Lin Fei knew very well what Yun Xiang and the rest were worried about. You didn't kill them all, right?" Monday was shocked. After coming out, he kept receiving abnormal news. Lin Fei casually said, "What about Autumn Moon Fairy? She is in seclusion and will soon enter the profound king realm." Yun Xiang said. Lin Fei was surprised but soon felt relieved. "I think you guys should be soon. Coincidentally, they won't chase us. You guys also try to break through. Who knows, you might be able to enter the profound king realm. It will be safer in the dynasty battlefield." After earning a lot, Lin Fei naturally hoped that their strength could increase so that they could deal with unexpected situations. Even if they couldn't be chosen, they could still survive and leave behind a favor in the future. They wouldn't have to worry about their father being bullied in the upper Lin family. Although such a situation wouldn't happen, it was still good to keep a trump card. "We can, but we lack Zhenyuan crystals." Yun Xiang was embarrassed. "You guys take these Zhenyuan crystals first. Take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the profound king realm." Lin Fei took out 200,000 Zhenyuan crystals. It's really hard to survive in the dynasty battlefield without the strength of profound king. Yun Xiang and Monday were shocked again. Taking out Zhenyuan crystals before was already shocking enough. Taking out 200,000 Zhenyuan crystals this time shocked them again. Fortunately, they quickly understood that these Zhenyuan crystals must have been snatched from that unlucky guy. They were full of admiration. Coming from the same dynasty, they still had to be careful. Lin Fei had already plundered the true essence crystals from others. This disparity, he wished that a crack would appear on the ground and he could dig himself into it. He was too ashamed to face anyone. If they knew that Lin Fei had casually snatched over 8 million true yuan crystals, who knew what they would think? They would probably faint on the spot. Lin Fei set up a new runes formation outside, making the runes formation perfect. Only then did he relax and cultivate while protecting them. With Xianxia's protection, no one would dare to approach them. For safety's sake, it would be better for Xianxia to send out a clone to hide outside. A certain amount of time was needed to break through from the Mystic Spirit Great Circle to the Mystic King early stage. It was not something that could be done in a single breath. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He could make use of this opportunity to further increase his strength. In the battlefield of dynasties, the strong did not fear the weak. Just the cultivators of a medium-sized dynasty were already so arrogant. What more the other dynasties? They would probably be the same. On the battlefield of an empire, strength was everything. Lin Fei had to increase his strength again. Time passed by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The first to come out was Autumn Moon Fairy. During her seclusion, Autumn Moon Fairy didn't know what was going on outside. She thought that it was Monday, Yun Xiang and the others. She didn't expect that it was Lin Fei outside. Her heart was filled with shock, thinking that something had happened to Monday and the others. "Congratulations, Autumn Moon Fairy." Lin Fei stood up and walked up. Autumn Moon Fairy was very grateful to Lin Fei. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's help, she would need another 6 months to a year to reach the Mystic King realm. Half a year might not be considered much in the outside world. But in the battlefield of a dynasty, it was too important. A small Grand Boulder city was actually occupied by a medium-sized dynasty, and the first person they had sent out was a king-level battle prowess. It was easy to imagine how terrifying they would become in the future. King-level fighting strength was a must. Otherwise, anyone could bully them. "Many thanks, junior apprentice brother Lin Fei." Autumn Moon Fairy was grateful. "I wonder what about Monday and Yun Xiang? We are all from the same dynasty. You are treating us as outsiders." Lin Fei smiled. "They are also breaking through like you. They should be able to come out soon." When Lin Fei was guarding, the atmosphere in Grand Boulder City was oppressive to the point that it was terrifying. In the cold and cheerless hall, Chen Guang was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare to look at the person in front of him. That was a person who could control his life and death. Chen Guang, this is how you do things. What do you want me to say about you?" At the head of the hall, a refined middle-aged man looked at Chen Guang with a sharp gaze. With a palm strike, Chen Guang was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar. Useless, a bunch of useless people. This furious middle-aged man was the person in charge of the Darkstone dynasty's battlefield. Chen Guang's senior apprentice brother, Qin and small-scale dynasties had very few qualifications. Medium-scale dynasties had more than a few times more qualifications. The dynasty war was a place for dynasties to collect resources. True essence crystals was one of them. At the same time, it was also a place to expand the influence of the dynasty. At the same time, it was also a place to settle enmity. Every time the dynasty war opened, there would definitely be some disciples left behind in the dynasty war because they were killed by the enemy dynasty. Such scenes could be said to be common. Chen didn't expect that he would hear such news the moment he returned after leaving for less than a few days. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. If not for the lack of experts, Chen wished for nothing more than to vent his anger on Chen Guang. When he left, he promised that nothing would happen. In the end, when he returned, almost 10 million true essence crystals were snatched away. Moreover, 2 of his junior apprentice brothers had died. How could Chen swallow this? He was absolutely unable to swallow it. This palm of Chen made Chen Guang feel terrible. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Eldest senior apprentice brother, we have already tried our best. It is just that person is too powerful. We are completely not his opponent. The other party even brought a king-level great demon. Chao Fei and Su Feng, the 2 junior apprentice brothers, died in the hands of that person. Chen Guang explained tearfully. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, this eldest senior apprentice brother would kill him. It was just that the matter this time was too big. Not only did they die, but they were also robbed of millions of true essence crystals. True essence crystals were even more popular than pure essence pills in the dynasty war. A few million true essence crystals weren't that easy to obtain. If it was tens of thousands of true essence crystals, it wouldn't matter. But a few million true essence crystals were robbed just like that. That was a huge matter. Chen Guang naturally had to find an excuse for himself. He had to say that the other party was incomparably powerful to prove his innocence. This way he could transfer Chen anger to the other party and let Chen know that he had already tried his best, but the other party was too powerful. You still dare to quibble? Chen snorted coldly. Chen knew clearly in his heart what tricks Chen Guang was playing. Brother Chen, your junior apprentice brother isn't wrong. I remember that there is a type of body refiner among body refiners. At this time, a black-clothed middle-aged man walked out from behind Chen. Body refiner bloodline is almost on par with body refiners. Chen was angry at Chen Guang, but he didn't dare to be angry at this person. Brother Dao Lord, could this person be a body refiner bloodline? Chen expression was solemn. If he really is a body refiner bloodline, he can kill my 2 junior apprentice brothers. But isn't his strength too powerful? Moreover, he is not even at the profound king realm. But his combat strength is powerful. That is unknown. The Dao Lord shook his head. This person before us probably hasn't truly stimulated his bloodline and has only reached the first step. If we can refine him, we might be able to transform ourselves into a body refiner bloodline. Although the reputation of body refiners isn't as great as that of fiend god body refiners, they weren't inferior to fiend god body refiners in the ancient times. Chen knew that the Dao Lord wouldn't lie, and he himself knew how powerful fiend god body refiners were. Fiend god body refiners originated from a powerful ancient race of fiend gods. Their strength was extremely powerful the moment they were born, and they were practically invincible in close combat. Their recovery abilities were especially strong, and it could be said that unless one possessed absolute strength, it was impossible to kill a fiend god. Unfortunately, as time passed, fiend gods were practically extinct or in deep slumber, and body refiners began to run amok. In other words, this body refiner bloodline is rather valuable. Chen instantly had an idea. The Dao Lord laughed. A body-tempering bloodline cultivator has formidable combat strength. There are many experts who like to hunt and kill body-tempering bloodline cultivators to change their bloodlines and become body-tempering bloodline cultivators. If Brother Chen were to spread this news, it would naturally be a piece of cake to resolve the problem. Good idea, let's do it that way. Chen looked at Chen Guang. You know what to do. Find a few smart people and spread the news. I want everyone to know that a body refiner bloodline has appeared in the dynasty battlefield, and that he has inherited the Azure Dragon bloodline. Half a month passed. Yunxiang and Monday advanced to the Xian King realm one after another. Only they didn't refine the earth fire to become true king-class experts, but their auras had already become king-class experts. They were all grateful for Lin Fei's help. Lin Fei, where are we going now? In this half a month, Lin Fei also constantly refined the true essence crystals. It had to be said that this true essence crystal was indeed a good thing. It was the hard currency in the dynasty battlefield. True essence crystals were easier to refine than pure essence pills. The reason was that the true essence stored in the true essence crystals were all non-elemental true essence. Once absorbed, it would become true essence. Lin Fei didn't know how others refined it, but he could easily refine it himself. The huge core lake gathered the true essence together, eliminating the trouble of refining it. It was like a water tank. One only needed to continuously pour water into it, and there was no need to filter it like before. Lin Fei's core lake was like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing quintessence. Nearly all the millions of quintessence crystals had been refined. Now he had nothing on him. There were less than 300,000 or 400,000 quintessence crystals left, which he kept for daily use. We can't go to Boulder City. Lin Fei said, let's go to the next city, Black Mountain City. Chapter 353. P.S. Thank you, Alta74, for your vote. In the Dynasty battlefield there was a huge black city. This city was called Black Mountain City, and as the name suggested, it was a city made of huge black rocks. At this moment, a piece of news had started to spread in Black Mountain City, and almost everyone heard it. It was news about bloodline body refiners and the potential benefits they brought. Hey, have you heard? A bloodline body refiner appeared in this dynasty war, and his bloodline is very noble. He has the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, and his strength is extremely strong. Of course, it is said that the bloodline body refiner is a young man. It is said that someone has already offered a high reward to kill him. Body refiners are common, but bloodline body refiners are not. Moreover, it is the Azure Dragon bloodline. If it is truly activated, it is said that the Azure Dragon bloodline will become the Azure Dragon treasure body. I wonder who will be lucky this time to kill this young man and refine the Azure Dragon treasure blood. That brat is really unlucky. He is a precious bloodline body refiner, and yet he still wants to come out. Usually he will be killed. According to the news, this young man does not have any background. So what if he has a background? Won't he still be killed? Don't forget that this is the dynasty battlefield. The entire Black Mountain City was in a heated discussion. At the same time, some forces started to pay attention. He had the Azure Dragon bloodline, but it was not fully activated. If they could kill him before others and get the Azure Dragon treasure blood, it would definitely be a huge profit. Privately, there were already people offering 30 million Jinyuan crystals to buy it. One could imagine how precious the Azure Dragon treasure blood was. Even if the refinement failed, it was still a chance, right? At the same time, Lin Fei's group was on their way to Black Mountain City. The road was not safe and they would be attacked from time to time. They were all plunderers. Their goal was not to participate in the dynasty war, but to use this opportunity to fill their pockets. With a large amount of resources, they were not afraid of not being able to increase their strength. In the dynasty war, it was a life and death battle. If one did not know how they died, how could they find the murderer? However, when Xianxia heard this news from one of the surrenders, the expressions of Lin Fei and the others changed as they realized the severity of the situation. Conspiracy, this must be Boulder City's conspiracy. Xianxia's expression was dignified. Despicable and shameless, Boulder City's people actually dared to do this. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Monday was also shocked. They want to force Lin Fei and us into a dead end. We can't go to Black Mountain City, said the Autumn Moon Fairy. Our group is too conspicuous. I'm afraid they'll notice us very soon. The appearance of this news indeed made them feel a certain amount of pressure. Especially when the rumors were so methodical, it was impossible not to believe them. This was a classic case of killing with a borrowed knife. He wanted Lin Fei's life. There was no need for them to make a move. Naturally, a group of people would make a move, taking turns to attack Lin Fei. This was a vicious plan. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you really a bloodline body refiner? Xianxia asked again. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? Seeing how methodical the rumors are, perhaps I really am a bloodline body refiner. Lin Fei was very surprised that Boulder City had spread such news. He didn't think they would use such a trick. It had to be said that this was a very powerful move. When an ordinary person heard this news, they would be terrified and anxious, wishing they could leave this place. Change course will change course. There was only one way. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to change course. Their target is me. As long as I leave, they won't target you. Lin Fei, who had been worrying about how to leave, finally found an excuse that wouldn't arouse suspicion. He could openly leave. As his true essence continued to increase, Lin Fei couldn't wait to increase his realm. And to increase his realm, he had to hunt monsters, of course including humanoid monsters. This required ample time. Right now this was a very good excuse, a very good reason. How can this be? Yunxiang said. Lin Fei said in a low voice, there's nothing wrong with this. Their target is me. If they can't find me, they naturally won't set their sights on you. Moreover, they might not know you. It's decided like this. This way it's good for everyone. After experiencing the matter of Boulder City, they all knew that Lin Fei was right. If Lin Fei was with them, it would undoubtedly increase the risk. They were currently in the Mystic King realm. If they met a powerhouse, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. You can use this chance to stabilize your strength. At the same time, you can ask for news of Earth Fire. Lin Fei suggested. There should be Earth Fire for sale in the Dynasty battlefield. But what about your safety? Autumn Moon Fairy was worried. Lin Fei smiled. They are in the light while I am in the dark. Moreover, with my strength, if I can't beat them, can't I run? In the end, they agreed with Lin Fei's suggestion and chose to part ways here. They would wait until the wind died down before coming back. Then be careful. Junior brother Lin Fei will leave first. After watching them leave, Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Damn, you dare to stab me in the back. Next time I'll take care of you. Lin Fei thought, could it be that the last 3 stages of the Azure Dragon True Body, once successfully cultivated, would be the true Azure Dragon Treasure Body? Lin Fei didn't dare to confirm. But from the news, the other party seemed to have a plan. Lin Fei couldn't help but think about the certainty of this. Really? Or fake? Of course, no matter what the news was, Lin Fei remembered them. Don't let me meet you. Black Mountain City can't be reached. Then let's go to a city further away. Lin Fei took out the map he bought. Let's go to Flaming Cloud City below. His strength was fully displayed. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In a few days he appeared a few thousand miles away. Moreover, he was deliberately controlling his speed. Flaming Cloud City should be in front. Lin Fei could vaguely see the city. Although it didn't look far, it was actually not short. It proved that the old horse died of exhaustion on the road. Boom, Lin Fei was just about to head to Flaming Cloud City when a wave of true essence came from heaven and earth. There was no small accident. Could it be that something had happened? Quick, stop him. The thing is in his hands. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Lin Fei, with his sensitive ears, had already heard the sound. Lin Fei didn't want to be involved in this kind of thing. Chapter 354. Damn it. When Lin Fei saw the other party flying in his direction, he subconsciously cursed. You can fly, but can't you fly in another direction? Isn't this looking for trouble for me? Although he didn't know if that person did it on purpose, Lin Fei knew in his heart that those people wouldn't let bystanders off. More importantly, this was the battlefield of a dynasty. Rules? They didn't exist at all. Soon Lin Fei saw a group of people appear on the horizon. There were at least a few dozen of them. Compared to them, the people in front of him were insignificant. Bai Wentian. An angry roar came from the sky. Immediately after, a huge palm slammed down from the sky. That person's expression changed as if he had seen some terrifying existence and was directly slapped down. The continuous forest below had been blasted into ruins. Towering trees lay scattered all over the place. This position wasn't far from Lin Fei, so he could see everything clearly. What a sturdy box. It actually didn't shatter under such an attack? Could it be that they were chasing after that person for this box? Lin Fei thought. However, this person is quite powerful. He dared to snatch this box from them. It's just that he's too daring and doesn't know what's good for him. Quick, snatch the box back. The voice was very soft, but Lin Fei heard it clearly. As expected, their target was the box. Lin Fei was filled with anger. The box in front of him was worthy of their attention. The strength of the other party wasn't weak either. The box definitely wouldn't contain any ordinary item. Among that group of people, there were no less than 10 Light King level experts. What a powerful force this was. Such a majestic group of people was fighting for a box. If the box didn't contain something priceless, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Swish, 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 Lin Fei was faster than them. He appeared beside Bai Wentian and grabbed the box without caring about anything. That person was obviously startled, as if he didn't expect that someone would dare to snatch it from him. This item belongs to me now. He didn't even look at it and kept the box. On the ground, Bai Wentian's injuries were not light. He could only watch helplessly as the other party snatched the box away. "You, return my box." Lin Fei kicked him. "I have the things in my hands and I will never hand them over. Bite me if you dare." Those who were about to make a move were all stunned. There was actually someone who dared to steal their things. "Sir, this box is ours. Please return it to its rightful owner." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several figures appeared not far from Lin Fei. Lin Fei said, "Your things? Is there any evidence?" "If we don't have any evidence, how do we know it belongs to you? I even said it was mine." The newcomer was obviously stunned. Here there was actually someone who dared to snatch their things, and it was a young man who hadn't even grown his hair yet. "Sir, we are from Fire Cloud City." Li Bing was in a bad mood. "I advise you to hand over the box lest you end up dead." Lin Fei shook his head. "So this box isn't yours? If that's the case, I'm leaving." He pretended to leave. Li Bing was stunned again. They were from Fire Cloud City. Didn't they know the ins and outs of Fire Cloud City? And he dared to disregard them. The other party seemed to be intending to swallow the box. Li Bing was furious. The person in front of him was clearly a stupid kid. He immediately said to the people beside him, "Get rid of that kid and take back the box." A cryptic realm kid dared to interfere in Fire Cloud City's matters. 5 people rushed out from behind and went straight for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes shone with excitement. "Experience, it's all experience." Windstorm, Walala, the wind howled. The 5 people fell down without any signs of life. A familiar voice came from the system. This made Lin Fei enjoy it very much. Humanoid monsters were all experience. Lin Fei was indeed provoking them. Especially since the box looked good, they naturally had to snatch it. Moreover, the group of people in front of them were all experience. "Kill this kid." Li Bing was a little surprised. He waved his hand again. Dealing with a stinky kid wasn't worth their effort. Pu piu piu piu, the people who rushed up were all killed within a few breaths. A large number of corpses appeared below. They all died at the hands of the other party. Li Bing and the others' hearts sank. To be able to kill their subordinates so easily, the other party must have some background. Without Li Bing saying anything, the 2 king-level experts beside him rushed up to test the other party's strength. They were afraid of meeting a kid with a background. If the other party couldn't block the 2 king-level experts, then there was no need to worry. So, Lin Fei's speed was faster than them. He appeared in front of the 2 and stretched out his left and right hand. A green palm grabbed their throats. This was the partial transformation of the Azure Dragon true body. "Kacha," the 2 groaned and lost their breath. They were already dead. You are that bloodline body refiner." Li Bing saw the other party cripple his 2 king-level subordinates in one move. Especially that green palm, a memory emerged in his mind. Although Fire Cloud City was a little far away, news spread quickly. Naturally, they knew of the existence of such a person. "Haha, after refining you, it will be 30 million true essence crystals." Li Bing laughed. "Everyone, let's kill this kid together." The king-level experts behind also became excited. 30 million true essence crystals was an irresistible temptation. For people like them who were stuck at the profound king realm, they might be able to take an important step forward. How could they miss such a good opportunity? They had almost 12 or 13 king-level experts, and 7 of them had refined earth fire. Taking care of a kid who wasn't even a king-level expert was a piece of cake. This level of strength was indeed very strong. A profound spirit realm kid, no matter how much strength he used, wouldn't be able to get anything. Lin Fei licked his lips. 1, 2, a total of 13. Dragon transformation. Using his true body, Lin Fei punched out and appeared in front of an early-stage king-level expert. Even if the opponent released his battle armor, it was like scrap metal in front of Lin Fei. The king-level expert died on the spot. Wait. Lin Fei punched again and another king-level expert died. Still too weak. Lin Fei punched again. Facing his surging true essence, these king-level experts were indeed too weak. Bang bang bang, in less than 10 breaths' time, Li Bing was horrified to find that his king-level subordinates were killed one by one. He didn't even have time to react. Li Bing had never seen such a terrifying scene. The subordinates he had brought were like sandbags, and they were all killed with a single punch. This was a king-level expert, not some random cat or dog. These were king-level experts who had cultivated for decades or even centuries. Run, run, run. Li Bing was a chi refinement cultivator, and the only thought in his mind was to escape. Anyone who saw his 12 king-level subordinates being killed as easily as chopping melons and vegetables wouldn't have much fighting strength left. Because they were already afraid. In fact, Li Bing was like this. No matter how strong a Qi refinement cultivator was, facing such a terrifying humanoid monster, he would probably lose his composure. Li Bing was fast. Lin Fei was even faster. He appeared in front of Li Bing, and his huge dragon claw directly grabbed the opponent's throat, choking his life. Li Bing didn't even know why he was choked. This was also because Lin Fei's speed was too fast. The Azure Dragon's speed was fast, and coupled with the wind intent, it could be said that if Lin Fei wanted to kill someone, the opponent wouldn't have time to fall into Lin Fei's hands. Their movements were too slow. Lin Fei was too fast. Although Li Bing was at the peak of king level and had refined an 8th grade earth fire, in front of Lin Fei who had refined millions of true essence crystals, he was no longer on the same level. He seemed very weak. Just like how Lin Fei killed ordinary king level experts, he was really too weak. Especially in close combat. Lin Fei was having a great time killing. It was a great feeling. If I were you, I would definitely behave. Lin Fei glared and a cold light pierced Li Bing's heart. Li Bing suppressed the fear in his heart. What do you want? I really want to know what's in the box. Lin Fei smiled and said, if you tell me well, I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I don't mind letting a great demon eat you. Unknowingly, King Kong had appeared. The blood essence of a king-level expert was good stuff, especially King Kong, a mutated great demon. Hearing this, King Kong opened his bloody mouth and looked over. Even as a king-level expert, Li Bing still had an indescribable fear towards demonic beasts, especially when facing a king-level great demon. The fear of being eaten bite by bite made him rather choose to leave his corpse intact. I'll tell you. Li Bing said in fear, I beg you don't let the great demon eat me. The key to Tianyuan's treasury is in the box. Li Bing hurriedly said, afraid that the great demon would eat him. We had just obtained the key to Tianyuan's treasury, but it was snatched away by the great demon. You know the rest. Lin Fei was delighted. Tianyuan's treasury? The moment he heard the name, Lin Fei knew that this should be a dungeon. Moreover, from the name it seemed to be very awesome. How many keys are there to Tianyuan's treasury? There are a total of 6 keys. Each key can bring 3 people in. Li Bing continued, Bai Wenyan already knew that our flaming cloud city had just obtained the key. Since you have the key, you must be in great danger. Why don't you cooperate with our flaming cloud city? Lin Fei smiled and said, since I dared to snatch your things, I naturally know what I will face. You don't have to worry about this. Now tell me about Tianyuan's treasury. What is its origin? Lin Fei was very interested in Tianyuan's treasury. Especially from the looks of it, Tianyuan's treasury was a place that no one could refuse. However, from the looks of it, Tianyuan's treasury had already attracted the attention of countless people. Rumor has it that Tianyuan's treasury was left behind by a heavenly immortal. It opens once every 100 years. Every time it opens, 5 to 24 keys will be released. Each direction can allow 18 people to enter. Chapter 355. P.S. Congratulations to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the first hall master of this book. Thank you to Unpredictable and Archer on Horseback for your monthly votes. It's May Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Looking for a guaranteed monthly vote. A Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had just casually made a trip and he had encountered such a good thing? A Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault. Lin Fei almost thought that he had heard wrongly. If it was an ordinary treasure vault, Lin Fei would definitely not be so excited. However, a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault was completely different. This was a relic left behind by a Divine Immortal. If one failed the tribulation above the Mystic Emperor and survived, one would be an Earth Immortal after breaking through. One would be stronger than the Mystic Emperor, but one would have to face the tribulation of an itinerant immortal. In the Xianxia mainland, one could become a peerless expert. After that, one would be a Divine Immortal. Although a Divine Immortal was strong, he could not stay in the Xianxia mainland for long. A Divine Immortal could ascend and fly to another world. Lin Fei had also heard this news from others and had memorized it at that time. He did not expect that it would be put to use so soon. A Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault was equivalent to a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault. It did not mean that it was a Divine Immortal but a Divine Immortal. After all, the Xianxia mainland was a sealed-off mainland. After one ascended, it was difficult to come back down from the upper realm. In other words, a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault appearing in the Dynasty battlefield was definitely left behind by a Divine Immortal after the Divine Immortal's tribulation. The only thing that was curious was why a Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault would appear in the Dynasty battlefield and only open once every 100 years. Where is the closest location to the Divine Immortal's Treasure Vault? Lin Fei asked directly. 10,000 miles away from the divine Immortal Valley, Li Bing said honestly. I've said all that I need to say. Please let me go. If he had known that this person was so powerful, Li Bing would not have made a move. He would not have relied on the dynasty behind him to kill this person. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Fei pointed his finger at the center of Li Bing's brows. How can I not want a lot of experience points? These words entered Li Bing's ears. With a burst of demonic gourd, he was killed. Obtained 100 points of essence energy. Obtained quintessential energy crystal. You have obtained a broken battle armor. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he naturally would not let the other person go. Once again his Zhen Yuan blasted out, directly killing Bai Wentian. If you don't die, I'll be the one in trouble. Lin Fei thought to himself. I didn't think that even after you died, you would still be able to contribute 100 points of origin energy to me. Lin Fei collected the spoils of war. There were many quintessential essence crystals on these kings. Altogether, there was a total of 1 million quintessential essence crystals. As for spirit treasure armors, there were no less than 20 or 30 pieces. I can't go to Flaming Cloud City anymore. Since there's a Heavenly Immortals treasure vault waiting for me ahead, I should at least try my luck. Furthermore, it only opens once every 100 years. It's definitely not simple inside. I'll first go and understand what secrets this Heavenly Immortals treasure vault has. Lin Fei brought Kong Kim along, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. As for the corpses, he was too lazy to deal with them. The powerful blood essence had all been absorbed by Kong Kim, leaving behind a ground full of shriveled corpses. Sooner or later they would be eaten by demonic beasts. As soon as he left, 3 streaks of light, 1 black and 2 white, flew over and appeared in the sky above. They're all dead. The 3 of them stopped in the sky, their expressions gloomy and uncertain. It was as though they didn't expect that Li Bing's men would be wiped out in such a short period of time. They found it hard to believe the scene in front of them. The 3 of them were all experts of Flaming Cloud City. The Heavenly Immortal Key was snatched away. They first went to deal with the rebels and arranged for Li Bing to lead his men to chase after them first. They followed behind, thinking that the other party wouldn't be able to escape alone. But in the end it was like this. If they knew, they would definitely have arranged for someone to follow in advance just in case. The 3 of them flew down and checked the traces on the corpses. They looked down one by one. The corpses had fearful expressions as well as the bloody holes in their chests. The 3 of them had solemn expressions. At the same time they felt a chill. What terrifying means. They were actually killed by a single punch. It's definitely a body refinement cultivator. Furthermore, it's an extremely powerful one. Even 8th or 9th grade armors couldn't withstand a single punch. Li Bing and the rest died for nothing. Even they weren't a match for a powerful body refinement cultivator. Li Bing was even killed by a single finger. From the marks on his throat, it was obvious that he was captured alive. Li Bing was at the perfection realm and had refined the earth fire. He was actually captured alive without any injuries. How terrifying was that? They knew that they couldn't do it unless it was a sneak attack. Bai Wentian is also dead. The Heavenly Immortal Key is in the hands of an outsider. What should we do now? This is something we obtained with great difficulty. It's all Bai Wentian's fault. Since things have come to this, what can we do even if we chase after them? However, since this person dared to attack our Flaming Cloud Dynasty and snatch the Heavenly Immortal Key, he definitely has a lot of enemies. Don't forget, once that person enters the range of the Heavenly Immortal Mountain Range, the Heavenly Immortal Treasure Vault will automatically activate the Heavenly Immortal Key. At that time, there will be countless powerful enemies and he will definitely die. I almost forgot. The Heavenly Immortal Treasure Vault opens once every 100 years to find a successor. Once the Heavenly Immortal Key appears, it will automatically appear and accept everyone's test. No matter how powerful this body refinement cultivator is, once that day comes he will face countless powerful enemies. 100,000 miles away. In his full state, Lin Fei appeared in a mountain range 100,000 miles away in just a few days. He had no idea where the Heavenly Immortal Valley was. Looks like I have to find someone to understand it so that I won't be confused and waste time. Lin Fei stopped on a towering tree, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Suddenly, a strange change happened. Lin Fei's face darkened because the Heavenly Immortal Key in the system space flew out of its own accord. It broke away from the system's control and emitted a red light, floating above Lin Fei's head. Damn, what's going on? Lin Fei was shocked. Something in the system space could fly out of its own accord. It was simply beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Lin Fei knew that the heavenly immortal key floating above his head was definitely not something good. Wasn't this telling others that the heavenly immortal key was in his hands? What the hell is this heavenly immortal doing? Could it be that the heavenly immortal treasure vault in this place has activated the heavenly immortal key? Lin Fei was not stupid and quickly connected the dots. The heavenly immortal key and the heavenly immortal treasure vault, there must be a connection between the two. Lin Fei knew that he had been tricked. The heavenly immortal key above his head emitted a red light, no less than a treasure-snatching game. There was a red arrow above his head to tell everyone, "The treasure is on me, everyone come and snatch it." Lin Fei tried to circulate his true yuan, but it was to no avail. The heavenly immortal key above his head continued to emit a red light, as if it was going against Lin Fei. The surroundings were also faintly red. Chapter 356. Heaven Immortal City. This place was famous because of the Immortal's treasure vault. Every time there was a war between dynasties, there would be countless martial artists who came to the Sky Immortal City because of its fame. They would come to the Sky Immortal mountain range in search of good fortune. And this year was the 100-year opening of the Sky Immortal treasure vault. The Sky Immortal City welcomed countless disciples from the various dynasties. It could be said that this was a grand event. The Celestial Immortal's treasure vault was about to open. A treasure vault left behind by a mighty Celestial Immortal. One could well imagine what kind of precious treasures it contained. Just one of those treasures would be enough to dominate the world. More importantly, the treasure vault of the Celestial Immortal had always been looking for a suitable successor. It could be said that whoever became the inheritor of the Heavenly Immortal would control the entire Heavenly Immortal's treasure vault, and attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal in the future was a sure thing. Even if he couldn't become a Celestial Immortal, he would still be able to easily reach the level of the Mystic Emperor. Everyone wanted to become a Celestial Immortal's successor. Once the dynasty battlefield was opened, there were many disciples from the various dynasties gathered here. They were all here to try their luck. Once the news of the Heavenly Immortal Key was spread, it would immediately lead to a huge reaction. All kinds of killings were carried out, and almost all of them revolved around the Heavenly Immortal Key. In an elegant restaurant at a table by the window. In our Heavenly Immortal Valley's direction, 5 Heavenly Immortal Keys have already appeared one after another. Unfortunately, they all landed in the hands of the large and medium-sized empires, completely cutting off our extravagant hopes. A youngster sighed and said, when mentioning the Heavenly Immortal Keys, his resentment was extremely deep. That's because they discovered it earlier than us. That's why they managed to seize the Heavenly Immortal Key. Right now, everyone in Heavenly Immortal City is paying attention to the 6th key. As long as the Heavenly Immortal Key appears, they will definitely not be able to succeed. They're large empires with countless experts by their side, and they possess formidable strength. Indeed, they're extremely terrifying. However, I've heard that the people of those large empires are also targeting the 6th key. Who doesn't know that they are preparing to obtain more qualifications so that they can seize the true treasures in the Celestial Immortal's treasure vault? 100 years ago, a top-quality true treasure appeared in the Celestial Immortal's treasure vault, and that person relied on the true treasure to sweep away all the genius disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, a cry of surprise came from the restaurant. Look, there are red clouds in the sky over there. Red clouds appear, the Sky Immortal Key appears. Everyone hurry up and snatch it. The Heavenly Immortal Key has appeared. Everyone, who had been chatting happily, stood up and looked excitedly at the sky in the distance. The red clouds were exceptionally eye-catching. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone could no longer sit still. The opportunity to enter the Celestial Immortal's treasure vault was right in front of them, so how could they give it up? Perhaps the opportunity was waiting for them in front of them. Even if they were unable to enter the Celestial Immortal's treasure vault, they could still rely on the Celestial Immortal Key to obtain sufficient benefits. Everyone was mobilized. The Heavenly Immortal Key will definitely be mine. Whoever dares to snatch my Heavenly Immortal Key will be my enemy. Everyone must die. The Heavenly Immortal Key is destined to be mine. The disciples of the dynasty were all rubbing their palms together, ready to snatch the Heavenly Immortal Key. A stream of light appeared in the sky, rushing toward the red cloud in their field of vision. They were afraid of falling behind, so they exerted all their strength. Heaven Immortal City. In a house, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky, surrounded by a blazing aura. The 6th Heavenly Immortal Key has finally appeared. I have not waited in vain. Flames burst out from beneath this person's feet, and a giant flaming bird appeared. With a flap of its wings, flames burst forth, and with a long cry, it rushed towards the red clouds, leaving behind a streak of red light in the sky. At the same time, several powerful auras appeared in the sky. Their gazes were all focused on the red clouds in the sky because there was something they wanted there. Sounds of air breaking could be heard, and all of them rushed in the direction of the heavenly immortal key. Lin Fei finally realized the huge trouble that the heavenly immortal key had brought. Damn it! What is this dog heavenly immortal doing? The heavenly immortal key suddenly changed. Initially he wanted to find a place to hide, but unexpectedly, in just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei sensed the auras of martial artists coming from all directions. Among the auras there were strong ones and weak ones. They were densely packed and it was hard to tell how many of them there were. All of them were heading in the same direction. Lin Fei naturally knew that he was in trouble. Having a red lantern above my head is indeed not a good thing. Lin Fei simply stood on a towering tree, wearing a rare playful smile. Forget it. He did not want to play a scene of 10,000 people chasing after him. This place should be the territory of the heavenly immortal valley, or else these people wouldn't be heading in this direction the moment the heavenly immortal key appeared. If you really think I am easy to bully, then you are gravely mistaken. Lin Fei knew very well that what was coming next would not be a small battle, or even a fierce one. That's fine. Since the heavenly immortal key is in my hands, then let's go all out. Sooner or later we will have to fight. Or else who knows how much trouble there will be. After making up his mind, Lin Fei's eyes flashed with ferocity. Don't kill, I won't kill. Kill, I will kill until blood flows like a river and corpses litter the ground. I will kill their guts. Haha, the heavenly immortal key is mine. The fastest person was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. When he saw that it was a cryptic realm kid under the red clouds, he immediately let out a roar. Thinking that his chance had come, he waved his hand and a stream of black true yuan came crashing down. Lin Fei casually countered with a stream of true yuan. The black stream of true yuan was destroyed, and the remaining true yuan landed on the opponent's body, blasting him into pieces. In terms of true yuan, there were few people who could compare with Lin Fei. After killing one person, there were even more people behind him. No one felt afraid, but all kinds of greed appeared on their faces. Everyone fight. It will belong to whoever gets it first. The heavenly immortal key must be mine. No less than 100 people rushed down from the sky. In the sky, fist lights, saber chi, sword chi, spirit treasures. All of them were blasted at Lin Fei's position. They were smart enough to kill him first, especially when he was just a cryptic realm cultivator. Then they would fight for the heavenly immortal key. 10,000-mile storm. The sixth style of the wind sword, a large-scale offensive sword style. A gentle breeze that was calm like water suddenly blew past. But when this gust of wind blew past, it actually left behind numerous marks on everyone's throats. So it turned out that in this moment of carelessness, they had already been instantly killed by the concept sword technique, and they didn't even have the time to react. Walala, at least 100 people fell from the sky, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Instant kill. It was a real instant kill. Run, this is a sword style of sword style. Too scary. Someone immediately recognized that this was the legendary sword style of sword style that could kill people invisibly. With one move, 100 people were killed. It could be said that they were shocked and they didn't dare to make a move. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before. 100 people were killed just like that and they died in confusion. Swish, 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 in just a moment, a crowd appeared in the surrounding area. What's there to be afraid of a sword style of sword style of sword style? There are so many people here. How many times can he release his sword style of 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 sword style? That's right. Everyone don't be scared. This kid is just trying to scare us. Since there were so many people, someone immediately encouraged. Everyone, let's kill together. Lin Fei had shocked them with one big move, but they were very clear that it was difficult to release such a big move a few times. If not now, when would they do it? Martial artists couldn't resist temptation. Lin Fei, who was below, found it funny in his heart. My true essence is enough to kill you countless times. Just now, with that big move, it was really fun to kill and I got a lot of experience. Kill. This time there were also more than 100 people and a black mass rushed towards Lin Fei. The sky was filled with true essence attacks. Wind sword is one. Lin Fei used his last move. Swish, swish, swish. No less than 10,000 sword chi turned into flying swords, condensed into a trace of sword style and rushed towards them. This was the first time that Lin Fei used it. The martial artists who rushed at the front were pierced by the flying swords, and they were killed on the spot. The ones behind hurriedly put on their armor, but even so, dozens of people were killed in a short time. As for the rest, they all had different injuries on their bodies. For a moment, no one dared to move. They had all seen the violent sword strike just now. This sword technique was too fast, so fast that they couldn't put on their armor, so they were caught off guard. No one dared to move. Too strong. I have an 8th grade armor, and even a King Realm expert can't break it. But just now, a hole was made in it and I was almost killed. So fierce. Who on earth is this guy? One by one they started to discuss. The treasure was in front of them, but in front of them, this young man was like a fierce demon, and they were scared out of their wits. Many of the martial artists present were King Realm experts, but facing such a young man, they looked very serious. 2 sword styles had scared them out of their wits. No less than 100 people had died, and many of them were King Realm experts. But in front of this seemingly harmless young man, they were all killed one by one. They couldn't figure out this guy's background, and 2 sword styles were already so fierce, so they didn't dare to go up. They were all smart enough to die. Before, they thought that they could take advantage of the opportunity, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. But once they knew that the other party was stronger than them, they naturally chose to stand by and watch. The Sky Immortal Key was not something they could ask for. The surrounding crowd of disciples chose to stop at this moment. No one would believe that a young man could subdue them. Look, the people from the Ice Kingdom are here. Flower Gentleman is here too. Young Master Yan Fei is here too. When they saw streams of light appear in the distance, the crowd cried out in surprise. These people were the true experts of Sky Immortal City, especially some of them who had occupied a Sky Immortal Key. Their appearance attracted a lot of attention. As they appeared, a Sky Immortal Key floated above their heads. Lin Fei counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 keys, and including his own there were 6 keys. He didn't expect all of them to appear at once. Chapter 357. The people with the Heaven Immortal Key appeared. The crowd immediately quietened down. These people all had powerful backgrounds, especially those with Heaven Immortal Keys. They appeared fearlessly and ignored the crowd's envious gazes. In fact, those who had 5 Heaven Immortal Keys were not simple. They were either disciples of large empires or top-tier mid-sized empires. Without exception, they were all from large clans or sections. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded long ago. How could he still be standing here? At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the surroundings. 5 places glowed red, and each of them had a Heaven Immortal Key. Kid, you seem to be quite strong. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key and we can spare your life. On the far left, 3 identical brothers said to Lin Fei, "We 3 brothers can guarantee that we will let you go." Hundreds of people had been killed, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. The 3 brothers spoke first, which made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone knew who they were. They were from the Overlord dynasty. The Overlord dynasty was a mid-sized empire, and their overall strength far surpassed ordinary mid-sized empires. These 3 brothers cultivated together, and their minds were interlinked. They had mastered joint attacks and were very strong. Most importantly, they had joined the Blackwater dynasty. The Blackwater dynasty was a large empire. That was the key. The Blackwater dynasty had a Heaven Immortal Key, and they were preparing to snatch the second one. Bai Qingtan, don't you have any shame? The Blackwater dynasty made the first move. Naturally, there were people who were unwilling. Bai Qingtian was a pale young man. He looked like he was on his last breath, as if he would die in the next breath. Everyone wants a Heaven Immortal Key. Our Blackwater dynasty doesn't mind taking one more. Bai Qingtian laughed. Didn't you guys come together for the Heaven Immortal Key? Bai Qingtian did not hide his intentions at all, and he openly expressed his intentions. We want the Heaven Immortal Key. Young man, no matter where you come from, if you don't hand over the Heaven Immortal Key today, you will die. On the other side, a green-clothed young man waved his folding fan. As long as you hand over the Heaven Immortal Key to our Mountain Eagle dynasty, we will give you a generous reward. Moreover, we guarantee that no one here will dare to kill you. Your Mountain Hawk dynasty is nothing. Our True Sun dynasty can give you 30 million Jinyuan crystals. The people from the True Sun dynasty immediately threw out 30 million Jinyuan crystals. Youngster, hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Otherwise, once we take action, you can forget about leaving this place alive. In addition to the major dynasties, some of the smaller organizations also began to threaten the young man down below. It seemed that under their threat, the young man would definitely hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Regardless of whether they were middle-sized empires or large empires, all of them were experts. True experts had gathered here, and the other party was like a turtle in a jar. Don't agree? He definitely wouldn't live past today. Lin Fei looked around. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. His face lit up with rare joy. So, if I don't hand over the immortal key, I'll die here today? The crowd did not understand. How dare he laugh when surrounded by so many people? Was there something wrong with his head? Hand over the heavenly immortal key or die. This is your only choice. Two paths, one was a path of life, the other was a path of death. Only a few people looked at Lin Fei below with complicated expressions. Usually, anyone who encountered such a situation would definitely be under immense pressure and would not be able to remain so calm. But this young man was so calm that it was hard to understand. Especially that smile earlier. It felt as though it was a bloodthirsty smile. Miss, let's wait and see first. In the sky above, a man and a woman stood. The heavenly immortal key hovered above the woman, and beside her was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy physique. There were only two of them, but no one dared to have any designs on them. Uncle Lu, is that man very dangerous? The woman in white, Wang Qin, asked. Not simple. Uncle Lu was Wang Qin's guard. At least he gave me a rare sense of danger. Wang Qin frowned and stared below. Her heart was filled with curiosity. Uncle Lu would never lie. If that was the case, the other party must have some trump card. Then we don't need to participate in this heavenly immortal key. Wang Qin chose not to act. One heavenly immortal key was enough. The change in Lin Fei was naturally noticed by some people. After all, this change was extremely abnormal. Haha, I'll hand over the heavenly immortal key just because you want me to. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Fei laughed out loud. I won't hand over the heavenly immortal key. As for you guys, I don't mind sending you to hell. Dragon transformation. With a thought, Lin Fei's azure dragon aura spread out. Suddenly, a black long sword appeared in his right hand. It was the supreme grade spiritual treasure killing sword. Today I'll kill him to my heart's content. Storm. Lin Fei's incarnation was 100 feet tall. With the supreme grade spiritual treasure in his hand, he unleashed a storm. The sky instantly darkened and the wind howled. In an instant, no less than 10 people were killed. They fell from the sky and blood filled the air. Bloodline body cultivator. Everyone exclaimed. If it was before, they might have had some thoughts. But now they had no thoughts at all. Bloodline body cultivator. Moreover, it was such a powerful body cultivator. With one strike, everyone's panicked expression was seen by Lin Fei. This was what he wanted to see. Lin Fei wielded the killing sword. The Sky Immortal Key is with me. If you are not afraid of death, come at me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If you don't want to die, you'd better retreat 100 miles away now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Bloodline body cultivator with supreme grade spiritual treasure. Unless you want to court death. It's too abnormal. Retreat, retreat. Facing the power of the supreme grade spiritual treasure, they could not resist it at all. If the other party went crazy, they would be the unlucky ones. Soon everyone began to leave. The originally dense crowd suddenly became empty. Most of the people had left. There were also many people who stayed. All of them were powerful. At a glance, almost all of them had the strength of a king. You should be the Azure Dragon Body Cultivator. A middle-aged man stared at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei looked around. They are all gone. It seems that you are not afraid of death. Haha, so what if the Bloodline Body Cultivator is powerful? Bai Qingtian laughed. The Azure Dragon Body Cultivator is not bad. It is a good choice to refine you. Bai Qingtian, if you want to snatch the Sky Immortal Key, our Eagle Mountain dynasty will also fight for it. The young man smiled. He glanced at Wang Qin, who was not far away. Miss Wang Qin, are you not going to make a move? Wang Qin smiled. Our Thunder dynasty already has a Sky Immortal Key. Forget about this one. We will not interfere. She appeared 100 miles away with Uncle Lu. Chapter 358. Whether it was Bai Qingtian from the Blackwater Empire, young Master Joyless from the Eagle Mountain Empire, or Yang Dingtian from the Real Sun Empire, all of their expressions changed. They could not believe that Wang Qin from the Thunder Empire would choose to leave. They almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Wang Qin was a genius of the Thunder Empire. It was said that she had the chance to become the next clan leader. She did things as decisively as a man. However, Wang Qin chose to retreat in such a situation? It was indeed unbelievable. This was good. Apart from the 4 clans, the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Qin of the Thunder Empire did not make a move, which meant that they had an extra chance. Uncle Lu, he should be cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, right? Wang Qin asked. Why does he feel so powerful? Even if he has a supreme-grade spiritual treasure, he should not be able to display such power, right? Wang Qin was shocked by the attack just now. This kid is very strange, Uncle Lu said. However, although this kid is strange, he should not be able to win against them. Miss can be the fisherman and snatch the sixth sky immortal key. Uncle Lu, good plan. Wang Qin said. I'm afraid that they do not know that Uncle Lu has cultivated a divine power. Let them fight it out. The Sky Immortal Treasure Vault does not need so many people. Excluding those who left, there were still 70 or 80 people present. Kill, the loose demons were the first to move. The loose demons here were also very powerful. Especially when they all joined forces, they could be considered a strong force. Swish swish, Lin Fei also attacked. This was the first time he wielded the killing sword and used the dragon transformation. His huge body instantly rushed into the battlefield. The killing sword slashed out and the sword chi was like a mountain. The king-level expert in front of him was killed in one move. His body was split into two. Haha, this is what you will get. With the killing sword in his hand, Lin Fei's murderous aura sword. Supreme-grade spiritual treasure. The power of a spiritual treasure was extremely terrifying. Any spiritual treasure in front of Lin Fei would be split in half in one move. This was the power of a supreme-grade spiritual treasure. Poo pew pew, Lin Fei was in a killing frenzy. After dragon transformation, he had the strongest defense. With every slash of his sword, someone would be killed. As for the attacks that landed on Lin Fei's body, they couldn't cause him any harm at all. When the people 100 miles away saw this scene, they secretly rejoiced. Too strong. He's ridiculously strong. It wasn't easy for me to reach the king tier, but in the end, it was as easy as chopping vegetables in his hands. Fortunately, I left just now. Lin Fei raised his sword and began a massacre. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the surroundings were completely empty. All the people who attacked had been killed, and the ground below had become a bright red kingdom that was completely dyed red with blood. Lin Fei licked his lips. Do you want to continue fighting or do you want to die? Such a brutal massacre had indeed caused the four great empires to feel a little pressured. The strength of the other party was a little beyond their imagination, especially the defense after dragon transformation, which could actually be so powerful. That was what shocked them the most. Coming from the large empires, it wasn't that they had never seen a body cultivator with a bloodline. However, they had never seen such a powerful defense. Facing the attack of a king-tier expert, his defense couldn't be broken. A warrior whose defense couldn't be broken, coupled with his tyrannical strength, could really kill gods and demons easily. Not bad, not bad. Bai Qingtian smiled and said, as expected of a body cultivator with a bloodline, his defense is actually so terrifying. No wonder you dare to ignore the siege of king-tier experts. However, you can only be arrogant in front of the weaker king-tier experts. Although Lin Fei was tyrannical in front of the large empires, he was just a little tyrannical. It would be a little troublesome to eliminate him. Since they had different perspectives, their opinions were naturally different. The three of you go up. Bai Qingtian said to the three brothers. He was going to arrange for the real experts to attack. At this moment, the other three empires also stopped. As for the people who had just died, they didn't care about it at all. Only the weak would be killed. The three Monter brothers have combat strength comparable to the pseudo-emperor realm. They are Bai Qingtian's top fighters. I wonder who will win if they fight. It must be the three Monter brothers. Isn't it obvious? Don't forget that their joint attack is terrifyingly tyrannical. Some people started to discuss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three Monter brothers rushed up and immediately occupied the three positions. Instantly they formed a formation. Sky-shocking formation. The three Monter brothers' minds were connected. Instantly they launched a joint attack. This joint attack was a formation. Their strength was instantly linked and their aura was rising continuously. Whoosh. The aura of the great completion of the king tier directly broke through to the emperor tier. The mountain-like aura had already made the hearts of the warriors 100 miles away palpitate. Sky-breaking fist. Whoosh. The vast sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The palpitations rose again. This punch had far surpassed the great completion of the king tier. It had reached the real emperor tier. More importantly, this was a middle-grade mystic class fist art. Just one grade and the combat strength was already terrifying. Now that they had launched a formation and combined their strength, it was truly ferocious and frightening. Facing their joint attack, Lin Fei didn't seem nervous at all. On the contrary, he was more excited. Finally, he could fight with a real master. They are indeed from a large empire. Their combat strength is so strong. The three of them can reach this level by joining forces. Maybe this is the real world of the Beyond Avalon. Lin Fei activated the genuine origin energy in his body and stabbed forward with his killing sword. The sword radiance burst out, and the golden suns collided. Destruction. The sword art of the metal concept. It was indestructible. Now that Lin Fei used this move, its power was far greater than before. Moreover, he didn't need to worry about defense. As soon as the destruction was used, a destructive aura enveloped the sky. The horrifying aura of destruction made people's hearts palpitate again. Heavens, it's another concept. It seems to be the most powerful metal concept. It is indestructible and indestructible. This sword art is also terrifyingly powerful. When combined with the metal concept, it will be hard to resist. Rumble, the golden suns collided with the three people. The metal concept contained in them instantly burst out, forming an indestructible strangulation power. The three people were sent flying on the spot. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Storm. Lin Fei waved his hand again, and the wind concept turned into a green bird. It flew down and rushed over them. In terms of speed, it couldn't compare to the wind concept. Just like that, the three Monter brothers died. The three Monter brothers' joint attack had the combat strength of a pseudo-emperor, but they were killed so easily. The people who had been cursing could only watch with their eyes wide open. In fact, they could only watch with their eyes wide open. Wasn't this kind of combat strength too exaggerated? Bai Qingtian had spent a lot of effort to subdue the three Monter brothers, but he didn't expect that a good card in his hand would be killed just like that. The strength displayed by the other party was far greater than theirs. The Azure Dragon True Body, with its powerful defense, had withstood the sky-collapsing fist, a profound martial art, and was unscathed. Just the concept of wind was already terrifying enough. However, the metal concept, which was even more powerful than the wind concept, appeared. This made their expressions turn ugly. The wind concept excelled in speed and could be used for defense. The metal concept was an indestructible power. The three Monter brothers had been defeated by the metal concept. The speed of their defeat was too fast, beyond imagination. Seeing that Bai Qingtian's subordinates had lost a trump card, the other dynasties couldn't help but feel lucky. This young man was stronger than they had imagined. With such talent, he was the strongest person they had seen so far. Two concepts and a body-tempering cultivation technique. This person was simply a monster. Even though they all had protective treasures, they might be killed if they really fought against this mysterious person. They didn't want to admit this. There was no doubt about the other party's strength. Who knew what other trump cards he had not used? Just the attack earlier was enough for them to take him seriously. They were already on the same level as him. The true Sun Dynasty doesn't want the sixth heavenly immortal key anymore. Yang Dingtian laughed and left with his people. The Eagle Dynasty doesn't want it either. They were all cunning people. Seeing that Bai Qingtian's subordinates had been killed, they didn't want to continue fighting. Most importantly, it wasn't worth it. If they had a chance to snatch it, it would be fine. However, they didn't have a chance to snatch it at all. Since that was the case, there was no point in staying here. There was no need to continue fighting. It wasn't worth it. They decisively gave up on the idea. The sixth key had appeared. The Sky Immortal's treasure vault would open soon. That was the most important thing right now. In just a moment, all the people who had been here just now had left. Only Bai Qingtian of the Blackwater Dynasty was left. You're very capable. We'll meet again in the future. Bai Qingtian wasn't stupid. He wouldn't keep fighting. His opponent was strong and he couldn't see through him. Naturally, he wouldn't stay. Of course, this didn't mean that Bai Qingtian would swallow his anger. He had to vent his anger. However, he wouldn't do it here. He would do it in the Sky Immortal's treasure vault. That was the real place. If Bai Qingtian used all his skills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. He couldn't reveal his trump card now. Bai Qingtian could only choose to leave for the time being. However, Lin Fei didn't want to let him go. He had to teach someone who dared to attack him a lesson. If you want to leave? You have to ask me first. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He rushed forward and used destruction. The destructive energy was even more terrifying than before. It turned into a huge black dragon and rushed towards Bai Qingtian. No one would have thought that this person would dare to take the initiative to attack. Bai Qingtian was furious. This kid was so arrogant. He even dared to attack him. Go. Bai Qingtian threw out a spirit treasure. A blue sky curtain suddenly appeared in the void. The destruction dragon was more terrifying than he had imagined. It rushed forward, broke the blue sky curtain and opened its mouth to bite Bai Qingtian. Damn it. 10,000 miles in one go. Bai Qingtian clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became illusory. The destruction dragon broke the illusion, leaving behind Bai Qingtian's voice. Chapter 359. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 100 Qidian coins tip, Xiamapi for the 1888 Qidian coins tip, and Mounted Archery for the monthly ticket. Uproar. An uproar. The Blackwater dynasty and the other dynasties gave up, but unexpectedly the other party didn't give up and counterattacked. Everyone saw Bai Qingtian's embarrassing situation. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How dare he offend a disciple of a large dynasty? Bai Qingtian's last block cost him a spiritual treasure, but he still couldn't stop the other party. This person's strength was beyond imagination. Retreat. Although some people were jealous of the spoils, they didn't dare to stay after seeing Bai Qingtian and the others were scared away. Who knew if the other party would deal with them? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best strategy. After a while, the people who came for the Heaven Immortal key had all left and no one could be seen. These people left quickly. Seeing them leave, Lin Fei felt it was a pity. Otherwise, he would have killed them all and turned them into his experience points. King Kong, go and collect the spoils. Lin Fei let go of King Kong and began to collect the spoils. The spoils left by no less than 200 people was definitely a huge number, and the harvest was not small. It just happened to verify the saying, killing people makes a lot of money. With King Kong's help, Lin Fei quickly collected a large amount of wealth. After a rough calculation, he was shocked. The harvest was beyond imagination. 40 million pure essence pills. Lin Fei smiled. 30 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei smiled again. More than 400 swords of spiritual treasures. More importantly, there were hundreds of flying swords of spiritual treasures, which increased Lin Fei's combat power again. In addition, Lin Fei obtained more than 8,000 essence force points. Including the ones he left before, he had a total of more than 10,000 essence force points, which could burst out a super strong attack. With more than 10,000 essence force points, even an Emperor Realm expert can kill a large number of people. With such a harvest, Lin Fei was in a good mood. After killing so many people, I don't think anyone else will make a move. Lin Fei thought, I just consumed a lot of true essence. I should take advantage of the time to replenish it and wait for the Heaven Immortal treasure vault to open. In this small battle, Lin Fei had consumed a massive amount of true essence. For others, almost all of their Zhenyuan had been consumed, but Lin Fei had only consumed about 30% of it. It was easy to imagine how terrifying Lin Fei's Zhenyuan was. Especially after grasping Dragon Transformation, his defense was extremely powerful. Just fighting in close combat was enough to make one's scalp go numb and not dare to continue. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and refined the true essence crystals to replenish his consumed true essence. Rumble, the fairy Immortal mountain range shone brightly. On the towering tree, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His sharp gaze looked into the depths of the white light, where a huge shadow of Senfu could be vaguely seen. Pavilions, terraces, and a world of its own. Senfu? Lin Fei stood up and muttered to himself. Soon after, he revealed an excited expression. Senfu has opened. In these few days of refining with all his might, the area where Lin Fei was had become a forbidden area. No one dared to barge in and it was quiet. It's good that Senfu has opened. Let me see what the true Senfu is. Lin Fei put away the Vajra, and with the wings of the wind, he transformed into a black flowing light and charged into the depths of the Fairy Immortal mountain range. When the Fairy Immortal's treasure vault opened, everyone dashed towards the entrance. What a great Senfu. Just the shadow is so dreamy, like an outdoor paradise. Sigh, we can only enjoy the view. If the shadow is like this, then the Fairy Immortal's treasure vault must be filled with boundless treasures. When the dynasty's martial artists that arrived a step earlier saw the appearance of the enormous Senfu in the sky, they were all shocked. Especially those who came for the first time, they were practically enchanted by Senfu. Swoosh, 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 the owners of the 5 Heaven Immortal keys also appeared in the sky above Senfu, and all of them looked excited. The Fairy Immortal's treasure vault opened once every 100 years. Many martial artists had lost the opportunity, and only some had suppressed their strength in order to enter Senfu. The Fairy Immortal's treasure vault should be called Senfu. Bai Qingtian stared at Senfu. I'm afraid only Heaven Immortals can have such a Senfu, young Master Joyless said while looking at Senfu. Senfu has finally opened. Yang Dingtian from the True Yang dynasty laughed out loud. I can't wait to visit Senfu and plunder the various treasures in Senfu. Those who had heaven immortal keys could not remain calm at that moment. The Senfu was like a huge cake that kept moving in front of them. When they saw another streak of light appear on the horizon, everyone's expressions involuntarily changed. The corners of Bai Qingtian's eyes twitched, and a look of hatred appeared on his face. He had become a joke in the eyes of others. If he had not used his secret treasure at the last moment, he might have been killed on the spot. They recognized the person. It was the mysterious young man. When Lin Fei appeared, the area below the immortal abode was filled with cultivators, forming a dense black mass. Lin Fei did not care about the gazes directed at him. The heaven immortal key above his head was still shining with a red light. I didn't expect them to come so early, Lin Fei thought. It seems that Senfu will not be able to enter for a while. Sir, are you interested in selling the remaining 2 qualifications? I can sell them for a high price. After Lin Fei appeared, a martial artist flew up. Lin Fei knew that the heaven immortal key could bring 2 people in. Since we can't snatch it by force, we're using a soft approach. Someone spoke and the others looked over. The rest of the heaven immortal keys were occupied, and the remaining qualifications were naturally occupied as well. They could only target Lin Fei in an attempt to obtain a quota to enter Senfu. All 6 heaven immortal keys are here. A loud rumbling sound suddenly resounded in the sky. A few figures appeared in the sky. All of them had arrived using the Great Void teleportation. Standing in front were all young masters, and each of them had a servant standing beside them. It looked simple, but to the crowd, these people in the sky gave them unimaginable pressure. One look, one aura, and one look made them feel like collapsing. Lin Fei was also shocked. They all seemed to have the strength of Emperor Realm, and their servants seemed to be even more terrifying. Who are these people? Fortunately, all 6 heaven immortal keys are here. It was not in vain that we came from millions of miles away. Just nice everyone has one. It saves us a lot of trouble. They're just some large empires. Are they qualified to enter Senfu? When these 6 people appeared, they looked at Bai Qingtian and the others with disdain. They looked at them as if they were looking at insignificant things. Who are you? Bai Qingtian was already filled with anger. Seeing someone trying to snatch the heaven immortal key so brazenly, he was naturally unhappy. He continued to look for someone to vent his anger on. You are not qualified to know. A red-robed young master flew out and slapped. Hand over the heaven immortal key. Chapter 360. Bai Qingtian was dead. Bai Qingtian of the Blackwater Empire was dead. The scene in front of them was unbelievable. Bai Qingtian did not even have the time to use his protective treasure before he was killed by the red-clad young man. The people of the Blackwater Empire were the first to react. They watched Bai Qingtian die and the heaven immortal key being taken away. They were all furious. You killed Bai Qingtian. This is against the Blackwater Empire. The red-clad young man snorted coldly. Humph, the Blackwater Empire is just a powerful ant in my eyes. It's useless to keep you alive. I might as well kill you. Buzz, the red-clad young man waved his hand and a black bead flew out. A strange scene appeared. The people of the Blackwater Empire held their heads and looked like they were in pain. Immediately, the crowd saw their souls struggling to be sucked out of their heads and sucked into the black bead. When they were sucked into the black bead, they could see that their souls were shattered by a great power. They could see the ferocious face and the unwillingness in his eyes, but under the power of that spirit treasure, his soul was actually taken away, and his soul was directly obliterated. Soon the corpses fell. After losing their souls, they were as good as dead. In the blink of an eye, all the people of the Blackwater Empire were killed. If they were killed directly, they might have a chance to be reincarnated in the future. However, after their souls were sucked away, they would never be able to be reincarnated again. The terror of the bead cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. What a terrifying bead. It sucked away the souls in one move. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Bai Qingtian escaped with the treasure. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily. You are young Master Luo Sheng of the Tianshan Empire. Yang Dingtian of the real Yang Empire was dumbfounded. I am indeed a member of the Heavenly Deity Dynasty. Moreover, I am a member of the Heavenly Deity Palace. As of now, you only have 2 choices. The first is to hand over the Heavenly Immortal Key. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. In our opinion, killing you is as easy as raising a hand. When the Tenjin Temple was mentioned, Lin Fei's expression changed. Tenjin Temple. He is from the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei had been inquiring about the Tenjin Temple. But no matter what, he didn't expect to hear news from the Tenjin Temple under such circumstances, and the other party was from the Tenjin Temple. I wonder if she's here yet. Lin Fei thought to himself. After Luo Sheng announced his name, the people of the dynasty below all revealed grave expressions. It's actually the Heavenly God Empire. That's a super empire. No wonder the other party is so powerful and was able to kill Bai Qingtian. Since young Master Luo Sheng is a member of a super empire, these 6 people might all be disciples of a super empire. No wonder they said that they came from millions of miles away. I'm afraid they're just waiting for the Senfu to appear. Large-scale dynasties were terrifying enough. However, disciples from super dynasties were extraordinarily strong. The Blackwater dynasty was a large dynasty. Yet, they were annihilated by the other party without being able to defend themselves. Young Master Luo Sheng's words are our words. Either hand over the Heaven Immortal Key or be killed by us. Don't doubt our strength, said a black-robed young master. Hand over the Heaven Immortal Key and you can live. Otherwise we'll send you to hell. We are all from a super empire. We'll make you give up. It had to be said that they were all from a super empire. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter how powerful a large empire was, it was not a match for a super empire. That was because super empires had venerables and sages everywhere. They even had peak martial emperors. Not to mention the super empires, just the fact that they could easily annihilate the Blackwater dynasty was enough to make them feel fear. No one knew what kind of powerful treasures these disciples of super empires had. It was not a big deal to be weak. Just one powerful treasure could turn the tide of the battle. Think about it, a spiritual treasure pearl could kill a group of martial kings. Could an ordinary person do that? Luo Sheng and the other 5 came from 6 super empires. Their goal was to enter the Senfu and become the next successor. For this, they did not hesitate to use precious treasures to snatch the Heaven Immortal Key. As for the war between empires, it was nothing in their eyes. They were all powerful and had already joined a large sect. There was no need for them to take this step. When they attacked just now, they used powerful methods. Coupled with the powerful treasures, it caused everyone to feel fear. To hand it over or not. The disciples of the large empires chose to hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. No matter how powerful the people around them were. Facing the young masters of the 6 super empires, they were not on the same level. It was likely that they would not be able to resist the guards around them. Our Thunder Empire can hand over the Heaven Immortal Key. However, I need a position. Otherwise, I would rather destroy the Heaven Immortal Key. My ancestor is known as the Thunder King. I am confident that he can destroy the Heaven Immortal Key. Wang Qin was the first to step forward. Her tone was firm. So you are from the Thunder Clan. I can give you face. Yang Jian nodded. Your Thunder Clan is worthy of this position. They were not afraid of the large empires. However, some of the large empires were extremely powerful. The Thunder Empire was one of them. The ancestor of the Thunder Clan was a Do Zun level expert. He could control the power of lightning and was comparable to a Do Sheng. The other empires were not so lucky. They could not obtain the remaining positions. However, what could they do? If they did not hand over the Heaven Immortal Key, it was equivalent to being killed. 5 keys quickly landed in their hands. Lin Fei became the owner of the last Heaven Immortal Key. Brat, you do not wish to hand over the Heaven Immortal Key? Lin Fei took a deep breath. The Heavenly Immortal Key. I do not wish to hand it over just like that. However, I can give you 2 spots. You will need to pay me Zhenyuan crystals. I believe that people from super empires like you wouldn't mind paying Zhenyuan crystals, right? After all, Zhenyuan crystals are not what you lack. Ever since they announced that they would snatch the Heaven Immortal Key, Lin Fei had never thought of handing it over. Even if they were from the super empires and were extremely powerful. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. A man should kill in all directions. He should never compromise. This was Lin Fei's way of thinking. The people from the super empires might feel fear. However, Lin Fei was not afraid. They had a good background and he had the leveling system. These super empires were at most emperor level. Maybe the peak of the emperor level was comparable to a Do Zone. However, the possibility of this was very small. This was the battlefield of a dynasty. It was not an ordinary place. The Senfu left behind by the Heaven Immortal Key would definitely be set up. Senfu. Lin Fei would not give up. Hearing this cryptic brat make such a request, they all laughed. Ma Luo, your luck is not very good. Luo Sheng laughed. Yang Jian also laughed. This is the first time I heard that someone dares to sell something to our super empires. He is simply living his life in a pile of money. This Ma Luo was naturally the last person. He was a little shocked by the other party's arrogance. Coming from a super empire, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Ma Luo was very angry. What a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I gave you a chance to live so you can die now. Ma Luo patted his waist. Instantly, a Jingguang shot out. The Jingguang's power surged. Its power had actually reached the peak of the king level. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings. Facing someone from a super empire, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. Dragon transformation. The Azure Dragon True Body was activated. Lin Fei's strongest defense was swung. The huge dragon tail slammed onto the Jingguang, sending the Jingguang flying and crashing into a mountain. The huge mountain was almost flattened by the Jingguang's attack. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. A random spiritual treasure attack was already so powerful. The people from a super empire were too terrifying. Hey, you are a body cultivator with a bloodline, Ma Luo exclaimed. Then he sneered, no wonder you can block my destruction Jingguang. The destruction Jingguang from before could kill a peak king level expert. It had been tried and tested many times. Who would have thought that it would fail on the other party? The others were also slightly startled. Lin Fei's performance had only startled them. A body cultivator with a bloodline hadn't reached the level where they would pay attention to him. They all knew that Ma Luo was angry. If I didn't have any strength, the items would have been snatched away long ago. Lin Fei laughed loudly. If you attacked again, the 2 spots would be worth more than 50 million Jinyuan crystals. Ma Luo was so angry that he almost flew into the sky. This brat was too arrogant. He dared to sell 2 spots to him for 50 million Jinyuan crystals. This was a slap in the face, a real slap in the face. Uncle Fong, kill him. I want to turn his bones into dust. Ma Luo said to the guard. He turned around and said, you are a body cultivator with a bloodline and so is my Uncle Fong. I will let you see what a true body cultivator is like. Uncle Fong was the strongest guard Ma Luo had by his side. Moreover, he was a pure body cultivator with a bloodline at the emperor level. His battle prowess was comparable to a Do Zone. It could be said that an ordinary Do Zone wouldn't be willing to fight with such a body cultivator. The stronger a body cultivator was, the more terrifying their close combat ability would be. Almost everyone would be afraid of them. Ma Luo had a body cultivator comparable to a Do Zone. He could protect everyone by himself. This was a qualification that only a super dynasty could have. Lin Fei's face sank. He could feel an aura that belonged to a body cultivator from the other party. A body cultivator with a bloodline? Lin Fei took a deep breath. My bloodline has yet to be activated, but my Jinyuan doesn't fear him at all. Lin Fei said in his heart. I want to see how big the gap is between me and a true body cultivator with a bloodline. Open. The moment Uncle Fong appeared, he transformed into a 10 zhang tall figure. His skin was bronze in color, and his body was covered with green veins. His shocking aura was that of an emperor. A true emperor's aura brought with it a terrifying pressure. Chapter 361. P.S. Thank you to Xiamapi for your monthly votes and comments, as well as Luo Yuxuan for your tip. Once the emperor-level aura was released, everyone at the scene was shocked and they all felt real fear. A super dynasty was indeed a super dynasty, and the people around them were all emperor level. Most importantly, bloodline cultivators were more powerful than chi refiners, almost comparable to early-stage mystic grandmasters. Even if they were not comparable, they were at least at the peak of the emperor level. This person must be crazy. How can a king be comparable to an emperor-level bloodline cultivator? This guy is dead. No one was optimistic about this person. The disciples of the large dynasties who held the immortal keys all handed over their keys and did not dare to fight. Whoosh! Uncle Fong's 30-meter-tall body shook, and he turned into a real 3-headed, 6-armed beast. His aura was even more terrifying than before, and his left and right arms were holding many spiritual treasures. However, after a flash, the spiritual treasures were put away, and the 2 hands on top slapped toward Lin Fei, turning into 2 terrifying black bears that were dozens of meters tall. It was a bloodline cultivator's magical ability. Once a body cultivator activated their bloodline, they could use their bloodline magical ability. The 2 terrifying black bears roared and they were extremely terrifying. Just their aura alone had reached the emperor level. It could be seen that the bloodline cultivator's magical ability was amazing. Very, very strong. Water Flame Lotus. Walala. The huge lotus directly trapped the 2 terrifying black bears. Lin Fei held the killing sword and appeared beside the water flame lotus, stabbing toward the terrifying black bear's head. The power of his vital essence erupted. His Dantian lake revolved and his vital essence surged. The killing sword stabbed, and his vital essence erupted, turning into a white dot that pierced the terrifying black bear's head. The terrifying black bear let out a furious roar, and its body shattered. The other terrifying black bear slapped out a palm and hit Lin Fei, breaking through the water flame lotus, and its sharp claws clawed toward him again. Very, very strong. Wind come net. Lin Fei's concept of wind turned into countless green nets, trapping the terrifying black bear again. Lin Fei pointed out his sword again, blasting it on the terrifying black bear, shattering it into pieces. Too powerful. Just 2 terrifying black bears are already so powerful. Lin Fei was shocked. 2 attacks had consumed 10% of his true essence. It was unimaginably powerful. What a freak. 2 terrifying black bears were enough to make people believe that this kid would not be able to withstand them and would definitely die below. This kind of result was completely unexpected. He was too powerful. In fact, he was indeed powerful. Uncle Fong was also taken aback. This kid actually blocked this old man's divine ability. Even an Emperor Realm expert would have to be careful when dealing with the divine ability just now. They definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as the other party. An elementary bloodline was already so powerful? Interesting, interesting. Uncle Fong laughed. That was just my most basic attack. Voila, Uncle Fong waved his hand and a gigantic black bear appeared in the air. It was even larger than before, at least a few dozen feet long. This was the power of his terrifying black bear bloodline. This move had an extremely impressive name. A terrifying claw. It was purely a divine ability. As soon as the divine ability was used, a terrifying aura enveloped the area. Those with weaker strength turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble as if they would fall in the next second. What a terrifying aura. Ma Luo looked down from above. He believed that Uncle Fong would attack. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Uncle Fong had inherited the terrifying black bear bloodline. Their family had paid a huge price to subdue him, and in the end he became their personal bodyguard. He had helped them solve countless problems and even killed profound sect experts. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that this attack was far more powerful than before. Body refiners are indeed stronger than chi refiners. If this continues, the one who will consume the most energy will be me. I have to deter the opponent in one go. I can't waste my true essence here. There are still tests in the Senfu. I have to conserve my strength. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He directly used his trump card. Activate True Essence, Sky Upholding Finger, consume 3,000 points of True Essence. Along with the system's sound, a terrifying force was injected into Lin Fei's body. He subconsciously pointed his finger. Rumble, a huge sound came from the sky. Immediately after, a black finger that was hundreds of feet long pierced through the black fog and pointed downwards, landing on the terrifying black bear. The terrifying black bear was instantly shattered. In front of the sky upholding finger, the terrifying black bear could not even last a breath. It then landed on Uncle Fong's body again. Rumble, in the valley below, the mountains shook and dust flew everywhere. Facing the sudden counterattack, the scene was too shocking. By the time they regained their senses, it was already over. Everyone was stunned. The faces of the young masters of the super dynasties also sank. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Whoosh, Uncle Fong rushed up again. He had regained his original appearance, but there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. It was terrifying. Young master, I lost. Ma Luo's expression was uncertain. He knew that Uncle Fong would never lie. A loss was a loss and he would not find excuses. He was shocked. Damn, where did this kid come from? Uncle Fong could even defeat Profound Sect, but he lost here. Could it be that he really, unwilling? Ma Luo was truly unwilling. The finger that exploded with 3,000 yuan force didn't kill the opponent. Lin Fei was very disappointed. Damn, I should have used 5,000 yuan force. Lin Fei thought to himself. However, the bloodline body refinement warrior is too strong. He didn't die even after such serious injuries. His vitality is still so strong. After exploding with 3,000 yuan force, Lin Fei already had an understanding of the essence force. Next time, I guarantee that 5,000 yuan force can kill the opponent. He will not be lucky enough to escape. Who asked him to not have much essence force? He only had around 18,000 yuan force. Especially the first time when he defeated the opponent's bloodline body refinement warrior, Lin Fei was still very satisfied. To the people from the large empire, such a scene was like watching a show. The large empires that originally wanted to attack Lin Fei had a look of shock on their faces, as well as fear in their eyes. If they had attacked back then, perhaps, they would have been killed by now. Now, 100 million quintessential crystals in exchange for 2 positions. Lin Fei said to them. If he didn't extort them this time, how could he compensate for his loss? 3,000 points of elemental energy made Lin Fei's heart ache. Seeing that Ma Luo's servant was defeated, the young masters of the super dynasties all had complicated expressions. Of course, they were also gloating. They might look friendly now, but the competition between them had never stopped. Especially with the Senfu in front, there would definitely be a fierce battle after entering. Chapter 362. Reality was just this cruel, especially in a place like this where strength was everything. Just a moment ago, Ma Luo had been swaggering around, but now his face was ashen. Uncle Fang's defeat could be said to have given him a complete answer. Facing this matter, Ma Luo was at a disadvantage. He was in pain and depressed. If he had known that this brat would be a tough nut to crack, he wouldn't have chosen to be the last to act. When he arrived, Ma Luo didn't care at all. He wasn't worried at all. It was like this was an ordinary matter. In his opinion, it was just some mid-sized or large empires. Taking care of them would be easy. But in the end, his wish was great, but reality was cruel. Ma Luo learned a deep lesson. This was an extremely painful lesson. A disciple of a super empire who was just a step away from the Immortal Mansion, had suffered a heavy setback and was practically unable to get back up. Of course, this was mostly due to accidents. Ma Luo couldn't believe that a random country bumpkin could have such strength. Uncle Fang's strength was comparable to a mysterious master, but he still lost. Ma Luo could find people to help, so naturally he could snatch the Sky Immortal Key. However, those people would definitely be watching a good show and wouldn't help. Even if they did help, they weren't willing to take the risk against this mysterious young man. He could even defeat a body cultivator with royal bloodline. Especially the secret technique he used at the end, which exploded with a super strong attack. Who knew how terrifying this secret technique was? They were all chi practitioners and didn't want to die just like that. In reality, those people really didn't want to help. As a super dynasty, logically speaking, they should help each other. If one really had such wishful thinking, then one would be very wrong. Don't be fooled by how friendly they were. Usually, they fought each other behind the scenes. Now that something like this had happened, they were naturally gloating. Why would they help? Especially since the opponent was so mysterious and they couldn't figure him out. Such a risk was naturally not worth it. I really can't accept this. Do I really have to hand over 100 million Jianyuan crystals? Ma Luo shook his head in his heart. Absolutely not. 100 million Jianyuan crystals is practically my entire fortune. If I lose my Jianyuan crystals, what am I? Ma Luo was conflicted. If he didn't, he would lose the chance to enter Senfu. Before he left, Ma Luo swore that once Senfu opened, he would fight for the inheritance of Senfu and become the owner of Senfu. More importantly, the previous owner of the Senfu was a powerful heaven immortal. Inheriting the Senfu would guarantee 100% chance of obtaining the legacy of a celestial immortal. Even the comprehension gained from it would be invaluable to one's future breakthroughs. Breaking through to the celestial immortal level was simply too difficult. Out of 1,000 mystic emperors, only 1 or 2 heaven immortals would appear. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a heaven immortal. It was no less difficult than stepping into the sky. It was very difficult for celestial immortals to break through. It was even harder for the mystic the Arch. How many people would be able to do it? Otherwise, the emergence of the Senfu would not have attracted their attention. Without exception, they all went after the celestial immortals. Celestial immortals were the ultimate powerhouses of the Xianxia continent. With a wave of their hands, they could slay gods and slay demons. Their strength was limitless. How could Marlowe waste an opportunity? Uncle Fang, who was at the side, sent a voice transmission. Young master, we should be decisive. The Senfu must enter. Right now, it is just a vile person intoxicated by success. Don't forget that this is the Senfu's test. The natives of Senfu are not to be trifled with. If they know that someone is carrying a true essence crystal, we don't even need to do anything. The powerful natives of Senfu will definitely take action personally. Ma Luo's fidgety heart slowly calmed down. He sent mentally, I really am angry. I nearly forgot that within the immortal estate, celestial immortal Deadwood once left behind a tribe that continuously multiplied and became a powerful force. He thought it through. Rather than counting on them, it was better to count on the natives. The natives of Senfu were a headache even for the super dynasties. Apart from the tribes left behind by the heaven immortals, they had also subdued many demonic beasts. After a few thousand years, the demonic beasts were no longer under control and gradually became a force of their own. At the same time, countless experts were born among the demonic beasts, occupying a corner of Senfu. After a few thousand years, the demand for resources had reached a crazy level. If the news of 100 million true essence crystals were to spread, it would definitely cause the natives to go crazy. Against the crazy natives, the other party would have to die. Lin Fei was guessing whether or not they would actually give it to him. If they are willing to take out 100 million true essence crystals, the next time we fight, we won't even need to use our elemental energy to fight against them. Lin Fei wasn't confident that he would be able to extort them. If the other 5 were to attack at the same time, Lin Fei would be under immense pressure. He would probably explode with all his elemental energy. 100 million true essence crystals. If they don't want it, I don't mind selling it to them. Lin Fei pointed at the other 5 super dynasties. They should be very interested. This daddy here is forcing you. Lin Fei wanted to end this quickly. He didn't want to lose 100 million true essence crystals just like that. 60 million true essence crystals. Our heavenly god dynasty wants it. Luo Xing called out. Regardless of whether Lin Fei was speaking the truth or not, to them this was good news. It was an irresistible temptation. 70 million true essence crystals. 80 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei's words immediately incited them to fight for the 2 Senfu qualifications. Killing intent flashed in Ma Luo's eyes. He was furious. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to turn your bones into dust. This was clearly forcing him. He wanted to take out 100 million true essence crystals. This was a huge blow to his elemental energy. However, Ma Luo knew that the other party was extorting him. He couldn't refuse, fearing that the qualifications would fall into the hands of others. You win. I'll take the 100 million true essence crystals. Ma Luo was very depressed. He came in high spirits, but he ended up eating dust. An unimaginable scene appeared. Tianyuan dynasty's Ma Luo really agreed to buy the 2 qualifications. A whole 100 million true essence crystals. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. This was 100 million true essence crystals. What a huge amount of cultivation resources. With such a huge amount of cultivation resources, one could definitely break through to the next realm. In an instant they calmed down. No matter how jealous they were, they didn't dare to joke around with their lives. After all, the other party was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could suppress a body refiner with a royal bloodline. At the same time, he had grasped a secret technique that could raise one's strength. Fear, they were extremely afraid. Take it. Ma Luo took out the true essence crystals. You have to swear a heavenly oath. No one dared to come out and snatch it. Lin Fei received the true essence crystals. After checking them, he was very satisfied. No problem. However, the 2 of you also have to swear a heavenly oath. Both of them swore a heavenly oath. Soon, a pressure came from the sky and the oath was made. Under the witness of the heavenly law, whether it was Lin Fei, Ma Luo, or the servants, none dared to violate the oath. Otherwise they would die. No one had ever dared to violate an oath controlled by the heavenly law. With 100 million true essence crystals in hand, Lin Fei directly landed on a towering tree and quietly waited for the Senfu to open. In fact, he was secretly refining the true essence crystals. Others might need time, but Lin Fei directly refined them and poured them into his core lake. They gathered together and became a unique existence. It saved him a lot of trouble. However, no one noticed the change in Lin Fei. Whoosh, in Senfu, thousands of colorful beams of light fell down. Senfu is open. Luo Sheng and the others all looked at Senfu. Lin Fei also opened his eyes and looked at Senfu. This should be the intersection point between Senfu and Xiantian continent, right? Lin Fei had some understanding of Senfu. A sky immortal opened up a space on Xiantian continent. No one could enter Senfu if they couldn't find this point. Of course, even if they could find this point, they needed to be extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter just by having the coordinates. They could only watch and miss the opportunity. Senfu is open. Let's go. Ma Luo flew over. His expression was as if someone owed him money. Lin Fei stood up. Don't worry. I will bring you in. I will finish the task after I receive the item. Ma Luo snorted coldly. Under the shadow of the Immortal mansion, a portal appeared. The Sky Immortal key hovering above their heads shrunk red light. It was just enough to cover 3 people. Senfu, I don't believe we can't enter without the Sky Immortal key. Some people couldn't control themselves and immediately rushed toward the portal. Blinded by greed, there would always be people who liked to take risks. The warriors who rushed forward died under the 10,000 beams of light. They were all killed by the white light. No matter how many came, they would be killed. A bunch of idiots. They can't resist the divine light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the young master with the Sky Immortal key wrapped his subordinates and rushed into the portal. He entered Senfu without being affected. Lin Fei also flew toward the portal and rushed into Senfu. As the 6 Sky Immortal keys entered, the original Senfu phantom disappeared. The Sky Immortal mountain range returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In a space filled with spiritual chi. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. Their appearance was a bit sudden. They had just appeared, and before they could react, they saw a black mass. There were at least a few thousand people. All of them had demonic aura. Humans? Outsiders. At the front of the demonic beasts, a bull-headed demon appeared. Its strength was actually at the perfected king stage. Its combat strength was strong. Ah, it has been another 100 years. Outsiders are here again. Little demons, kill them for me. Kill them. Eat their flesh. Drink all their blood. The thousands of lesser fiends did not scatter when they heard the order. Instead, they formed a combined attack formation. 2 beams of light charged over with overwhelming killing intent. This is the demon race's formation soldiers. They are extremely powerful. Let's go. Seeing the burst of aura from the demon race's joint attack, the group of people who had just entered immediately left. They were unwilling to fight with the demons, especially the formation soldiers that they had trained. Chapter 363. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, 0 Fengyuan 0, Qidian coins. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the people who were teleported in saw this scene, apart from the initial shock, they quickly left. If the disciples of other dynasties came in from outside, they would have been scared out of their wits. Then the soldiers of the demon clan would catch up and kill them on the spot. As expected of a great demon subdued by a Sky Immortal. The demon clan left behind after thousands of years is so powerful. That perfected king stage great demon's battle prowess could reach the level of a late emperor stage or even perfected king stage. If there wasn't such a demon in the Senfu, I'm afraid the test wouldn't be so difficult. It opens once every 100 years. Countless geniuses have died in the hands of great demons, but no one has ever obtained the right to inherit. Haha, when I inherit this Sky Immortal Senfu, these great demons of the Senfu will be a great harvest. After subduing them, they will be a great force. Heaven is really on my side. When the disciples of the dynasty saw the great demons coming, they naturally left quickly. Everyone's thoughts were similar. If the great demons of the Senfu were so powerful, one could imagine how great the rewards of the Senfu would be. Kit, I hope to see you again. Ma Luo said fiercely. He quickly left with his servants, not daring to stay. The soldiers were too powerful. They couldn't beat them, so they might as well take the test. As for fighting with the soldiers? Unless they were extremely powerful. In a short while, all the disciples of the dynasties disappeared. They seemed to be prepared for the appearance of a great demon in the Senfu, and a powerful one at that. Damn. Lin Fei was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Dragon transformation, the bull-headed great demon charged over. Whoosh, the soldiers of the combined forces of the bull-headed demon charged over like 2 streams of light. Lin Fei's punch was shattered and he was sent flying. Kids, charge and kill this outsider. Cough, cough, cough. In the bushes below, Lin Fei rushed up, his heart filled with shock. This was the first time he was sent flying after dragon transformation. If not for his strong defense, he would have been seriously injured by the previous attack. He was only lightly injured. Total annihilation. More than 100 flying swords turned into a white light and attacked the enemy's troops. He did not believe that he could not deal with these ox-headed demons. Crash. Lin Fei's total annihilation was something that even a consummate king stage expert would have to be wary of. However, it had been directly shattered by these 2 beams of light. It was so tyrannical that it was a complete mess. Son of a bitch. No wonder those people ran away so quickly. When encountering these powerful little yaos, they have no choice but to run. Lin Fei was shocked. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei finally saw the changes in the Minotaur, and he was shocked once again. They're all wearing top-grade armor and holding numinous treasures. With such training, it would be strange if they weren't powerful, thought Lin Fei. In a place like Senfu, the demonic beasts are ridiculously powerful. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. A group of a few thousand ox-headed demons was already so powerful. If they were to encounter over 10,000 demons, wouldn't their strength be terrifying? Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei used his full strength and transformed into an azure shadow, vanishing into the horizon. This outsider is so fast. The ox-headed demon chased after him. So what if he's fast? There are demons of all sizes in Senfu, as well as descendants of sky immortals. You are destined to die midway if you wish to take the inheritance test. Chase after him. Kill these outsiders. There will be great benefits. Kill. After flying for thousands of kilometers, Lin Fei still felt his heart palpitate. Damn it. Just how many great demons did the dead celestial immortal subdue back then to produce so many demons? Lin Fei was puzzled. They're in groups. I'm afraid they occupy half of the immortal abode? The possibility was very high. This was because Lin Fei once again encountered a group of snake demons. What was even more ridiculous was that there were quite a number of snake demons. There were at least 5,000 of them. The densely packed snake demons were even more numerous than the ox-headed demon from before. They were also much stronger. Sensing their powerful auras from afar, Lin Fei did not dare to fight them. He immediately turned and fled. They were too powerful. Half a day later, Lin Fei chose a relatively safe place. The Senfu is filled with danger. If I hadn't comprehended the intent of wind, I probably wouldn't have had such an easy time against these demons. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei was very confident in his own strength. He believed that no matter how powerful the Senfu was, it couldn't be that powerful. But after just 2 or 3 encounters, Lin Fei was already dealt a heavy blow. The demons of Senfu were too powerful. Their strength was almost instantaneous. More importantly, Lin Fei sensed the powerful auras that occasionally appeared in the huge Senfu. That was the true aura of a great demon. From the auras he could sense the aura of an emperor level or even more obscure, powerful auras. They were either mystic grandmasters or mystic venerables. I need to increase my strength first. The great demons of Senfu are too powerful. There must be emperor level and grandmaster level great demons among them. It will be troublesome to encounter them. Lin Fei thought, Senfu is looking for an heir. The great demons of Senfu, the descendants of divine immortals, will definitely not allow it. They will definitely set up many ambushes along the way. With my strength, I will definitely be in big trouble if I run into them. Lin Fei regretted it. Why didn't he capture a disciple of a large dynasty to understand the situation of Senfu? Naturally, he wouldn't be confused now. At this moment, his understanding of Senfu was obviously insufficient. Senfu's strength was beyond imagination. The great demons that appeared were all equipped with powerful array soldiers. If they were outside, it would be a piece of cake for them to annihilate a small empire with such array soldiers. Increase my strength. I need to increase my strength. 100 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei finally put it to use. Lin Fei sank and rushed to the underground world. This was the only safe place. At the same time, he laid down many runes formations to prevent the aura from leaking. Should be safe now. Lin Fei activated dragonization and reached the pressure of the earth. He kept going until he was 15,000 feet underground, resisting the pressure. If it was someone else, they would have been crushed to death. Give me 10 days and my strength will increase by a lot. Lin Fei thought. Lin Fei swallowed a large pile of true essence crystals in one gulp. Under dragon transformation, Lin Fei's huge body swallowed large mouthfuls of true essence crystals. Compared to his human form, Lin Fei's intake of true essence crystals was many times greater. This was equivalent to replacing a small water tank with a large one. There was too much water. Chapter 364. Senfu. With the opening of the once-a-century Senfu, the outsiders entered. Within Senfu, all the great demons, including the Sky Immortal descendants, were excited. They chased after the outsiders, preventing them from taking the test. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, last stop running. You are destined to be mine. In the sky, a silhouette quickly flew past. It was a woman and there was a rare panic on her face. Behind them was a black mass of demons, giving off a huge sense of oppression. Last, surrender obediently. The black mass of demons was led by a snake-headed demon. His eyes were filled with lust. Don't make me resort to violence. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This woman was the one who had chosen to leave Wang Qin. Thunder Monarch Dynasty, Thunder Clan. Other than a moment of panic, Wang Qin quickly recovered. In the past 5 days, Wang Qin had fought with the demons countless times, but the outcome was tragic. She was constantly being chased, to the point where she did not even know where she was. Lightning Bead. Wang Qin's heart sank. She took out one of the treasures of the Thunder Clan, Lightning Bead. The black lightning pearl flew out, and with an explosion, lightning as thick as a bucket continuously fell down. In an instant, countless small demonic beasts were killed, and the demonic beasts quickly pulled away from the demonic beasts. They are too strong. I still underestimated the Immortal Mansion. Unexpectedly, there are so many great Yaos inside. If the Thunderbolt bead cannot stop them, I will have no choice but to leave the Immortal Mansion and use the only great teleportation talisman I have. Wang Qin had some confidence in Senfu. But along the way, she had used all sorts of treasures and was still unable to escape the snake demon's pursuit. Wang Qin no longer had any hope for Senfu. Wang Qin finally understood why so many geniuses had entered back then, only to be left behind in Senfu. It was probably because of these great demons. They were too strong. Heaven devouring dark Sunday, the sky instantly darkened, plunging into darkness. Wang Qin's heart sank. This was the mystical ability of the snake demon. She hurriedly took out the greater teleportation talisman and prepared to leave Senfu and return to the dynasty battlefield. You want to leave? Stay. With a sinister smile, Xianxia sent a palm strike toward Wang Qin's chest, sending her flying. You still dare to leave under my divine ability. The darkness dissipated, and a snake demon with a snake's head and human body appeared not far away from Wang Qin. Its gaze constantly moved over Wang Qin's body. At the same time, it grabbed with one hand, and a golden runes landed in the snake demon's hand. The people outside are really rich. They even have the great teleportation talisman. Snake demon Jianghu put away the runes. These runes are worth tens of millions of true essence crystals. Unfortunately, they belong to me now. Wang Qin's face was pale. That palm strike just now had actually scattered all the quintessential essence in her body, and she couldn't gather it for a while. There's no need to resist. You've been poisoned by my heavenly snake clan. Jianghu laughed loudly. Without the antidote of our heavenly snake race, if you want to regain control of your quintessential essence, you will have to wait a day. If you dare to come over, I'll self-destruct and let you have nothing. No matter how calm Wang Qin was, she started to panic. No matter how strong she was, if she couldn't control her quintessential essence, it would mean that she had lost her battle strength. How could Wang Qin not panic and feel fear? Self-destruct was the only way to avoid falling into the opponent's hands. Wang Qin wasn't afraid of death. She was only afraid of falling into the opponent's hands. She would rather choose death. Jianghu laughed loudly. Stupid human. Our heavenly snake race's poison can not only suppress quintessential essence, but it can also paralyze your dantian. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Don't even think about it. I haven't played with a woman for 100 years. This time I'm going to play to my heart's content. Wang Qin's expression changed. She tried to control her dantian, but the result was that her dantian kept calling out to her. She couldn't self-destruct at all. Instantly, her heart turned cold and she fell into darkness. Little girl, from today onwards you will be my female slave. Jianghu grabbed her with one hand and prepared to take her away. But at this moment the earth suddenly shook. Jianghu's movement stopped. Looking down, he was confused. Why is there a shake? Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Boom! Jianghu hesitated. Then a black shadow rushed into the sky and released a human's aura. Human? It's actually a human. Jianghu was startled and immediately understood. It's an outsider. It's an outsider. Capturing a woman was already enough to make Jianghu excited. Now that there was another outsider, his luck was exceptionally good. He could capture both of them at the same time. So it's a snake demon. I was wondering who was making noise up there. The one who came out was Lin Fei, who had been refining the quintessential essence crystals. Compared to the 10 days he had expected, he had completed the refinement 5 days earlier in the dragon transformation state. Wang Qin didn't dare to think about it. When she saw the face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "You didn't die?" Wang Qin's memory of this tyrannical young man who suppressed Tianyuan dynasty's Ma Luo was still fresh in her mind. Subconsciously, she didn't think that this person could survive. Even a disciple of a large dynasty like hers had been chased by a snake demon and almost lost her life, let alone this person who was alone. Wang Qin had never thought that she would meet him in a place like this. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to care about this snake demon at all. Lin Fei turned his head and put on a smile. "This beautiful lady, I think you misunderstood. How could a person like me die? On the other hand, beautiful lady, you seem to be in a bad situation. If you are willing to pay me 30 million quintessential essence crystals, I can chase this snake demon away for you." Lin Fei chuckled and said, "You only have one chance. Beautiful lady, you have to make your choice. For a large dynasty like yours, 30 million quintessential essence crystals shouldn't be a problem, especially when it can be exchanged for a life." Wang Qin was shocked. Jianghu was furious. Wang Qin didn't think that the other party would try to extort her. She was someone from a large dynasty. What kind of background did this person have? How could he be as unscrupulous as a person from a small dynasty? Could it be that he had never seen quintessential essence crystals in his life? She cursed in her heart. People often said that the hero saves the beauty and wins the heart of the beauty. Wang Qin almost suspected that she had heard wrongly. She was a young lady from a large dynasty after all. When had she ever been ignored like this? You are a man after all. Shouldn't you be a hero saving the beauty? Although Wang Qin usually didn't care about such things, all women had this extravagant hope that one day, they would be able to meet a hero like Prince Charming. Bastard, this guy is a bastard. Wang Qin cursed in her heart. As for the other snake demon Jianghu, he was also enraged. Not only did he not take her seriously in front of her, he even dared to do such a shameful thing. Did he really think that he could chase her away? Enough, you outsider. Jianghu said angrily, this great demon will eat you today. This unknown outsider had already made Jianghu very unhappy. The only way for him to feel happy was to eat the other party. As he ate, he would watch the human struggle in pain and fear. I haven't eaten a human for dozens of years. Jianghu licked the corner of his mouth. The blood energy on your body is very strong. It will definitely be very chewy. Devouring heaven. This was the second divine ability of the sky snake race. Behind him, a huge phantom snake head opened its mouth and bit towards the other party. A huge black vortex appeared above Lin Fei's head. The ferocious snake head passed through the void and bit down. Destruction. Destruction in all directions. The killing sword in Lin Fei's hand stabbed out, and it was a destruction move. Boom. The huge destruction black dragon was hundreds of feet long. It had already exceeded the size of a few days ago. The aura of destruction soared into the sky. It bit the sky snake. The sky snake struggled and resisted. In less than a breath's time, it was eaten by the destruction black dragon. The destruction gaze swept across and like a black light, it fell on Jianghu's body. Voila! More than half of Jianghu's body was broken. His eyes were wide open as he stared at his chest and the heart that had long been smashed. Then he fell head first without any signs of life. Not good. The king is dead. Run. The black mass of snake demons behind them saw that their king was killed. How could they still have the mood to fight? Lin Fei waved his hand again. 3 destruction black dragons that were hundreds of feet long swept out. In the vast sky, the aura of destruction swept in all directions. Those snake demons were all killed by the destruction black dragons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Lin Fei laughed loudly. After refining 100 million Zhenyuan crystals, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially in the aspect of metal mentality, his battle strength had greatly increased. Although he had only killed a great beast at the early stage of Emperor Realm, Lin Fei was already full of confidence for the next test. The injured Wang Qin opened her mouth. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at the money grubber young man, she was momentarily speechless. How could you kill them? Then, she seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. How could your strength be so strong? These hundreds of years old, thousands of years old monsters were all killed. Lin Fei first went to collect the battle armor. He was very proud of himself. 8th grade battle armor, 9th grade battle armor, low grade spirit treasures, mid grade spirit treasures. I'm really rich. Lin Fei was like a money grubber, no less than a few thousand treasures. I can sell them at least tens of millions of Zhenyuan crystals. Unknowingly, Lin Fei liked to collect spoils of war. Especially after the battle, the large amount of spoils of war constantly stimulated Lin Fei. More than 3,600 battle armors. 4,100 spirit treasures. I'm rich. Lin Fei collected all the things. Apart from that, there was also the Emperor Realm monster. The body of the Emperor Realm monster should be quite valuable. Maybe there will be a lot of people buying it. Wang Qin kept watching. Originally, she thought that this person would immediately come to help her after defeating the snake demon. But in the end, he went to collect the spoils of war. Wang Qin was completely speechless. You are a man after all. Is money really that important? I'm also a beauty. Can't you take a look at me? Chapter 365. Wang Qin was a true beauty, especially since she came from a large dynasty. Her family was also very influential in the dynasty, but she just had to meet someone like Lin Fei who was immune to beauties. Lin Fei only appeared beside Wang Qin after he returned from his search. Beautiful lady, you owe me 30 million Zhenyuan crystals. When are you going to pay me? Lin Fei teased. Sir, don't you think that you are not a gentleman at all? Wang Qin was poisoned and couldn't move. She looked at the young man in front of her with hatred. Damn it. When Lin Fei saw the other party's angry look, he said, I forgot to tell you that I come from a small dynasty. To a large dynasty like yours, I'm just a bumpkin. In my eyes, gentlemanly behavior is not worth eating. I still feel that genuine crystals are more important. Wang Qin nearly vomited blood. Small dynasty? Wang Qin didn't believe that this kid could act. Let me see how long you can act for. Was it even possible for someone from a small empire to possess such powerful strength? It wasn't that Wang Qin hadn't seen people from small dynasties, but which one had such strength? None of them. If there was such a person, then he would be a 1 in 10,000 genius. Was it even possible to meet such a genius? So, you really want true origin crystals? A bumpkin like me lacks genuine crystals the most. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all, despite the fact that this chick's gaze could kill. It's over. Let me tell you, the commotion earlier will quickly attract the attention of the Greater Fiend. If you do not wish to hand it over, the Greater Fiend does not mind bringing you back and slowly enjoying you. Bastard, you bastard. Wang Qin was finally furious. It was a threat, a naked threat. Wang Qin was about to vomit blood. Why did she meet such a person? Before the monster came, Wang Qin agreed to pay 30 million genuine crystals. Of course, she only paid 20 million. Although she came from a large dynasty, having 10 to 20 million genuine crystals was already not bad. As for the remaining 10 million, she would use other information to pay. This place should be safe. Lin Fei quickly found a safe place and put Wang Qin down. There was nothing he could do about the poison left by the heavenly snake. Too overbearing. The poison suppressed his true yuan and paralyzed his dantian. He placed Wang Qin in a safe place and sat down beside her. Even though Wang Qin was very angry that she had met a greedy country bumpkin, she still managed to survive. For some reason she always felt safe when she was with him. The Sky Serpent Great Demon had the battle prowess of a martial emperor, but he was still killed by the young man before him. His strength was already very terrifying. Thinking back, this young man had fought with the people of the Tianyuan dynasty outside, and in the end he had used a secret technique to suppress them. Only a few days had passed, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In the end he had not used a secret technique but his true strength. This kid was a freak. Wang Qin had never seen anyone with such terrifying talent. As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. Even if Wang Qin did not have a good impression of this person, his strength was unquestionable. In the Senfu there were many great Fei. With such a monstrous brat around, Wang Qin felt at ease. She had used up most of the treasures she had while being chased by the great Fei. Even the most precious great teleportation talisman had been stolen. Of course she didn't expect to get it back. If he wanted to survive, he had to accompany this person. Hey, didn't you want to ask me for information? Why aren't you asking? Wang Qin took the initiative to speak. After calming down, Wang Qin gradually saw some clues. It was undeniable that no one from a large dynasty was simple, and Wang Qin was no exception. From the clues she could see some of Lin Fei's background. I thought you wouldn't tell me. Lin Fei was surprised. This chick hated him on the way here, so why would she take the initiative to speak to him? We from a large dynasty never owe anyone anything. Wang Qin said, what do you want to know? Just ask. If you don't know how to ask, maybe I can help you. Lin Fei was a little interested. I guess what you want to know the most is where the Heaven Immortal test is. Wang Qin's eyes flickered with something called pride. This chick was really impressive. He needed to practice more in this aspect. Lin Fei was slightly surprised and began to admire this chick. Just like what the chick had said, this was what Lin Fei wanted to know the most. Where was the Heaven Immortal test? In Senfu there were many great demons. When he killed the Sky Snake Great Demon, Lin Fei could sense that the Great Demon's spiritual perception swept over. It was an aura stronger than the Emperor realm. Otherwise Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he did not have the confidence to face off against the endless number of great fiends. Accepting the trial of the heavenly immortals was the wisest choice. Saving Wang Qin was what Lin Fei had in mind. Very impressive. Lin Fei admitted directly. I'll give you 2 million primordial essence crystals for this information. No way, 5 million. Wang Qin shook her head. If you can extort me, I can extort you too, unless you don't want to know the location of the Heaven Immortal test. Damn it, this chick dared to rebel? Lin Fei widened his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. She was extorting him. You think I will agree? I will definitely agree. Wang Qin nodded. I forgot to tell you, women can be very scary when they're angry. 5 million primordial essence crystals is within my acceptable range. What the other party said sounded so reasonable. Lin Fei felt like he had punched cotton, unable to exert any strength. This chick was impressive. You're impressive. Lin Fei snorted. Now you can tell me, right? Seeing him suffer a setback, Wang Qin was pleased. She thought to herself, look down on us women. We are more vengeful than anyone else. The Heaven Immortal test is in the central region. Celestial Immortal Deadwood left behind a test to clear it. We need to travel a few million kilometers to get there. During this time, great demons will gather and are extremely powerful. No one knows how many tests there are to reach the central region's Heaven Immortal passageway. If we can pass 3 tests, we can leave Senfu. A few million kilometers central region. It seems Senfu is quite large. Lin Fei thought to himself. From what this chick said, it seems like she wants to leave Senfu. The Heaven Immortal test is a chance. A few million kilometers away, Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. He had no idea how many great demons there were in Senfu, and he didn't know what kind of great demons he would meet. The central region would most likely have even more great demons. There would be layers of protection and no one would be able to barge in. This greatly increased the difficulty. No great demon would be willing to be controlled by others in Senfu. Heading to the central region was probably the first test, right? Chapter 366. 30 million true essence crystals? Damn, this girl was addicted to extortion? Did she really think that a tiger was a sick cat when it didn't show its might? She was simply stepping on his face. Hearing this, Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Women were really scary when they were petty. Not only did she take 5 million true essence crystals, she also wanted to take another sum from him. He had just extorted 30 million true essence crystals from this girl, and now she was extorting 5 million true essence crystals from him. Isn't he a little too daring? Do you think I will believe you? Lin Fei didn't believe her. If you had this ability, I don't think you would be chased by the great demon and almost brought back. Lin Fei really didn't believe this kind of news. She really thought he was an idiot. If she had this method, why did she come to him and wouldn't be chased by the great demon? Now it is 40 million true essence crystals. Wang Qin smiled like a fox. You must be thinking that if there is a way to directly go to the central region, then why would I be chased by the great demon? Damn, you are still proud. No matter what you say, don't even think about getting me to pay. Lin Fei said. In reality, his pocket was only filled with the true essence crystals that he had just plundered. He really couldn't bear to do it. Wang Qin said again, do you know about the Heaven Immortal key? Lin Fei had a bad thought. Was he really going to be extorted? Heaven Immortal key, Lin Fei knew about it. It was said that the divine light of Senfu was so powerful that all the martial artists who charged up were killed. Only they had the protection of the Heaven Immortal key, which allowed them to successfully enter Senfu. Lin Fei dared to say that unless one was a Heaven Immortal, no one could force their way in. Could it be that there were other mysteries in the Heaven Immortal key? Lin Fei kept asking himself. Wang Qin's words made him waver. If Wang Qin mentioned something else, Lin Fei wouldn't believe it at all. But when it came to the Heaven Immortal key, Lin Fei had no choice but to believe in the possibility. 6 Heaven Immortal keys. Currently, 5 of them were in other people's hands and he was the only one left. When the chick mentioned the Celestial Immortal key, the first thing Lin Fei thought of was the Celestial Immortal key. Other than the Celestial Immortal key, there was no other way. Before this, the little girl had a Heavenly Immortal key. If the little girl knew the secret of the Heavenly Immortal key, then it would be normal. It was no wonder that she would blackmail him. Lin Fei no longer doubted it. I know about the Heavenly Immortal key. Lin Fei nodded. You're not going to say that the Celestial key can lead us to the central region, are you? Despite having a guess in his heart, Lin Fei still asked foolishly. There was no other way. Lin Fei's heart was already itching. If he could avoid the great demons and reach the central region, that would be for the best. It would save him a lot of trouble. You've guessed it yourself. Wang Qin said, the Celestial key doesn't just give you the right to enter the Senfu's treasury, it also allows you to teleport 3 times within the Senfu. This ability is something that only our large dynasties know about. It just so happens that our Leitang clan knows the secret of the Celestial key, and we also know how to control it. So it was like that. Lin Fei was very surprised. The Celestial key hid such a big secret. Teleporting 3 times. The Senfu was so big. 3 teleportations would be enough to reach the central region. There was no problem at all. Lin Fei knew about the Great Teleportation Talisman. This was a great teleportation talisman that was refined by an array runes master. One must be at least a rank 10 runes master. There were only a few rank 10 runes masters in the large dynasties. More importantly, one needed to be extremely skilled in array formations. Otherwise, one would not be able to refine it. Therefore, the great teleportation talisman was priceless. I don't think I need to pay 30 million true essence crystals. Suddenly Lin Fei laughed. You took the initiative to suggest it. I think you want me to bring you to the central region to participate in the celestial immortal trials, right? This stinky man. How did he guess this? Wang Qin was slightly shocked. From the moment she suggested the idea, Wang Qin did want him to bring her to participate in the celestial immortal trials. This was the only way. Wang Qin did not have a scroll to leave the Senfu. If she did not participate in the celestial immortal trials, she would not be able to leave easily. Just the danger of a few million miles was a huge problem. If the other party brought her along, it would be really easy. With the great teleportation, she could appear in the central region. It would be much safer than her own dangerous journey. She did not expect this man to react so quickly. You guessed it. I really want to go. Wang Qin was very direct. You don't have to bring me there. Don't even think about knowing how to use the celestial key. You will blackmail me. I will blackmail you. Lin Fei was a little helpless now. At least he got a piece of good news. He did not expect this Wang Qin to hold a grudge. It seemed like he did not offend this girl in any way, right? Lin Fei could not think of anything. Kill. Lin Fei could not do it. Torture. Lin Fei was not confident that he could succeed. The other party was not an ordinary person but someone from a large dynasty. If there was no one to lead the way in the central region, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Especially when there were many great demons. If he wasted an opportunity, it would undoubtedly increase the trouble. You are impressive. I can bring you to the celestial immortal trials, Lin Fei said solemnly. However, don't expect me to give you 40 million primeval essence crystals. Wang Qin said. How about this? Let's write off our old debts. Bring me to the central region. This was Wang Qin's true intention. What she did previously was just to reveal her true conditions. She would write off the debt of primeval essence crystals and obtain another chance to head to the central region. Wang Qin's thoughts were that simple. You are impressive. Lin Fei knew that he had suffered a small loss. This girl was very calculative. Same here. You and I are about the same. A day later. Wang Qin's sky snake venom was removed and she regained her strength. The two did not make a heavenly Tao oath. Such a fluctuation would attract the attention of the great demons. I have already told you how to use the celestial immortal key to perform greater instant teleportation. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Wang Qin said. She was still worried that this selfish man would choose to abandon her. Lin Fei turned back and seemed to see her worries. Don't worry. I always do what I promise. After silently familiarizing himself with the technique, Lin Fei held the celestial immortal key. Wang Qin took out a map. The red dot is the central region. This is our route. Lin Fei memorized it. He activated the celestial immortal key and the red light instantly enveloped the two. While on the first time he controlled it, it was not perfect. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and instantly encountered a great demon. This outsider has the celestial immortal key. Kill him. Kill. Lin Fei would not give them the chance. He activated the celestial immortal key again and entered the void. Greater instant teleportation is indeed impressive. Lin Fei thought to himself. No wonder those people from the super dynasties are trying so hard to snatch the celestial immortal key. Lin Fei was glad that he was lucky. Otherwise he would have been chased by the great demons. The second time he appeared, the great demon aura was rampant. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he was surrounded by the great demons. If he had not left quickly, he might have been entangled by the great demons. He performed greater instant teleportation again. Lin Fei asked, "Tell me honestly. When you last appeared, were you near the periphery of the central region?" After being besieged by great demons twice, Lin Fei had a question in his heart. Celestial Immortal Witherwood's Senfu left behind a large number of great demon servants and their descendants. Wang Qin took a deep breath. Be it great demons or Celestial Immortal descendants, they all want to inherit the Senfu and leave this sealed space. The Celestial Immortal Key can only appear in the vicinity. When the time comes, you just need to buy me time. We will have enough time to charge into the Senfu. Once we enter the Senfu, they will not be able to do anything to us. Lin Fei knew that it would not be so easy to enter. He was once again tricked by this girl. In that case, if I do not buy time, we might be killed by the great demons? That is the truth. Be it great demons or celestial immortal descendants, they are all fighting for the celestial immortal key. No matter who has the celestial immortal key, they will act immediately. Right now, they must have gathered outside the central region. They are more anxious than anyone else to leave the Senfu and enter the vast space outside. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. It seems that I have been tricked by you again. If I don't use my full strength, the great demons will be able to tear us apart, said Lin Fei. Does your treasure really have a chance of breaking into the Senfu? Lin Fei did not have many protective treasures on him, aside from his trump card, his ultimate killer move. Therefore, when Wang Qin said that she had a treasure that could stop the great demons, Lin Fei believed it. She was born in a large dynasty and was of the Thunder clan. Lin Fei really did not believe that she did not have a single treasure. Whether or not this treasure could stop the great demons became another of Lin Fei's doubts. Wang Qin said with a very serious expression, "Do not doubt our Thunder clan. Since I have already spoken, this treasure will definitely be able to stop the great demons." Good. Since you said it, I hope you will not disappoint me, said Lin Fei in a deep voice. Now that things had come to this, he could only go all out. Wang Qin's face revealed a rare look of solemnity. As long as you buy me some time, entering the Senfu will naturally not be an issue. The treasures of our Thunder clan are not as weak as you imagine them to be. You should hurry up and think about how you are going to deal with the combined attacks of the great demons. Lin Fei snorted coldly. No need for you to worry. I will naturally make the necessary preparations. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, we're almost there. Get ready. Lin Fei's face was solemn. Wang Qin nodded. Whooshed, Lin Fei and Wang Qin appeared in the central region. The first thing they saw was a black mass of demons as well as a towering demonic aura. It was like a paradise for demons. Another outsider with a celestial immortal key. Hurry up and kill that kid. Snatch the celestial immortal key. With the celestial immortal key, we will be qualified to participate in the celestial immortal trial. Kill. Lin Fei's heart sank when he saw the sea of demons in front of him. Damn it. There were too many demons. Celestial immortal Deadwood, what the hell are you doing? Aren't you just making things difficult for me? With this in mind, Lin Fei immediately activated his dragonification state. Chapter 367. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 100 Qidian coins tip and Bopk for the monthly votes. It was the last day of the double monthly votes. Please give me a few monthly votes. He wanted to fight for more time and opportunities. Lin Fei had to use his ultimate move to fight for more opportunities. This was the only choice he had at the moment. Previously, he had exchanged 3,000 points for the Sky-Raising Finger to kill the Sky Snake Great Demon. The system was left with 15,000 points of Essence Force. Using 10,000 points of Essence Force at once made Lin Fei's heart ache. If he didn't use Essence Force, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that he could fight for more time against the overwhelming number of demons. He had to go all out. He didn't want to give them any chance to fight back. Exchanging for 10,000 points of Essence Force, Lin Fei wanted to know how powerful it would be if he went all out. 10,000 points of Essence Force, exchange successful. 10 Direction Annihilation. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was dignified, like a heavenly god, vast and untouchable. He punched out in the air. Whooshed. Wang Qin, who was at the side, was completely stunned. Such terrifying power. How could Lin Fei have such terrifying power? Even a perfected martial emperor might not have such power. With a thought, Wang Qin regained her senses and hurriedly summoned her protective artifact. A large number of demons rushed over like a beehive. True Essence Force burst. The strong wind swept over and the small demon's defense was like tofu. It was cut open and the smell of blood permeated the air. The profound spirit little demon was dead. The profound king great demon was also dead. The human profound spirit martial artist was also dead. As the strong wind swept across, it was like a sickle reaping lives. With a swoosh, a large number of demons were turned into a bloody mist or fell from the sky. Successfully killed the black water demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Successfully killed the black water demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Successfully killed the black bear great demon. Obtained 100,000 experience points. Obtained 100 points of Essence Force. Successfully killed the black bear great demon. Obtained 300,000 experience points. Obtained 100 points of Essence Force. Lin Fei was in a state of excitement. The system kept sending out notifications of experience points. Lin Fei could feel the wonderful feeling of killing monsters and obtaining a large amount of experience points. That's awesome. In just a few minutes I've already done it. My experience bar has increased by more than 50 million, and I've gained more than 20,000 mana points. Lin Fei didn't expect to gain so much. Previously he was still feeling heartache over the loss of his elemental energy. After spending 10,000 elemental energy points, there seemed to be no return. Now the report came back. Lin Fei's big move went down. In the central region all the great demons were paying attention. The attack power of a great perfection realm emperor, especially one with a large area of effect, was very noticeable. This fellow must have used some sort of secret technique. Now that the secret technique has ended, Cho He, lead some men to kill this fellow and snatch the heavenly immortal key. A black-robed man on a cloud in the sky gave the order. This black-robed man was an emperor-level greater demon in the Senfu. He commanded tens of thousands of demon soldiers. Ever since the opening of the Senfu, the black-robed man had arranged for the demon soldiers to kill all the outsiders in an attempt to snatch the heaven immortal key, but to no avail. Now that he saw hope, he immediately arranged for people to take action. This emperor-level great demon was not the only one who had noticed it. The other great demons had also noticed it. Demon soldiers split into 3 groups and kill this fellow. The secret technique has ended. This fellow is no longer a concern. The opportunity to snatch the heaven immortal key has come. One by one the great demons gave orders to their demon soldiers. Whoosh, the black mass of demon soldiers once again turned into a torrent, like a flood, trying to devour Lin Fei. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He opened the mana exchange again and it was also 10,000 points. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. 10 directions annihilation. His aura could probably block the torrent of demon soldiers. Under the large area of effect attack, the demon soldiers were defeated once again. Without a doubt Lin Fei had once again used the secret technique. The great demons in the sky almost vomited blood. All of them felt all kinds of heartache and pain. Damn it, my demon soldiers. Bastard, the demon soldiers that I've painstakingly cultivated are finished just like that. I'm going to kill this young man with my own hands. Once again the demon soldiers were damaged. All the great demons went crazy. The Senfa demon race had a large population, but to cultivate true demon soldiers required time. At the same time, they needed to forge all kinds of armors and spiritual treasures. It was a huge expense. Their precious treasures were destroyed in the blink of an eye, and their strength was greatly reduced. Whoosh, the great demons rushed out and attacked personally. Wang Qin, are you done yet? Seeing the group of great demons attacking, Lin Fei already felt the pressure. Just a little bit more. Soul shock. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and used the soul shock. This was the only thing that could suppress the Emperor Realm demons. They were all existences on par with the profound sect. Whoosh, as Lin Fei's strength increased, so did his soul. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Fei had no confidence against the demons whose strength had reached the profound sect level. The force of the attack was like a fan. These Emperor Realm demons had strong physical bodies, but in terms of soul cultivation they were much weaker. Lin Fei's attack caused a short pause. 10 directions annihilation. Lin Fei exchanged for another 10,000 energy. If he did not deal with the group of great demons in front of him, once they rushed up, it would definitely be troublesome. He had the Azure Dragon true body, so he was fine. Wang Qin would be torn apart by the great demons. In a battle between experts, it was a battle of one night. With the soul shock earlier, they had lost a precious breath of time. Lin Fei used the 10 directions annihilation again. Like a weapon to harvest lives, it landed on the group of great demons. In an instant some of them were killed. When the great demons reacted they were already dead. As for the others they were heavily injured. Not good, the king is dead. The king is dead, that human killed the king. The orderly demon soldiers immediately showed signs of collapse following the death of the king. Lin Fei, let's go. Wang Qin finally used her protective treasure. A ball of jingguang wrapped around her, and with a whoosh she turned into a jingguang and rushed towards the center, the silver-white halo. Lin Fei quickly activated the heavenly immortal key. The red light shone brightly. Leave the divine key. Rumble, a black hand reached out from the void, grabbing onto the jingguang. The two inside were shocked. Under this grab, the jingguang actually caused ripples, as if it was going to break in the next second. A profound sect-level great demon. Lin Fei and Wang Qin's heart sank. There really was a profound sect-level great demon in the center. Wang Qin was already panicking. Lin Fei's face was also solemn. Continue controlling, Sky-raising finger. Chapter 368. Bang, the sky-piercing finger was shattered by another giant hand. It turned out that another giant hand had slammed down and completely destroyed the opponent's attack. Unfortunately, there was a slight difference in time and could not stop the opponent. He had completely lost the chance to obtain the divine key. Then, a human powerhouse appeared in the sky. This human powerhouse was the descendant of divine immortal Kumu, the mystic sect powerhouse Kushue. In this senfu, he was the strongest of the divine immortal descendants, the true overlord. The mystic sect level was not like the mystic sovereign level. There was a great deal of difficulty in cultivating both. Kushue's strength had already reached the mystic grandmaster level and was only one step away from the mystic venerable level. If there was no Kushue powerhouse among the divine immortal descendants, the divine immortal descendants would have been eaten by the demon tribe long ago. They would not be able to occupy this territory now. Kushue, so there are times when you fail too. In the sky not far away, a grand demon suddenly appeared. When this grand demon appeared, all the grand demons below instinctively revealed a fearful expression. The person who came was the strongest powerhouse among the demon tribe, Tianxing of the celestial dragon tribe. The battle between the demon tribe and the human tribe never stopped. These two almighties rarely made a move. Once they did, it would be an earth-shattering battle. Kushue's face was gloomy. Horses have times when they fail, so do humans. You can only blame this kid for being too cunning. Otherwise, the divine key would have definitely fallen into my hands. On the other hand, the celestial dragon tribe seems to have returned empty-handed. Tianxing was a burly middle-aged man with white hair and white eyebrows. It was very strange. It has been so many years since your ancestors left the Senfu test. It seems like it has been more than 8,000 years. No one has succeeded the Senfu. Do you think they have a chance? The demon tribe is not worried. Kushue snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied and immediately teleported away. Still the same old temper. Tianxing smiled. Looking at the central area, he shook his head and turned to leave. After the two almighties left, the grand demons below continued to guard outside. Finally safe. In the central area there were many floating palaces. At this time Lin Fei appeared in an empty square. After coming out of the Jianghu, he took a deep breath. When the mystic sect great demon attacked just now, Lin Fei was under a lot of pressure. He did not hesitate to spend 10,000 points to exchange for an attack and barely escaped. If he were to crush the secret treasure, it would definitely be a terrifying thing. After surviving the calamity, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief when their feet touched the ground. Wang Qin looked at Lin Fei. I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, we would have been in big trouble. The two of them had been through a lot. Your secret treasure is not bad either. It was able to block Xianzong's attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to fight back. When Xianzong attacked just now, Lin Fei knew that if he hesitated to attack, things wouldn't be so easy anymore. Instead, he would have to face Xianzong's attack. The best outcome would be for Wang Qin to die and Lin Fei to leave with injuries. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Qin pointed at the floating palaces in the central area. These palaces are the inheritance tests left by heaven immortals. We call them the treasure-keeping palaces. Anyone can choose a palace to enter. There are treasures within as long as you have the strength. The other is the heaven immortal test. Every palace test is the same. It all depends on your luck. Lin Fei looked at the palaces. The floating palaces were thousands of feet tall, like a giant city. With a glance, there were no less than 100 palaces. So there is such a thing. Wang Qin had a complicated look. I hope we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Lin Fei smiled and said, I think there will definitely be. Wang Qin turned into a stream of light and flew towards the palace, disappearing quickly. There are so many palaces. Which one should I choose? Lin Fei rubbed his chin, not knowing how to choose. Suddenly Lin Fei slapped his head. How could I have forgotten about this? Lin Fei let out the little thing. This was a fellow that could travel through the void. It was the best at choosing treasures. The little thing seemed to have been locked up for too long and was in a bad mood. It was like an aggrieved child. Even the thick-skinned Lin Fei didn't dare to look at the little thing's aggrieved eyes. Little thing, don't look at me like that. I'm letting you out now. Lin Fei smiled apologetically. Who asked the little thing to be a beast that could travel through the void? Look at this place. Which palace has good stuff? The moment he said that, the little thing seemed to be attracted. It looked at the floating palaces with excitement in its eyes. Swoosh swoosh, the little thing traveled through the void. Lin Fei stared. Damn you heartless thing. Don't tell me you went to enjoy yourself? There were no less than hundreds of treasure-keeping palaces with endless treasures and miraculous medicines. Lin Fei was really worried that the little thing's appetite was too big to bear to come back. Beasts that could travel through the void. Lin Fei had done some research. These beasts cultivated the fastest. All sorts of treasures in secret realms couldn't stop them. They could enter places that humans couldn't. The treasure-keeping palaces of heaven immortals had restrictions outside. Outsiders might not be able to enter, but it was really easy for beasts like the little thing. A moment later, the little thing returned and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. "You found something?" Lin Fei asked. The little thing traveled through the void and Lin Fei followed. One treasury hall after another passed by. Lin Fei was very curious as to what kind of treasury hall the little thing would find. He was very eager to find out. Along the way he nearly died. Lin Fei really wanted to use treasures to make up for it. Especially when the mystic sect demon used 10,000 essence force. Now the system was left with less than 10,000. The little thing finally stopped in front of a giant treasure-keeping palace. "This is the one?" The little thing nodded. Lin Fei didn't hesitate and charged into the treasure-keeping palace. Wallen, after charging into the treasure-keeping palace, was huge. Lin Fei was like a dwarf in the treasure-keeping palace, looking really small in front of it. Damn, where did this heaven immortal Kumu come from? How did he build such a huge treasure-keeping palace? Lin Fei looked at the hall and for some reason he asked. On the outside, the palace was over 3,000 zhang tall. However, upon entering the palace, the actual height was no less than 30,000 zhang. It was like a huge city. Very soon, Lin Fei saw that in the center of the hall, there were huge cushions placed one by one. Opposite the cushions was a giant stone platform that was at least 10,000 feet wide. Heaven immortal Kumu wouldn't be a demon, right? Lin Fei thought to himself. Apart from demons, it seemed like humans couldn't sit in this position, right? It was too big. The little thing traveled through the void and kept calling out to Lin Fei. Lin Fei could only keep his questions to himself and use the wings of the wind to chase after the little thing. After the hall, there were rows of stone houses. Lin Fei could already see that the little thing was in a state of excitement. While Lin Fei blasted open the first stone door. As soon as the stone door opened, rows of bookshelves appeared. Lin Fei picked up a random book and couldn't help but be surprised. Yellow upper-grade martial art, heart-killing palm. Lin Fei looked again and was surprised again. Yellow middle-grade martial art, shadowless kick. Mystic lower-grade martial art, thunder palm. Lin Fei laughed. I'm rich, I'm really rich. I didn't expect heaven immortal Kumu to collect so many secret manuals. The first harvest was these martial arts. There were no less than a few thousand secret manuals in the stone room. Keep it. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles as he put away the manuals. Lin Fei put away the large number of secret manuals, leaving an empty bookshelf. When he reached the innermost bookshelf, Lin Fei found that there were very few secret manuals on this row. There seemed to be no more than 10. Lin Fei looked over and his eyes lit up. Soul Secret Art, Deity Kill. Lin Fei had always been interested in soul secret arts, but he didn't have any gains. This Deity Kill immediately attracted Lin Fei's interest. He flipped it open and had a look of joy. Then he frowned. This Deity Kill needs to reach the level of divine sense to cultivate. I'm still one step away from that. Lin Fei thought, divine sense can only be cultivated by emperor rank experts. Usually only profound ancestor rank experts can cultivate divine sense. Profound ancestor rank was more powerful than profound emperor, and divine sense was one of them. The divine sense they cultivated was a level higher than the divine sense. If they learned a powerful divine sense secret art, it would be a powerful killing move. Since he couldn't cultivate it for the time being, Lin Fei was naturally happy to get his hands on a divine sense secret art. When he saw the second book, Lin Fei's eyes lit up again. Akala Sutra. Seeing the name, Lin Fei was surprised. How could such a shock appear in this place? After flipping it open, Lin Fei finally understood how precious it was because there were detailed records. So the divine sense is so important. Lin Fei only knew a little about the divine sense. There was very little information about the divine sense. If he didn't see this Akala Sutra, Lin Fei wouldn't know that there was such a big secret in the divine sense. Fortunately, I have this little thing. Otherwise, I would have missed such a good thing. Lin Fei thought, so after reaching emperor rank, I have to start to condense the divine sense and become even more powerful. With a powerful divine sense, I can resist the attack of divine sense. I don't even need the protection of the divine sense. According to the introduction above, this true scripture of the immovable wisdom king can visualize a powerful immovable wisdom king, making the soul exceptionally powerful. Under continuous visualization, it can also strengthen the divine sense, with endless wonderful uses. 2 divine sense secret arts. Lin Fei was more excited than the other divine sense secret arts. Soul shock was not bad in the early stages. But in the later stages the enemy would be strong, and they would start to cultivate divine sense. Its power would be even more terrifying, and the divine sense would also be especially strong. If he used soul shock again he wouldn't be able to display its power. But if he learned these 2, one for attack and one for defense, Lin Fei believed that he could eliminate this worry. The powerful, motionless wisdom king scripture can block the attack of divine sense. The abnormal attack god killer could kill the opponent by surprise. Even if it couldn't, it could still heavily injure the opponent. Chapter 369. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong and Luo Yuxuan for their tips, and Wuxia for his 2 monthly votes. The harvest from the treasure trove palace far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei was like a country bumpkin who had come to a big city. First, he had obtained no less than 1,000 secret manuals in the secret manual stonehouse. Among them were secret manuals of mysterious techniques, divine abilities and various secret techniques. It might not be a big deal to a big family, but to Lin Fei's family, as long as he had this batch of secret manuals, especially the mysterious and earth-ranked martial arts, these would become the family treasures of the Lin family in the future. The strength of a family not only required a large amount of resources, but also a large amount of martial arts, divine abilities and secret techniques. Only by using both methods could a real big family be created. Without a doubt, the large amount of secret manuals that Lin Fei had obtained would be the seeds of the Lin family. Once the seeds were planted, they would take root and germinate, grow strong and spread their branches and leaves. At the same time, this would also be the foundation of the Lin family. With these martial arts secret manuals, I can truly sit back and relax. Voila! Lin Fei's heart moved and he opened another stone house. This stone room was filled with all kinds of spirit treasures and battle armors of all kinds. Even though Lin Fei had plundered a large amount of demon soldier armors outside, facing a house full of armors and spirit treasures, it could not be compared at all. Too many. At a glance they were all spirit treasures. The only regret was that among the spirit treasure armors, there were no true treasures. Above the spirit treasures were the true treasures, which had endless power. To be able to have so many spirit treasures, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. He was not afraid of having too many spirit treasures, but he was worried that he would not be able to find one. I'll take it. A large amount of spirit treasures were collected by Lin Fei, and his mood was not ordinary. So many flying swords. High-grade spirit treasures. Lin Fei glanced over and grinned. This was simply what he was thinking, and so many flying swords were hidden in the treasure trove palace. Good, with these flying swords, the power of my total annihilation will definitely increase by a few levels. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei opened the system space. Voila, a large number of spirit treasures were stored inside. Over 1,200 superior-grade numinous treasure flying swords. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. With so many superior-grade numinous treasures, I'm afraid I'll have to use my psyche perception to control them, thought Lin Fei. Only by controlling them with my psyche perception can I deliver my strongest attacks. He plundered another stone house. Lin Fei liked spirit treasures, but he also liked battle armor. The grade of the armor was not high. The highest grade was only 6th grade armor. In terms of defensive power, it was in no way inferior to Lin Fei's Azure Dragon True Body. This made Lin Fei wary of the battle armor. There were many stone houses in the treasure vault. Many of the stone houses were empty. Even so, Lin Fei still plundered a large amount of resources, the most important of which were medicinal pills. A large number of pure essence pills, a large number of quintessential essence crystals, and especially spirit liquids that could enhance one's soul made Lin Fei completely excited. In the stone house where the spirit liquids were stored. Seeing the spirit liquids in the large pool, Lin Fei was completely excited. At this moment, Lil Thing was beside the pool, swallowing the spirit liquids in the rainbow stream. Its expression was the same as Lin Fei's, extremely happy. There should be at least 1,000,000 caddies of spirit liquids here, right? Lin Fei estimated in his heart. Tens of thousands of spirit liquids. Lin Fei was already very shocked. He did not expect that celestial immortal Kumu would leave behind such a treasure vault, especially with so much spirit liquids. More than 1,000,000 spirit liquids. Lin Fei had never seen it before. Lin Fei, who had a small fortune, was completely inadequate in front of this spirit liquids. It was like a little money bag meeting a big landlord. There was no comparison. Fortunately, I let Lil Thing lead the way. Otherwise, these spirit liquids and elixirs would have no fate with me. Lin Fei looked at Lil Thing. Space beasts are indeed awesome. Only they can enter such a place. There are probably only 1 or 2 treasure vaults left behind by a celestial immortal that can have so many treasures, right? Below the treasure vault will be a test left behind by the celestial immortal. There is so much spirit liquids here. I can completely cultivate my divine sense and control thousands of high-grade spirit treasures, completely increasing my strength. Facing the God Slayer and scripture of Akalanatha, Lin Fei could not wait to cultivate them immediately. Lin Fei did not think that the test left behind by the celestial immortal would be so easy to pass. There was nothing wrong with increasing his strength. Whoosh, Lin Fei released King Kong. King Kong was already an early-stage mystic king great demon, but compared to the great demons of the Senfu, he was still much weaker. With so much spirit liquids here, King Kong could also increase his strength. Lin Fei activated the dragon transformation state and began to wantonly devour the spirit liquids. If an outsider saw this, they would probably faint from fright. Crazy too crazy. After cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, Lin Fei's refining speed had once again skyrocketed. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Absorbing the spirit liquids and rapidly refining them. The spirit liquids in the huge pool were also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew, when Lin Fei opened his eyes again, 3 days had already passed. In these 3 days, Lin Fei had refined a total of 2 million liters of spirit liquids, all of which were used to attack his divine sense. Voila, the formless divine sense was like a sprout, rapidly extending outwards. 100 zhong. 1,000 zhong. 3,000 zhong. 50,000 zhong. When the divine sense extended to 50,000 zhong, it had reached its limit and could no longer extend outwards. As expected of a divine sense that can only be cultivated at the Mystic King realm, it can reach a distance of 50,000 zhong in one breath. Lin Fei was shocked. No wonder you can cultivate divine sense. When combined with a divine sense secret technique, it will be a terrifying attack. Lin Fei looked up and saw that King Kong had actually fallen asleep. After checking with his divine sense, he was relieved. King Kong had absorbed a large amount of spirit liquids and was in a state of breakthrough. As for Lil Thing, it was lazily lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, snoring loudly. This Lil Thing. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Putting away King Kong and Lil Thing, he took out the God Killer and the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Congratulations, Lin Fei, for learning the God Killer. Congratulations, Lin Fei, for learning the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Lin Fei first learned the God Killer. In the depths of his consciousness, a miniature version of Lin Fei sat cross-legged with a dignified expression. His hands began to form a strange seal. This was one of the steps to using the God Killer. After forming the seal, he saw a miniature version of Lin Fei and used the God Killer. Voila, the void was pierced through with a single strike. Lin Fei could clearly feel the power contained within. What a terrifying attack. Lin Fei was shocked. Soul attack is only used to attack the opponent's soul and cause it to stagnate. But divine sense is used to destroy the opponent's soul. Soul attack and destruction were 2 completely different methods of attack. Good. Now that I have condensed the immovable Wisdom King, my soul will be stable. Even if it is injured, it can be repaired through visualization. Lin Fei once again sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the scripture of the immovable Wisdom King. Chapter 370. It was not a long time to practice Killer Deity. Practicing the motionless wisdom scripture took a full 5 days before Lin Fei was able to visualize the motionless Wisdom King. This was the problem of aptitude. The former Lin Fei for 5 years, the strength has been stagnant. This is the best proof. If not for Lin Fei from the earth to occupy the body and obtain the system, he would not be able to reach this realm in his life, even powerful combat power. 5 days to visualize the Akala King is already an extremely difficult thing. This aptitude is really good, no wonder the cultivation stagnated. Lin Fei secretly said it took him 5 days to comprehend. If the aptitude is good plus the comprehension, visualizing the Akala King will definitely be very easy. Sinking his heart, Lin Fei looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. As usual, the shrunken Lin Fei sitting cross-legged in the void, only to see Lin Fei pinched a seal behind the void, suddenly appeared a huge Akala King, like a towering mountain. At the same time, a heavy breath shrouded Lin Fei. This is the Akala King that Lin Fei visualized. Akala King, good at defense as long as the mind moved, can summon the Akala King, become one's strongest defense. In addition, the continuous visualization, the soul will become more solid, more powerful. From this visualization technique, Lin Fei already knew a little about the situation. For example, the cultivation of the soul must have the visualization method. The strength of the visualization technique had a huge impact on the spirit. A strong spirit could withstand the enemy's divine sense attack, but if the spirit was weak, it would definitely be at a disadvantage when encountering this kind of secret technique attack. If the spirit was unlucky, it might even lose its life. The seemingly simple visualization method is very important. In order to thoroughly master the visualization method, and visualize the Akala king, Lin Fei continued to visualize again, spent another 3 days, felt that it was enough, then stopped. 11 days quietly passed. Now that the strength has reached the strongest peak state, it is time to challenge the fairy immortal test. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei felt that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Whoosh! More than 1,200 superior-grade numinous treasures appeared behind Lin Fei. After cultivating his spiritual sense, he no longer felt any pressure controlling superior-grade numinous treasures. It was relatively easy. With the current strength of my divine sense, I can display the 3rd or even the 4th level. Lin Fei pointed forward. Go! Thousands of flying swords struck the stone house like a white waterfall. Crash! Under the attack of total annihilation, the huge stone house was reduced to nothingness. Not even the slightest remnant was left behind. This is the 3rd floor. Lin Fei thought, I wonder if I can succeed in the 4th level. Crash! Lin Fei activated the 4th level. Although one was at the 3rd level and the other was at the 4th level, their power was not on the same level. Whether it would work or not, Lin Fei himself was not sure. Go! Total annihilation level 4. He used his divine sense to control the flying swords as if there were thousands of him. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Fei could feel that, except for the stagnation in the middle, although it was not visible, he could still feel it. Then he displayed the 4th level. It's done. Lin Fei beamed with joy. I didn't expect to display the 4th level so soon. One was at the 3rd level and the other was at the 4th level. Lin Fei was delighted. His trip to Senfu had greatly increased his strength, which was beyond his original expectations. Just cultivating the divine sense was already monstrous enough. Of course, with millions of drops of spiritual liquid, even a pig could cultivate it. In addition, the divine sense secret art was rarely seen. Every book that appeared was shockingly expensive. With just a trip to the Immortal Mansion, he had easily obtained it and truly grasped it. Total annihilation has reached the 4th level, and with the divine sense I can probably kill those Emperor-level monsters just by using the divine sense secret art. Let's go through the Sky Immortal test first. There are so many treasures in the treasure depository. If I become the successor, what will I get? Lin Fei licked his lips, full of fighting spirit. Lin Fei searched all the other stones in the treasure depository and didn't gain much, which was expected. As for the rest, Lin Fei didn't care at all. This is the passage for the Sky Immortal test? Soon Lin Fei appeared at the end of the hall in front of a passage. The dark passage was filled with endless mysteries. The treasure depository. Lin Fei searched everywhere, but this was the most mysterious place. The Sky Immortal test should be inside. Lin Fei was sure. Apart from this place, there was no other treasure depository. Sky Immortal test, here I come. With the wings of the wind, Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed in. When he rushed into the dark passage, the passage lit up. On both sides of the passage, there were a large number of bones and scattered objects. Are these the challengers? On both sides of the passage there were bones everywhere. From the color of the bones, it wasn't hard to tell how old the bones were. Of course, the age had to be calculated in hundreds of years. The spirit treasures left beside the bones had long become scrap metal with the passage of time. The power of the spirit treasures had long been lost, so they naturally became useless. As he walked in, the number of bones was the same as before. On some of the bones, Lin Fei could clearly see that there were clear wounds on the bones. Lin Fei already felt the pressure. If this is the Sky Immortal test, there should only be 10 in 1,000 years, and only 100 in 10,000 years. According to the situation, there shouldn't be so many bones in the passage, right? Lin Fei guessed. The number of bones in the passage was not less than 100. Because of this, the Sky Immortal test was already covered with a layer of unknown and mystery. As he flew along the passage, Lin Fei began to be on guard. Small square. At the end of the passage there was a clear view. It turned out to be a small square. Seeing the small square, Lin Fei was even more on guard. In the center there was a man in black wearing battle armor, and on the surrounding stone slabs, there were white bones. Voila! Before he could step out, the passage behind him closed. A mysterious force was released, cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, the man in black, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. He was expressionless, without any emotions. That cold aura with indifference was like a god of death. "Defeat me. Defeat me." The cold voice echoed in the small square. Puppet. He was actually a puppet. Lin Fei was shocked. This place was guarded by a puppet, and a very powerful one at that. Voila! The man in black was very fast, and a black light pierced over like a poisonous snake. The water-fire lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei, and with a light block, the ripples continued. The second sword pierced the water-fire lotus, and the sword light went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. Too fast. Even though Lin Fei had comprehended the concept of wind, facing such a fast assassination, he understood why there were so many people in the small square. They were probably all killed suddenly. Lin Fei did not panic, and with his strongest defense, the Azure Dragon True Body, he grabbed the sword light with his huge cyan palm. Sparks burst and he blocked this fatal sword. Even so, Lin Fei clearly felt that the opponent's sword was emitting the power of a spiritual treasure, and it left a white mark on his palm. What a powerful spiritual treasure. Ordinary spiritual treasures cannot leave a mark on my body, but the spiritual treasure of the puppet did. Lin Fei's heart tightened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the man in black stabbed again with his left hand, and it was a short sword and cold light shot out. At such a distance, Lin Fei could feel the danger of the short sword. This sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Naturally, Lin Fei did not want to take it head-on, especially when this was a test left by a sky immortal. If he underestimated it, who knew what would happen? Bang! The man in black was sent flying. Destroy. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei used the concept of metal. Facing the ferocious puppet, Lin Fei used the all-conquering concept of metal. Bang! An annihilation attack turned into a massive sun and landed on the puppet's body. The puppet's body gave off a ray of black light, blocking most of the attack, causing Lin Fei to feel quite startled. Damn, this puppet is so strong. Lin Fei was well aware of how horrifying the earlier state sword technique was. However, the puppet managed to block it. He had not defeated the puppet as he had expected. Its defense is so monstrous. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei appeared behind the puppet and struck it with his palm. He only dared to do this because he had the Azure Dragon True Body. This punch was used by a tempered body cultivator. The puppet's body shook and there was a cracking sound. Lin Fei was delighted. This puppet is not afraid of Qi Refiner's attacks. Instead, it can't withstand the attacks of tempered body cultivators. Lin Fei finally relaxed when he found out that he had succeeded on his first try. Lin Fei was already very strong in close combat. With his punches and kicks and speed, he kept inflicting heavy damage on the puppet, even though it was very fast, almost as fast as the concept of metal. Lin Fei was one step ahead so he could suppress it. Break. Lin Fei closed in again and punched the puppet's chest with a powerful true essence. Crack, crack, under such a punch, the puppet was sent flying and crashed heavily into the rock wall. It was unable to move, and a sunken hole appeared on its chest. Lin Fei saw clearly that there was an energy formation there. Clatter, on the opposite side of the square, a stone door opened. Did I pass the first level? The process seemed fast, but it was very dangerous, more dangerous than ordinary enemies. This puppet's strength should be around king level. However, it was made with a special method. It can resist the attacks of Qi Refiners. Those who don't know will die when they face this puppet. Seeing the puppet lose its combat ability, Lin Fei admired the person who made it. If he hadn't learned the Azure Dragon True Body, it wouldn't have been so easy. I wonder if this puppet can be repaired. If it can be repaired and the formation inside is changed, it might be a good helper. Or I can sell it for a high price. Lin Fei was very envious. Chapter 371. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Lin Fei thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. He stored the puppet that had lost its ability to fight in the system. This is only the first stage and the test is already so difficult. The later stages will probably be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, I learned the Azure Dragon True Body. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to withstand such a powerful puppet. Even a perfected King Stage warrior would die a bitter death in a battle between King Stage puppets. After storing the puppet, Lin Fei continued to maintain his dragonization state. What would the second stage be? Lin Fei was not sure. The only thing he knew was that the next few stages would be more difficult. After passing the plaza, the tunnel was still littered with corpses. However, Lin Fei soon noticed something different. On the ground of the tunnel, the corpses were huge. They were not human corpses. There were very few human corpses. There are very few human corpses. Most of the corpses that appeared were fiend corpses. Could it be that those who made it to the second stage were all fiends? As Lin Fei looked at the corpses, many questions popped up in his mind. The fiend race's physical bodies are strong. They did have a great advantage over the humans when they encountered the first puppet. However, aren't there too many fiend race corpses? This explanation passed. The second question began to arise. Could the test left behind by a celestial immortal be useful to the fiends? Furthermore, the fiends do not necessarily have to come to participate in the test of the human celestial immortal's inheritance. The fiends themselves are strong. A human celestial immortal, no matter how strong, is nothing to the fiends. Any random celestial immortal of the fiends can kill a human celestial immortal. Lin Fei continued thinking. For the fiends to come wave after wave, this celestial immortal Senfu is definitely not an ordinary Senfu. It must be famous. Thinking of this, Lin Fei was at a loss. Logically speaking, since the immortal abode had attracted so many great demons, its reputation should be extremely resounding. It shouldn't be so unknown and unknown. If Senfu was famous, Lin Fei would be able to get wind of it. Celestial immortal Deadwood's Senfu wasn't very famous. If one didn't personally hear about the Senfu, no one would even know that the Senfu existed on the battlefield of the dynasty. No matter how hard Lin Fei thought about it, he couldn't think of any reason. He could only hide his doubts in his heart. I don't care who he is. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei thought so and felt relieved. At the same time, in the distant void world. In the boundless void, there was a large black ship that was tens of thousands of meters long. There was a large black flag on the ship that fluttered back and forth. There were two large golden words Mu Clan, embroidered on the flag. It was like a huge mountain, giving off a shocking aura as it sailed forward. Inside the ship's cabin, singing and dancing could be heard as the courtesans danced. Upon closer inspection, each of the courtesans was like a celestial fairy. They were young and beautiful, causing one's eyes to light up. What was even rarer was that all of them had reached the emperor level. A group of emperor-level singers. It was truly a grand gesture. The courtesans were emperor level, while the servants around them were at least king level. Any one of them would be a major figure in the outside world, especially the emperor-level singers. In a minor dynasty, they would undoubtedly be powerful experts. They would stand guard over a minor dynasty and be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. At the head of the table sat a white-robed young man with a dignified appearance and delicate features. His entire body emanated an indescribably majestic aura. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a celestial god, and his divine might was so great that no one dared to look directly at him. "Young master, we need roughly a day before we reach Senfu," the white-robed young man said calmly. "Send out the order to advance at full speed. I want to reach Senfu by tomorrow morning. This time I want to take down Senfu. I want to complete the mission given to me by the clan." His tone was unquestionable. "Young master, you will definitely succeed this time." The middle-aged servant said. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was luckily inherited by Deadwood. Unfortunately, Deadwood's talent was poor, and he only reached the celestial immortal realm after cultivating for 3,000 years. Afterwards he offended a true immortal and was killed, leaving behind Senfu. Unfortunately, his descendants were even less talented, and were unable to inherit Senfu. In fact, no one even knows the true origins of Senfu. This time, young master, you will see Senfu. Given your talent, you will definitely become an eternal emperor in the future. The white-robed young man laughed. The Senfu of the Eternal Emperor. I'm really looking forward to it. After all, the Eternal Emperor only became an emperor because he possessed the Senfu. He was an ancient existence who lived for 3 entire epochs, and he also obtained the method to refine Senfu. As long as he kills the person who holds the celestial immortal key, he will truly become the master of the Senfu. I'm afraid those geniuses of the dynasties really think that the Senfu left behind by celestial immortal Deadwood must undergo the Senfu test. A bunch of ignorant fools. The Senfu of the Eternal Emperor will belong to my Long Sky Woodland. A second public square appeared. 2 puppets, one black and one white. Lin Fei was prepared. Upon seeing the puppets, he immediately attacked. 2 water flame lotuses appeared, trapping the 2 puppets. Lin Fei unfurled his wings of the wind and appeared in front of the puppets, stabbing forward with the killing sword in his hand. Ding! Lin Fei's all-out attack only left a white mark on his opponent's body. Walla, walla, the water flame lotuses broke apart and the two puppets charged out. The black puppet on the left punched out while the puppet on the right floated backwards. With a wave of its hand, it unleashed a sword art. An icy aura suddenly descended, and the small public square turned white. Lin Fei's feet were instantly frozen. Crack, this punch was extremely ferocious. Even though he was in the dragon form state, Lin Fei still felt pain. The combat prowess of an emperor and its close combat. It's even stronger than the previous puppets. Lin Fei analyzed the two puppets. One was an emperor body refiner. The other was an emperor chi practitioner. One was a long-range attack while the other was an attack. It was the perfect combination. If he was attacked by both of them, he might be killed on the spot. The celestial immortal test is all puppets. Such a puppet must be expensive. Lin Fei thought, let's get rid of this puppet first. Lin Fei shook, shaking off the solid ice and threw a punch forward. Bang, a huge shockwave instantly shattered the surrounding ice. The two were evenly matched. In the first level, Lin Fei had already expected the horror of the second level. It was no longer surprising that the puppet could block his punch with all his strength. Total Annihilation Level 4. In the dragon form state, Lin Fei could ignore the attacks of the white puppet, but he had to get rid of this puppet first. Lin Fei used a big move. More than 1,200 flying swords, all of which were superior-grade spiritual treasures, were extremely powerful. With a swoosh, the sword array was like a white dot, directly hitting the black puppet. Dang dang dang, the black puppet was sent flying. Chapter 372. Fortunately, Lin Fei had already cultivated divine sense and reached the 4th level of total annihilation. Lin Fei was satisfied that he had broken through the black puppet's defenses with a single total annihilation attack. He was not afraid of not being able to break through the black puppet's defenses. Total annihilation. Lin Fei once again used total annihilation and kept bombarding the black puppet. Now that he could control it with divine sense, he was not worried about running out of energy. Boom, boom, the white puppet's attacks kept falling on Lin Fei, and the dragon scales on its body kept flying off. Lin Fei did not care about this at all and used total annihilation with all his strength. After 4 times of total annihilation, the black puppet had already broken a huge hole and could see the array outside. Lin Fei's fist landed on the black puppet, and a loud kacha sound was heard. It was directly sent flying and landed on the ground, unable to move. Finally, one down. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This black puppet was more powerful than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had the Azure Dragon True Body, otherwise humans would definitely die. Crash, the ice on his body broke again, and Lin Fei used total annihilation and swept it directly at the white puppet. The white puppet kept releasing icy sword chi which formed white walls. The white walls were easily blasted apart by total annihilation and landed on the opponent's body. Chi practitioner is easy to deal with. Lin Fei quickly approached and punched the chest, sending it flying. Water and Fire Lotus. The lotus landed on the white puppet's body and trapped it for a moment. Then Lin Fei activated total annihilation once again and sent the white puppet flying, completely losing its ability to fight. Crash, the second stone door opened again. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the two puppets were dealt with. As for the two puppets, Lin Fei did not hesitate and directly put them into the system space. Such good things should not be wasted like this. Xiaoqian thought back to the earlier battle. It was all because of the Azure Dragon True Body, and his breakthrough sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Otherwise it would not have ended so easily. Fortunately, I have broken through to divine sense and can control superior grade numinous treasures. My total annihilation has also reached the 4th level. Lin Fei thought to himself, I really don't know how many more trials there are. If each one is more difficult than the last, I'm afraid I'm not fated to enter Senfu. The 2 stages had consumed a lot of true essence. For the next few levels, Lin Fei really didn't have much confidence. Right now he could only take it one step at a time. If it really didn't work, he could only use the Great Teleportation Talisman. When he walked into the tunnel again, there were already very few corpses on the ground, not as many as before. This time Lin Fei did not walk for long. Soon he appeared in a huge square. When he appeared in the square, Lin Fei's pupils shrank and he was shocked. No wonder I didn't see any corpses in the passageway. So the corpses are all here. Lin Fei was shocked. Could this be the final stage? Standing on the square, Lin Fei calmed himself down. Challenger, you're here. In the middle of the square, on top of the round stone altar, a 10 zhang tall black monster appeared. When it appeared, Lin Fei's heart tightened. That cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. Such a terrifying gaze. It can actually make one's heart turn cold. With just one look, Lin Fei felt endless fear. What kind of gaze is this? Why is there such a terrifying existence in the third stage? Even if it's an emperor-level expert or even a profound sect expert, they wouldn't be able to give me such a dangerous aura. Lin Fei knew that he had met a powerful warrior. The cold voice also made Lin Fei's heart shake. You are the guardian? Lin Fei said in a deep voice. Challenger, as long as you defeat me, you will have the right to refine Senfu. The black monster's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Bring out your full strength. It has been 5,000 years since someone came to challenge this stage. You are the only one in these 5,000 years. Lin Fei was shocked once again. He was the first in 5,000 years. How was this possible? Lin Fei was truly puzzled. Was it really that difficult to pass this trial? The Xintian continent was so vast and filled with geniuses. There had to be some powerful geniuses who could make it to this stage, right? Faced with this unknown monster, Lin Fei hid all his thoughts in his heart. God killer. Since the opponent had spoken, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't believe that it was joking. From the moment they first met, Lin Fei firmly believed that this monster was even more powerful than him. Whether or not he could defeat it was still an unknown. Lin Fei's first attack was the recently completed God Killer technique. He would give his opponent a fatal blow, then combine it with the total annihilation. This was his most powerful attack. In the depths of his consciousness, Lin Fei's soul formed a seal, and in the middle of it was the word God. Instantly, an armored God general appeared. This was the God Killer technique. Focus. Next, Lin Fei's total annihilation technique appeared. More than 1,200 flying swords formed a white streak of light that shot towards the black monster. The black monster was expressionless. It remained in a cold state. Although it is low, its combat ability is very strong. The black monster spoke, allowing the attacks to land on its body. The black monster's body exploded with a black light, and when the 1,000 flying swords landed on it, they couldn't even move an inch. It was as if they had encountered something extremely tough and were knocked away. My godly sense technique, how can you be fine? Lin Fei was shocked and couldn't help but ask. The first time he used God Killer, he had thought that he would be able to injure the black monster, but the result was the opposite. The monster wasn't affected at all by the godly sense technique. Lin Fei had more or less suffered quite a blow. Your godly sense technique is indeed very powerful. Even a chi practitioner with the power of a profound sect would be heavily injured by you if their soul isn't strong enough. But I am just a puppet created by my master. I don't have a soul, so your attacks are useless against me. As for this sword formation, it is indeed a very powerful attack, but it is still useless against me. Hearing this, Lin Fei was completely stunned. This black monster was created by someone else? How was that possible? If someone else created a puppet, Lin Fei could believe that there were all sorts of geniuses in this continent, and there were also many geniuses who studied all sorts of things. There were many who studied puppets. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that a puppet like this would appear in a senfu. For someone who could become a sky immortal, buying a few puppets was like playing around. But this black monster before him, Lin Fei couldn't believe it. It was created by someone else. To be able to create a monster whose combat ability was no weaker than a profound sect, what kind of ability was needed? More importantly, this monster didn't have a soul and was purely created. Lin Fei was truly astonished that it could be refined to look like a human. Whether it was in terms of defense or soul, it was invulnerable. How could one attack it? Damn it. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. It can even bounce off the 4th level of total annihilation. If the divine sense secret technique doesn't work, then how can I pass the Sky Immortal test? No, the Sky Immortal test definitely wasn't set up by that Sky Immortal Kumu. No matter how powerful he is, he can't create a puppet of this level. Lin Fei suddenly thought of one point. Sky Immortals were very strong, and Lin Fei didn't think it would be too difficult to buy a few puppets. But in the central region, all the treasure halls had so many puppets guarding them. Could a Sky Immortal do it? Lin Fei didn't believe it. Even if a Sky Immortal worked himself to death, he might not be able to get all of them. Speaking of puppets, there were more than 100 treasure halls, which meant more than 300 puppets. Although Lin Fei didn't know the exact price of the puppets, a simple calculation was no less than 50 million Zhen Yuan crystals. This was just a rough estimate, and the actual price was definitely more than that. More than 300 puppets would be more than 10 billion Zhen Yuan crystals. Including the monster guarding them, it would be more than 50 billion Zhen Yuan crystals. Lin Fei didn't believe that this sky immortal Kumu had such a net worth. Then there was only one explanation. Why would there be puppets here and such a powerful black monster? Someone in Senfu had set it up beforehand. Sky immortal Kumu was just one of them. This explanation was the most reasonable one. It wasn't easy for Lin Fei to think of this. If Senfu didn't belong to this sky immortal Kumu, then who left behind such a Senfu, and who set up such a test and why? Lin Fei felt that he was just a little bit away from guessing the answer. Really just a little bit. If this is your strength, then I'm sorry to say that you'll stay here and keep them company, said the black monster. These corpses without exception were all powerhouses when they were alive. The weakest among them was Mystique Sect, and the strongest was Mystique Venerable Rank. You're the weakest among them. Mystique Sect is the weakest, Mystique Venerable Rank is the strongest. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This isn't as simple as Senfu. Whether it's Mystique Sect or Mystique Venerable Rank, they're all powerhouses on the continent. There's no need for them to come just for a Senfu. Can you tell me what is the purpose of this Senfu test? Lin Fei asked a very stupid question. The black monster raised its head. It's been a long time since anyone asked this question. Seeing that you're the only person to pass this test in 5,000 years, I can tell you. This immortal mansion was built by my master, the Eternal Emperor. My master, the Eternal Emperor, was an immortal emperor, a powerful immortal emperor of the heavenly world. This immortal mansion was used by the Eternal Emperor to accept disciples. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of years have passed and no one has become a true disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Eternal Emperor, Celestial Realm, accepted disciples. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded. Although he had already guessed it, Lin Fei did not expect that this Senfu had such a powerful background. The Celestial Realm's strength could not be differentiated. Just by hearing the title of Immortal Emperor, he knew that the other party must be an extraordinary existence. An immortal emperor known as Eternal Emperor had left behind such a Senfu. Lin Fei finally understood. No wonder there were countless corpses in the passageway. They were all to inherit the Eternal Emperor's mantle. No wonder there were so many treasure vaults. They were probably all made by this Eternal Emperor. No wonder this monster was so powerful. It was also the Eternal Emperor's handiwork. Lin Fei finally understood why he felt uneasy when he first entered. It turned out that there was such a background. Chapter 373. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Rumble, in the Void World, a huge warship sailed past and stopped in a corner of the void. The huge black war flag fluttered without any wind, giving off an imposing aura. Young Master, we're here. On the bow deck, the white-clothed young master stood proudly. Link the void point and enter the dynasty battlefield. Any of the 3,000 major worlds, 3,000 minor worlds, and any open spaces had a space point. When one reached a certain level of strength and knew the space point, one would be able to enter a space or even a world without the help of external forces. One had to have the strength of a celestial immortal. Of course, loose immortals were fine as well, but they had to be powerful loose immortals. It was extremely difficult for both celestial immortals and loose immortals to reach this level, much less the dimensional juncture behind it. Most powers didn't even know about the dimensional juncture, much less enter it. After finding the spatial point and connecting it, one would be able to enter a certain space. Boom, the black warship transformed into a stream of light and shot forward. A portal appeared out of thin air. This was a spatial point, also known as a spatial gate. Although it was easy to link spatial points, it was actually very difficult to operate. In the eyes of the white-dressed man, it was only a matter of a few words. A black warship appeared in the clear sky. When the warship appeared, an invisible pressure enveloped the warship. It was as if the warship was going to be crushed to pieces, and it was on the verge of collapsing. What a powerful dynasty battlefield. Mu Zhongkong waved his hand and kept the warship. This heaven-crushing warship of mine actually couldn't withstand the pressure of the dynasty battlefield. But it didn't disappoint me. The fact that the Eternal Emperor hid his immortal estate within the dynasty battlefield is truly unexpected. No wonder there were so many geniuses who wanted to inherit the Eternal Emperor's immortal estate back then. Regardless of humans or demons, all of them were like moths flying into a flame, rushing forward wave after wave. But in the end, all of them turned into a pile of bones. Young Master, Senfu is about 5 million miles away from us. To the left and right of Long Sky stood two servants, one black and one white. Let's go and meet the legendary Eternal Emperor Senfu. Mu Zhongkong waved his hand, unleashing a powerful technique that allowed him to enter the void. Inside the Senfu passage. Lin Fei almost crashed. Mother asterisk Kurt, the immortal emperors in the heaven realm had all come out. If I'm unlucky, I won't be able to get anything. But once I'm lucky, I'll be able to get the senfu refined by an immortal emperor. If I had this luck on Earth, I would have been a millionaire by buying the lottery. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. What luck? Why didn't it come when it shouldn't have? Why did it have to come when it shouldn't have? The senfu of an immortal emperor. Immediately, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it, we're in big trouble now. Lin Fei panicked. In the novels, the immortal emperor is a powerful existence. How am I supposed to fight if he refines such a monster to guard the pass? His strongest attack couldn't hurt his opponent at all. Damn it, the black monster was invincible. If he were to fight against an invincible monster, it would be like a blind man trying to light a lamp in vain. Even if I can't beat him, I can't just leave. Lin Fei rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. He quietly activated the teleportation talisman and prepared to leave senfu. The senfu of an immortal emperor, I don't want it. Lin Fei's good life had just begun. He didn't want to die in the hands of the black monster. It didn't matter if he had the senfu or not. Moreover, his harvest was already enough. Damn, why can't I activate it? Lin Fei almost vomited blood. How could the teleportation talisman fail at such a crucial moment? Challenger, once you enter this passage, no teleportation item will be able to be used. The black monster said, you already know the origin of the senfu. It's a pity that you can't defeat me. I can only send you down to accompany them. Damn it, this black monster was about to make its move. Bang, just as Lin Fei had this thought, the black shadow in front of him moved. He felt an intense pain as he slammed into the stone wall of the square. How can it be so strong? Lin Fei's blood and chi were in turmoil. He looked down at his chest and saw a fist imprint. He was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this black monster a little too terrifying? Water Fire Lotus. The black monster moved again. Lin Fei condensed the Water Fire Lotus to trap the black monster. With a wave of his hand, he stabbed the black monster's body with the sky-raising finger. Strengthened version, 10,000 essence force. Rumble, damn it, 10,000 essence force. You are going to be injured, right? Lin Fei stood up. Without caring about the consequences, he activated the sword formation again. 2 sword lights, one from the front and one from the back, attacked. The black monster was too strong. Lin Fei had no choice but to use his strongest attack. So, the black monster actually rushed out again. With a swing of its 2 palms, 2 sword lights flew out. The huge force almost made Lin Fei lose control. Under this attack, his divine sense was almost shattered. Lin Fei's spiritual sense had been attached to more than 1,200 flying swords, allowing him to control them as he pleased. In the end, the black monster's attack injured his spiritual sense, nearly shattering it. Weak too weak. Why did these words sound so familiar? It wasn't something I used to say in the past. The black monster slammed its palm down again. Lin Fei didn't dare to take it head-on and retreated. Unexpectedly, the opponent was faster and slapped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Azure Dragon True Body actually suffered a huge wound. Fresh blood flowed out. Around the wound, a layer of black energy covered it, preventing the body from recovering. Body tempering cultivation techniques had powerful close combat abilities, followed by powerful recovery abilities. Why were Qi practitioners not a match for body practitioners? It was because of the fast recovery ability of body practitioners. Over time, the outcome would be clear. Qi practitioners had always been afraid of body practitioners. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Fei thought, if this continues, no matter how strong the Azure Dragon True Body is, I will still be killed by the Guardian. I must think of a way. Otherwise I'm really done for. The black monster attacked twice and he was injured. The difference was obvious. Now the Azure Dragon True Body had a flaw and its recovery ability was cut off. What kind of defense was this? Lin Fei didn't want to die. A good life was in front of him. He didn't want to die here because of the senfu. Oh right, the system will definitely be able to help. After calming down, Lin Fei thought of the system, his strongest leveling system. Right now he could only rely on the leveling system. Water Flame Lotus, explode, explode. Water Flame Lotuses as small as a fist were constantly condensed. They were bright and dazzling. One by one they exploded. The shocking explosion reverberated in the small square. Using the explosion of the Water Flame Lotus, Lin Fei flew backward. At the same time he quickly opened the system and prepared to deal with it. He couldn't be killed by the black monster. He believed that the system must have a way. System, you must give it your all. Chapter 374. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Mu Changkong appeared outside the Senfu out of thin air. At this time the Senfu was empty. No one would stay outside. Come, let's go in. Mu Changkong threw out a golden scroll. The jingguang flashed and tore a hole outside the Senfu. A jingguang wrapped around the three of them and rushed in. The outside returned to normal. What a waste of a space-piercing talisman. Mu Changkong stood in the air inside the Senfu, but there was no sign of regret on his face for using the scroll. Young master, to prevent any more trouble, we should first refine the Senfu. The middle-aged man called in Jianghu reminded. Mu Changkong nodded. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu is divided into 5 parts. Once you refine all 5 parts, you will completely control the Senfu. Every time you refine a part, you will obtain the Great Emperor key formed from all the parts' keys. Once you refine all 5 keys, you will become the true master of the Senfu. The Eternal Emperor's test is held once every 100 years, but no one has ever refined a part. The Senfu is destined to belong to me, Mu Changkong. Come, let's refine the first part. At the same time, Lin Fei opened the system and looked for help. He had long since understood the upgrade system. After opening the system, he immediately asked for help. System, how do I get rid of an opponent more powerful than myself? The upgrade system had a function to help. Lin Fei rarely used this function. It burned too many points. System notification. The system needs to scan the enemy's strength before it can make a decision on whether to activate scan. Activate scan immediately. Bang! In less than a few breaths, Lin Fei was sent flying again. The water flame lotus did not deal much damage. The black monster broke free again. If you came 1,000 years later, you might have defeated me and had the chance to become the master of the Senfu. What a pity! Lin Fei vomited blood. If *CK, I would have ascended in 1,000 years. Ding, scan complete. The system sounded. Puppet, combat strength suspected to be at the Mystique Venerable level, peak combat strength at the Mystique Emperor level. The system is analyzing, please wait. Lin Fei vomited blood again. The combat power of a Mystique Venerable 1. No wonder my attack could be blocked so easily. There's a difference of 3 levels. Lin Fei was astonished. The Mystic the Arch at his peak combat strength. No wonder those prodigies had turned into a pile of bones. What's there to fight? This is simply bullying. Facing this black monster, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. If he had to deal with Xianxia, he would not feel much pressure. If he could not win, he could run. However, facing a Mystique Venerable 1 puppet monster, it was a completely one-sided situation. After hearing the system's analysis, Lin Fei cursed the Eternal Emperor in his heart. Wasn't the threshold set too high for the sake of accepting disciples? A gatekeeper at the Mystic the Arch level? This was too incredible. To be able to inherit the Senfu, one's strength must be extremely abnormal. Otherwise, how could he fight them? Lin Fei had never felt so aggrieved before. He had encountered a Mystique Venerable 1 puppet, and with the passage of time, his strength had continued to decline. To be able to survive the attacks of a Mystique Venerable 1 puppet, it would shock everyone. His name would surely spread throughout the Xintian continent. According to the system's analysis, Lin Fei could only continue to dodge the black monster's attacks, but he was still injured. Soon his body was drenched in blood. Under the puppet's attacks, the Azure Dragon avatar was on the verge of collapse. If he was an ordinary physique cultivator, he would have been mercilessly killed by the puppet long ago. He would not have lasted until now. At present, Lin Fei's situation was not any better. The system's analysis is successful. The following methods have been listed for you to choose from. Lin Fei hurriedly checked to see what help the system had provided him. Help 1. Spend 200,000 points to purchase the Frozen Millennia scroll. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 2. Spend 500,000 points to purchase the Godslayer finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 3. Spend 1,000,000 points to purchase the Void-Shattering finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Looking at the methods listed above. Only then did Lin Fei realize that the system had listed the methods so easily. Wasn't it too easy? 320,000 points. Lin Fei hurriedly checked his own points. Seeing that his points met the requirements, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had enough points. Otherwise, he would have been helpless. Bang! As soon as he relaxed, the black monster attacked again. Enduring the pain, Lin Fei opened the points mall. He was glad that he had never used his points indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would be done for today. Soon he found the page for the Ice-type scroll. Frozen millennia, 200,000 points to redeem. One-time consumable. Once the scroll is opened, 10,000 years will pass in an instant. After seeing the label, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with motivation, as if he had found an oasis in a desert. Time-consuming item. It's too awesome. After using it, 10,000 years will pass in a breath. I don't know how many years this black monster has passed. Its strength has fallen to mystique venerable rank. I believe that after using Frozen Millennia, no matter how good its materials are, it will be defeated. I don't believe that it can last another 10,000 years. This was Lin Fei's only option. If the scroll, Frozen Millennia, did not work, there was no other way. If I can survive this time, I must earn points. It can save my life at a critical moment. Purchase Frozen Millennia. A golden scroll appeared in the system space. At this time, the black monster attacked again. Its power was even more ferocious than before. If Lin Fei's true Azure Dragon body was attacked again, it would collapse immediately. Without the true Azure Dragon body, Lin Fei's situation would be even more difficult. Open. The golden scroll, Frozen Millennia, appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was very dazzling. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He tore the scroll open and threw it at the black monster. At the same time, outside of Senfu, disciples of various dynasties appeared out of nowhere. At this time, all of them had puzzled looks on their faces. They looked around with astonishment, as if they did not understand how they had appeared outside of Senfu. What's going on? Why am I outside of Senfu? I was in Senfu just now. Why am I outside for no reason? What the hell? What's going on? Who teleported me out? The celestial key is gone. My celestial key is gone. After a moment of confusion, the people who were teleported out had changed expressions. The people who had obtained the celestial key looked at each other. The celestial key had disappeared. It had disappeared in an inconceivable manner. Everyone present had a powerful background. After a moment of confusion, they vaguely guessed something. Could it be that Senfu had been controlled by someone? How could this be possible? In reality, that was indeed the case. In a branch palace, Mizunking was holding a golden key in his hand. The great emperor's key he had mentioned earlier was the one that had refined the branch palace and expelled all the disciples of the dynasties. Knowing that Senfu was a branch palace, and that Mizunking had mastered a secret art, he had been able to refine it much more easily than anyone else. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think they are worthy of Senfu? Mizunking toyed with the great emperor's key. I've already obtained the first great emperor's key. Once I get the other 4, I will be the next eternal emperor's successor. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on your great increase in power, young master. It is only a matter of time before you become an expert of the 3 realms. Rumble, a white light flashed by and a wave of cold air swept out. Even Lin Fei himself could feel the coldness, a coldness that seeped into his bones. And this was just the aftermath. How long was 10,000 years? Perhaps no one would ever know. But now Lin Fei knew. 10,000 years. Just a single breath of time. Time had been compressed to the point of 10,000 years in a single second. A temporal divine ability like this was something that Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about. It was a completely unimaginable existence. What sort of grand technique and divine ability was this? What sort of terrifying level of power would the person who created it reach? Secret arts? Divine abilities? In front of this temporal divine ability, they are nothing more than trash. Lin Fei cried out in shock. No matter how powerful a person with a temporal divine ability is, after 10,000 years, they will most likely turn to dust. Lin Fei had never experienced being sealed in ice for 10,000 years before, but for some reason he felt as though this single second was as long as 10,000 years. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind the black monster, a large number of stone pillars and stone walls had been reduced to dust, no longer existing. After 10,000 years, even the sturdiest stone walls would disappear with the passage of time. Lin Fei didn't care about any of this. The only thing he cared about was the black monster. If even a temporal divine ability couldn't defeat it, then he really didn't know what to do. The black monster was so powerful that Lin Fei couldn't deal with it. If it reached that point, then Lin Fei would really have to accept his fate. Lin Fei looked over. The black monster was now covered in frost and he couldn't see any changes. At least that was what Lin Fei thought. Under normal circumstances, after being sealed in ice for 10,000 years, everything would have decayed and become a thing of the past. The black monster didn't change with time like the stone pillars behind it, but its surface had darkened. Creak, creak. The black monster's head moved and it made a stiff sound like a gear. I didn't expect you to have a temporal divine ability even though you aren't strong. If I was at my peak, the temporal divine ability wouldn't have worked on me for too long. Time could have destroyed me. I've finally completed the Guardian mission. Congratulations on passing the trial. Whoosh. As the voice faded, the black monster's body shattered, turning into wreckage all over the ground. It had lost all signs of life. It's dead. It's finally dead. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black energy that pervaded his wounds began to dissipate. He circulated his true essence, and the powerful recovery ability of a body cultivator was quickly unleashed. The wounds on his body recovered. The Azure Dragon true body couldn't recover because of the mysterious energy that prevented the recovery of a body cultivator. Otherwise Lin Fei wouldn't be so miserable. Chapter 375. Seems like I've passed. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He sat on the ground powerlessly. 200,000 points and a time mystical ability scroll. If it didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. Lin Fei picked up the puppet's wreckage. He used all his strength but couldn't crush it. He couldn't help but be shocked. Such a tough material is still so tough after 10,000 years. I really don't know what material was used to refine it. No wonder my attack couldn't break its defense. With such a tough defense, I'm afraid those mystic sects and mystic venerables would be dumbfounded. Lucky. He really was lucky. If the black monster was a bit stronger, Lin Fei would really be helpless. Throwing the wreckage aside, his gaze landed on the stone tablet. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet. Ding, mission activated. Lin Fei was startled. Why was there a mission at this time? It's been a long time since there was a mission. Seize Senfu and become a disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Reward, 300 million experience, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy and 1 level up. Lin Fei was startled again. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this mission is awesome. Being in Senfu, the system actually issued such a mission. Lin Fei was more or less surprised. Unexpected, extremely unexpected. Other than that, the rewards were too generous. 300 million experience points. That's a lot of money. Lin Fei beamed with joy. With 300 million experience, I can level up to the Mystic King realm. If I level up again, I'll reach the Mystic Emperor realm and reach the heavens in one step. Lin Fei didn't care about cultivation level. For genius disciples, cultivation level didn't equate to strength. Combat power was the standard to measure strength. Even if the cultivation level wasn't high, one could still have strong combat power. 1 million points, I can buy a life-saving ability. Even if I meet a strong opponent, I can use the life-saving ability to turn the situation around. 300,000 yuan energy can also burst out a strong attack. Awesome too awesome. After experiencing the black monster, Lin Fei felt that he had too few trump cards. 1 million points came at the right time. Lin Fei looked at the stone tablet eagerly. No matter what, I have to take down this Senfu. I have to take it down just for the experience. The stone tablet was black. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but it was carved with characters. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately understood what it was. So, after refining the stone steel, I will be able to gain control of a branch palace in the Immortal Mansion. The stone tablet explained the Immortal abode in detail. Refine. His quintessential essence gushed out and enveloped the stone tablet as he began to refine it. An hour later, a smile appeared on Lin Fei's face as a key appeared in his hand. It was the Emperor's key. I finally succeeded. After refining the steel and obtaining the Monarch key, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Immortal Palace. He also knew how to refine the Immortal Palace. After refining the stone tablet and obtaining the Emperor's key, Lin Fei now has a general understanding of Senfu, and how to truly refine Senfu. Lin Fei thought to himself, thankfully I have the Grand Emperor's key, which allows me to control a portion of its power to reach the other halls. Refining the steel should be a piece of cake. Let's go. Lin Fei activated the Emperor's key and headed to the next palace. At the same time, within a palace, Long Sky had obtained the 4th Emperor's key, and was now in control of 4/5 of Senfu. Now, I'm just missing the final Emperor's key. Long Sky put away the Emperor's key, but then he frowned. Not good. Someone beat me to it and took the final Emperor's key. Long Sky had taken control of over half of Senfu, so he immediately sensed the appearance of the Emperor's key. Long Sky was very surprised. Young Master, no need to worry, said Great Marquis. And Young Master, you used a secret technique to take the Emperor's key. That person definitely doesn't know about the secret technique. From this, We can deduce that he must have passed the trial. He shouldn't be too weak. All we need to do is wait for him and he'll come to us on his own. It'll be the same as delivering the Emperor's key to us. Longsky's only worry was that the person knew about the secret technique, and in his impatience, might not be able to control himself. Hearing this, he quickly calmed down. Uncle An's words make sense. Let's just wait for him. Longsky's eyes flashed with killing intent. That saves us the trouble. The Emperor's key can only belong to me. Within a palace, Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere. The stone steel has been refined by someone? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find the stone steel. Lin Fei's heart sank. Damn it. My luck can't be that bad, can it? After searching a few more times, he still couldn't find the stone steel. Lin Fei's heart was clouded by a shadow. I worked so hard, relied on the system's tools, and risked my life to obtain the Emperor's key. Could it be that there's someone more monstrous than me? Lin Fei paced back and forth. The situation had become serious. He had thought that he would be able to easily master the Senfu, but things weren't as simple as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was filled with difficulties. Damn. The system's missions really aren't that easy to complete. Lin Fei cursed. No matter who the other person is, since they were able to obtain the stone steel, they definitely aren't weak. They might even be extremely powerful. If I were to take the initiative to go look for them, I would definitely be in a bad situation. Facing the black monster, Lin Fei used all of his techniques. He used up all of his elemental energy. He only had tens of thousands of points left in the system. His only life-saving trump card was a greater teleportation talisman. Anyone in the Senfu would be tempted. If it were anyone else, they would most likely immediately head to the next location and get there first. Lin Fei was an exception. With the leveling system, the Senfu was nothing more than an icing on the cake. It wasn't a timely help. It wasn't as tempting as an ordinary person. He didn't become obsessed with the Senfu. Lin Fei himself was a cautious person. If I want to take down the Senfu, I have to fight the mysterious person. I don't know anything about the mysterious person's strength. I also don't know if he has any helpers. If I meet him, I really don't know what will happen. Lin Fei guessed, if I want to take down the Senfu, I have to kill them in one strike and not give them any chance. Lin Fei thought of the tools in the system's shop. The black monster was powerful, wasn't it? Under the frozen years, it still became a pile of scrap metal. Yes, I must buy some tools as a protective treasure. Only then will I have more confidence. He quickly opened the system in the shop. He couldn't help but frown. The Frozen Years scroll is gone. The Frozen Years scroll that was originally sold was completely gone. Lin Fei saw a line of words below. One-time consumable, only sold once. Not good. After experiencing the treasure that was worth 200,000 points, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence in the treasures in front. Looks like I need at least 200,000 points to get a satisfactory treasure. 20 points was a bit difficult. In the shop, one could only get 200,000 points for one. The next level required 300,000 points. In other words, Lin Fei had to get more than 200,000 points in a short period of time. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 376. P.S. Thank you to Xianxia for your comment. Outside the central zone, there were fewer demons than before, but there were still many great demons left behind. These great demons all had demon soldiers under them, especially those that were well-cultivated array soldiers. The demon clan's hatred for humans had never lessened and had never stopped. Every time the Senfu opened, the great demons would take the initiative to kill human experts as a way to vent their dissatisfaction with the humans. Every time it opened, the humans would suffer heavy casualties. The Senfu had a lot of space. For the great demons, especially the top great demons, they could easily fly out. As such, they were forced to leave the Senfu and head to the outside world. Hunting human experts and snatching the Sky Immortal key became one of the things they wanted to do the most. Damn, these humans sure run fast. Stop sighing. At least your king killed 3 humans. These human disciples are all very profitable. Killing them will give you a lot of spoils of war. It's a pity that our king has yet to encounter a single human disciple. By the way, do you know that Sky Snake Great Demon? The last time the Senfu opened, he killed more than 10 humans. It said that he encountered a powerful human expert this year and was killed. A Sky Snake Great Demon is dead? He's very strong. He's dead. His demon soldiers have all been taken away. Outside the central zone, the demon soldiers chatted with each other. From time to time, their gazes would land on the central zone, a place they both loved and hated. The Emperor-level great demons were also gathered together. Sky Snake Great Demon is dead. What a surprise. A black ox demon with 2 horns on his head sighed. Despicable humans. Not long ago, Sky Snake Great Demon said that he would break the previous record this year. I never expected him to be killed by a human expert so quickly. You don't say. The human experts this year are very strong. Many great demons were killed. From what I know, the alligator great demon, white bear great demon, and the rest are all dead. Usually, the great demons would fight each other non-stop. But once a great demon died at the hands of a human expert, they could not help but unite against a common enemy. They could not hide the anger on their faces. Their usual fighting was a matter for the demons. But if a great demon died at the hands of a human, it would become a feud that would last for generations. The Senfu had opened and they had lost so many great demons. This made the great demons in a bad mood. Human experts have appeared. Great demons were very sensitive to the aura of humans. When Lin Fei appeared thousands of miles away, the great demons immediately detected him. Kill this brat. I know this person. He blocked Ku Shui's palm strike, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. Moreover, he came from the central region. If we kill him, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. The greater demon was excited. The demon race had always been competitive. What's more, at this moment they were all full of anger. When they saw a human brat appear, they immediately looked for a place to vent their anger. Who asked him to appear at the right time? Whoosh, whoosh. In order to obtain points, Lin Fei set his sights on the Yao. After refining the Great Emperor Qi, Lin Fei could move freely within the Senfu. Now he had done Lin Fei a great favor. In order to be careful, Lin Fei decided to get enough points first. Without a protective treasure, he really didn't have much confidence. If he had a treasure that could seal in ice for 10,000 years, he could deal with it when he encountered a strong expert. At the very least, he could leave. It was better than falling into a trap. It was this thought that allowed Lin Fei to avoid a great deal of trouble and danger. So many experience points. Seeing the black mass of demons, Lin Fei's eyebrows danced in delight. He was extremely excited. With so many Yao, it shouldn't be a problem to get 200,000 points, right? Lin Fei asked himself. Dragon transformation, his strongest defense was activated. God kill, Lin Fei activated his strongest defense. He didn't want to waste time. If he was discovered by the other party, he would lose more than he gained. He had to get 200,000 points in the shortest time possible. Walala, the divine consciousness was like a harvesting weapon. The Yao soldiers were wearing armor. As soon as they formed an attack formation, Lin Fei's divine consciousness came over. Their defense was strong, but their soul cultivation was poor. With a god kill, the souls in the sea of consciousness of the Yao soldiers were destroyed and turned into soul fragments. In other words, they were directly killed by the divine consciousness. Without their souls, the Yao soldiers lost their effect. Awesome, this is awesome. The soul attack would at most cause dizziness. The power of the divine sense evolution secret technique was extraordinary. Even the Yao soldiers at the front had their souls injured. The weaker king-level Yao soldiers directly fell from the sky. This divine consciousness secret technique came at the right time. Otherwise, facing a large number of Yao soldiers, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. He couldn't rush up. Whooshed, Lin Fei rushed to the front of the Yao soldiers. With the supreme-grade spiritual treasure sword in his right hand, he pierced the head of the Yao soldiers, penetrating the defense and killing the king-level Yao soldiers. After being suppressed in front of the black monster for so long, Lin Fei found a place to release. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was fast and powerful, especially with the supreme-grade spiritual treasure in his hand. In front of Lin Fei, the king-level Yao soldiers couldn't even block one attack and were directly killed, turning into a large amount of experience points. At this time, in the main hall, Mu Changkong continued to wait. According to Elder N, Mu Changkong chose to wait, but the other party didn't come. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the right choice. Could it be that that person knows that I am waiting in the main hall? Otherwise, the other party should be here soon. The Senfu was very big. Even though the Senfu was empty now, it was really not easy to find a person. Otherwise, Mu Changkong wouldn't have chosen such a stupid method. A stupid method was a stupid method, but the effect was good. Mu Changkong had 2 capable subordinates, Elder and Indong Su. No matter how strong the other party was, once he stepped into the main hall, he would be killed immediately. Young master, don't worry. The other party will come to the main hall sooner or later, unless he doesn't want to find the other great Emperor Qi. Eldarin said. We just need to wait. Mu Changkong said, wait for a while more. Outside the Senfu, the battle continued. A group of Yao soldiers were caught off guard by Lin Fei's killing move. By the time they reacted, at least a few thousand Yao soldiers had died. Under the bombardment of divine sense, it was almost like they were killed in an instant. No less than a few dozen king-level Yao soldiers had died. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were furious. The emperor-level Yao soldiers relied on king-level Yao soldiers, which were equivalent to their left and right arms. Although the Senfu was big, there were many forces. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were not convinced by each other. In less than a moment, countless king-level Yao soldiers had died. Especially the Yao soldiers, which almost caused the emperor-level Yao soldiers to vomit blood. Form the formation. Form the formation and kill him. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were furious. We can't let them form the formation. The Yao soldiers in the formation are not easy to deal with. After using the Divine Sense secret technique to kill the first wave, Lin Fei obtained a large amount of experience points, yuan qi and important points. Destruction. Lin Fei waved his hand and used the metal concept sword technique. The dragon of destruction charged at the Yao soldiers. Lin Fei did not stop and chose to attack the emperor-level Yao soldiers again. With his strength, the emperor-level Yao soldiers were inferior to Lin Fei no matter what advantage they had. Once they were closed in, they would die without a doubt. As for the emperor-level Yao soldiers, it was not so easy to kill them. Lin Fei would rather attack the emperor-level Yao soldiers. The emperor-level Yao soldiers were killed. The king-level Great Demon, Iron Wolf, was dead. This day became a nightmare for the emperor-level Yao soldiers. They had encountered a freakish human expert. Killing them was as easy as plucking something from his pocket. The usually powerful king-level greater demons were completely terrified of him. Let's go. After killing a large number of demon kings and a group of demon soldiers, Lin Fei left this place. Lin Fei needed points and did not want to be entangled with the enemy. When the emperor-level Yao soldiers were enraged, Lin Fei immediately left. Rumble, the attacks of the emperor-level Yao soldiers all missed. A large number of mountains below were razed to the ground in their anger. Chase. This person can't run far. We must kill this kid. My subordinates have all been wiped out. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Emperor-level greater demons occupied a territory in the Immortal Mansion because they had king-level greater demons as their subordinates, as well as demon soldiers whose strength would soar when they formed formations. However, under Lin Fei's slaughter, the emperor-level Yao soldiers under some of the emperor-level Yao soldiers were almost completely wiped out. As for the Yao soldiers, needless to say, less than 30% of their combat strength was left. Some of the emperor-level Yao soldiers were even reduced to generals without an army. It could be said that these emperor-level Yao soldiers would probably have to lay low for a period of time and recuperate. They would lose the right to speak. As a result, how could they swallow this anger? The worst thing was that their vitality was greatly damaged. The other emperor-level Yao soldiers did not have it easy either. The emperor-level Yao soldiers under them had suffered heavy losses. After teleporting again, Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. This Senfu is really a good place to kill people and level up. In a short time, I've earned more than 40,000 points. If I do this a few more times, I'll have enough points. The reason why Lin Fei chose to kill Emperor-level Yao soldiers was because the missions he took were all about killing Emperor-level Yao soldiers. Lin Fei could deal with Emperor-level Yao soldiers. It was very troublesome to deal with them. They were not as easy to deal with as Emperor-level Yao soldiers. He could easily kill Emperor-level Yao soldiers in close combat. With a supreme-grade spirit treasure in hand, no matter how strong a Emperor-level Yao soldier's defense was, they would still die. There are many great Yao soldiers in the Senfu. I should be able to get enough points in less than a day. Lin Fei was not greedy. He would go to the Senfu once he had enough points. At that time, all the Yao soldiers in the Senfu would be in his hands. Time. What he needed now was time. The Senfu was very big and there were many Yao soldiers. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and saw a group of great Yao soldiers. It seemed that they were looking for human experts. Total annihilation. Lin Fei did not say anything and launched an attack, catching the great Yao soldiers off guard. Half a day passed in a flash. Chapter 377. P.S. Thanks to Fengu0 for the tip and Arjun for the comment. Today is Mother's Day. I wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. First, he killed the demon soldiers, then the demon kings. As for the demon emperors, they chose to give up. It was a waste of time. If the demon emperors knew about this, who knew what they would think? Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. The demon race suffered a great loss. The human demon kings also entered Lin Fei's vision. At this moment, all that was left in his eyes were points. It could be said that other than the demon emperors, the rest of the demon soldiers and demon kings couldn't defend against Lin Fei's close-range attacks and were easily killed. Lin Fei couldn't remember how many demon soldiers and demons he killed. Anyway, his points kept increasing and he was getting closer to the number he wanted. Soon. Lin Fei pulled the killing sword out of the body of a demon king and blood flowed. Such a massacre attracted the attention of the demon race's true experts. When Lin Fei attacked another demon king, a dazzling Jianghu flew out of the void and charged at Lin Fei with a destructive aura. Someone is making a move. Lin Fei dodged and didn't take it head-on. The Jianghu seemed to be targeting Lin Fei. No matter how he dodged, it kept chasing, which made Lin Fei angry. Water-fire lotus. The huge lotus wrapped the Jianghu. Lin Fei held the supreme-grade spirit treasure and charged at the Jianghu. Clang, 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 the Jianghu hit the killing sword 3 times in a row. The huge force made Lin Fei frown. If his spirit treasure wasn't a supreme-grade spirit treasure, the 3 hits from the Jianghu would have shattered it. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body was covered with wounds of various sizes. With his powerful recovery ability, he quickly recovered. However, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with wariness. He had met his match. Your Excellency, you have great strength. In the void, a person walked out. Under his warm smile, there was a cold killing intent. What a powerful gaze. This fellow has cultivated the secret charm technique. As soon as Lin Fei's eyes met, a great fear rose in his heart. If he hadn't used his divine sense to cut it off, his heart would have long since been filled with fear, and his battle prowess would have been greatly reduced. You are also very powerful. Lin Fei no longer looked into the other's eyes. If he had not heard of this secret technique before, Lin Fei would have almost fallen for it. Aren't you going too far by crazily slaughtering our demon race? Heaven Star said indifferently, your strength isn't bad. I just don't know if you're able to block the attack of a true treasure? The demon race being wantonly slaughtered, Heaven Star, this demon race's strongest person, naturally could not sit still. The other party's strength was more powerful than he had imagined. He was actually able to block his top-grade spirit treasure, the Vajra ring. He could not help but be slightly surprised. Swish swish, just as Heaven Star's voice fell, another person appeared. Since when did you demon race become so polite? Ku Shui glanced at him and mocked, if it was me, I would have killed him first. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The descendants of celestial immortal Kumu also suffered heavy casualties. Ku Shui, the strongest descendant of celestial immortals, naturally could not sit still. Whether it was Heaven Star or Ku Shui, both of them were unwilling to see their strength suffer. That was why they personally took action. One was in the front while the other was at the back. Lin Fei frowned slightly and thought to himself, damn it, why did 2 profound sect experts appear? In terms of aura, they should be at the peak of profound sect. It seems like they are the strongest of the demon race and celestial immortal descendants. This is going to be troublesome. If I get entangled by them, I won't be able to gather enough points. I'm still short of 50 to 60,000 points. Water Flame Lotus. How could Lin Fei let them join hands? Without any explanation, he activated dozens of water flame lotuses and charged towards the demon soldiers like a rainbow. With a silent chant, a shocking explosion was produced. Compressed water flame lotuses were something that Lin Fei could easily do. Dozens of water flame lotuses exploded at the same time. The immense power caused a huge mushroom cloud to rise up. The shockwave swept over and tore countless demon soldiers into pieces. Be it Heaven Star or Ku Shui, they were both enraged. In front of the 2 of them, this kid still dared to slaughter their subordinates. He was simply looking down on them. Diamond Ring. Heaven Star activated his supreme-grade spiritual treasure once again. Ku Shui attacked as well. A black longbow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow and shot an arrow. A black ray of light locked onto Lin Fei's body. Heart-piercing arrow. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the dangerous aura. He activated his monarch key and disappeared on the spot. Rumble, the 2 attacks missed, causing the ground to tremble. A few tall mountains were shaved off. It was a flat plain. Damn it. Ku Shui cursed, but soon after, his face lit up with excitement. The Great Emperor Key. That brat used the Great Emperor Key earlier. In the Immortal Estate, other than the Great Emperor Key, nothing else can be used, unless it's the Great Instant Teleportation Talisman. This old man can guarantee that this brat used the Great Emperor Key. Monarch Key. This item immediately caused a huge commotion in their hearts. Heaven Star's expression changed. The appearance of the Monarch Key was equivalent to controlling a part of Senfu. If he refined it, he would really control Senfu. Chase, we must not let him refine Senfu. The situation was getting serious. Heaven Star gritted his teeth. He regretted not using his treasure earlier. Now he could only watch his opponent escape. Swished when Lin Fei appeared in the distance, the two immediately chased after him. They had the thought of chasing him to the ends of the world. I still exposed the monarch key. Lin Fei's divine sense saw the two figures chasing after him. They were extremely fast and were rapidly closing the distance. I'll risk it. The two behind him could catch up at any time. Lin Fei had no time to think. He had to gather enough points first. Voila, Lin Fei kept activating the monarch key, changing his position. Very soon Lin Fei found a group of demon soldiers. A few king-level great demons killed them with lightning speed, leaving a ground full of corpses. Brat, you're dead for sure. Heaven Star roared. Leave behind the monarch key, or I'll make you die without a burial. Kushue was enraged. This person dared to wantonly kill demon soldiers and human experts despite being chased by them. This caused their expressions to turn unnatural. Why would Lin Fei care about their words? If you have the ability, chase after me. Don't just stand behind me and talk. Lin Fei changed his position again. Seeing Lin Fei changing his position and hearing his words, Kushue and Heaven Star's anger soared to the sky. Since when did someone dare to be disrespectful to them? No, he has the monarch key. We'll always be one step behind. Kushue said, we should use our treasure to kill him while he's attacking. Heaven Star added, let's join forces and kill him first. The two of them had always been rivals. For the sake of the monarch key, they quickly swore a heavenly oath and joined forces to kill their opponent. They must not allow him to refine Senfu. Chapter 378. Soon. Tens of thousands of points were quickly closing in. Soon he was close to his target. At the same time, Lin Fei saw that their faces were turning darker and darker like coal. They wanted to cut him into pieces and skin him alive. Now that I have completely enraged them, once they have enough opportunities, they will immediately deal with me. I have to be careful. Moreover, they should have real treasures in their hands, treasures that are even more powerful than spirit treasures. I should be especially careful and not give them any opportunities. Lin Fei was only worried about the treasures they had. Spirit treasures could only injure him lightly, but real treasures were completely different. They were mysterious existences. Real treasures were above spirit treasures. They were many times more powerful than spirit treasures. If one hadn't seen one wouldn't know. Normal warriors would be lucky to have a spirit treasure, not to mention something as powerful as a real treasure. Once they had one, their combat ability would increase greatly. In a one-on-one battle, they would be able to instantly kill their opponents. Of course, if someone had a real treasure and didn't have a powerful background, they would be quickly killed. Real treasures were even more powerful. Normal emperor-level warriors wouldn't be able to get one. The mystic sect had to rely on luck. This was a demon and a sky immortal descendant. Lin Fei really didn't dare to guarantee how powerful the real treasures in their hands were. Lin Fei was wary of the diamond ring that the demon used. It was extremely powerful. Lin Fei thought as he quickly charged towards the next group of demon soldiers. At the same time, within the great hall of Senfu, Long Sky of the Mu clan appeared. Waiting here is no longer possible. It's time for us to take the initiative. He had lost his patience. Jianghu and Endongshu didn't dare to say anything. It was their idea to wait here. Actually, they had a lot of questions as well. Was there something wrong with their idea? Otherwise, why didn't they see him? This seemed impossible, but the truth was right in front of them. That person really didn't appear. They couldn't help but wonder if he had seen through their plan. Long Sky of the Mu clan chose to take the initiative and search through the remaining halls. Strangely, there was no sign of him. It was as if he had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Why isn't he in Senfu? Long Sky frowned. There's no reason for him not to be in Senfu. Unless, of course, he doesn't want to bind Senfu. Young master, perhaps that person is hiding somewhere in Senfu. And Jianghu guessed. That should be a possibility, Dong Su said. Grandmaster Vast Sky took out the Grand Emperor's key. It doesn't matter if this person is hiding in Senfu or not. If I use the Grand Emperor's key, I'll be able to roughly locate him. Soon, Mizukage Long Sky and his subordinates appeared outside of Senfu. I didn't expect that person to be outside. Grandmaster Long Sky was only able to sense his general location, but that was enough. Killing him was just a matter of time. Young master, do you want us to attack and kill that person? Zhang Hoen asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the Monarch Realm Great Demon, who had already been beaten up by Lin Fei, once again found a place to vent their anger. Who asked them to vent their anger? Humans. Humans again. Kill them. Damned human. You deserve to die. A group of Emperor-level great beasts made their move. Courting death. Jianghu's body expanded to become 50 meters tall, making him look like a giant. An ancient aura emanated from him, as though he were a primordial existence. He made a grabbing motion with his enormous palm, and the entire world around him seemed to become a giant palm that trapped the Emperor-level great demons within. With a gentle squeeze, the Emperor-level great demons were squashed to death. Blood flowed like a river. A single move had killed a group of Emperor-level great demons. A great demon who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to attack young master? Jianghu waved his hand non-stop. The great demons and demon-level great demons that fell into his palm were instantly squashed into meat paste. As for their attacks, when they landed on the bodies of the great demons, they were like tickles, unable to cause any harm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Emperor-level great demons had died at Jianghu's hands. Quick retreat. Retreat. The Emperor-level great demons who had quick reactions were terrified out of their wits. They were all Emperor-level great demons with incredible power, but this opponent's power was simply too terrifying. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They had seen how the Emperor-level great demons had been squashed to death with a gentle squeeze from the giant. The terrifying thing was they hadn't been able to dodge a single claw from the giant before they were killed. They immediately led the remaining demon-level great demons and fled. Mizukage Great Sky laughed coldly. No need to chase. First we'll get our hands on the final Earth Key. In the future we'll have plenty of chances to take care of them. I want them to become slaves for the rest of their lives. Jianghu snorted coldly. They should count themselves lucky. Dong Su laughed. A bunch of ignorant little great demons. Killing them would be a waste of time. When Jianghu's terrifying aura appeared, the first to change expressions were Heaven Star and Withered Blood, the two strongest experts of the great demons. They could sense that dangerous aura. Just now, it seemed as though the aura of a fiend god had appeared. Heaven Star had a serious look on his face. Fiend gods, such distant words. They were unimaginably existences. Fiend gods have been gone for so long. It shouldn't be possible for them to appear, right? Withered Blood was suspicious, but his tone still changed. I've never heard of them either. If a fiend god dares to come to the Senfu, they'll probably be surrounded and killed before they even appear. Fiend gods are priceless slaves. Fiend gods were incredibly powerful existences of the primordial era. When they were born, whether they were monsters or humans, they were as tiny as ants in front of fiend gods. They had to stand to the side. When fiend gods were born, they were extremely powerful. They didn't need to train. Over time, their strength would constantly rise. The body refining techniques that dominated the primordial era had all been passed down from the primordial era, and they had all been comprehended from the bodies of fiend gods. Later on, they had perfected them, and now they were able to display incredible defensive power and powerful attack power. It could be said that fiend gods were the ancestors of body refiners. Body refiners were already so powerful. Fiend gods were so powerful that they caused their hearts to palpitate. They felt powerless and their lives and deaths were out of their control. Perhaps we're overthinking things. Heaven Star's tone was filled with suspicion as well. If a fiend god appeared in the Senfu, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the fiend god. Fiend gods were simply too powerful. Fiend gods were born in the primordial era. They were powerful and had long lifespans. They were nearly immortal and were the lucky ones in the world. It could be said that any fiend god had terrifying strength. The longer they lived, the stronger they became. Heaven Star also didn't wish for a fiend god to appear. Once a fiend god appeared, they might not have the chance to snatch the great emperor's key. This was their only chance to leave the Senfu. Let's quickly kill that brat. A long night is fraught with trouble. This old man thinks so too. Although they couldn't confirm the aura just now, they still felt immense pressure in their hearts. When the fiend god's aura appeared, Lin Fei's expression changed several times. Damn, what a familiar aura. Lin Fei couldn't guess it immediately. However, that terrifying aura still made his heart palpitate. An invisible pressure landed on his chest. This won't do. If this continues, I won't have enough points. Lin Fei was anxious. I have to kill the Emperor-level great demons. An inexplicable dangerous aura appeared. Lin Fei could vaguely feel that this aura was most likely coming for him. Once it caught up, the situation would definitely be bad. Danger, extremely dangerous. Lin Fei appeared again. Not far away there were 2 Emperor-level great demons, a flying great demon, a fish demon, and a group of demon soldiers. They seemed to be searching for something. When Lin Fei appeared, the 2 Emperor-level great demons quickly discovered him. Kill this human brat. This human brat must have some good stuff on him. God kill. Lin Fei once again used the Divine Sense secret art. More than 1,200 superior-grade spiritual treasures directly bombarded the 2 Emperor-level great demons. The Divine Sense secret art was originally used to fight against the 2 experts behind him. In order to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei had no choice but to use it. Moreover, this was also the fastest attack. Rumble. He attacked with all his strength, severely injuring the 2 Emperor-level great demons. Swish. Lin Fei stabbed with his killing sword. The Emperor-level great demons were seriously injured, and their defense was greatly reduced. White light flew past. One by one their heads were pierced, leaving behind lifeless corpses. Infinite Universe Saber. Heavenly Star. This great demon finally made a move in anger. This time he used his greatest trump card, a true treasure. With this true treasure, Heavenly Star could become the #1 expert among the great demons. Swish. As soon as this saber appeared, its power increased greatly. The terrifying aura made people not dare to look directly at it. The true treasure was too strong, too dangerous. Go. When Lin Fei saw that terrifying aura, his heart sank. A true treasure. The other party must have used a true treasure. Not good, I am locked. Swish. The Infinite Universe Saber turned into a white light, piercing through Lin Fei's chest. The powerful Azure Dragon True Body, unexpectedly could not block the true treasure. Lin Fei endured the pain and shuttled through the void. Heavenly Star withdrew the Infinite Universe Saber. What a strong defense. As expected of a body refiner. Ordinary warriors would have been killed by me. I don't believe he can block the second saber. Lin Fei's left arm was partially injured. It was a huge wound. Even he found it hard to believe that his Azure Dragon True Body could not block the true treasure's attack. If he did not change his position at the crucial moment, it would not be a simple injury. Is this a true treasure? Its might is too ferocious. A monarch demonic beast could not even injure my Azure Dragon True Body. Yet the other party's true treasure injured me. It is indeed ridiculously strong. Lin Fei was afraid of the true treasure. One more time and I will be satisfied with my points. Lin Fei remained calm. The other party's true treasure is too powerful. The true treasure's power still remains, and the recovery speed of the body is greatly reduced. If I do it again, the Azure Dragon True Body's defense will be greatly reduced. Feeling the wound near his left arm being enveloped by a power, Lin Fei was no longer so surprised. Although he could recover, the speed was too slow. Seeing that he was about to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to give it a try. When he returned to the Senfu main hall, he would not need to care about them. Lin Fei quickly thought of a good idea. Points, the important points, no matter what, he had to give it a try. If he did not give it a try now, there was not much time, especially when the other party used a true treasure. If 2 true treasures came out at the same time, the situation would be even worse. Chapter 379. A group of Emperor-level great beasts were charging in that direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei appeared again. Without hesitation he used his most powerful attack. He wanted to accumulate enough points even if he was injured. Even though his left arm was injured and his defense was greatly affected, it wasn't a big problem for him to deal with Emperor-level great beasts. First was the God Killer, followed by the most powerful sword formation. The white light was like cold light, and its aura was fierce. It landed on the Emperor-level great beasts. Infinite Universe Saber. Heaven Star, who was right behind, activated the true treasure again. The Infinite Universe Saber was as bright as day, and it split the void in 2. It was so powerful that the Emperor-level great beasts immediately stopped. They were suppressed by the true treasure's power. A good chance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a rare chance. He had to kill them all. Another wave of God Killer rushed over. The Emperor-level great beasts temporarily lost control. Their souls were injured and their defense was greatly reduced. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, white light flew past. The killing sword was like a dragon, breaking through the Emperor-level great beast's defense. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Lin Fei killed the group of great beasts as he wished. The true treasure's attack arrived. Lin Fei immediately activated the Great Emperor's key, preparing to teleport to the safe Senfu. Then they would all be in vain. He had enough points. Crash! At the same time, a giant hand reached out from the void. It slapped the air and the Infinite Universe Saber was slapped away. Then it clawed at the air. The void where Lin Fei was shattered like glass, and he was also pushed out by this force. In the blink of an eye, the true treasure was slapped away and Lin Fei was pushed out. Lin Fei's face was filled with shock. "Kid, you want to leave just like that? You're too naive." 3 people appeared in the void. These 3 people were led by Mu Zhangkong. The space in the Senfu was very big. To them, tracking a person was a piece of cake. Heavenly Star's expression changed when the true treasure, Heaven and Earth Limitless Saber, was sent flying. He was very clear about the might of a true treasure. Ever since he had this low-grade true treasure, almost no one could block its attack. Today was the only exception. A powerful body cultivator could not die under the boundless universe blade. The second time he was sent flying by the mysterious man before him. Longski's gaze fell upon Lin Fei. "I imagine that the key is in your hands." There was no room for rejection in his tone. "The key is in their hands." Lin Fei's heart sank. He had encountered a mysterious person who was incredibly strong. If he used the Grand Emperor's key, the person would be able to force him out. Without batting an eyelid, he took out the Emperor's key. "The key is in my hands. If you dare to use force, I will destroy the Emperor's key, unless you don't want to inherit the Senfu." Time. Lin Fei was fighting for time. "If you want the Monarch key, I can give it to you, but you have to kill them first." Lin Fei pointed at Tianxing and Ku Shui. Tianxing and Ku Shui were enraged. This brat was really bad, daring to kill with a borrowed knife. Just from that attack, they knew that the 3 led by the white-robed man weren't people they could fight against. "Young master, the great sovereign key is in his hands. You guys can do whatever you want. We won't interfere in this matter." Tianxing left after saying that. Even the treasure was swept away. What could they use to fight? Tianxing slipped away. Ku Shui, the descendant of a sky immortal, was smart. He immediately left, wishing that his parents had given him more legs. Long Sky didn't attack them. They were just profound ancestor peak. Killing them or not didn't make a difference. "Brat, it seems like your plan won't work." Longski's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Will you hand over the Monarch key, or will I deal with you personally?" Lin Fei cursed. These 2 bastards were running so fast. At the very least, he should have exchanged a few blows with them. Being able to obtain the Great Emperor's key without anyone noticing, you must have a certain amount of wealth. "How about this? I'll sell the Great Emperor's key to you for 50 million Jinyuan crystals. Neither of us will lose out." Lin Fei laughed. At the same time he opened the shop system. 300,000 points. He had already chosen the item scroll. And Jianghu and Dong Su knew what would happen when they saw how daring this person was. Young Master hated it when people acted recklessly in front of him. These people usually didn't have good endings. Longski's face sank. This brat really didn't know how to behave. He snorted coldly, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you have the Monarch key. To me it'll just be troublesome. I'll send you to hell right now. I'll let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me." Long Sky was furious. He was truly furious. A brat with some strength dared to bargain with him. How reckless. Even in the Empire, who dared to be rude to him? Who wouldn't be polite to him? Golden arrow of life. Long Sky slapped his waist and a golden arrow flew out. The Jingguang shone brightly, and an aura no weaker than a true treasure swept out. The entire sky was covered by the Jingguang. "Go. This is a true treasure and it's a one-time consumable." Luckily we left quickly. Otherwise we definitely wouldn't be a match for the white-shirt young master. We might even be killed. The white-shirt young master must be from a big family, a super dynasty. Tianxing and Ku Shui were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The 2 of them had true treasures on them. They spent a lot of effort to get them and they treated them like treasures. They wouldn't use them unless it was a critical moment. The white-shirt young master casually used a one-time consumable treasure. They couldn't compare to this. Even if they had the money they might not be able to do it. "He's dead for sure." And Jianghu said, "Those who dare to look down on young master won't die. This brat can't even block a normal low-grade true treasure. Against the golden arrow of life he'll be killed instantly." Lin Fei's pupils shrank and danger enveloped his body. Wah! An enormous water flame lotus appeared below him, and its leaves swayed to form a cover. Lin Fei held the killing sword and faced the Jingguang. However, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. I block again. Lin Fei didn't retreat but faced it directly. The Jingguang's power was endless. The water flame lotus was blasted apart with one attack, turning into nothingness. Every time they clashed, Lin Fei's Azure Dragon true body would leave a large wound. If it was a normal body cultivator, his body would have already been smashed into pieces, and he would be dead. After the fourth clash, Lin Fei vomited a large mouthful of blood. After the fifth clash, Lin Fei's face was pale, and the Azure Dragon true body was on the verge of breaking. After the sixth clash, the Jingguang flew over Lin Fei's chest. The dragon transformation state collapsed and he flew out. Humph, this is the result of going against me. Chapter 380. That kid is so strong. He blocked it 6 times in a row. Normal people would have died countless times. Tianxing sighed. If it were me, I would have blocked 7 or 8 times at most. As expected of the deadly golden arrow. So powerful. That kid is also very strong. No wonder he didn't die after blocking your infinite universe blade. He's only injured. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a Mystique Venerable or even a Mystique Saint. Ku Shui's forehead was sweating. This man in white was even more terrifying than they imagined. He used a disposable true treasure every time he attacked. Who could beat him? The 2 servants next to him, in particular, gave them a lot of pressure. They needed to work together to deal with the kid in white. The man in white could easily injure him. If he used it against them, they would definitely die. However, they had some doubts, especially Tianxing. If the infinite universe blade couldn't injure him, why couldn't the kid block the true treasure? Wasn't this defeat a little too quick? Tianxing didn't dare to say this out loud. At most, he could only think about it. The 2 didn't dare to stay, afraid that they would be the next unlucky ones. That kid was done for, let alone them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They didn't think they could hide from them. The mountain range below had been flattened. A huge crater appeared below. They could vaguely see the figure of the opponent. Long Sky of the Mu clan had never taken him seriously. A mere body refiner was nothing. There was no need to care about him. There were countless body refiners in the capital of the dynasty. The Emperor's Key. Longsky's gaze fell upon the Emperor's Key. This was the last one. Cough cough, Lin Fei struggled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy the Emperor's Key. Lin Fei's expression was fierce. He grabbed the Emperor's Key. It seemed like he would destroy it in the next second. Long Sky laughed loudly as if he was looking at an idiot. Haha, only an idiot would think he could crush the Emperor's Key with ethereal force. But you don't know that this is the Emperor's Key made by an eternal emperor. Unless you're at the same level as the Emperor, no one can touch it. You can give up now. After he finished speaking, Mu Zhongkong laughed loudly and prepared to collect the Great Emperor's Key. With the final Emperor's Key in hand, Long Sky would be able to completely refine the Senfu and complete the clan's mission. Come here. Mu Shi made a grabbing motion and Lin Fei was pulled over. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression turned vicious. The Great Sovereign Key belongs to me. The Great Sovereign Key you have will belong to me too. Lin Fei finally made up his mind. Crash, a black scroll was torn open. At that instant, a terrifying aura lingered in the spacious immortal abode. The beast soldiers and the beasts all felt a sense of danger, which they had never felt before. Not good, the young master is in danger. Originally, Jianghu and Ndongshu didn't think much of that brat. After that brat was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the young master. Moreover, the young master had personally made a move. Naturally, they would wait at the side. This kind of thing wasn't something they could do. But when that dangerous aura erupted, their expressions instantly darkened. They didn't expect that this brat would have a trump card. More importantly, he had used the trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence. Patience, he was too good at patience. They were faster, but Lin Fei was faster. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei knew that they had encountered a powerful enemy. Especially the white-robed young master, who was clearly the leader, and had powerful servants by his side. Lin Fei knew with a single glance, which was why he used this method to numb the enemy. Lin Fei indeed couldn't block the golden arrow of reaping life. It was too powerful. Previously, he had been injured by the infinite universe saber. Now that he had encountered the golden arrow of reaping life, he was naturally heavily injured. Because he was injured, Lin Fei found a chance to kill his opponent. If the 2 servants had attacked, Lin Fei wouldn't have had a chance to snatch the Great Emperor's Key. He would have been killed before he could even attack. Everything went according to Lin Fei's expectations. The white-robed young master personally came to take the Great Emperor's Key. Adding on the fact that Lin Fei had tricked him, he finally had the chance to use the scroll he had bought. The scroll was torn open and a sky-covering black mist turned into a huge vortex, appearing above Longsky's head. Then a terrifying aura was released from the black mist. A black dragon, an enormous black dragon more than 300 meters long, emerged from the black vortex. Its eyes were sharp, and its terrifying demonic chi caused all of the demonic demons in the Immortal's palace to tremble, and no one dared to look directly at it. Do you think you can kill me like this? You're too naive. A golden scroll appeared in Longski's hand. Finger of Reaping Life. A boundless dangerous aura locked onto Longski's body. More importantly, he was enveloped by a mysterious power, preventing him from using the Great Emperor's key to escape. Longsky calmed down and took out a protective treasure. The Fatal Finger was a divine thought left behind by a super powerhouse. Its attack power was immense. One could imagine how powerful it was to leave such a life-saving attack behind for Mu Changkong. Even if he encountered a Mystique Venerable or even a Mystique Sage powerhouse, he would still be able to escape. The Black Dragon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The terrifying finger had just been unleashed when it was swallowed by the Black Dragon. Then it swallowed Longsky in one gulp. Longsky was shocked. How could this be? My Finger of Reaping Life was bestowed upon me by an elder in my family. Even a great perfection mystic venerable or profound sage would be wary of it. How could the Black Dragon swallow it in one gulp? It doesn't make sense. For the first time Longsky panicked. He was truly panicking. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The huge Black Dragon swooped down and bit down on half of Longski's body. Jianghu and Ndongxu were furious. Don't you dare hurt our young master. Jianghu transformed into a giant. His God-Fiend aura rippled as he used his God-Fiend divine ability. The sky darkened instantly. Lin Fei suddenly felt weightless. Fortunately, at that moment, the Black Dragon dragged Longsky into the vortex. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. In less than a breath's time, he was dragged into the vortex. I'm Longsky. I won't die. Rumble, Zhang Hoan's palm landed on the black vortex. In the end, the black vortex collapsed and turned into fragments. Four shadows shot out from within. Retrieve, retrieve, retrieve. Lin Fei rushed out quickly and retrieved the four shadows at lightning speed. You killed the young master. You killed the young master of the Longsky clan. Zhang Hoan was furious. He could not imagine that the young master, who had a protective treasure, would die in front of him. He could not accept that things had come to this. Heaven and earth capture. Sword of Shadow. An inexplicable sense of great danger loomed over him. Lin Fei did not hesitate and activated the Great Emperor's key. Obstruct the air seemed to freeze. There was a rare pause as the God-Fiend divine ability sealed the air. Azure Dragon True Body, use all your strength to block. Lin Fei's eyebrows were twitching. Danger. An unstoppable danger. The Heaven and Earth Capture and the Sword of Shadow both landed on Lin Fei's body. The huge impact almost caused Lin Fei's body to collapse. At that moment, the Great Emperor's key broke through the restrictions and disappeared in front of their eyes. At the crucial moment, the Great Emperor's key showed its use. Even though Zhang Hoan's divine ability was strong and could temporarily seal the area, it was unable to truly trap the Great Emperor's key. Lin Fei successfully escaped. This was because Lin Fei was not fated to die. Damn, he actually blocked our sure kill technique. The darkness dissipated and everything returned to normal. But Zhang Hoan's face was filled with despair. Young master is dead. Even the life-seizing finger couldn't block the other party's attack. We really failed miserably this time, Dong Su said. As servants, the two of them were very strong. After losing the Great Emperor's key, it was easier said than done to catch up to the other party. More importantly, the other party could enter the Senfu. They were helpless against the Senfu. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was not something they could break. Let's go out first. No matter what, we must bring this person back. Otherwise the family will not spare us. At the mention of the family, and Zhang Ho revealed a look of unconcealable fear. If we don't leave the Senfu, once he controls the Senfu, it will be difficult for us to leave the Senfu. It was not easy for the Senfu to leave, but the two of them had treasures and could just barely break out of the seal. Dong Su also knew that they had no choice but to leave. Once they refined it, they would be trapped in the Senfu. Not to mention killing the other party, they might even fall into the other party's hands. Let's go, cough, cough, cough in the Senfu. The moment Lin Fei appeared, he fell to the ground. He looked at the building above him and vomited blood, but he still had a smile on his face. I actually survived. I didn't die at their hands. Lin Fei knew that he was in the Senfu. Once he was in the Senfu, he would be safe. Lin Fei did not even have the strength to stand up. The Azure Dragon True Body had already collapsed. His body was a bloody mess and even his bones could be seen. This injury is too serious. Lin Fei circulated his quintessential essence and tried to expel the quintessential essence, but found that it was very difficult. It would be impossible to expel it for a while. Fortunately, circulating his quintessential essence could alleviate the injury. It would take a long time for him to recover from this injury. Fortunately, I cultivated the Azure Dragon True Body. Otherwise, I would really be dead this time. Those two servants are too strong and one of them is a god fiend. I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Lin Fei thought back to the earlier scene. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, I spent 300,000 points to buy a devouring hole. That was how I managed to restrain the other party. Otherwise, I would have been the one dying this time. That white-robed young master seems to be called Mu Zhangkong or something. What a strange surname. Furthermore, the god fiend that attacked later on is also rarely seen. The aura of a god fiend, Lin Fei finally recalled. Why does it feel so familiar? This is the aura of a god fiend. Chapter 381. P.S. Thank you to Xiaomapi for your monthly votes, update votes and tips. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Lin Fei lay motionless in the senfu like a piece of wood. Those who did not know would think that he was dead, but in reality he was quietly recovering from his injuries. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. This was also because Lin Fei's Azure Dragon True Body was amazing. If it were anyone else they would have been dead for sure under the double blow. It should be noted that the one who attacked was a god fiend. The god fiend was an ancient existence with unfathomable strength. It was known to be invincible in close combat and divine abilities. Lin Fei could survive the god fiend's attack. If word got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. If the god fiend did not die, how many could it be? Lin Fei was one of them. More importantly, Lin Fei's cultivation level was too low. In the eyes of powerhouses, he was beneath them. Huff huff. Lin Fei leaped up and spat out mouthfuls of turbid air. Damn it, my injuries are finally healed. Recalling the god fiend's methods and the dangerous scene, Lin Fei still felt a lingering fear. No wonder the god fiends were so tyrannical back then. With such a long lifespan, their strength is indeed amazing. That god fiend was clearly a Mystique Grand Level god fiend, but its combat strength was terrifying. Its true combat strength was at the level of a peak Mystique Venerable One. It was unbelievably powerful. Lin Fei thought that his strength was monstrous enough. After witnessing the god fiend's methods, he had to admit that the god fiends were the lucky ones in this world. The Mystique Grand Level combat strength was terrifying. On top of that, they were born as god fiends and possessed powerful recovery abilities. Even a peak Mystique Venerable One would have to give way to a god fiend. Fortunately, I was quick enough to snatch the Great Emperor's key. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem to snatch the Great Emperor's key from them. Lin Fei knew that he had gotten into big trouble. He had a god fiend with him and the other was unknown. His strength was also very powerful and was not an ordinary person. This meant that this Mizuki Changkong's background was not simple. Lin Fei had never heard of a young master bringing a fiend god with him. Mu Changkong died long ago. He doesn't even have the chance to be reborn. So what if they find out? I have the senfu and it's the senfu of the Great Emperor. There must be a lot of good stuff there. When I find a big sect, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to do anything to a big sect, right? Lin Fei quickly made plans for the future. Fighting head-on wouldn't work, so finding a backer was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Let's refine the Grand Emperor's key first before anything else happens. Thankfully this is senfu. No matter how powerful the gods and demons are, they won't be able to break through the senfu refined by an eternal emperor. Safe, they were really safe now. Swish swish swish, the Great Emperor keys flew out, 1 2 3 4 5. There were 5 Great Emperor keys in total, not one more, not one less. Refine, the 5 Great Emperor keys flew together and gradually merged. A silver-white light flashed. Buzz, a silver-white Great Emperor's key floated in the air. Boom, Lin Fei grabbed the Great Emperor's key in his hand, and the senfu suddenly changed. Rumble, a loud sound resounded in the sky above senfu. The demon soldiers and monsters who were trying to find the humans stopped at this moment. They couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. They all looked at the central region where senfu was located. The monsters in the central region were all dumbfounded. The strongest monster, Heavenly Star, and the descendant of the sky Immortal, Ku Shui, appeared in the air, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Senfu has been controlled. The end of the monster race has come. Seeing how terrifying the white-robed young master was, Heavenly Star and Ku Shui didn't think they could stop him, not to mention the powerful families and demons behind him. Their carefree days were completely over. Fear began to spread and take root in their hearts. Inside Senfu, Lin Fei was in a public square. As he grasped the Great Emperor's key, all kinds of information flowed into his memory. I didn't expect that the true inheritance of Senfu isn't here. Lin Fei stood in the public square and couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't grasped Senfu, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there was another world inside Senfu. He would have probably foolishly thought that Senfu was the inheritance of the Eternal Emperor. In fact, that wasn't the case. In the eyes of outsiders, Senfu was just used to confuse people. The true Senfu hid in Senfu, transforming into something and waiting for the fated one. Perhaps only the Eternal Emperor could do something like this. The true Senfu come out. Lin Fei activated the Great Emperor's key. With a flash, the Great Emperor's key flew out and landed on a statue in the public square. Voila! A black tunnel appeared above the statue. I didn't expect that Senfu hid in the statue and even opened up a spatial tunnel. Lin Fei looked over. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the Seize Senfu mission. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 300 million experience points, leveling up by 1 level, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 500,000 points, 100,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 1 million points, 200,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 2 million points, 500,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. The system kept ringing with notifications. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. 1 mission, 2 promotions and a large amount of resources. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed and he smiled happily. 1 million points, 500,000 points. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. 4,500,000 points. That's awesome. I was almost killed for 200,000 points. I didn't expect to get 4,500,000 points from completing the mission. 300,000 essence force. 100,000 essence force. That's 1 million essence force. Lin Fei continued, there are also the 4 lottery chances that come with leveling up. This is really awesome. What was refreshing? Lin Fei was the happiest at this moment. Before entering the Senfu, he had already harvested a large amount of resources. His thoughts were unobstructed and he felt extremely happy. With these 5 million points, 1 million yuan energy and 4 lottery tickets, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, I must get rid of that god demon. This kind of enemy must be eliminated. Lin Fei revealed a cold gaze. Lin Fei was very unhappy about leaving a god demon. Leaving a god demon was no less than a great enemy, and if it attacked it would definitely be a problem. Chapter 382. The true Emperor Senfu hadn't even entered, but he had already reaped such a great harvest. This made Lin Fei even more excited to see what lay beyond the passageway. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. I can put these things aside for now. It's safe enough to stay in the Senfu. Let's go in and see what the Eternal Emperor's legacy looks like first. Whether it was the points, the key or even the lottery, they were all fixed. There was no way to escape. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to see what the Eternal Emperor Senfu looked like first. The Eternal Emperor Senfu was very excited. For the sake of the Eternal Emperor Senfu, he had risked his life to snatch it, and he had even offended a young master with a powerful backer. Whoosh! Lin Fei spread his wings of the wind, leaving behind a blur as he charged into the black passageway. Is this the Eternal Emperor Senfu? When Lin Fei charged into the passageway, he was greeted by a unique surge of spiritual energy. With a single breath, all 3,600 pores on his body opened up, making him feel refreshed. What greeted his eyes was a series of exquisite buildings. What a perfect building! Lin Fei couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had always been an important element for cultivators. Powerful cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into ki. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they could absorb. It was common for cultivators to absorb all the spiritual energy in a place. If such a place appeared in the Xianxia continent, all sorts of powerful cultivators would fight each other and fight over it. Lin Fei flew towards the nearest building. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already so dense. One could imagine what the Eternal Emperor Senfu would look like. Lin Fei was very excited. When he landed in front of a building, Lin Fei was startled, his mouth agape. F***ck, this is Cold Sky White Jade, a top-grade material used to make warships in the Xianxia continent. And it's used as a floor? Isn't this too extravagant? And this pillar, it's clearly made from diamond jade. If such a large pillar were to appear in the outside world, it would probably cause a bloodbath. One by one the items passed by Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was already numb. The great emperor's senfu was filled with valuable treasures. The top-grade materials of the Xianxia continent were priceless items. But in the great emperor's senfu, they were the most common of items, completely unremarkable and unremarkable. There was no difference. Extravagant. How extravagant. Lin Fei thought to himself. The eternal emperors are the true rich ones. Lin Fei pushed the door open. Crash. After the door was pushed open, Lin Fei walked in. Inside the hall was a huge hall. From the outside it was impossible to tell that this building was a hall. Lin Fei could sense the extraordinary value of any decoration in the hall. When he walked to the central hall, he saw a large number of praying mats. The praying mats were huge, and judging from the material they were made of, they weren't ordinary items. From the looks of it, could it be a group of giants? Lin Fei was full of questions. What the hell is this place? Lin Fei was surprised. He couldn't think of an answer. The praying mats were too big and he couldn't see that they were prepared for human warriors. What kind of person would sit on such a praying mat? This is the lecture hall, where the great emperor explains the great Tao to his disciples. A hoarse voice came from the hall. Lin Fei's expression tightened. Who's talking? Don't be afraid, heir of the senfu. I mean you no harm. On top of a huge praying mat, a clump of black mist suddenly appeared. Shortly after, a greater demon appeared. It was a greater demon that Lin Fei did not recognize. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, looking mighty and imposing. However, it gave Lin Fei a sense of pressure. Lin Fei maintained his vigilance, but he was also shocked. He had encountered a great demon in the senfu, and it seemed to be extremely powerful, so he was very careful. You are the artifact spirit of the senfu? The black great demon said. Hee, I'm not an artifact spirit. I'm just an artifact soul refined by the great emperor. You can call me Black Demon. I was once an ancient black demon. Lin Fei was shocked. This great emperor was very powerful. An ancient black demon was used as an artifact soul. This strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Fei didn't know how terrifying ancient black demons were, to be able to have the word ancient in front of their names meant that they weren't ordinary existences. They were definitely famous outside. Black Demon was very shocked by the heir this time. He was more monstrous than he imagined. You are the 6th heir of the senfu in the past 10,000 years. Black Demon looked over. However, you are only an in-name disciple of the great emperor. You can only enter the senfu and you are not a true inner disciple. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. He spent so much effort, but he was only an in-name disciple. Was there a mistake? Then how do I become the great emperor's inner disciple? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The great emperor's disciple must be at the Sky Immortal realm. Black Demon said indifferently. However, you are the one with the lowest cultivation in the past 10,000 years. You are not even 20 years old and your strength is at the profound emperor realm. I don't know how you can barge in. Lin Fei was shocked by the threshold of the Sky Immortal realm. They only accepted disciples at the profound spirit or profound king, but the disciple of the great emperor wanted a Sky Immortal. At least, this ancient black demon didn't see that I have a system, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the upgrading system would be seen through, but now he could relax. This extraordinary artifact soul also couldn't see the profoundness of the upgrading system. Lin Fei was indeed worried that he would be seen through. If the other party had evil intentions, he wouldn't know what to do. A great demon with an artifact soul could live in the senfu for so long. It was almost undying and indestructible. This was terrifying. Lin Fei had to be on guard. The previous one was Kumu. He should be the great emperor's disciple, right? Lin Fei asked once more. Kumu's talent wasn't good. He became a Sky Immortal because of the great emperor's resources. Unfortunately, he was killed right after becoming a Sky Immortal. He's just trash. Black Demon snorted coldly. You can't blame him. It's normal for a Sky Immortal to die. The previous 2 died at the True Immortal realm and the other at the Celestial Lord realm. See, Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. *CK, he was killed even with such strength. How strong of an enemy did he offend? You are only at the profound emperor realm. Cultivate well. Only when you become a Sky Immortal can you become the great emperor's disciple and enjoy the true resources of the great emperor. From then on, you will soar into the sky. Black Demon couldn't help but worship him. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. F***ck Sky Immortal. How long will it take for me to reach that level? If I die, all my efforts would be for nothing. As this is your first time entering the Great Emperor's Senfu, you can head to the Treasure Pavilion and choose a cultivation technique, a weapon and a protective treasure. Black Demon said, next time if you want to obtain a treasure, you will have to undergo a test. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Finally, something good has come. The treasures of the Great Emperor are usually extraordinary, right? Lin Fei said to himself. He had gone through so much trouble to come here. If he didn't get any treasures, then all his efforts would have been for nothing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about whether or not he could become the Great Emperor's disciple. This way I can save my points and buy other things. Following Black Demon, Lin Fei came before a great hall. There was a huge signboard with the words Treasure Pavilion written in flamboyant calligraphy. With just a single glance, Lin Fei felt immense pressure. You can choose anything you want on the first floor. Go on in. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he quickly walked into the Treasure Pavilion. When Lin Fei walked in, Black Demon shook his head, his face filled with puzzlement. Strange. How strange. This kid's talent is ordinary. Why is he so strong? Could he be a variable? Black Demon had lived in the Immortal abode for an unknown number of years. He had seen inheritors after inheritors, and every single one of them had outstanding talent and could be called monstrous geniuses. However, this successor, Black Demon, was truly unexpected. Despite his vast knowledge, he couldn't tell the origins of this person. He found it strange. The rules set by the Great Emperor are here. Whether this kid is lucky enough to inherit will depend on himself. If he doesn't become a Sky Immortal, he won't be the true successor of the Great Emperor. When the time comes, he will just have to find another successor. Thankfully, he won't need to sleep for a long time. Lin Fei didn't know that Black Demon was thinking about so many questions outside. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge library. At a glance, it was filled with books and restricted treasures. There were too many to count and it was a dazzling sight. Lin Fei's eyes turned red and his heart started pounding. Damn, I forgot. Why didn't I ask Black Demon what martial arts are suitable for me? I can't just go searching like this, right? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that having too many secret manuals was a headache. Seeing so many martial technique manuals, Lin Fei did not know what to do. He regretted not asking around earlier, rushing in a hurry. After casually looking at the first martial art, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Wind Flame Wheel, Earth Inferior Grade Martial Art. Fire Attribute Martial Art. When used, the wind and fire are invincible. Lin Fei thought that it was already very generous for a martial emperor to get a profound martial art. He didn't expect it to be an earth martial art. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and opened his mouth again. Previously, he thought that he was satisfied with obtaining a lot of profound martial arts. But after seeing the martial arts here, Lin Fei finally knew what a true foundation was. Damn, this floor is full of earth martial arts. A powerful martial art could completely change one's strength. Looking at the densely packed earth martial arts, Lin Fei wished he could take them all. Earth martial arts, Lin Fei didn't dare to think about it. Regretfully, he could only choose one martial art for the time being. Needless to say, this was a painful torture. Anyone would probably go crazy and struggle over it. Even a large empire might not be able to take out so many earth martial arts. Whatever, let's choose a martial art first. Lin Fei tried his best to calm himself down. The Great Emperor's good stuff will be mine sooner or later. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Chapter 383. P.S. Thanks to Wuxia and Xianxia for their votes and tips. The treasure pavilion was huge, so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were countless Xianxia manuals. There were many types of mystic technique manuals. There were all kinds of mystic techniques and mystic techniques. It was a dazzling sight and he had no idea where to start. Collapsing Fist, Earth Lower Grade Martial Art. Shadow Palm, Earth Middle Grade Martial Art. Cloud Piercing Finger, Earth Lower Grade Martial Art. Pan King True Body, Divine Ability Defense. Lin Fei didn't know how many martial arts there were, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Damn it, I didn't have any martial arts in the past, so I'll learn whatever I have. Lin Fei rubbed his chin, he looked tired. There are so many martial arts, now it's my turn to be confused, and this is just the lowest collection of the Great Emperor. Lin Fei chose for a long time, but he couldn't make up his mind. Hesitation. There were too many Xianxia martial arts, constantly stimulating Lin Fei. Lin Fei breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and began to calm himself down. My mind is not firm enough. Lin Fei couldn't be calm at the moment. He couldn't be calm. If my mind is firm, I won't be tempted by martial arts, so I can't make up my mind. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I need to work harder. After calming down, Lin Fei thought about what he should choose. Right now, my strongest defense is the Azure Dragon True Body. My strongest offense is my sword technique. This time I should choose a sword technique, a very strong one. Lin Fei had already experienced the power of sword arts. More importantly, Lin Fei's chi was very thick, which was most suitable for sword arts. If the other party could unleash 10 ultimate moves, then Lin Fei could unleash 50 ultimate moves. It would not be a problem. After thinking about it again, Lin Fei decided to choose a sword art. Earth sword art, it should be extraordinary. Up until now, the sword arts that Lin Fei had learned were limited to two. One was the Wind Sword and the other was the Great Destruction Sword art. As for their grades, he didn't even know. If he could obtain an Earth rank sword technique, it would undoubtedly increase his battle prowess and allow his strength to advance rapidly. Vampiric Sword Art, Low-Grade Earth Tier. Cross-Blade Style Low-Grade Earth Class. Formless Sword Art. Earth Tier High Grade. There were many sword techniques. From low-grade to high-grade there was everything one could wish for. Lin Fei began to choose with rapt attention. This scene naturally fell into He Yao's eyes. This child's mentality is good. He knows what he needs. He is a talent that can be taught. This won't do. This one won't do either. The power of this book is too great. It's not easy to cultivate it. Give up. Lin Fei looked over with his divine sense and rejected the sword art's secret manual. His heart was dripping with blood. All of them were priceless treasures. After reading no less than a few hundred books, Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. Could it be that I can't find a suitable sword technique? He was really worried. I will definitely find a suitable one. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He extended his divine sense and chose once again. This sword art. His massive divine sense swept over and inadvertently stopped on a secret manual. With a flash, he appeared in front of the secret manual. Slaying gods and slaying fiends, 4 simple words surged with an invisible pressure. It was restricted by the restrictions and was unable to rush out. What sharp words! Lin Fei was appalled. Just the words alone are so sharp. Isn't the sword art? For some reason, Lin Fei felt an urgent urge when he saw this sword art secret manual. There was no rush. He would take a look first. Slaying gods and slaying fiends sword art, high-grade earth tier prologue. With killing intent as the foundation of cultivation, one will become a sword immortal that slays gods and is invincible in the world. What a domineering prologue. Lin Fei was alarmed. A few simple words contain endless killing intent. And what is this sword immortal? Could it be a powerful sword immortal like in novels? Lin Fei continued reading. Occasionally he would frown and at other times, his expression would turn solemn. Moments later he left his current spot and returned an hour later. So this is what sword immortal slaying gods means. It turned out that when Lin Fei went to look up information on sword immortals, he finally understood how powerful they were. This was the first time Lin Fei understood sword immortals. Precious Treasure Pavilion not only had martial arts secret manuals, but it also had records of all sorts of information on the continent. Sword immortal was one of them. In the information, sword immortal was an occupation that was difficult to cultivate successfully on the continent. Lin Fei could understand that among millions of people, only a handful could cultivate to become a sword immortal. In conclusion, sword immortals were extremely powerful. Most importantly, Lin Fei realized that he was fated with this sword immortal. Sword immortals required a great understanding of sword Dao. With the leveling system, Lin Fei did not need to worry. Sword immortals required a large amount of quintessential essence, and this was the most important step to becoming a sword immortal. If the quintessential essence contained in the Dantian decreased, the might of the sword moves produced would be weaker. It would not last long and there would be no point in fighting. Lin Fei had reached this step. With a heaven-defying core lake, no one was more suitable than Lin Fei to become a sword immortal. After advancing to the profound sovereign realm, the core lake could contain even more quintessential essence. The final step was to become a sword immortal. One needed to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, and to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, one needed a sufficiently precious flying sword. Lin Fei had also reached this step. The supreme grade numinous treasure, killing sword, in his hand was a unique and precious flying sword. From the looks of it, the heavens want me to become a sword immortal, thought Lin Fei. I need to abandon any unnecessary martial arts and focus on cultivation to become a powerful sword immortal. Sword immortals have powerful attacks. It suits me the most. I also cultivate in the Azure Dragon True Body. Among sword immortals, there is probably no one with better defense than me. With such good conditions, it would be a pity if I do not become a sword immortal. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to become a mighty sword immortal. Every man had a dream of traveling the world with a sword in hand. And sword immortals were the best fighters among sword experts. Among the martial arts manuals, I'll choose God-slaying fiends. After taking out God-slaying fiends and removing the restrictions, Lin Fei obtained the first superior grade earth-ranked martial art. I'm still short of a protective treasure and a weapon. Black Demon had been paying attention all this time. Black Demon was surprised when he saw Qin Yun choose God-slaying fiends. Chapter 384. Since he was determined to become a sword immortal, the following choices were much easier. In terms of weapons, Lin Fei still chose flying swords. Even though he had become a sword immortal, Lin Fei's total annihilation was still a powerful killer move. True treasures. They are all true treasure flying swords. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he nearly drooled. Although they are inferior grade true treasure flying swords, it's enough for me. Outside Senfu, Lin Fei had been severely injured by true treasures several times. He had a huge grudge against true treasures. The number of true treasures was clearly fewer than the martial arts manuals. Lin Fei chose a set of Flying Heaven and Earth Wraith flying swords. This set of Flying Heaven and Earth Wraith flying swords were all inferior grade. There were a total of 12 flying swords. After obtaining this set of flying swords, Lin Fei could already sense how powerful it was. It was indeed worthy of being an inferior grade true treasure. One was a superior grade numinous treasure while the other was an inferior grade true treasure. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. If I had this set of flying swords back then, killing Emperor-grade demons would have been a piece of cake. Lin Fei thought. Now I can use this set of flying swords as the core. A superior grade numinous treasure flying swords will form a sword array. It will be even more powerful. Now all that's left is the protective treasures. Lin Fei came to the place where the protective treasures were. This time there were fewer protective treasures than the true treasures from before. At a glance there were no more than 50. It looks like I can forget about getting good things if I don't become the Thearcha's disciple. Lin Fei thought to himself that the Thearcha's rule was really disappointing. After cursing silently, he began searching for protective treasures. He would never stand on ceremony if he received a protective treasure for free. Why not take something for free? It could also save him a lot of points. Substitute Puppet. Can block a fatal attack at a critical moment. One-time consumable. Thunderclap Pearl. Contains the power of destructive divine lightning. Once this pearl is used, everything within a 500-kilometer radius will be leveled. One-time consumable. Soul Annihilation Golden Spear. Once the golden spear is used, it will annihilate souls. Lin Fei's heart was pounding as he looked at the protective treasures. No matter what kind of protective treasure it was, it would be able to save his life at a crucial moment. Lin Fei looked around and finally chose the soul-extinguishing golden spear as a protective treasure. The best defensive treasure was an attack. No matter how strong the opponent was, if you could destroy them, it would be the best treasure. Lin Fei thought about it and chose the soul-destroying golden spear. The most important thing was to kill that god fiend. The god fiends of ancient times had impressive divine powers and defenses. To truly kill them, one had to rely on treasures. The soul-annihilating golden spear was a soul treasure. It had a higher chance of success if it targeted the soul. Soul-extinguishing golden spear, don't disappoint me. Lin Fei put away the soul-extinguishing golden spear and appeared outside the treasure pavilion. Looks like you've already made your choice. Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I've made my choice. A god-slaying fiend sword art, a set of Flying Heaven and Earth fiend flying swords, and a soul-extinguishing golden spear. These are very suitable for you. Black Demon looked at Lin Fei. You can leave now. Come back when you become a mystic grandmaster. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei was suddenly pushed out by a powerful force and appeared on the square of the immortal abode. Following that, a divine perception was sent over. Black Demon sent over the method to enter Senfu the next time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. An artifact soul can be so arrogant. If one isn't a disciple of the Arch, they really don't have the right to act so mighty. Thankfully, I gained quite a lot this time. Just the items he took out from the treasure pavilion would definitely cause a bloodbath if they were to end up in the outside world. Every item was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei's strength instantly increased. Just a set of inferior-grade true treasures allowed him to cast total annihilation, greatly increasing his strength. Since I'm in Senfu, I'll first refine my intrinsic flying sword and become a true sword immortal. Lin Fei thought to himself, but before that I want to see what treasures that young Master Long Sky of the Mu clan has on him. The attacks he launched against me were all true treasures. His final powerful move was truly terrifying. Long Sky of the Mu clan had been killed by the devouring hole and Lin Fei had snatched his spatial treasure at the critical moment. Lin Fei had been looking forward to such a huge harvest. He chose a tiny hall and activated Senfu's array formation. After refining the arch key, Lin Fei was already able to control Senfu. After activating the array formation, Lin Fei was no longer worried that anything would happen to the items left behind by Long Sky of the Mu clan. Whoosh, Lin Fei opened it and poured everything out. First was the mountainous pile of quintessential essence crystals. This is what it means to have a true mountainous pile. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The quintessential essence crystals I snatched previously are like heaven and earth compared to the treasures Long Sky of the Mu clan has. He scanned them with his spiritual perception and quickly obtained the numbers. This feels great. This Long Sky of the Mu clan actually brought 500 million quintessential essence crystals with him when he came out. With these 500 million quintessential essence crystals from refining the quintessential essence crystals previously, my strength will be even stronger after I become a sword immortal. This black warship should be expensive, right? So flashy. He's indeed a disciple of a large family clan. As he looked at the items one by one, Lin Fei was already numb to them. Long Sky of the Mu clan was like a moving treasure vault. He actually had so many treasures with him. Now all these treasures are for me. When I become a sword immortal and leave the dynasty battlefield, I can sell these items. I should be able to exchange them for large amounts of quintessential essence crystals. Whoosh! Lin Fei waved his hand once again, putting away all the treasures. There were still some numinous treasures left on the ground. Avatar, the black-robed Lin Fei's avatar appeared. Its aura was much stronger than before. With his main body's improvement, his avatar's strength had similarly increased. It now had the combat strength of a king. I'll leave these 3 true treasures to you. His avatar had always been very weak. Now that he was at the Mystic King realm with the 3 true treasures in hand, he could easily slay Emperor-level demons. He could finally show off his might. Only now can this avatar be considered to have true combat strength. In the past, this avatar was at most a cannon fodder existence. Now, it had true strength and could help Lin Fei share some of the pressure. Lin Fei took out the information regarding the refinement of an intrinsic flying sword. It was specially replicated. Lin Fei planned on doing the draw after he became a sword immortal. Sword immortal was a different profession. Perhaps the leveling system would change. After all, a game usually had a profession. Lin Fei was now like a job advancement in an online game. From a warrior's profession to a sword immortal. To refine an intrinsic flying sword, I need a powerful body. At the same time, I need a flying sword that can be upgraded. Lin Fei continued reading. The dermic formulation to refine an intrinsic flying sword was very short. It was only a few hundred words. Lin Fei read it more than 10 times, afraid that he would miss a tiny detail. Lin Fei had to be meticulous when it came to a major matter like a profession. Lin Fei did not wish for there to be any problems with his profession. If he succeeded in becoming a sword immortal, there would be repercussions. That would truly be a tragedy. The supreme-grade numinous treasure, Killing Sword, appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei did not move but the killing sword moved. From the looks of it, you wish to become an intrinsic flying sword. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei laughed. The killing sword was of a very high grade. It had devoured a mystic heaven numinous treasure to advance to such a grade. Lin Fei refused to believe that such a freakish flying sword could be found anywhere else. Lin Fei was in no hurry to refine the intrinsic flying sword. He spent a day to adjust his state of mind. His essence, chi and soul correspondingly reached their peak. Only then did Lin Fei begin refining the intrinsic flying sword. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Sword come. Whoosh, whoosh. The killing sword flew out like a mischievous child. Lin Fei spewed out a mouthful of quintessential essence that enveloped the killing sword. The mouthful of quintessential essence was massive and it completely enveloped the killing sword. The killing sword that was enveloped was clearly very excited. It was like a tiny fish that exuded a cheerful aura. This could not help but surprise Lin Fei. Could it be that this killing sword is the intrinsic flying sword of a sword immortal? If not, why would it be so excited? It's somewhat beyond my imagination. This was the first step. He needed to resonate with the flying sword. It looked simple, but in fact it was quite difficult. This was also an important reason why he chose a good flying sword. It was extremely difficult for the average person to produce a good flying sword. Lin Fei's first step was so smooth that even he was alarmed. It was faster than he expected. Then let's begin the second step. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a determined look. To refine an intrinsic flying sword, the first step was to establish a mental connection with the flying sword. Then, the second step was to establish a physical connection. The second step was extremely exhilarating. It was an excruciating pain that ordinary people found unbearable. Lin Fei's perception landed on the killing sword and began the most important step. The killing sword tore through the void and appeared above Lin Fei's head, stabbing downwards. Excruciating pain. An excruciating pain spread to every part of his body. Every muscle began to throb. Every vein began to protrude like a ferocious snake that exuded a terrifying aura. The intrinsic flying sword was accompanied by flesh and blood. It could move at will. The first two simple steps were the most difficult. The intrinsic flying sword had to go through a process with flesh and blood. And this process was split into 3 stages. The shortest was 3 days. The one who became a sword immortal would be the weakest. The next would be 7 days and the last would be 10 days. The one who persisted for 10 days to become a sword immortal would have the greatest talent. Very few people would be able to endure for 10 days. If the quality of the flying sword was not good, it would snap midway. Once that happened, the person would be completely ruined. There would be no chance of becoming a sword immortal in this life. The flesh and blood were accompanied by a will. This was the process of man and flying sword fusing together. The man was the sword and the sword was the man. The moment the killing sword entered his body, Lin Fei's eyes turned red. His face suffused a ferocious look as black floated around him. It was a baneful aura. The baneful aura contained within the killing sword. Lin Fei's mind was clear. Deep in his mind, the immovable wisdom king sat there, protecting his soul from the influence of the baneful aura. Thankfully, I have the immovable wisdom king sutra. If not, the baneful aura would affect my soul. That would be troublesome. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 385. The smell of blood permeated the air in Senfu. On the first day, Lin Fei was badly mutilated. His clothes were dyed red with blood. The murderous aura brought by the killing sword constantly invaded his body and destroyed his bodily functions. Recovery was the same as destruction. The killing sword was not even half an inch in, and a baleful aura swirled around it. The next day his flesh was still badly mangled. Lin Fei persevered bitterly. On the third day only half of the killing sword remained. Just looking at it would cause anyone to feel terrified. After persisting for 3 days, Lin Fei's face was full of exhaustion. Immortal swords entering one's body is harder than I imagined. Tempering one's martial will. Lin Fei revolved his Zhenyuan, and the wound quickly recovered. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The effect of Akala is really good. Otherwise it would be really troublesome this time. Soon Lin Fei's wounds healed. There are still 7 days left. With my strength I can definitely hold on. Lin Fei refined the killing sword again. Crash, his body, which had originally recovered, instantly collapsed and blood flowed out. Lin Fei had a hideous look on his face as intense pain spread throughout his body. The pain of a sword immortal hurt his organs. At the same time, it was also an important step in tempering one's will. It was difficult to become a sword immortal. The first step was to suffer physical and mental pain. The tempering of one's will was the second step, and the flying sword fusion was the third step. One wrong step and every step would be wrong. If it was light, he would lose his qualification as a sword immortal. In serious cases, one's soul would be destroyed and both the person and the sword would perish. Becoming a sword immortal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Typically, if a sword immortal lasted for 3 days, their combat strength would surpass that of an expert of the same level, barely allowing them to jump realms in combat. On the 4th day, Lin Fei was as pale as a dried corpse. The second stage of sword immortal was the fusion of flesh and blood. An intrinsic flying sword. The word, intrinsic, represented an important meaning. Origin life, since it was origin life, it was a part of the body. Becoming one with the body was a step that one had to go through. His intrinsic flying sword was damaged and so was his true body. With his intrinsic flying sword destroyed, his true body was greatly injured. One with the body. If one's blood and chi were not strong enough, how could one endure it for 4 days? A single mishap could affect one's future cultivation. On the 5th day, Lin Fei was as thin as a stick, almost unrecognizable, and the exhaustion on his face was even more evident. Dragon transformation, Lin Fei was prepared. His 10-meter-tall body sat cross-legged in the air, exuding boundless dragon might and boundless blood qi. Jinyuan surged and filled his entire body, forming a vortex of Xianxia around him. I don't believe that with the Azure Dragon true body around, my qi and blood will not be able to endure. Day 6, Day 7. Even with the Azure Dragon true body activated, Lin Fei still looked like a huge corpse. If not for his endless quintessence supporting him, driving his flesh and blood to produce qi and blood to supply the killing sword, he would have died. Lin Fei had failed long ago. The 7th day passed and the most difficult step was over. The killing sword had all returned to his body, and the sword shape kept shrinking until it was a standard mini version. The second step, the fusion of flesh and blood, was a success. The path of a sword immortal is indeed incomparably difficult. I nearly gave up. Lin Fei rejoiced. Fortunately, I have the Azure Dragon true body. My qi and blood are strong and I can replenish them. The third step, natal refinement. This step was a test of willpower. Crash, Lin Fei calmed himself down and felt as if he had entered a mysterious world. Emptiness. A boundless emptiness. Silence. The huge space was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. Whoosh 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 sword flashes flew. One flying sword and two flying swords filled the vast space. The flying swords traversed, sword qi soared into the sky, and sword flashes filled the air. Swish, swish. Lin Fei's body was pierced by a sword. Intense pain that came from the soul. Here comes the tempering of willpower. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the void, resolute. I have the immovable Hell Monarch. Let's see how powerful the flying swords are. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. A deep voice came from Lin Fei's throat. Boom. The three-headed and six-armed immovable Wisdom Monarch appeared in the vast void. He put his hands together and chanted the immovable Wisdom Monarch Sutra, transmitting it to the void world. Lin Fei chanted it silently. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of sword rivers whizzed over and crashed into the immovable Wisdom Monarch. At the same time, outside the dynasty battlefield, Godfiend and Jianghu and Dong Su sat cross-legged on a tall mountain, motionless. In their field of vision was the Sky Immortal mountain range. It's been 10 days. That punk actually hasn't come out. He really knows how to hide. Jianghu was extremely powerful. He immediately sensed the other party the moment he came out, but he hadn't appeared in the past 10 days. Brother, and don't be anxious. This kid will come out sooner or later, said Dong Su. Unless he hides in Senfu for the rest of his life. Jianghu looked at the Sky Immortal mountain range with surging killing intent. To think that I, Jianghu, have lived for 100,000 years and experienced countless storms. I never expected that I would be defeated by a young man, causing young master to die on the spot. If I don't take revenge, how will I face the patriarch? This kid deserves to be killed. Dong Su was furious. This kid deserves to be killed. The sect behind him, the dynasty behind him, and the family clan behind him should be killed. The three words "deserve to be killed" were said in one go. His anger soared. Jianghu closed his eyes. When he closed them, his eyes revealed intense killing intent. The 8th day. The 9th day. The 10th day. In the endless space, immovable Wisdom Monarch sat cross-legged. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with sword shadows. They were like mountains, rivers, and endless waves. They whistled as they landed on immovable Wisdom Monarch. Every time an attack landed, immovable Wisdom Monarch would casually strike out with his 3 heads and 6 arms. Be it a sword mountain or a sword river, they would be repelled without exception. Every time they were repelled, the next attack's might would increase exponentially. Immovable Wisdom Monarch's counterattacks constantly slowed down. He was as slow as an old bull. I'm just one step away. Lin Fei's figure dissipated. It was as though he would collapse the next time. If not for the immovable Wisdom Monarch Sutra stabilizing Lin Fei's will, his will would have long collapsed when facing the endless sword Dao attacks. He wouldn't have been able to last until now. I can definitely do it. Boom. Immovable Wisdom Monarch swayed. Lin Fei swayed as well. He was on the verge of collapse. His will was affected once again. Whoosh. A boundless sword river flickered with silver light. It was like a resplendent river of stars. Lin Fei's heart tightened. The strongest wave was coming. If he could block this wave, he would become the strongest sword immortal. Don't look at the 3 steps. If an ordinary person wanted to become a sword immortal, it was already not bad if they could pass the first step. There were very few who could pass the second step, and the third step could be counted on one's fingers. Immovable Wisdom Monarch, block for me. Lin Fei opened his eyes. His will was firm as he cast it towards the Sword Dao River. If he could block it, he would become a sword immortal. If he couldn't block it, his vitality and will would be greatly damaged. The Sword Dao River came crashing down. Immovable Wisdom Monarch's 3 heads and 6 arms moved at the same time, creating layers of defense. Lin Fei activated it with all his might. Khan Immovable Wisdom Monarch was constantly collapsing. The Sword Dao River was also constantly collapsing like broken glass. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Sword Immortal, the strongest Sword Immortal. If not me, who else can it be? Immovable Wisdom Monarch, open for me. Whoosh. Under Lin Fei's control, Immovable Wisdom Monarch's figure enlarged again until it was 1,000 feet tall. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it hammered on the Sword Dao River. Lin Fei was going all out. Whoosh. The long river of the Sword Dao shattered and crumbled continuously. Chapter 386. I did it. Lin Fei discovered that he was in Senfu and knew that he had survived. Facing the river of the Sword Dao, Lin Fei did not have much confidence. Eventually, he managed to persist and survive the difficulties of becoming a sword immortal. After 10 days, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes despite the fatigue on his face. Sword immortal. I've finally become a sword immortal. Furthermore, I survived the 3 steps. Lin Fei's body wavered. The 3 steps of the sword immortal affected Lin Fei greatly. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to persist. He had become a sword immortal. Everything that had happened felt like a dream. He could not help but sigh when he recalled the scene. 10 days felt like 10,000 years. Lin Fei finally understood the difficulties of becoming a sword immortal. It's no wonder there are so few who become sword immortals. Ordinary people can't even clear the first stage, much less the second and third. If not for my good luck and rich quintessential essence, as well as the Azure Dragon True Body, I would not have been able to survive the 3 stages. After Lin Fei recovered slightly, he began to use his perception to check his body's condition. He had expended a lot of his lifeblood. All he needed was time to recover. Other parts of his body could easily recover from physical injuries. And at that moment, a tiny flying sword floated above his dantian, which was also his core lake. It was wrapped in quintessential essence. It was constantly being tempered. This flying sword was pitch black in color. Sharp sword chi constantly tore apart his quintessential essence in an endless cycle. It was none other than the killing sword that he had been constantly refining. The intrinsic flying sword of a sword immortal. Intrinsic flying sword. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. A short sword flew out. It was the shrunken killing sword. There were no changes in its appearance. It was not much different from before, but he felt a strange connection with the killing sword. This was the feeling a sword immortal would have after refining the intrinsic flying sword. The intrinsic flying sword was a part of his body. He could control it with his heart. Go. With a thought from Lin Fei, the killing sword transformed into a black beam of light and pierced through the gigantic stone pillar. As expected of a sword immortal. It's much stronger than spiritual perception control, thought Lin Fei. The killing sword appeared above his head with joy. As he controlled it, he became more proficient with his thoughts. After refining the killing sword, it is indeed easier to control it. It is as if I am a flying sword. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why sword immortals are so powerful. So, Lin Fei stored the intrinsic flying sword back into his dantian. At that moment, the intrinsic flying sword's refinement was complete. All that was left was tempering it. Only then could it enhance its compatibility and produce greater strength. After the intrinsic flying sword was dealt with, Lin Fei began to rest. A few hours later he looked much better. Now I can cultivate sword arts that only sword immortals have. Lin Fei took out the slaying gods and demons sword technique. This was an earth-ranked martial art that belonged to sword immortals. God, it the 5 it. Was it? God Fei Tian, there were a Tian he sect. There was. Tian there was, there. A long, not, killing sword that. Was not, sword. Was, Xian Tian 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 Qin. Had that Tian of the. Was Tian 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 Fei Tian not in. Sword immortals were indeed extremely powerful. Any one of them would have combat strength that exceeded their opponents at the same level. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become a sword immortal, and it was even harder to become a powerful one. But any sword immortal that appeared was not weak. Lin Fei had a guess about this slaying gods and slaying demons. It was definitely a powerful sword technique. Ding. Learn God Slayer. Ding. System notification. This manual is incomplete. Please take note. Lin Fei was taken aback as he frowned, suspecting that he had misheard. An Earth-ranked martial art was actually incomplete? Lin Fei found it unbelievable. He nearly suspected that the system had made a mistake. How could an emperor's item be incomplete? However, since it was suggested by the system, Lin Fei rarely doubted it. The leveling system was a heaven-defying existence. If the system said it was wrong, it was definitely wrong. If the system said it was incomplete, it was definitely incomplete. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be incomplete. Lin Fei thought, an eternal emperor would not leave behind an incomplete Earth-ranked martial art manual out of boredom. Could there be another reason? Incomplete manual? What reason? Lin Fei could not think of an answer. As he could not think of an answer, Lin Fei stopped thinking about it. This Earth-ranked martial art is enough. Lin Fei said. Why do I need to think about it? Why do I need to guess? As long as this God Slayer sword technique is strong enough, it will be enough. Lin Fei started to digest the slaying gods and slaying demons sword technique. As he digested it, Lin Fei's face revealed a shocked expression. This God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique is actually a speed learning sword technique. As long as I have enough true energy, I can use it? Lin Fei was stunned once again. He was clearly stunned. In the past, to learn a martial art, especially a sword technique, one had to comprehend it. Right now, this Earth-ranked martial art was telling Lin Fei that he did not need to comprehend it at all. As long as he had enough true energy, he could use it without any worries. Never seen before. At least it was Lin Fei's first time seeing it. Sword immortals are strong because sword techniques are easy to learn? Lin Fei was suspicious. The killing sword suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He slashed at the void with strong killing intent. God Slayer Demon Slayer, first move, slaughter. Violent killing intent. Fortunately, Lin Fei's willpower was strong and he was not affected. What a violent killing intent. Only such a killing intent can match this domineering sword technique, right? Lin Fei seemed to understand the true power of this sword technique. He also recalled the preface of the opening. Slayer God Slayer Demon, dominate the world, be invincible. From this move, Lin Fei felt the strong killing intent contained in the sword move. It was a killing intent that defied the heavens. It meant to kill, kill, kill. Even if the emperor was in front of him, he would slaughter him with one sword. If he could not stand it, he would slaughter him. His opponent's enemy, he would slaughter him. Lin Fei closed his eyes. The killing sword flashed and slashed down from above. Killing intent. Boundless killing intent. The intent to slay a god that defied the heavens. Lin Fei's body was enveloped in an endless layer of killing intent. Above his head, a humanoid phantom appeared. It was the manifestation of the killing sword. So this is the true essence of the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, a smile suffused across his lips. Killing sword, you have helped me greatly again. If not for the powerful killing intent that defied the heavens, Lin Fei might not have been able to understand the essence within. A sword immortal. A powerful sword immortal. Lin Fei understood the words of the preface. A sword immortal had to possess an endless heart of the sword, one that defied the heavens. God Slayer Demon Slayer, second move, God Slayer. God Slayer Demon Slayer, third move, Annihilation. God Slayer Demon Slayer, fourth move, Demon Slayer. God Slayer Demon Slayer, fifth move, God Slayer. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei's killing intent surged into the sky. Sword chi surged into the sky as sword spirals formed around him, emitting a buzzing sound. The God Slayer Demon Slayer had a total of 5 moves. One after another, Lin Fei executed them. Within the hall, sword chi howled as sword shadows appeared one after another. If not for the hall being refined by the arch, the terrifying sword intent would have blasted the hall apart from the sword chi. It would be impossible for it to remain standing. But even so, the pillars surrounding the hall were left with dense sword marks. The marks were half an inch deep and left behind sharp sword chi. The killing sword transformed into a stream of light and returned to his dantian. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The sword immortal who created this sword art must have been an extremely powerful sword immortal. He must have been a mighty figure in this world. By using killing intent and baneful aura as the foundation, he infused it into his sword art. Anyone with a weak will would instantly die. Lin Fei was increasingly fond of this sword technique. It was too powerful. I wonder if the incomplete parts were placed in the later levels of Precious Treasure Pavilion. The power there should be even more terrifying. The God Slayer Demon Slayer only had 5 moves. Lin Fei knew the extent of his combat strength. This was a killing sword technique. With the increase in killing intent and baneful aura, the sword move's power would increase infinitely. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. The sword move is indeed terrifying, but the quintessential essence it consumes is truly terrifying. The quintessential essence expended after practicing the 5 moves would be drained by ordinary Emperor Realm experts in one go. They would not be able to withstand such consumption. As such, if someone could block the Sword Immortal's frenzied attacks, they would have a chance of killing the Sword Immortal. Lin Fei did not think that the possibility was high. The Sword Immortal's attacks were extremely sharp. Unless the person had a strong defense, there was no way to block the Sword Immortal's attacks. Lin Fei already had the desire to fight. I just practiced the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. Now it's time to recover my mind. 4 days of willpower tempering had made Lin Fei's willpower even stronger. The killing intent could no longer affect him. Even so, Lin Fei still had to recover. Half a day later, Lin Fei had mostly recovered. At that moment, Lin Fei had a systematic understanding of every move of the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. With the leveling system, Lin Fei was more relaxed than anyone else. He constantly dissected the sword moves and constantly comprehended them. This was something ordinary people could not do. He spent another half a day until he felt that he had completely grasped it. I'll begin the draw now. There were a total of 4 draws. Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Before leaving Senfu, he would not feel at ease if he did not win the draw. Once he left Senfu, he would definitely face a battle. The Soul Annihilation Golden Spear could kill God Fiends. Lin Fei was worried, so he needed double insurance. Activate the draw. Lin Fei opened the lottery systems page. A huge lottery wheel appeared in front of Lin Fei once again. The tempering of his willpower made Lin Fei calm down. Whoosh, the wheel spun rapidly. Lin Fei just watched. If it was in the past, he would not be able to be so calm and leisurely. Little did he know that this Sword Immortal tempering had endless benefits. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not be able to withstand the influence of the killing intent. If he was not careful, it would be hard to avoid chi deviation. It was not easy for ordinary people to cultivate their willpower. If they were not careful, their willpower would be destroyed, and their entire body would be completely destroyed. Lin Fei was different. He had the immovable Wisdom King, which could protect his willpower from being destroyed. At the same time, the immovable Wisdom King Sutra could condense willpower and soul. Reality proved that the immovable Wisdom King Sutra was very effective. Visualizing the immovable Wisdom King solved many problems. If he had not cultivated the immovable Wisdom King Sutra, Lin Fei would not have the confidence to be a Sword Immortal at the 3rd step. Whoosh. Chapter 387. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the average rating, update and tips, as well as Sunflower. It's the middle of the month, please get a monthly ticket. What will it be? Lin Fei looked at the virtual roulette with anticipation. What will it be this time? From the moment the roulette started to spin, Lin Fei had never paid attention or understood it. He acted according to his nature, but it depended on his character. The items that the system draws will definitely not be ordinary. The red arrow stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 10 million points. Points? Or 10 million points? Lin Fei was surprised, but then he felt relieved. Every time I draw something good at the lottery, I can't always be so lucky. I have to adjust my luck a little. Lin Fei smiled. 10 million points is also a good thing. In addition to the points from before, I have more than 14 million points on hand. I can buy many treasures with it. More than 10 million points, just thinking about it made him excited. Lin Fei just happened to be lacking points. He just wanted to doze off and someone sent him a pillow. Continue the lottery. Hua 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 hua, the roulette started to spin again and the second lottery began. Lin Fei's heart calmed down once more. After a while the roulette stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining a skill strengthening stone. Can be used to strengthen various skills. Upgrade success rate is 100%. This was also a good thing. Skill strengthening stone, this time I will use it to strengthen the water fire lotus. Lin Fei had an idea. Azure Dragon True Body is weak. If I use it with the water fire lotus, my defense will be even better. The third lottery began. The first time he drew points. The second time he drew a skill strengthening stone. What about the third time? Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the treasure, Absolute Defense Scroll. Lin Fei was shocked. What an awesome name. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is equivalent to 15 minutes of invincible defense. This treasure is really awesome. With this defensive treasure, even if I encounter the almighty experts of the Mu clan, I won't feel any pressure. After checking it out, Lin Fei became excited. He had drawn such an awesome treasure this time. 15 minutes of absolute defense. Be it killing or leaving, there was no pressure at all. One could well imagine how awesome the absolute defense scroll was. Unfortunately, the absolute defense scroll was a one-time consumable item. After calming himself down, he started the 4th lottery draw. After 3 lucky draws, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining treasure time like water scroll. Lin Fei quickly looked through it. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is great. I finally have a time god art scroll. With this secret art scroll, even if I meet an almighty being, I won't hesitate to kill him. Time like water was similar to frozen years. It belonged to the time god art category and was hard to ignore. God arts, the strongest was the time god art. Time like water slowed down time, and the consequences would be reflected in time. Whether it was speed or movement, it would be as slow as flowing water. Lin Fei had 2 protective treasures and the pressure was reduced. After the lucky draw, Lin Fei took out the strengthening stone and strengthened the water-fire lotus. After the strengthening, the water-fire lotus's defense increased greatly. Lin Fei used his strongest technique to blast 10 out of the 16 layers of the water-fire lotus. He couldn't pierce through the remaining 6 layers. After dealing with the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei once again opened up the upgrade system and opened up the shop inside. More than 14 million points. Lin Fei was prepared to buy a protective treasure. Absolute defense and time like water weren't to be used unless it was a critical moment. Lin Fei had to prepare a protective treasure for himself. The last time he used his points to shop, he felt immense pressure and nearly tormented himself to death. This time Lin Fei was relaxed. His wallet bulged and became thicker. With more than 10 million points, I have to buy an impressive offensive treasure. I have to kill that god fiend. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. The chi refinement beside the god fiend is also powerful. As long as I deal with the god fiend, I can kill that chi refinement in less than 10 moves. He was confident. After searching for a while, Lin Fei's gaze stopped on a treasure. Sky-cleaving divine needle. This treasure was specially used to deal with god fiends. It destroyed their bodies. Without their bodies, god fiends would be their greatest reliance. 2 million points. It's a little expensive, but it's worth it if I can kill a god fiend. Although Lin Fei felt the pinch, he still bought it. At the same time, he accepted a god fiend hunting mission. Killed a profound ancestor-level god fiend. Reward: 500,000 points, 100,000 essence force and 50 million experience. Lin Fei was shocked by the rewards from the god fiend mission. It wasn't a loss. It really wasn't a loss. Everything is settled. What's left is to completely refine the quintessential essence crystals. After jumping from the mystic spirit realm to the mystic sovereign realm, Lin Fei's core lake could undoubtedly contain more quintessential essence. Lin Fei had just become a sword immortal, so he needed to increase his strength. The best way to increase his strength was to refine large amounts of quintessential essence. Lin Fei had long wanted to refine the 500 million quintessential essence crystals he had plundered from Mu Changkong. He couldn't just hole up in Senfu forever. Lin Fei couldn't afford to lose face like that. Refine. Lin Fei swallowed a large amount of quintessential essence crystals and activated his mental cultivation method. In the huge Senfu. After the shocking commotion, be it the demons or the descendants of heaven immortals, they all hid together and didn't dare to move. In fact, they were just watching. Heaven Star, the great demon, and Ku Shui, the descendant of heaven immortals, stood on a tall mountain. It had been more than half a month. Brother Ku Shui, it has been more than half a month since Senfu moved. Why is there no movement? Could it be that the white-robed young master can't control Senfu? Heaven Star frowned. If that's the case, it's not a bad thing. That's impossible. Ku Shui shook his head. Senfu has indeed been refined by someone. I have my doubts too. Logically speaking, no matter who inherits Senfu, they will definitely subdue us natives of Senfu. He didn't, and there is no movement within Senfu. I can't figure it out. During the battle that day, the two left in fright and didn't dare to approach. After Senfu was inherited, the two lost the confidence to fight back. They had always believed that the white-robed young master inherited Senfu and had a god fiend by his side. He wasn't someone they could fight against. There was no movement for a long time. The two naturally came up with this idea. Look, it's multicolored light. A multicolored light appeared on the horizon. Successor. The successor of Senfu. Be it Heaven Star or Ku Shui, their expressions were gloomy. In the end, the immortal abode was inherited. Whoosh, whoosh. The multicolored light shot towards them. The two were alarmed. What should they do? What should they do? The multicolored light appeared 50 kilometers away as an illusory figure appeared. It's you?
Chapter 3172. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the passage of time, half-step universe realm? That's impossible. A void-swallowing beast, and it has a golden horn. This is clearly a void-swallowing beast venerable. How can there be such an existence in the third universe? Long Xian. It must be him. What secrets does this guy have? How can he abduct a half-step universe, realm void, swallowing beast venerable from the first universe of the Heavenly Legacy clan? When they turned around, they saw the figure of Senior Void, ladle in the air. The three top powerhouses who were pouncing toward the crystal body exclaimed in shock. The auras emanating from the bodies of these three existences were all at the cosmic light realm. Of the two giants from the Federation of the Second Universe, one of them was a master from the G clan. He had a human-like body and a pair of giant G clan wings on his back. Silver light flowed out of them, and they were extremely dazzling. It faintly emitted a cold metallic texture. The other one was extremely tall and looked like a giant. He was about 30 meters tall and looked like a human bear. However, he had no hair on his body. His skin was wrinkled like the bark of a 100-year-old tree. It was extremely dry and looked like a giant bark monster. As for the core leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, his real body couldn't be seen at all. His entire body was covered by a purple combat suit. Combat suits were very common in the third universe of the human race's technology camp. If a battleship was said to be a means of transportation and a weapon for long-range attacks, then a battle mech would be a well-deserved melee heavy mech. A good combat suit could not only merge with the controller's armor, but also greatly increase the controller's defense and attack index. It could even reach a level higher than the controller's. However, in the human race's technological camp, due to the cultivation camp's refining technology, the majority of the human race's experts preferred lightweight battle armor. Therefore, although the human race also had battle armor, they were not very enthusiastic about this aspect of research. The battle armor that they produced was far inferior to that of the Tianji clan's battle armor. The cultivation base of this Tianji clan member who had appeared in a combat mecha was only around the middle stage of the cosmic light realm after merging with the mecha. However, this combat mecha was actually able to resist the invisible devouring power of the crystal body without being damaged in the slightest. This was enough to show its grade. It should be the kind of top-quality combat suit that could allow the controller to exert the combat power of a level higher than the controller's. If that was the case, then the master of the Heavenly Legacy clan in the combat suit should be in the 13th level of the Genesis realm. He hadn't entered the cosmic light realm yet. Screech, just as these three giants, who all had the battle prowess of the cosmic light realm, exclaimed in shock, the void ladle, who had already arrived in front of them, roared again. Its huge body, which was thousands of feet long, was like a black mountain. Without any hesitation, it directly pressed down with a rumble. Its target wasn't the crystalline body, but the three cosmic light realm masters, including the silver-winged Ji-Run. Damn it! What does it want? You dare attack us? Can't you see the situation clearly? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. This scene made the three cosmic light powerhouses roar in anger. At the same time, they stopped and turned around to attack Void Revered Ladle, forming a joint attack with great tacit understanding. half-step universe realm experts were existences that had already surpassed the perfection stage of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm, and they'd stepped foot into the 15th rank step by step, causing them to be far from being able to go against them. Countless black vines instantly sprang out of the old demon's body. Each of them was a meter in diameter. Not only were they all as agile as snakes, but they also circled in the void as soon as they rushed out. They were like silk being peeled from a cocoon. They were endless. In the blink of an eye, they interweaved into a giant hammer that was 1,000 feet long in the void above his head. Like a meteor, it rapidly smashed toward the falling Lord Ladle in the void. At the same time, the wings on the back of the silver-winged Ji-Ren flapped slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The laws of the void in this Death Star vortex were already in chaos, making it impossible to teleport. Even warships could not perform space jumps. At this moment, his figure had disappeared in the blink of an eye, a sign that his speed had reached the limit. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Lord Ladle's back. The silver wings on his back flapped, and silver light flowed and swooshed, splitting the void. Like two unparalleled sharp blades, they slashed toward Lord Ladle at the same time. As for the purple mecha that housed the Tianji clan's upper echelon, at this moment, with a hum, a layer of dark, purple energy shield instantly appeared on the surface of the Tenjong Tall mecha. At the same time, the mecha's figure also rushed into the sky, punching out with a simple fist, but at this moment, its massive right fist was completely enveloped by a black sphere of about 1 meter in size. It was clearly antimatter energy. This punch was like a mini death ray cannon. It was indestructible. All matter and energy would be melted away under the impact of the antimatter death ray. Even the Void Soldier Ladle clan, who was known to have the strongest and strongest crystal body, could not resist it. This punch could at least blow a hole in Lord Ladle's body. Boom! Old Monster Bark's giant vine fist slammed into void Lord Ladle's abdomen with a deafening roar, but it unexpectedly exploded. The only effect it had was to slightly slow down Lord Ladle's falling momentum. However, Old Monster Bark opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green liquid. This was the backlash from the destruction of a large number of vines. A single punch had caused him to suffer internal injuries. At this moment, a black light flashed beside him. The crystal body that had just opened its eyes suddenly appeared in front of Old Monster Bark. In the blink of an eye, it raised its hand and directly stabbed into the back of Old Monster Bark's head, as if it was absorbing and devouring. Old Monster Bark's huge body withered visibly. In less than a breath, he had become dispirited. Not good. This crystal monster has awakened. Screech! On the ladle's back, silver-winged Ji-Ren's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Before he finished speaking, Lord Ladle, who had risen up again, had already made his move. The 9 golden edges on the ladle's back sprang up at the same time and intertwined and danced in the void at an extremely fast speed. The entire void was instantly filled with cracks. It was like a piece of tofu that was being cut by 9 sharp blades at a high frequency. It was completely chaotic. This kind of secret space technique was extremely strange. Silver-winged Ji-Ren's body was instantly filled with countless space cracks, and the chaotic aura of space turbulence emitted from them made his expression change. His body came to an abrupt halt, and he did not dare to move an inch. Otherwise, once he was sucked in, it would be difficult for him to return. In the blink of an eye, venerated Void Ladle and the crystal body had each taken care of a cosmic realm elite. Only the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, who was piloting the mecha, remained unscathed. However, his punch was destined to not be able to land on venerated Void Ladle's body. Venerated Void Ladle had already targeted the antimatter death ray energy ball the moment it appeared on the mecha's right fist. Hum. A violent buzzing sound rang out in the void. The giant golden horn on Lord Ladle's head suddenly trembled at a high frequency. This seemed to be a secret space technique that involved the law of the void. It should belong to the bloodline ability of the Ladle Voiders. It actually changed its position in an instant. Chapter 3173. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation hitting a cow through a mountain, space law divine ability? How is this possible? He's only a half-step Jianghu realm. Inside the purple mecha, the Tianji clan's higher-ups exclaimed in shock. The entire mech turned around inexplicably. Its original form rose up and extended its arms to punch above its head. Strangely, its body flew horizontally, and its fist smashed towards the crystal body on the other side. This scene was too strange, and the key was that there were no traces to follow. As the person involved, he didn't even know how this change happened. He didn't feel the slightest bit. Other than the space law-level divine ability, there was no other explanation. As for the power of the laws of the universe, it was clearly a domain that only the mighty figures of the 15th realm, the universe realm, had the qualifications to slightly touch upon. In fact, most of the mighty figures of the universe realm might not really touch upon the power of the laws of the universe. This required insight and opportunity. Venerated Void Ladle was only a half-step Jianghu realm powerhouse. It was impossible for him to use the divine ability of the universe's laws. He did not know that Venerated Void Ladle's original body in the Eldritch era was a terrifying existence that was second only to the Primordial Supreme. Although the Tower of Antiquity had only left behind 30% of the bloodline inheritance of those terrifying beings from the Eldritch era, even so, with the level of Venerated Void Ladle's original body, even 30% of the inheritance was enough for him to touch the power of the universe's laws. Boom! Before the purple mecha's death ray fist landed, a loud explosion came from the space above Venerated Void Ladle's back. The void, which had been torn apart by the 9 golden edges on the back of the ladle and was full of cracks, finally collapsed completely. The large area, about a few miles in size, instantly turned into a small black hole. Before the silver-winged G-people in this area could react, their bodies had been swallowed, and they were sucked into the void turbulence inside the black hole. Even if they did not die, it was like eternal exile. In any case, they would never come back. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was rushing at full speed from behind, finally arrived. He shouted at Venerated Void Ladle, who was falling down, "Are you a violent maniac? What other tricks can you use other than pressure? That crystal body is still useful. Besides, the purple mecha is also mine. The guy inside doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. Just don't break the mecha." Venerated Void Ladle obviously did not understand these words, but its crystal body was refined from the void marrow crystal. At this moment, the crystal was like a signal relay station. Yi Xian's words were immediately transmitted through the marrow crystal, and was received by Venerated Void marrow crystal. Its body came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in midair like a giant mountain right above the purple mecha and the crystalline body. In the next moment, the high-frequency vibration of the giant golden horn on top of the Void Ladle Senior's head suddenly changed, and the rapid buzzing sound in the void instantly became heavy and solid like the beating of a drum. This must be another weapon Ladle bloodline ability that touched upon the power of the universe's space law. If the previous ability was called Stellar Transposition, then the weapon ladle that Venerated Void Ladle used now could be called hitting a bowl through a mountain. This was because the purple mecha, which had just stabilized itself under the effect of the stellar transposition, suddenly shuddered and then became completely still. The antimatter death ray ball on its right fist also disappeared, and its 10 feet tall figure was suspended in the void like a statue. If there were no accidents, the Tianji clan's higher-ups in the mecha had already fallen the moment the purple mecha trembled. They were killed on the spot, but the mecha was undamaged. This was also the power of the universe's space law. Venerated Void Ladle was originally a half-step universe realm expert, and it used its bloodline ability to borrow the power of the void to form a powerful shockwave attack. The Tianji clan's higher-ups in the mecha were only at the Genesis realm. They were almost 2 realms weaker than the purple mecha, so it was natural that they would die in one hit. In fact, Yi Xian had already seen this kind of attack before. It was in the black hole of the first universe. At that time, the Void Ladle Sovereign, whose body was as large as a mountain, was at least 1,000 miles away from Yi Xian and Ba Chai. Suddenly, the Void Ladle Sovereign, whose body was as large as a mountain, let out a shrill cry without warning. Its power was so terrifying that the huge black hole of the void was shaken. In an instant, the sound of rolling thunder resounded, covering the sky and earth as it swept over. Using the sound as a guide, it instantly drew upon the power of the void in the huge black hole area, turning it into a cage that crushed from all directions. This kind of void cage could only be considered a secret technique. It was not a divine ability, and it did not touch upon the true universe's space law. However, it was also an inheritance of the weapon ladle race's bloodline. Although the void weapon ladles were not living beings, and even if they were, the nest of weapon ladles in the black hole of life had nothing to do with that one from the primordial era. The weapon ladles were a subsidiary product of the formation of the void, Marrow Mother. The weapon ladles born from different void, Marrow Mothers, were not related to each other. However, the essence of the void, Marrow Mother, was the same. Although their levels might be different, they were the reincarnation products of the extreme contraction and expansion of different universe planes. The magnitude of their power depended on the scale of the universe plane. Their formation embodied the essence of the universe's space law. Therefore, whether they were from the same nest or not, when they grew to a certain height, they would be able to comprehend some of the universe's space law. Like the bloodline inheritance of living beings, it would never be broken. Yi Xian had already vaguely guessed this. Therefore, when he saw that the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan being shocked to death by this seemingly familiar divine ability, he was stunned for a moment before he quickly understood. F***CK. With a raise of his hand, the stars move, and with a flip of his hand, he can hit a cow through a mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 divine abilities related to the power of the void have appeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. Amazing! As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face. Anyone who saw these 2 divine abilities would be jealous. Although he couldn't communicate with the weapon ladles directly, and the void marrow crystal as a transfer station didn't pay much attention to him, Yi Xian didn't intend to give up. At this time, he was already thinking about it, and he would think of a way later. After throwing away this thought, Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look at the crystal body standing in the void, not far away. The crystal body had just absorbed all the vitality and power of a cosmic light realm master, and now it had closed its eyes again, as if it was digesting it silently. However, this digesting process was obviously very fast. Just as Yi Xian turned his head to look, the crystal body that had closed its eyes for a few seconds had opened them again. This time, the confusion in its eyes had disappeared by more than half, replaced by a strong sense of resentment and killing intent. Chapter 3174. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I am big tongue before the other party could finish speaking. Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Innate treasure body discovered. Attribute: Innate energy crystal form. Grade. Perfect pure grade. Grade. Innate defective grade. Status. Consciousness has taken over the body. Compatibility is insufficient. Fusion is incomplete. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The activation conditions for the doppelganger system have been met. Do you wish to activate it now? Ding. Congratulations to the host. If you choose to activate the doppelganger system with 3 subsidiary systems, the host system will reward you with a one-time success rate of 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host. One after another, the system notifications rang in his mind. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't pay much attention to the rest of the notifications. Fortunately, it didn't matter. He just had to check with the system later. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by a huge surprise. He even felt like it was raining pies from the sky. Doppelganger system? Just the sound of it sounds awesome. Xianxia had activated the fusion system and his personal star communication system twice before. Now that he had activated the doppelganger system, he had 3 subsidiary systems of the main doppelganger system, and all of them were extremely practical, especially important to Xianxia. His luck was off the charts. The so-called doppelganger system was obviously a system ability that allowed Xianxia to have a doppelganger system. Although Xianxia had come into contact with a lot of doppelganger cultivation techniques before entering the starry sky, everything was reset after entering the starry sky. He couldn't use them now. Moreover, those cultivation techniques and doppelganger cultivation techniques were obviously of a lower level and might not be suitable for him to cultivate now. In the starry sky, all the laws were different. Previously, it was a small world. Now, Xianxia was in the endless starry sky. The level of the laws was at or near the peak. Therefore, he had never thought of cultivating a doppelganger before. He hadn't come across a suitable starry sky doppelganger cultivation technique, so it was a waste of time to think about it. But he never expected that he would be so lucky today and encounter a clone in the form of an innate energy crystal. He didn't even need to cultivate painstakingly anymore, according to the system. It seemed that as long as he placed a strand of his primordial spirit into it, he would be able to successfully possess an external incarnation. This was an innate treasure body that had been formed at the cost of the destruction of an entire vast star field. It was unknown how much energy had been consumed before the giant devouring source crystal egg had matured. If there was no accident, this should be the work of the palace master of the 6th Absolute Palace. Xianxia had already guessed this when he heard the conversation between the wretched mosquito butcher and Tian Qinzi. Right now, the wisp of Tian Qinzi's primordial spirit that had escaped after exploding and rushed into the Death Star vortex should have already entered this innate treasure body. This was what the system meant when it said that the consciousness had entered the body. However, although Tian Qinzi's Yuan spirit had already entered due to the lack of compatibility, he had not completely fused with it. In other words, this innate treasure body was not his yet. If others wanted to snatch it, there was still a chance of success. This was especially true for Xianxia. After activating 3 subsidiary systems, the main devouring system had actually rewarded him with a 100% success rate of forcible devouring. This was simply helping him cheat. With this reward, Xianxia could directly, forcibly devour the other party and pull them into the devouring space in his body, which was today's undying world. At that time, with the help of the devouring system and the headless infant corpse, there was no need to be afraid that they would not be able to kill the wisp of Tian Qinzi's primordial spirit. If he wanted Xianxia to do this, he really didn't have the ability. However, this biggest problem had already been solved before he had the time to worry about it. What was there to hesitate about in this situation? With this in mind, Xianxia immediately ordered the devouring system to immediately activate the subsidiary doppelganger system. At the same time, he proposed to receive the opportunity to forcibly devour as a reward. As for the target, it was naturally the innate treasure body that had not yet finished speaking. As soon as he replied, the result of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The doppelganger system has been successfully activated. Current level, level 1. Number of doppelgangers available at the current level, 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 3 subsidiary systems have been successfully activated. System reward, 1 forcible devour with a 100% success rate. Confirmed to be used immediately. Target confirmed. Adjusting the system's energy. Progress 1. He actually wanted to adjust the system's energy. It seemed that the 100% success rate of forcible devouring was not given for free. Wasn't the system's energy the same as Yi Xian's resources? The devouring system had already fused with him. All the energy required to maintain the system's operation was provided by Yi Xian. Wool comes from a sheep's back. All the resources obtained in the undying world could be used by the system at any time. Yi Xian did not care about it. This time, he was going to have to bleed a lot. Fortunately, the harvest was huge, so it was acceptable. At this moment, the innate treasure body, standing in the void opposite him, finished speaking. However, in the end, he stuttered for a long time. He was so anxious that his neck seemed to have become thicker. However, he could not squeeze out the rest of his words. Seeing this, Yi Xian was instantly delighted. This was the side effect of an incomplete fusion. He could not even straighten his tongue. Haste makes waste. In such a good mood, Yi Xian's evil sense of humor suddenly appeared. He grinned and laughed at the innate treasure body opposite him. He continued the other party's words. I am Big Tongue. Jie, I am 7 Kills deity. Tian Qianzi's avatar, who had already taken control of his innate treasure body, had almost exploded from anger. As he roared, his tongue actually became even more uncontrollable. His body swayed twice, and he almost fell into the void. In the next moment, the system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Energy adjustment complete. Target locked. Forcible devouring activated. Whoosh! A faintly discernible sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The innate treasure body in front of him, which was still in a rage, disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was forcefully devoured by the system and pulled into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian still couldn't understand this method, but there was a reason for everything. He believed that one day he would be able to fully comprehend everything. Of course, that would only be possible when Yi Xian grew up in the starry sky environment and reached a very high level. Now, as the innate treasure body was successfully devoured by the system, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. A thought flashed through his mind, and his face immediately froze. Big Tongue? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? If he remembered correctly, the system's first few notifications seemed to have said that this innate treasure body's grade was perfect and pure. If that was the case, what the hell was the evaluation of its grade being innately defective? It was already perfect and pure, but innately defective? This was illogical. Could it be that this innate treasure body that walked out of the giant egg that devoured origin crystals had not fully matured? Could it be that the primordial spirit of Tian Qianzi's primordial spirit had self-destructed because the Death Star vortex had been discovered? Could it be that it had no choice but to mature prematurely and enter the innate treasure body? Chapter 3175. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation sent to the Inheritance Tower. Although he had obtained the innate treasure body, there was still a wisp of Tian Qianzi's primordial spirit in it. He had to get it out first before Yi Xian could proceed with his first outer body incarnation. He did not intend to intervene in this matter, so he directly gave instructions to the devouring system. At the same time, he tried to communicate with the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest, but there was still no response, so he could only give up. Fortunately, after receiving Yi Xian's instructions, the system did not send a warning tone. It must be dealing with this matter and should be able to succeed. Yi Xian was relieved. Taking advantage of this time, he could clean up the mess in front of him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian turned his head and scanned the surrounding void. The entire space within the vast vortex of stars was now deathly silent. Not only was the innate treasure body gone, one of the three fellows with cosmic light realm battle prowess had been banished into the turbulent streams of space, one had been turned into a withered corpse, and the last high-ranking member of the Tianji clan had been struck with a stick directly falling into the enormous purple mecha. The 15 fortresses and fortresses that had rushed into the Death Star vortex were all disintegrated. The resources and the energy contained in some of the treasures were all sucked away. The starry sky masters who fell out of the fortresses, without exception, were all withered corpses. Even the fragments of the giant egg that had exploded and the devouring source crystals that had fallen from the 15 fortresses and strongholds had all disappeared. This kind of highly pure energy, after being absorbed, was gone without a trace, leaving nothing behind. The devouring power before was too terrifying. It was probably not used in a normal state, just like the first cry of a newborn baby, which was always louder. After Yi Xian took over the innate treasure body, he might not be so powerful when he used this kind of talent. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, there were ruins of fortresses and floating corpses everywhere. It was a shocking sight. It was a mess. At this time, Senior Void Ladle had returned and once again drilled into the void marrow crystal. As for the latter, it immediately turned into a ray of light and flashed through the top of Yi Xian's head and entered his sea of consciousness. As expected of the innate treasure body that was nurtured from the origin of devouring, its appetite is really big. This kind of devouring power should be some kind of divine ability that originated from the same source as the treasure body. It will be mine soon. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian grew excited once more. He turned to look at the purple mecha hovering silently in the air. He was also very interested in this mecha. Even the 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters had collapsed under the terrifying devouring power of the innate treasure body. Even the Dongshu shuttles, which were already epic-grade starry sky treasure ships, couldn't withstand it. However, after the high-level member of the Tianji clan fell out of the Silver Fortress and lay in this purple mecha, which was not far away from the innate treasure body, he was safe and sound. The mecha was not damaged at all, which showed its quality. Yi Xian didn't like mechas, but since it was a rare and good thing, he couldn't let it go easily. It would be good to keep it and play with it when he had nothing to do. Besides, if he could use it to fuse with his indestructible glass armor for the 6th time, there might be unexpected surprises. Of course, the mecha had not been appraised yet. Yi Xian was just thinking about it. He would do it later. Very quickly, after circling around the enormous mecha more than a dozen times, Yi Xian finally saw through some tricks. After tossing and turning for a while, he opened the entrance and pulled out the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fate clan, who were no longer breathing and had probably been damaged by the shock. He originally wanted to throw it away, but this guy was a middle-aged man with a rather hateful appearance and shifty eyes. Yi Xian was unhappy just looking at him. However, this was a high-level member of the Tianji clan, after all. He was at least a Genesis realm cultivator. Moreover, he was a mecha, so he could still use it. However, It was hard to say whether he would still have the same consciousness after changing the innate treasure body. At the very least, he could still remove the parts and continue to use them. How could the body parts of a mecha at the 14th stage of the Genesis realm be ordinary? Thinking of this, Yixian immediately changed his mind. He threw the mecha into the undying world inside his body and lay down in an inconspicuous corner to kiss the earth. Then he began to study the ownerless purple mecha in front of him. Although Yixian didn't know the name of the mecha, he didn't care. Who knows, he might just merge it with the indestructible glass armor later. After studying it for half a day, he still couldn't figure out how to operate it. Moreover, the devouring system was obviously busy dealing with Xianxia's yuan shun inside the innate sky treasure. It didn't have the time to answer Yixian's questions, nor was it convenient for him to ask. Therefore, after a fruitless search, Yixian simply waved his hand and stored the mecha into his undying world. At this point, there was no need to stay in the Death Star vortex anymore. It was time to rush out and return to Planet Victorious Return. However, this Death Star vortex was like a black hole. It was easy to enter, but there was no way out. They could only find some void passage similar to a natural wormhole to escape. Just as Yixian was about to take out the Dongshu shuttle and look around to see if he could find the exit, the system's notification sounded in his mind again. The surprise came too quickly. The yuan shun inside the innate sky treasure was finally forced out. However, the system couldn't erase it. After all, it was the yuan shun of a universe realm master. Throw it into the Tower of Desolation, directly to the 9th floor. After thinking for a while, Yixian immediately made a decision and issued a new order to the system. The Tower of Desolation recognized Yixian as its master and had been refined. Now, it was suspended in the air above Yixian's mind. Although the devouring system, including Yixian, couldn't use its power because it was sealed, it was still possible to throw things into it. The 9th floor was a big scene. There were supreme beings at the level of Desolation Supreme, and the giant eye of the Desolation Heavenly Way. Even a universe realm master would be like an ant if thrown in. Xianxia didn't know what was good for him. He actually said that he wanted to take his head. Now, Yixian gave him a wisp of his yuan shun to show his attitude. It was a slap in the face. As a result, following Yixian's order, Xianxia's primordial spirit within the innate heavenly treasure was immediately expelled. Immediately after, within the 9th floor of the ancient desolate inheritance tower, incomparably mournful screams suddenly sounded out. They actually resounded endlessly, and even the tone of their voices changed. Those who didn't know better would think that some little girl was being ravaged and howled endlessly. Unfortunately, Yixian couldn't hear it. At this moment, he was asking the devouring system about the doppelganger system. Since the innate sky treasure was settled, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. This place was quiet, and no one would bother to rush into the Death Star vortex. He could use this place to cultivate in seclusion and create his first outer body incarnation. Chapter 3176. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Planting a primordial spirit. After a series of inquiries, Yixian was dumbfounded. This doppelganger was not easy to make. Although the process was simple, the requirements were extremely special. It was definitely an unusual path. At least, Yixian had never thought that doppelgangers could be done in this way. Generally speaking, to cultivate a doppelganger, one had to split a strand of primordial spirit from one's own primordial spirit and let it enter the main doppelganger. It was equivalent to having one primordial spirit and 2 or more bodies. Of course, there would be a distinction between the primary and secondary parts. This was also why doppelgangers were generally weaker than the original body. The strand of primordial spirit that was split could not be too large, or else it would have a great impact on the original body. Although injuries to the primordial spirit could be healed, it would take a long time and was generally unacceptable. Previously, when Yi Xian left the Void Brand in the first universe's black hole, he had split a strand of weak primordial spirit. At that time, he had been tormented badly. The original body's primordial spirit, which had been damaged by that incident, had just healed and fully recovered not long ago. This time, in order to obtain a strong devouring doppelganger, Yi Xian had been prepared to split his primordial spirit again. This time, the primordial spirit that was split would definitely be much larger than before. However, at this moment, after understanding the details of the doppelganger system, Yi Xian immediately realized that he had taken things for granted. Splitting a primordial spirit was not necessary at all. However, Yi Xian was not happy at all because the method provided by the doppelganger system was too time-consuming. To successfully condense this doppelganger, Yi Xian's primordial spirit and consciousness had to leave the original body and enter the innate treasure body. Then, according to the secret technique provided by the doppelganger system, it would slowly condense a primordial spirit seed in the innate treasure body, as if the primordial spirit was in seclusion. Then, basically, there was no then. After this step, more than half of the process was completed. Yi Xian's primordial spirit could leave the original body and do what it was supposed to do. As for the innate treasure body, it could only be stored away and let the primordial spirit seed in the sea of consciousness slowly grow. At last, it would break out of the shell and a perfect doppelganger would be successfully condensed. The doppelganger, refining doppelganger's advantages were obvious. First, the primordial spirit seed in the doppelganger would not be damaged in the primordial doppelganger's primordial spirit seed. It was not like an ordinary doppelganger, which was difficult to grow. By the time it broke out of its shell and entered the main body, it had also grown into a complete primordial spirit. It was equivalent to making a copy of Yi Xian's primordial spirit instead of splitting it. The significance of this to the future growth of the avatar was simply immeasurable. According to the doppelganger system, doppelganger treasure, of the treasure doppelganger treasure body, of of course. If he really had to wait for 100 years before he could use this devouring avatar, it would be too late. At that time, Yi Xian's original body would have already grown to an unknown extent, and this avatar would most likely become useless. Wouldn't this be a waste of effort? In addition, after the original primordial spirit entered the innate treasure body, although there was no need to immediately condense the primordial spirit seed, the process would take an entire day. For the sake of the harvest in 100 years, Yi Xian was really unwilling to waste an entire day with the complicated matters at hand. He fell into hesitation on the spot. After a while, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to slap his forehead. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I actually went into a dead end and even forgot to be flexible. I'm really speechless. What he meant by being flexible was actually very simple. That was to change the concept. He still had to condense the primordial spirit seed, so he couldn't save a day. However, after this primordial spirit seed was successfully condensed, it might not necessarily stay in the body of the innate treasure body. The original body and the innate treasure body could be used interchangeably. It was like two energy laser swords with different powers, but both required energy crystals to be embedded in them in order to be activated. Although there were two energy crystals, one was full and the other was empty and needed to be recharged. In that case, when the sword needed to be used, he just had to insert the full energy crystal into the groove, and the one that was not used would be filled with the empty energy crystal. Next time, when there was a different need, he could just dig out the energy crystal and switch it. Yi Xian's primordial spirit was the full energy crystal, and the primordial spirit seed needed to be recharged. Although it was a little troublesome to switch it back and forth, the key was that both sides would not be delayed, so it was worth the trouble. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately summoned the innate treasure body's undying world. At this time, as Tian Qianzi's primordial spirit had been expelled, this innate treasure body had already closed its eyes and did not have any qi. Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged, suspended in the void, and entered a state of cultivation. His primordial spirit quickly rushed out from the top of his head and entered the body of the innate treasure body opposite him. Then, according to the method of condensing the primordial spirit seed that he had thoroughly understood from the doppelganger system, he started to condense it with all his might. Unknowingly, a day and night passed. Yi Xian's first primordial spirit seed was finally condensed successfully. What he had to do next was to send the primordial spirit seed into his original body to be nurtured, and then return to start the fusion between his primordial spirit and this innate treasure body. After completing this step, Yi Xian would be able to completely control the power of this innate treasure body. Not only would he be able to take his original body into his original body with a wave of his hand, but he would also be able to temporarily summon the few treasures in his original body's knowledge sea. As for his original body, it was currently at the 6th major realm, Nebula First Order, and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Leaving his original body inside the innate treasure body to be nurtured was equivalent to his original body cultivating in seclusion, and Yi Xian's primordial spirit would temporarily stay in the innate treasure body, using its terrifying devouring talent to rapidly improve the innate treasure body's cultivation realm. It was like killing two birds with one stone, without delay on either side. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. It seemed that after entering this innate treasure body, he was so focused on condensing the primordial spirit seed that he actually forgot to check the current cultivation realm of this innate treasure body. It shouldn't be too low. After all, when it had just broken out of the giant source crystal egg, it had swallowed the energy of a full 15 fortresses and strongholds, including the cultivation realm and vitality of those starry sky masters, and even all the power in the body of a supreme cosmic realm existence. Even if there was some loss and damage during the essential conversion and refining process of absorbing and devouring, the cultivation realm of this innate treasure body would definitely not be so weak. Not to mention the cosmic realm, there should still be a chance for it to reach the origin or heavenly cave realm. With this expectation, Yi Xian immediately began to investigate, but the result was far beyond his expectations. The strength of this innate treasure body was only equivalent to the peak of the 9th order of the galaxy realm. It was still a small breakthrough away from the 8th major realm, the Black Hole Realm. Chapter 3177. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Half-Step Black Hole. Previously, the innate treasure body's cultivation had greatly disappointed Yi Xian. It was actually still a small step away from breaking through to the 8th great realm, the Black Hole Realm. It didn't seem like it had just devoured 15 fortresses and strongholds, as well as all the cultivation and vitality of a supreme expert of the cosmic light realm, causing Yi Xian to be greatly disappointed. However, that might be because the innate treasured body had been matured in advance. The innate incomplete grade indicated by the system should be referring to this. The reason why Yi Xian was still not at the Black Hole Realm while devouring so crazily was probably because he was using it to repair his innate incomplete body. This comforted Yi Xian quite a bit. At least, the innate treasured body's big tongue was only temporary. After the treasured body was repaired, it would disappear. However, what he did not expect was that after his primordial spirit returned to his main body and through the primordial spirit seed into his knowledge sea suddenly expanded. The cultivation of Yi Xian's main body actually shot up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had broken through 2 small stages, but it still did not stop. Seeing all this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. His mind went blank for a moment, and then he came to a realization. The sudden increase in cultivation, this time, was obviously due to the innate treasured body. First of all, the primordial spirit seed had consumed a huge amount of the treasured body's cultivation to successfully condense it. Now that it was thrown into Yi Xian's knowledge sea and had taken root there, some energy would more or less overflow and flow into the knowledge sea, causing Yi Xian's main body's cultivation to rise rapidly. In addition, Yi Xian's primordial spirit had entered the innate treasured body for the first time. Not only did he stay inside for a day and night, but he also focused on condensing the primordial spirit seed. During this process, his own primordial spirit had unknowingly undergone some changes due to the innate perfect attributes of the treasured body. Now that it had returned to his main body, it immediately led to a change in his main body's cultivation. Under the superposition of these 2 factors, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation rose from the first level of the nebula realm. In the end, it directly stabilized at the 7th level of the nebula realm, breaking through 6 small levels. Now, Yi Xian was already a powerful existence at the late stage of the nebula realm. However, compared to the innate treasure body that was about to break through to the black hole realm, there was still a gap. After the psyche ocean calmed down, Yi Xian's yuan shen once again rushed out of his body and entered the innate treasure body. What he needed to do now was to refine the yuan shen with all his might and improve the compatibility between the yuan shen and the innate treasure body to perfection. After completing this step, Yi Xian's first doppelganger could be considered to have been successfully condensed. Initially, he thought that this process would take at least 1 or 2 days, but it ended in less than half a day. Perhaps this was because Yi Xian had already cultivated a yuan shun seed in the innate heavenly treasure body. His original yuan shun had been subtly influenced by the innate perfection of the innate heavenly treasure body, greatly increasing his compatibility with it. Boom! Just as Yi Xian's primordial spirit completely merged with the innate treasure body, a deafening boom rang out from within Yi Xian's primordial spirit. Immediately after, he felt an incomparably vast and boundless cultivation power surging within his innate treasure body like a raging river. Is this the feeling of a half-step black hole? It's really very powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The appearance of the innate treasure body could be changed according to his will, including his clothes and everything else. After all, this was a doppelganger formed from pure energy. Changing all these was just a small change in the form of energy. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian's mind moved slightly, and the appearance of the innate treasure body immediately began to change. Although his original appearance was extremely valiant, he still felt that his original appearance was more pleasing to the eye. Soon, the appearance of the innate treasure body was completely changed. It was exactly the same as Yi Xian's original body. The original naked body was also covered with clothes transformed from energy. It was exactly the same as the original body that was sitting cross-legged in the void opposite, with eyes closed like an old monk in meditation. With a wave of his hand, the original body was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Then, he began to try to connect the original body's sea of consciousness with the devouring system. Now that the original body was in the doppelganger, although it had the terrifying devouring talent, and its cultivation had reached the half-step black hole realm, at certain critical moments, the black hole realm was far from enough to deal with. However, the various treasures and magical powers in the original body's sea of consciousness often had miraculous effects. If he could use everything in the original body's sea of consciousness while the original body was in the doppelganger state, it would be perfect. However, that was obviously impossible. After Yi Xian tried, he discovered that the current him couldn't even connect to the original body's sea of consciousness. It was naturally impossible for him to use the treasures and abilities that the original body possessed. If he wanted to do this, he would have to wait until Yi Xian completely fused his avatar with his original body. He wouldn't be able to simply absorb his original body into his body like a magic treasure, like he was now. In addition, when the spirit seed in Yi Xian's original body's sea of consciousness was completely mature, he should be able to achieve this through the connection between the doppelganger and original body's spirit. Fortunately, the devouring system was integrated with Yi Xian's original body's spirit. At this moment, the original body's cultivation and the key points and magical powers in the original body's sea of consciousness could not be used, but the devouring system was not limited by this. At a critical moment, Yi Xian could use the devouring system to summon everything in the original body's sea of consciousness, but it would take some time, but it was better than nothing. At this point, Yi Xian's first doppelganger was finally completely condensed, and he had one more trump card. After calming down, he immediately issued an order to the devouring system to immediately count the gains. He was anxious to know how many devouring source crystals he had obtained this time. This was a really rare resource, and Yi Xian had been searching for it for a long time, and today he finally got what he wanted. The counting was soon over, and the system's prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind as usual. This should be in effect at the level of the spirit. After all, the doppelganger did not have a real brain or internal organs, and it was a pure body of energy crystal. The final tally of the data made Yi Xian very excited. Even he was surprised by the huge harvest. When he first entered the Death Star vortex, he was so focused on collecting the crystal resources that the Dongshu shuttle had absorbed from the surrounding void that he did not count it carefully. In terms of the devouring source crystals, his harvest this time was 56,207. Including the one given by the system at the beginning, Yi Xian currently had a total of 56,208 devouring source crystals, which was enough for him to shop around in the exchange shop. In addition to the devouring source crystals, his harvest of various other rare minerals was even greater. After all, even in the inner void of the Death Star vortex, the ratio of devouring source crystals was only about 30%. There were hundreds of types of rare minerals, with the smallest having only a little over 100 pieces, and the largest having more than 100 pieces. In total, there were nearly 10 million pieces. Some of them were not only unknown to Yi Xian, but even the devouring system was still analyzing and identifying them. Obviously, they were all ordinary items that would be of great use in the future. Chapter 3178. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Interstellar Trailblazer. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Unknown Teleportation Array. Discovered. Appraisal result. One use, one-way teleportation array. Teleportation destination. Unknown. Danger factor. Unknown. Do you wish to explore it immediately? Hint. If the exploration is successful, there is a certain chance of upgrading the system title. System current title. Level 3. Interstellar Explorer. System next title. Level 4. Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 3 titles, Interstellar Trailblazer, Interstellar Adventurer, and Interstellar Explorer, it will add a beginner-level planar coordinate jump ability. Beginner-level planar coordinate jump. The system's ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universes, ignoring the barriers of the universes and directly jumping to the destination. The beginner level is limited to the adjacent universes connected by wormholes. Hint: the position that the planar coordinate jump ability can reach is limited to the wormhole coordinates that have been imprinted in advance. Activation condition: at least one coordinate imprint in 2 or more universes. If there is no coordinate imprint, the universal coordinate jump ability cannot be activated. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you wish to explore? Unknown teleportation array. As the system notification sounded in his mind, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. Ever since the system title was upgraded to Level 3 Interstellar Explorer in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in Universe 1 and obtained the ability to jump between universes, he had a very special feeling of anticipation for this kind of randomly triggered system title exploration mission. The halo effect of the Level 3 Interstellar Explorer title already allowed him to perform a universal coordinate jump regardless of distance within the same universe. What about the Level 4 Interstellar Explorer title? The result was as expected. The halo effect of the Level 4 Interstellar Trailblazer title was more practical. It was practically cheating. It could actually achieve a coordinate jump between different universes, even without the need for wormholes. Although the beginner level was limited to performing a planar jump between 2 adjacent universes connected by wormholes, and he had to leave a coordinate imprint in both universes, this was not a problem. Currently, all 3 universes were connected by natural wormholes, and Yixian had already branded a jump coordinate in the black hole of life in the first universe. He only needed to brand another one in the 3rd universe. Once the exploration was successful, his system title would be upgraded to Level 4, and he would immediately have the qualifications to initiate a beginner dimensional jump. As for the 2nd universe, he would find an opportunity to go there in the future and leave a mark of coordinates. After being agitated for a while, Yixian gradually calmed down. After calming down, his mind spun rapidly as he began to think. Naturally, the exploration mission of the system title was not to be missed, and the temptation of the halo ability of the Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder was indeed great. However, the rewards and risks were equal. The destination of this teleportation array was unknown. If it was in Universe 3, then so be it. Even if it was leading to the other 2 universes, Yixian was not afraid. As for the Starry Sky Forbidden Grounds like the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb, he didn't care about them at all. Any forbidden grounds would definitely have a chance of survival. Moreover, he had the headless infant's corpse by his side, so no matter how dangerous it was, he was confident in his ability to survive. But what if the destination of the teleportation array was some unknown universe or the boundless void of turbulence? This was a one-way teleportation array that could only be used once, and it would be destroyed. Moreover, there was no return ticket. If that really happened, wouldn't he be like the silver-winged G-person, exiled forever? In this situation, even the headless infant's corpse would be helpless. With so many worries, Yixian wavered in hesitation, unable to make a decision. At this time, the system's notification sounded again, still asking whether or not to accept the exploration mission. If he kept silent 3 times in a row, this opportunity would be missed, and the system would reject it by default. Thinking of this, Yixian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and unwillingness welled up in him. He gritted his teeth and immediately gave a reply of yes to the exploration mission. At the same time, he requested to postpone it because he had to first prepare the mark of coordinates to Universe 3. It was better to be prepared. The reason why this matter had not been implemented after returning to Universe 3 was because each universe could only leave 1 mark of coordinates, so he had to choose carefully. But now he couldn't care less. Yixian decided to solve this matter immediately, and then began the exploration mission of the system title. The Death Star region was located in the central region of Universe 3, in the gap between the two major human factions. The geographical location was quite suitable, so Yixian could accept the mark of coordinates to Universe 3. Without further ado, after making the decision, Yixian immediately set off. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and flew quickly in the Death Star vortex. Soon after, he locked onto the best position and began to mark the jump coordinates. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 days had passed. Yixian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes, and a touch of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Although this was the second time, and everything was familiar to him, the great pain of having his primordial spirit separated was really unbearable. Even though Yixian's cultivation was far from what it was when he first marked the first coordinate in Universe 1, he was still physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The jump coordinates to Universe 3 had been successfully marked and integrated into the void. From then on, it would be fixed forever, and there was no trace of it. Even Yixian himself could not sense it. It would only appear when the jump ability of the system was activated. After that, it took another 2 days to recuperate his primordial spirit. When Yixian opened his eyes again, it had been 4 days since he entered the Death Star vortex. Originally, he should have left for Planet Triumph long ago. Unexpectedly, all kinds of accidents kept happening, and in the end, it was delayed for so long. Next, he would immediately start the exploration mission of the system title. In a short time, he was afraid that he would not have time to leave. However, with the old devil mosquito butcher, there was no need to worry about Planet Triumph. The old wretch could even send a supreme existence of the cosmic light realm flying with a roar. He did not know how strong his cultivation was, but he had always pretended to be a demon slave and called himself master. Even after revealing his strength, he was still like this, which really made people speechless. Yixian's heart was full of doubts, but at the moment, he had no time to think about it. Everything could only wait until he finished the exploration mission of the system title, and then he could think about it. Shaking off these thoughts, Yixian immediately ordered the system to start the exploration mission immediately. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The exploration mission of the system title has been activated. Exploration target: the destination of the unknown transmission array. Mission completion condition: unknown. As the prompt sounded in his mind, ripples suddenly appeared in the empty void in the distance. A small but extremely simple transmission array platform suddenly appeared without warning. Whoosh! Yixian's shoulders shook, and he gritted his teeth and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was on the transmission array platform, and his face was gloomy. Chapter 3179. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the Sixth Palace of 10 Absolutes. Whoosh! As soon as Yixian landed, the ancient teleportation platform suddenly shone with a dazzling light. It was unknown what material the platform was made of, but it instantly changed its shape and turned into a ball of energy wrapping around Yixian's body. Finally, it condensed into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. At this time, Yixian probably didn't know that he had entered the lair of his mortal enemy. This top-grade teleportation platform was made of extravagant materials and could only be used once. It would be destroyed immediately after use, and it could only teleport one way. It was obviously set up by Xianxia as a backup plan. After all, although the devourer doppelganger that he had his eyes on was very talented, it had just been born. No matter how strong it was not that strong. With this teleportation platform, the primordial spirit of Xianxia's doppelganger could enter the treasure devourer body and complete the refinement and integration. If anything happened, it could safely return to the Sixth Palace of 10 Absolutes immediately. Right now, although it was indeed the treasure-devourer body that Xianxia had been thinking about for thousands of years, the primordial spirit that entered the teleportation platform had already changed owners. The 10 Absolute Celestial Palace was the absolute overlord of the human cultivation camp. It occupied half of the universe in the third universe and was a close friend of the Immortal dynasty of the technology camp, as well as a secret competitor. The Immortal dynasty of the technology camp was an imperial system. The half of the universe that it controlled was the territory of the imperial dynasty. Although there were 3 big empires and countless big and small countries, they were all nominally part of the Immortal dynasty. However, it was different in the territory controlled by the cultivation camp. Basically, there were various sects and clans. Although there were some imperial systems and other forms of countries, they were all small fish and shrimps. In addition, in the half of the universe controlled by the cultivation camp, no matter whether it was a country or a cultivation sect, they were all independent of each other, at least nominally. The 10 Absolute Celestial Palace was also a cultivation sect, but its position was unique and transcendent. Although it was nominally not like the Immortal dynasty, which commanded the entire cultivation camp, it was still the Immortal dynasty. But as a matter of fact, with it dominating the world, even if the sects and countries behind it joined hands, they were still far from being able to compete with it. Its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivators' camp had been confirmed long ago. The ancestral land of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace was the first palace, also known as the Heaven Absolute Palace. The Palace Master of Heaven Absolute Palace was the highest leader of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces. The second palace was called Earth Absolute Palace. The Palace Master of the Earth Extinction Palace was in charge of the external affairs of the sect. The Palace Master of the Earth Extinction Palace was in charge of all interactions with the Undying Dynasty and the Myriad Luo Federation. The third palace was the Absolute Palace. The Palace Master of Rinjua Palace was in charge of the punishment of the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. These 3 palaces were the most powerful and most mysterious of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces. Their status was transcendent. After that, the 4th to 10th palaces were slightly weaker. Generally, the Palace Master was only responsible to his own palace, and his authority could not extend to the other 9 palaces. Of the of the absolute celestial palace was. Of the ye was of the absolutes of heaven was the sky was heaven. The Heaven Absolute Palace was located in the Central District. The Earth Absolute Palace and the Absolute Palace were not too far from the Central District. The first 3 palaces were the core of the entire sect, standing tall in the Central District of this half of the galaxy. The other 7 palaces were like governors located at the border of the cultivation camp in different directions. Among them, the 4th, 5th, and 6th Absolute Celestial Palaces bordered the territory of the Immortal dynasty. The closest to the Death Starfield was the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Xianxia chose the Death Starfield to nurture his strongest doppelganger. Entering the cultivation camp from the border of the Death Starfield, one was already in the starfield controlled by the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace. However, if one wanted to go to the headquarters of the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace, it would still take 2 months to reach it. On the way, there were 2 wormholes in the universe. If one entered the wormhole and launched a wormhole jump, the time would be reduced by half, only a month. The headquarters of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces were located in different environments. Some were huge celestial bodies, while others were vast continents suspended in the void. The sky was round, and the earth was round. There were even places that were similar to ancient cages. For example, the Heaven Absolute Palace was like this. It could not be seen in the central district of the Cultivation camp at all. It was located in the void of a small alien plane and was connected to the third universe by a void passage. The entrance passage was in the central district of the Cultivation camp, guarded by the Earth Absolute Palace and the Absolute Palace. The headquarters of the Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace was a supercontinent with a circumference of millions of miles. If some ordinary celestial bodies were regarded as chess pieces, this Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace, which was suspended in the void like other celestial bodies, was as vast as a chessboard. It could be regarded as the state of a normal celestial body after being crushed. The edges of the surroundings were rugged, and the spiritual energy at the bottom was thin. There was no sign of life, so it was not a good place to live. Only the surface of the land was full of spiritual energy, so it was full of life. Not only were there lakes everywhere, but there were also mountain ranges, although its shape was special and was not spherical like ordinary celestial bodies. This supercontinent had all the characteristics of a celestial body with life, including gravity, atmosphere, abundant vitality, and so on. The headquarters of the Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace was located at the top of a giant mountain in the central district of this starry sky continent. A large number of palaces surrounded the peak area, which was grand and extraordinary. But at this moment, this vast area of palaces was quiet, and there were not many people in sight. Except for those who were in seclusion or had gone out, more than half of the upper echelons and disciples of the Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace had gone to a certain valley in the northern district of the giant mountain a few days ago. Over there, Palace Master Xianxia had set up a huge starry sky killing array nearly 10,000 years ago. Many alarms could be heard in the killing array. Xianxia was furious and led a large number of powerhouses from the Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace to start the killing array. They had been gone for 4 days, and the killing had not ended yet. That was why the headquarters of the Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace at the top of the giant mountain was so quiet, with only a few ordinary disciples and a few upper echelons staying behind. This was also the destination of the top one-way teleportation array that Xianxia had left in the Death Star vortex. This array was set up for a quick return, so it was reasonable for the headquarters of the Sixth Absolute Celestial Palace to be teleported to. However, the peak of this giant mountain was too vast, and the teleportation destination that Xianxia had set wasn't precisely located. As a result, Yi Xian, who was teleported over with a nervous heart, randomly fell into a pool. It was not an ordinary pool, but a hot spring pool. It was a dreamy hot spring pool with dense water vapor floating on the surface. Dense spiritual energy seeped out of the mist, and the hot spring water in the pool was clearly some kind of spiritual spring. But that was not the main point. The main point was that this spiritual spring was not only located in Xianxia's harem, but also in the pool there were more than 10 beautiful figures splashing water and frolicking. Chapter 3180. Damn the mission. Oh my God! Someone dropped down, and it was actually a man. Stinking lecher, you actually dare to trespass into the sixth palace of the 10 absolutes. You're simply courting death. What are you waiting for? Our bodies have been seen by him. We must kill him. No, I'll gouge his eyes out first, then kill him. Huh, is Miss all right? He was actually in a daze. He even had a nosebleed. That damned guy. He must have been frightened by him. As these flustered and angry cries entered his ears, it was precisely because the teleportation was completed that he plunged headfirst into the spirit spring. Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, felt an explosion in his mind and was instantly stunned. following that more than a dozen incomparably hot and delicate bodies were reflected in his line of sight. Without exception, all of them were completely naked. In any case, it was only a single glance, and those places that should be looked at and should not be looked at were all seen through by Yi Xian. What was going on? What happened to the danger? What happened to the turbulent void? That damned transmission array. It actually threw this prince into a spirit spring bath full of women. It was one thing to see those angry women shouting and killing, but at least they were quite pleasing to the eye. But what the hell was this person who was only a palm's distance away from him? Not only was his face full of black pockmarks, but there was also a large tooth protruding from his slightly opened lips. More importantly, why was this ugly ghost having a nosebleed? She was actually staring at his face with such an infatuated expression. A love-struck fool. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian shuddered. The hairs on his back stood on end, and he felt very uncomfortable. This was simply too tragic to actually be remembered by such an ugly ghost. In particular, the identity of this ugly ghost was clearly not ordinary. How could someone who could be called a young lady in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes and lead such a large group of maidservants to soak in the spirit spring in the open air be an ordinary existence? She must be closely related to Xianxia, either a cultivation partner or a daughter. Well, the former can be ruled out. She was so ugly that Xianxia would not like her even if he was blind. If it was the latter, then it would be even worse. Not only did he suddenly fall into the lair of his sworn enemy, he even saw the body of his daughter and was conveniently taken by the other party. This matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. Even if Xianxia didn't risk his life and decided to turn hostility into friendship with a smile, the final result would definitely be to drive Yi Xian onto a pedestal and recruit a son-in-law. At the very least, he should throw out the unsaleable goods in his hands first. This was worse than the turbulent void. It was simply fatal. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face instantly turned green. At this time, he did not care about anything else and did not even have the interest to explain. After shuddering again, he suddenly turned around, jumped out of the spirit spring, and ran away. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport or fly far away, but the moment he leaped up, an invisible force that was as vast as a mountain instantly pressed down on him. With Yi Xian's half-step black hole realm cultivation, he was only able to leap up a few meters before he was forced to land at the edge of the spirit spring pool. That was clearly the power of the formation here. Not only was it forbidden to fly, but it was also suppressing Yi Xian's cultivation. If there was a ceiling effect, it would be really miserable. He would not be able to escape at all. While running wildly, Yi Xian's mind turned quickly. When he thought of the last possibility, his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, the dozen or so maids in the spirit spring also reacted. They didn't care that there wasn't a single strand of hair on their bodies as they rushed onto the shore and quickly chased after Yi Xian. The enraged shouts from their mouths resounded endlessly. "Stinky pervert, where do you think you're going? Stop. I promise I won't beat you up." The cultivation of the dozen or so maidservants was not bad. They were all in the nebula realm. Although they were far inferior to Yi Xian's treasure body doppelganger, they were obviously not suppressed by the power of the formation here. Their speed was even faster than Yi Xian's. Just as he was about to catch up, several of them waved their hands and summoned their own magic weapons, intending to kill him. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced back. His eyes were full of turbulent waves, causing his face to turn slightly red, but then it immediately turned white. He was too unlucky. He never thought that one day he would be chased by a group of naked women shouting to kill him. Unfortunately, he could not escape from them. Once they caught up, the consequences would be horrifying. "Stop! Who told you to chase him?" You even summoned your magic weapons. Since he can't escape, let him wander around first. When he's tired, he'll naturally come back. Just at this moment, the body of the ugly ghost who was still bleeding from her nose in the spirit spring pool shook, and she finally returned to her senses. She immediately shouted with a strong aura, but when she reached the end of her sentence, her tone suddenly changed and became incomparably gentle. Brother Jun, don't be afraid. They are just playing with you. Go, go, go. It's good to run a few laps to vent. Lingyang understands. Everything has a process of adaptation. Don't worry. You've seen Lingyang's body anyway. In the end, she can only be yours. You can slowly adapt. I can wait. Oh, right. Don't be a heartless man and abandon Lingyang. Outsiders can only enter this back courtyard, but not leave. Once you take a step out, you'll attract the full force of the sect protecting Great Formation to kill you. Those below the Genesis realm will definitely die. As for those half a step into the black hole realm, they'll be killed on the spot. Hearing these words, Yi Xian felt his vision darken and almost fell, but he did not stop. Instead, he ran even faster. He really did not care about the Sixth Palace's sect protecting Great Formation that could kill a Genesis realm expert. With the headless infant corpse, he could be safe. The key was that this ugly ghost's words revealed a soft chill that made him feel uncomfortable. Not only was she ugly, but she was also scheming. She was definitely a scorpion woman. She was too dangerous. He could not stay here for a second longer. Behind him, the dozen or so maidservants had already stopped and put away their magic weapons the moment the ugly ghost shouted. They looked at each other, and their expressions quickly became strange. They did not continue to pursue, allowing Yi Xian to rush into a purple bamboo forest not far away and disappear. The moment he rushed into the bamboo forest, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Teleportation complete. You've arrived at the destination. System title exploration mission successfully activated. Mission completion time limit 30 days. Mission completion requirement: obtain the target's inheritance and refine it. Special reminder: before the mission is completed, it is strictly forbidden to set foot in the area outside the sect protecting Great Formation. Otherwise, the exploration will be considered a failure. Exploration failure punishment. System title will drop by 1 level. Bang! Bang! Just as the system notification in his mind finished speaking, Yi Xian collided head-on with a purple bamboo that was as thick as his waist. Although he didn't feel any pain, he still felt that the stars in front of him were chaotic, and it was completely dark. This damned mission, I'm probably going to be played to death this time. It actually wants me to obtain the inheritance of the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates and refine it, and before the mission is completed, I'm not allowed to take a single step out of the sect protecting Great Formation. Chapter 3181. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Tian Qianzi Xian simply sat down in the bamboo forest and fell into deep thought. At this point, he had already understood who set up the teleportation formation and had a general guess about the origin of this avatar. There should be no doubt about it. Obviously, the big crystal egg was the work of the palace master of the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates, Tian Qianzi. His purpose was to create a powerful avatar with the devouring innate skill. For this reason, an entire star area had become a sacrifice. The energy in the void and the light and heat of countless stars were all unknowingly swallowed up. Tian Qianzi clearly knew that this might cause problems. So in order to ensure that the completed devouring avatar could return to the Sixth Palace smoothly, he set up the one-way teleportation formation. Who knew that the avatar's avatar had returned, but It was not the primordial spirit it left in Tian Qinzi's body that entered it, but Yi Xian. This was a great loss for Tian Qinzi. The devouring avatar that he had plotted for thousands of years had gone down the drain, and he had also lost Tian Qinzi's avatar. How could he not be angry? In addition, that ugly woman just now should be his daughter, but she was accidentally seen naked by Yi Xian. With all these new and old grudges added together, anyone would be completely furious. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, he was now restrained by the exploration mission. For a month, he had to stay within the range of the sect-protecting formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates and could not take a single step out. Otherwise, not only would this exploration mission fail, but his system title, which was originally at level 3, would also be reduced by 1 level, and he would return to level 2 Interstellar Adventurer. This was something he could not accept no matter what. Who knew when the next time he would be able to trigger the system's title exploration mission again? In other words, no matter how depressed he was, he had to obediently stay in the sect-protecting formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates for a month. Moreover, he had to find a way to find out what the so-called inheritance treasure of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates was, get it, and refine it. This was going to cost him his life. The 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes was not some inn or post house. How could it be a place where one could stay as they pleased? Tian Qinzi was an unparalleled almighty in the 15th realm, the universe realm. Even the Thunder Origin bead might only be able to severely injure him. The headless infant corpse was Yi Xian's final trump card, so he couldn't reveal it easily. Furthermore, Tian Qinzi wasn't the only one in the 6th Palace. There were even 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Cosmic Light Realm. Among them, Huai Dongzi had been sent to Black Sky City. If there were no accidents, at least 2 of the other 3 would still be in the palace. In addition to the other experts of the 6 palaces, Yi Xian was all alone. How could he stay in this dragon pool for a month? It was simply an impossible mission. The only way is to figure out what the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates inheritance is before Tian Qinzi finds out. Then I have to seize it and take it away. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light. He stood up as he muttered to himself. He decided to return to the Spirit Spring Pool and start with that ugly female ghost. He wanted to force out everything he needed to know. This was not the technological faction. Although there were definitely technological treasures such as battleships, those things were definitely not popular in the Cultivation faction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal star communication system was completely useless here. They didn't even have a star network with the star superbrain as the central intelligence. It was completely unrealistic to hack into their star network to obtain information like he did in the technological faction or the Demonkin star region. At this time, Zhao Lingyang, who was in the spiritual spring, had come ashore to change her clothes with the help of the dozen maidservants. Seeing Yi Xian return with a gloomy expression, the maidservants' expressions changed. Even Zhao Lingyang was slightly stunned. "Brother Jun, you've thought it through so quickly? Someone is going to marry Yang. Yang is so happy." As she spoke, Zhao Lingyang's face, which was full of black spots, suddenly turned red. Her eyes were watery as she glanced shyly at Yi Xian. She covered her mouth and giggled. Wretch! Yi Xian felt like he was going to throw up. His stomach was dry heaving. She was so ugly that she could scare ghosts to death when she went out at night. How could she still have the nerve to be so bashful? No, he had to destroy this ugly female ghost. He had to get rid of an evil for the people. At the same time, he could force out what the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates inheritance was. The ugly female ghost's cultivation was not bad. She was also in the black hole realm. Moreover, there were more than a dozen maidservants around her. Although their cultivation was not as good as Yixian's, none of them were suppressed by the formation. On the surface, Yixian, who was suppressed by the formation, did not seem to be a match for them. However, he knew that he was very confident. Once he used his devouring inherent skill, these maidservants in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be sucked dry. At most, he would just stop halfway and leave them alive. Yixian could not bear to ruthlessly destroy flowers, even though there was an ugly female ghost among them. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up and he was about to make a move. At this time, a long laugh suddenly came from outside the small courtyard. Ha ha ha! Who wants to marry my Xianxia? This is a joyous occasion. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely burly figure pushed open the courtyard door and strode in. It was an old man in a purple robe. His temperament was elegant and extraordinary. The aura around his body was faintly discernible. It was far more powerful than Huaidongzi. Imperceptibly, he gave Yixian an extremely strong sense of danger. Even the hair on his back stood up. Although this was an innate treasure body, not a life of flesh and blood, but a crystal form, he still felt that way. Everything was because the opponent's cultivation was too strong. Even if it was only half a wisp of it imperceptibly, and it might not be intentional, he still felt that way. The supreme almighty of the universe realm was indeed not to be underestimated. Without a doubt, this burly old man was Tian Qianzi's original body. At this moment, Yixian was already considering contacting the headless infant corpse, or immediately getting the devouring system to transfer the Rai D seal from the original body's sea of consciousness. In that case, once an unforeseen event happened, he could use the seal at any time and use the Thunder Origin Pearl to kill Tian Qianzi. With a few more, he still had a chance to deal with the opponent. "Daddy, what are you saying? It's so embarrassing." Without waiting for Yixian to make a move, the ugly ghost Zhao Lingyang had already stomped her feet and complained coquettishly. Then she turned around and stole a glance at Yixian. She covered her face and turned around to run to a small courtyard not far away from the small courtyard. The dozen or so maids looked at Yixian with strange expressions, bowed to the old man, and then hurried away. At this time, the burly old man Tian Qianzi's gaze swept towards Yixian. The moment he saw him, the corners of his eyes twitched. You. He saw Yixian's state at a glance. He was emitting a dense aura of the marrow-devouring mother. Tian Qianzi instantly understood. No wonder he suddenly appeared here. It turned out that this person had snatched the good fortune that originally belonged to him. He had teleported here through that one-way teleportation array. Chapter 30-182. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio an equal match. You've already refined the treasured body? Prince Xian of the Immortal dynasty? With a gloomy expression, Tian Qianzi suppressed the anger in his heart and asked tentatively. As the head of the 6th palace of the Tenju celestial palaces, he naturally recognized Yixian's identity at a glance. After all, the appearance of this innate treasured body was exactly like Yixian, and this was no secret. Even the demon domain in the first universe suddenly realized that the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son was the prince of the immortal dynasty of the human race, Long Xian. This matter caused a great sensation in the demon domain, and the demon emperor even made a series of moves. This is a story to be told later. Now, not only did Tian Qianzi recognize Yixian's identity, but he also clearly understood that he had already entered this innate treasured body and refined it into a clone. Yixian hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old man didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. He pondered for a moment and then understood. This time, Tian Qianzi and Huaidongzi had caused a great commotion in Black Sky City. The key was that they had activated the secret formation at the end and failed to capture all the fleets of the large and small forces in the Death Starfield. Some people still managed to escape, and the news couldn't be hidden at all. Although no one knew what happened in the Death Star vortex, how could a discerning person not see that all this was related to the Tenju celestial palaces? At this moment, Xianxia was obviously under pressure from all sides. The Tianji clan in the first universe was fine as they were originally enemies, but he couldn't ignore the doubts of the various races in the second universe, especially the Immortal dynasty. There might even be different voices within the Tenju celestial palaces. In the face of all this, Xianxia more or less had to give an explanation. Now that the treasured body clone he wanted had been refined by Yi Xian, even if he erased Yi Xian's primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to use this treasured body. Rather than that, he might as well do something with Yi Xian to resolve the pressure from the Immortal dynasty. As long as the technology faction didn't pursue this matter, the various races in the second universe would be easy to deal with. The doubts of the other 9 celestial palaces within the Tenju celestial palaces could also be stopped. Thinking of this, Yi Xian lightly smiled and casually sat down on the stone chair beside the spirit spring. Those fleets couldn't have all been destroyed by you, right? Stutter. He stared at Yi Xian for a while, pondered for a moment, then sat down as well. Separated from Yi Xian by the stone table, he laughed involuntarily. Looks like you didn't get much out of it after all this time. Although this sovereign lost a devouring avatar, at least I obtained a son-in-law. With your status, you will be able to bring me quite a bit of benefits in the future. But you, the dignified Prince Xian, gave up your physical body with the royal bloodline and thought that you had picked up a treasure. In the end, what you got was a clone that had not fully matured and had a congenital defect. With your current stuttering condition, I'm sure you won't dare to return to the Immortal planet, right? That's even better. Stay here and accompany my beloved daughter, Ling Yang. As for the Empire and the outside world, don't worry. I will give them a good explanation in your name. This matter can be considered as unintentional. You and this lord's beloved daughter are clearly a good match for each other. Ha ha! Xianxia stood up as he laughed. He raised his hand and shot a ray of light. Yi Xian was caught off guard. Before he could react, the ray of light had already entered his body. Don't be nervous. This is only the restriction seal of the 6th Palace's Great Protective Formation. You are my son-in-law, and you will marry Ling Yang in a month. How can I hurt you? However, in this 1 month, it's best that you don't take a single step out of the Great Sect Protecting Formation, in case I misunderstand. In addition, the restriction imprint just now has extremely limited authority, although it can allow you to walk out of this backyard and even set foot on the entire peak. It does not include the area outside the Great Sect Protecting Formation. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, the formation will attack you with all its might. That's what you asked for. Also, weren't you very concerned about the fleets of the various races? Although this matter is coming to an end, it is not completely over yet. Since we are going to be a family in the future, my son-in-law, please lend me a hand and clean up this matter. Don't worry. The entrance to the Killing Void Formation is also within the range of the Great Protective Formation of the 6th Palace. With the restriction seal that I gave you just now, you can walk out of the formation at any time as long as everything in it is resolved. It just so happens that your devouring treasure body also needs a large amount of energy to grow. Consider this a meeting gift from me to you. Go. Ha ha! He was clearly trying to drag Yi Xian down with him. The fleets of the various races that were plotted against all had powerful clans and forces behind them. The 6th palace might not be able to handle it alone. Now, he wanted to resolve this matter with his identity as Prince Xian, but he was worried that Yi Xian would be unwilling to do so. His current action was clearly to take Yi Xian's authority as a sign of his allegiance. Whoosh! Following Xianxia's loud laughter, he waved his hand, and a fierce light instantly enveloped Yi Xian's body. The latter already understood what he was going to do and naturally couldn't resist. He just sat there quietly without any reaction. In an instant, he was enveloped by the fierce white light and rushed to a restricted area on the north side of the giant peak. He entered the entrance of a void passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Father, where did you take him?" Just as Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the ugly ghost, Zhao Lingyang, ran out from the side villa. She had a worried look on her face as she pouted and said, "Father, he is Lingyang's idol. I won't allow you to hurt him." After all this time, this girl had already recognized Yi Xian's identity. Coincidentally, she was actually a fan of Prince Xian. It was no wonder that she was so infatuated the moment she saw him. It had nothing to do with her extremely ugly appearance and the fact that she would fall for any man she saw. "Don't worry, I have already discussed with him. The date of your wedding has been set. It will be in a month." Looking at Zhao Lingyang, Xianxia's face was full of love. He said gently, "During this month, I happen to need to handle some matters. I will also prepare for your wedding. In order to prevent that brat from having other thoughts, I still need to show my allegiance. Otherwise, even after the wedding, he will still run away. You don't want to stay with such a husband every day, right?" Chapter 3183. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Immortal Mortal Technique. After Xianxia left, the group of maidservants walked out. Some were stunned, some were pleasantly surprised, and some were enlightened as if they had finally recalled something. For a moment, there were cries of surprise, and it was a lively scene. "Oh my God, no wonder he looked so familiar. It's actually Prince Xian. Miss, I'm not dreaming, am I? That's Prince Xian we're talking about. How could he come to our 6th palace? And he fell from the sky. I must be dreaming. My head is still exploding. It's too unreal. That's great. Miss will be marrying Prince Xian in a month. When the time comes, we'll all be dowry maidservants. We'll be able to serve our idol for the rest of our lives. How blissful. Miss, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and go into seclusion. Your immortal mortal technique should really make a breakthrough. How can you marry our idol with this ugly appearance? It's too imperfect. Only your original appearance is a match for Prince Xian. When the two of you stand together, you'll amaze the 3 great universes." Hearing these words, Zhao Lingyang's ugly face immediately turned red. Prince Xian wasn't just her idol. He was also the idol of these maidservants who had grown up with her. However, these maidservants were obviously too immoral. They had never said that she was ugly in her current appearance. This time, for Prince Xian, they actually called her ugly. Thinking of this, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became somewhat angry. She turned her head and hit the servant girl, who called her an ugly ghost. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Good for you, Zi Yun. You actually dare to call this young Miss an ugly ghost. I think your heart is rippling with love, right? Once Long Xian comes, you bitch will immediately betray him. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she reached out and tickled the maidservant named Zi Yun a few times. "Aya, ha ha, help, sisters. Miss is angry. She clearly knows that Zi Yun is ticklish. She actually fell out with her sisters for Prince Xian." Zi Yun immediately laughed. She laughed as she ran away. The group of maidservants immediately became a mess. The entire backyard was bustling with noise and excitement. After a long time, they gradually quieted down. After a short while, the group of maidservants seemed to have had enough and gradually quieted down. Zhao Lingyang, who was slightly sweating, turned her head and looked around at everyone. Finally, she brought up the important matter. "All right, this young lady is going to enter seclusion. A month is a bit rushed, but it shouldn't be a problem to end this period of cultivation in the mortal world and seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough. All of you wait outside the villa. This time, there can't be any accidents. This young lady must restore her original appearance. Marriage is a big matter." As she spoke, Zhao Lingyang's waist swayed slightly as she turned and walked towards the villa. Soon, a light pink protective barrier was erected, enveloping the entire villa. Ziyun and the other girls regained their solemn expressions and sat down cross-legged around Biwan. They didn't say anything else as they stood guard over her. The Immortal Mortal technique was also one of the top legacy techniques of the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates. It was on the same level as Palace Master Tian Qianzi's Billion Incarnations technique. The Billion Incarnations technique emphasized the creation of billions of incarnations. When cultivated to the highest level, these billions of incarnations would become one, and the Great Tao would be formed. What the Immortal Mortal technique pursued was the cultivation of the mortal world. To cultivate this technique, one had to experience everything in the mortal world. Although there were no incarnations, the original body was ever-changing. It was as if one had entered the mortal world to train. All kinds of identities and appearances had to be experienced. Finally, one's state of mind would reach perfection. It was as if one had ascended to immortality in the mortal world, and the Great Tao would be formed. Zhao Lingyang wasn't very old, less than 100 years old. It could be said that she was extremely young. She was the daughter of Tian Qianzi when he was old. This girl was born with a natural beauty. Whether it was her figure or appearance, she was the best choice. She wasn't inferior to the likes of the purplish warbler and Ingtai. What was even more stunning was her state of mind. She was simple, kind, and pure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had the heart of a child. Ever since she started cultivating the worldly immortal technique, Zhao Lingyang's cultivation and strength had skyrocketed. She had personally encountered all kinds of people in the mortal world with her original body. There were even a few years when she had been begging for cultivation outside. She looked like an old beggar, with a foul stench all over her body. This was not a disguise, but because she had cultivated the worldly immortal technique, her original body had really evolved into that appearance. That time, Zhao Lingyang spent 3 years cultivating outside. As she begged, she experienced the hardships of the mortal world and cultivated her heart in the mortal world. After 3 years, she had a breakthrough. Her cultivation and strength had skyrocketed by 2 major realms. Even Tian Qianzi, who cultivated the Billion Incarnations technique, was dumbfounded. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that wasn't the case. It was because she was still in another stage of cultivating her heart in the mortal world. Her cultivation and other aspects were suppressed. This time, Zhao Lingyang had already gone through 2 years of cultivating her heart with such an ugly appearance. She had been traveling outside and had just returned to the Sixth Palace not long ago. She was preparing to cultivate in seclusion for the breakthrough. Yi Xian's arrival had only allowed her to break through this time's mortal heart refinement and pluck the heart refinement Tao fruit a little earlier. Yi Xian knew nothing about Zhao Lingyang. At this moment, he had been sent by Tian Qianzi to avoid killing formation in the north core area of the Sixth Palace. This void killing formation wasn't a normal space. It was similar to the prison in the depths of the Devil Emperor planet that was connected to the Forbidden Valley. There was a space passage that connected to the peak of the sixth palace. A killing formation had been set up in the entire inner void after the heaven and earth reversal 5 elements teleportation formation that had been set up in the Death Starfield was activated. A large number of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various forces had been teleported here. In the past 4 days, most of these battleships had been destroyed by the void killing formation. Only a few starry fortresses and a small cosmic stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters were left. They were from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, and one of them was from the Tianji clan. With the arrival of Yi Xian, the experts of the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates, who had stayed in the Void Killing Formation to maintain the operation of the formation, left one after another. Finally, the Void Passage was closed, trapping Yi Xian and a dozen remaining starry fortresses and small strongholds in the Void Killing Formation. Only when the battle was over could it be opened again. In front of them was a smoke-filled void of the universe. There were some stars in the void, but they were obviously not formed naturally. They were man-made. These stars were the eyes of the formation. The entire killing formation of the void was like a huge net of killing, enveloping the entire vast void. These man-made stars were the nodes of the net of killing. Originally, there was a peerless powerhouse of the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates guarding each star. Under the activation of all of them, the power of the Great Void Killing Formation was boundless. Even the supreme powerhouses of the 15th Realm, the Universe Realm, would not be able to escape easily once they fell into the formation. Chapter 3184. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Descent of the Black Hole this time. The Black Sky City used the great technique of reversing heaven and earth 5 elements teleportation to teleport them to the core of the Sixth Palace. There were close to 1,000 battleships from the fleets of the various forces in the Death Starfield. Some of the star-level battleships had already been destroyed during the Great Void teleportation. When they arrived at the Great Void killing array, they were already damaged ships. Then, from the damaged parts of the ships, a large number of Starry Sky warriors fell out. None of them could survive the first round of attacks from the Great Void killing array. They were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood, with no signs of life left. They floated in the void, filled with dense killing intent. Then, the second round of attacks was launched. A large number of star nodes that filled the Great Void killing array emitted billions of sword rays that intertwined into a net. It was unknown how many Starry Sky warriors were killed. Some of the smaller fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters could not withstand it and collapsed, turning into wreckage. It filled the entire void. 2 days ago, the third round of attacks was launched. This time, it was personally controlled by Xianxia. Countless sword rays of various sizes shot out from the countless star nodes of the Great Void killing array. In the end, they gathered into a few 10,000-meter-long killing, swords that flew back and forth. Even the large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters could not withstand it and were disintegrated. Among them, the small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters shot out huge energy-light pillars. The super meteorite cannons continued to wreak havoc. There were more than a dozen fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all shot out death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. During this time, some of the star nodes of the Great Void killing array were destroyed. However, some of these fortresses were also disintegrated and headed towards destruction. A large number of sword rays shot out from the countless star nodes of the Great Void killing array turned into a terrifying heavenly sword with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was not inferior to the death ray cannons of the fortresses in the slightest. As it moved unhindered, it cut down 3 fortresses in just one day. However, the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimates also suffered great losses. Apart from the destruction of half of the star nodes of the Killing Void formation, some of the 6th palace's experts who were in charge of the star nodes had also perished. The first round of slaughter had just ended, and both sides had just taken a break. Just as they were preparing for the 4th round of battle, Xianxia suddenly left. Then, the order quietly came, and a large number of experts guarding the nodes of the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimates retreated. In the end, the passage of the Great Killing Void formation was closed, and Yixian descended from the sky. He was surrounded by the remaining starry sky fortresses and small fortresses. Longxian? Damn it, those fellows have all retreated. So why did they only teleport him here? What is the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace trying to do? Do you want us to have a civil war with the Undying Dynasty so they can just sit back and reap the benefits? No, can't you see it? Longxian didn't have a trace of surprise on his face. Clearly, he had already expected this. He wasn't forced to teleport here at all. It's more like he was prepared. Damn it, scheme, this is definitely a huge scheme. The Undying Dynasty and the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace have joined hands. This time, they have ruthlessly tricked us and the other races of the second universe. That Death Star vortex is clearly a trap. Longxian deliberately lured us closer, and the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace's Black Heaven City suddenly launched an attack. They are in cahoots. What do the humans want to do? Do they want to provoke a civil war between the 3rd universe and the 2nd universe? Are they trying to split the Wan Luo Federation? They are the sinners of the Federation. They are too bold. Kill Longxian. This matter is not over yet. Yes, join hands to kill Longxian, and then we will force our way out. This matter must be reported to the Federation. The humans are going to rebel. Along with the cries of alarm, a monstrous mood quickly brewed. The experts in the more than a dozen starry sky fortresses and small fortresses were all enraged. Even those from the Tianji race were the same. Under such circumstances, they actually joined hands against a common enemy. For a moment, they actually joined hands and clamored to kill Yixian. Boom, boom. A series of loud explosions resounded. Nearly 10 starry sky fortresses all fired death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The other small fortresses, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, were not willing to be left behind. At the same time, the super meteorite cannons' energy beam fired. The scorching white light and the mysterious black death ray cannons' energy beam intertwined into a net, enveloping Yixian, who had just arrived. This was clearly the rhythm to kill him instantly and completely cut off his life force. Originally, I was still a little hesitant. Now, it seems that there is really no need. The innate treasure bodies devouring innate skill. This is really exciting. Boom. Yixian stood in the void, at the center of this enormous void-killing array. His face was expressionless, without the slightest trace of emotion. As he muttered to himself, he brazenly activated this treasure body's devouring innate skill. A powerful and terrifying suction force suddenly appeared from Yixian's treasure body clone. Although it was formless, it was much more powerful than the suction force of an ordinary black hole. In the blink of an eye, the 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters suddenly became sluggish and stopped in their tracks. This was only the beginning. At this time, Yixian was like a terrifying beast that had just been born. It wanted to devour everything. It was just like how the devouring marrow essence had absorbed the energy of the void and the light and heat of countless stars in the process of nurturing him. It had even turned an entire vast star region into a land of death as it devoured everything. It was just as tyrannical It was just as fierce. It was just as ruthless and merciless. Boom, boom. The 3 starry sky fortresses closest to him exploded instantly without any suspense. All the starry sky experts and resources in the fortresses were exposed to the dark void inside the death vortex. In an instant, they withered and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the resources in the fortresses, including the starry sky experts who were caught off guard and were in a panic at the moment. Then, the other smaller fortresses and starry sky fortresses followed suit without any suspense. A series of loud explosions rang out. The situation was still very strange. Although such huge space fortresses and starry sky fortresses had completely disintegrated and exploded, none of them showed the flames that should have been there. Clearly, they had been forcibly pulled and disintegrated by an invisible and strange force. All the resources and starry sky experts, like the 3 starry sky fortresses that had been destroyed half a second ago, began to wither and wither rapidly. The energy that had been extracted turned into an invisible storm that surged into Yi Xian's body. Even the energy beams of the huge Black Death ray cannons trembled violently and disintegrated before they could hit Yi Xian's body. Then, they were devoured together. From this moment on, Yi Xian's treasure body could no longer be seen. The place where he had been standing had turned into a huge vortex-like black hole. Once this innate devouring talent was activated, it was as if a black hole had descended and wanted to swallow everything. Chapter 3185. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Black Hole Great Perfection. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Where's Long Xian? Where did he go? What kind of supernatural power is this? He disappeared in an instant. Did he summon a black hole? It wants to devour everything. No, the situation is too strange. Even if it's a normal black hole, it shouldn't have such a terrifying suction force. It actually crushed a 100,000-meter diameter starry sky fortress in an instant. Where did this invisible suction force come from? It's so terrifying. Heavens, run! The fortress is disintegrating, and all the resources inside are being devoured, including us. Our cultivation base and vitality are quickly draining away. This is definitely not a natural universe black hole. This is a supreme demonic technique related to the Jianghu celestial palaces. It wants to devour everything and turn us into flesh and blood. This is terrifying and infuriating. The human race is really going to rebel. The Jianghu celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty have joined hands. One is in the light, the other is in the dark. They want to kill us. Their scheme is too shocking. Screech, screech. As all the starry fortresses and small fortresses disintegrated, all the resources and experts in the starry sky were exposed. Moreover, their cultivation base and vitality were rapidly being devoured. Shocked and angry cries quickly sounded and spread throughout the entire void-killing formation. Not only were there experts from various races in the Second Universes Federation, but there were also the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. There were actually 2 cosmic realm experts in the highest command. However, they were both from a race in the Second Universes Federation. The cultivation base of the Tianji clan's higher-ups was not very high. They were only at the 13th realm, the Void Realm. At this time, facing the power of the black hole vortex formed by Yi Xian's devouring treasured physique, the cultivation base and vitality of these experts were rapidly draining away. Even the 2 cosmic realm experts of the other races withered a lot in an instant. They didn't dare to get too close. They cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated in horror. This black hole vortex was too terrifying. Its power was too strange. It could even disintegrate and devour the antimatter energy light beam of the death ray cannon. They didn't dare to lightly face it. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to quickly retreat and leave this place. But even so, no matter how quickly they retreated, in this sealed void, the power of the black hole vortex was still everywhere. There was no way to escape. Even if they retreated to the most remote corner, the cultivation strength and vitality in their bodies were still rapidly draining away. The power of the innate devouring treasure body's devouring talent was so terrifying. At the same time, in the deepest part of the black hole, Yixian sat cross-legged in the middle of the black hole, with his eyes closed. The boundless energy in the void was being rapidly sucked in by this devouring vortex formed by Yixian's devouring innate skill gushing into Yixian's body. This caused his cultivation base to rise at a terrifying speed. Although more than half of the energy had been used to repair the innately damaged, innate, treasured body, this was only less than half of the energy. Including the consumption and loss during the refining and conversion process, the amount that was truly absorbed by him was actually less than a third. However, it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! The roar of a breakthrough in cultivation base rang out in Yixian's body. In less than a minute, his cultivation base ushered in the first breakthrough. He had finally reached the black hole realm. Everything did not stop there. After breaking through to the first stage of the black hole realm, the innate treasured body's cultivation base was still rising rapidly. This was the biggest advantage of this devouring treasure body. In addition to the devouring innate skill, as long as there was enough energy for it to devour, its cultivation base would continue to rise rapidly. There was no bottleneck at all. There was also no problem of the state of mind. As the cultivation base of the innate treasured body increased, Yixian's original primordial spirit, which had merged with this treasured body clone, would also benefit. For example, Yixian's original cultivation base was originally only at the 6th stage, the nebula realm. However, after entering this treasured body clone, his original primordial spirit merged with the innate treasured body. This was equivalent to feeling the power of the 8th stage, the black hole realm, in advance. This feeling was branded in the primordial spirit. In the future, when Yixian's original primordial spirit returned to his original physical body, the comprehension of the primordial spirit in advance would also be beneficial for his original body's cultivation base breakthrough. This would lead to the improvement of his original physical body's cultivation base. This was especially so when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. After all, the original primordial spirit in the innate treasured body clone had already experienced and felt the power of that level in advance. At this moment, as the black hole vortex formed by the devouring innate skill continuously sucked in the massive amount of energy from the void around the killing void formation into the innate treasured body, its cultivation base did not stop after breaking through to the first stage of the black hole realm. Not long after, the rumbling sound of a breakthrough could be heard from Yixian's body. It was like thunder, and not only did it increase the cultivation base of the innate treasured body, but it also shook Yixian's original primordial spirit time and time again. In his mind, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang again and again. The interval was at least 1 or 2 minutes, and at most 3 minutes. Every time the sound of a notification rang out, it was accompanied by a loud, rumbling sound of cultivation base. This meant that the innate, treasured body's cultivation base had broken through again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your doppelganger has broken through. Your current cultivation base is at the 2nd stage of the black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your doppelganger has broken through. Your current cultivation base is at the 3rd stage of the black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. every time the cultivation base increased, not only did the doppelganger's cultivation base increase rapidly, but even Yi Xian's original primordial spirit seemed to have been baptized. Every rumbling sound of cultivation base was accompanied by a sublimation of the original primordial spirit's soul. The understanding and comprehension of the mysteries of cultivation base were directly imprinted in his mind, as if he had an epiphany. In less than 20 minutes, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit had grown much, much stronger. During this process, his entire consciousness felt as if he was sitting under a Bodhi tree that was comprehending the Tao. Large amounts of light from the great Tao poured down from the top of the tree time and time again, washing and baptizing his primordial spirit. With every impact, his primordial spirit became more solid. In addition, a large amount of profound mysteries related to the breakthrough of cultivation base appeared in his mind and were deeply imprinted in his mind. All of this was accumulated and stored in Yi Xian's original primordial spirit. Once the original primordial spirit returned to the original physical body, in the future, just the comprehension of the breakthrough of cultivation base would greatly benefit the original physical body. Furthermore, the baptism of the primordial spirit time and time again would immediately lead to the growth of the original physical body's cultivation base. It could be said that this time, although it was only Yi Xian's doppelganger devouring energy and increasing its cultivation base, because it was Yi Xian's original primordial spirit that had entered this doppelganger, the result was no different from the original physical body's cultivation base. In fact, the original physical body's cultivation base was also increasing stealthily. Chapter 3186. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Sprout Black Hole Level 9 Perfection. In less than half an hour, the cultivation of Yi Xian's devouring avatar had soared from the 7th Great Realm, the 9th stage of the Star River Realm, to the 8th Great Realm, the 9th stage of the Black Hole Realm. An entire level of cultivation had been raised in less than 30 minutes. This was the first time Yi Xian had used the innate treasure body's devouring innate skill. He did not expect the results to be so terrifying. He almost could not believe it. One had to know that most of the energy had been used to repair the innate defects of the treasure body. In addition, the loss of energy from refining the energy had also been consumed. The treasure body's devouring innate skill had absorbed less than a third of the energy. Unfortunately, after reaching level 9 perfection of the black hole level 9 perfection, Yi Xian's cultivation breakthrough noises that had been rumbling in his body every few minutes for the past half an hour no longer appeared. Even so, the black hole vortex formed by the innate treasure body's devouring innate skill was still absorbing energy from the surrounding void and continuously pouring it into the treasure body. Although the momentum of the black hole vortex had weakened by more than half, it did not stop. Obviously, before the energy in the outside world was completely absorbed, the innate devouring ability of the innate treasure body wouldn't stop unless Yi Xian took the initiative to end it. Soon, another 5 minutes passed. Although the amount of energy pouring into the innate treasure body had decreased by a lot, it was still flowing like a trickle. However, the innate treasure body's cultivation realm did not change anymore. Yi Xian was confused at first, but then he came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this innate treasure's devouring inherent skill should only be able to raise his cultivation by one large realm at a time. After absorbing enough, it wouldn't continue to increase explosively. This was understandable. Any terrifying innate skill had a limit. One level at a time should be the limit of the innate treasure body's devouring innate treasure body. Every time the treasure body reached this limit, it would automatically stop breaking through. It probably needed some time to stabilize and digest the devouring innate skill and increase in cultivation. After everything was under control, it could start devouring innate skill again and continue to improve. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and became even happier. This was the safest way to do it. If it was true that as long as there was energy to absorb, his cultivation base would continuously increase explosively. If this continued, even Yi Xian himself would be frightened out of his wits. Something like reaching the 15th great realm, the universe realm, in one go was tantamount to suicide. His innate treasure body might not be able to withstand such a terrifying degree of explosive increase in strength. Even if he could withstand it, Yi Xian's primordial spirit would not be able to withstand it. In the end, he would definitely be lost and suffer from qi deviation. Right now, as the innate treasure body no longer absorbed the energy that had entered its body, other than a portion of the energy that had been used to repair the innate defects of the treasure body, the other small portion actually flowed towards Yi Xian's original body, which was being nurtured by Yi Xian's treasure body, and poured into it. With a thought in his mind, Yi Xian immediately dispelled the thought of immediately stopping this kind of devouring innate skill. He looked inside his body, and his primordial spirit inside the innate treasure body focused on his physical body, feeling the changes in his physical body. Ding! Congratulations to host. The primordial spirit seed has sprouted. Current status: thriving. Just at this time, the familiar system prompt sounded again in the mind of Yi Xian's original primordial spirit. The primordial spirit seed that he had placed in his original body's sea of consciousness had suddenly sprouted. This surprise came too suddenly, and Yi Xian was completely unable to accept it. If he remembered correctly, the system had clearly said that using this method of condensing a primordial spirit seed to temper the avatar, it would take nearly 100 years for the primordial spirit seed to fully mature and for the avatar to successfully condense. And how long had it been? The primordial spirit seed that was being nurtured in his original body's sea of consciousness had actually sprouted, and it had even entered a state of thriving growth. Could it be that the 100 years of nurturing was about to end in such a short period of time? Realizing this, Yi Xian was immediately overjoyed. Obviously, the reason for this was greatly related to the energy that was flowing into his original body, like a stream. After this energy entered his original body, it should have directly entered the sea of consciousness of Yi Xian's original body and was absorbed by the primordial spirit seed that was being nurtured in the sea of consciousness, which accelerated its rapid germination. But this was definitely not the main reason. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the avatar system that had just been activated by Yi Xian to not have such a prompt before. Yi Xian's original primordial spirit entered the avatar's body, and the primordial spirit seed that originally belonged to the avatar was placed in the sea of consciousness of the original body to nurture. Although this method was unorthodox, it was impossible for the avatar system not to have deduced it. If this method could nourish the primordial spirit seed from the avatar's precious body, the avatar system would have recorded it long ago. In fact, this was indeed the case. At present, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit had already fused with the avatar's precious body and could not directly enter his original body from the precious body. Therefore, he could only control everything in his original body through the devouring system and could not directly peek into everything that was happening in his original body's sea of consciousness. If he could see it with his own eyes, he would be even more shocked. This was because the scene that was happening in his original body's sea of consciousness was too miraculous and extraordinary. Even Yi Xian had never seen it before. The vast sea of consciousness undulated, and from the cultivation waves that represented the realm of Yi Xian's original body, a small gray sapling was rapidly growing. Although there was no soil, its roots were directly rooted in the cultivation waves in the sea of consciousness. As it undulated, a mysterious gray aura burst forth. During this process, the precious treasures and divine ability imprints that were originally floating above Yixian's sea of consciousness also shot out rays of light from time to time, entering the small gray sapling. As it grew rapidly, some kind of mysterious imprint was left on it. There was no doubt that every ray of light that shot out from the precious treasures in the sea of consciousness was changing the intrinsic nature of the primordial spirit that represented Yixian's avatar. The gray light that poured out from the small sapling's body was becoming more and more mysterious. There were a total of 6 precious treasures and divine ability imprints floating in the sea of consciousness of Yixian's original body. In the center of the sea of consciousness was a mysterious gray pagoda and a small lightning seal that was covered in countless green and gold lightning bolts. In the other 4 directions, the dark purple spirit source core was resonating with the void essence crystal. The small golden bow that represented the divine ability of the fallen sky bow was communicating with the black gold dragon scale that possessed both the bloodlines of the divine golden dragon and the primordial demon dragon after its mutation. Chapter 3187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Blossom and Bear Fruit Whoosh. A beam of gray light shot out from the Tower of Desolate Antiquity, sinking into the small gray tree that was floating on the surface of the sea of consciousness. The small gray tree burst forth with a gray light, and in an instant it grew by about a foot in height. Then another faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A ray of greenish gold light, which seemed to be surrounded by countless tiny green and golden lightning bolts, entered the little gray tree's body and caused it to grow by another foot. It was now a meter tall. Soon after, the small golden bow, the azure dragon scale, the void essence crystal, and the dark purple spirit source core lined up and shot out a beam of dark light. Each beam of light had a different color and entered the small gray tree floating in the knowledge sea below, one by one. After another 4 times of rapid growth, the small gray tree that was originally only about 1 meter tall suddenly grew to about 2 meters tall. It still hadn't stopped, but the growth speed had slowed down a lot. It was almost half an inch higher now. At this rate, it would not be long before it stopped growing. Sure enough, after another 3 minutes, the gray tree, which had grown to a height of about 2.5 meters, seemed to have completely stopped growing. The energy that had entered Yixian's body and been refined by the innate treasure body had become even smaller. Some of it entered the body of the gray tree, while some entered Yixian's sea of consciousness directly. It was also at this time that a small flower bud grew on the 2.5 meter tall gray tree. It was very, very small, only the size of a pigeon's egg. The flower had not yet bloomed, but the surface of this small flower bud was enshrouded in a layer of extremely blurred and mysterious colors. It represented the mysterious gray of the desolate ancient tower. It also represented the aura of the Rai D Seal's green lightning and golden lightning. It also represented the dark purple spirit source core's oppressive power. It also had the same mysterious aura as the void essence crystal. It also shone with a golden radiance. That was the sharp aura of the fallen sky bow. When one focused, they actually felt a sense of fear towards this little flower bud, as if its sharpness couldn't be ignored. In addition, there was a kind of divine and demonic aura that fused together. An indescribable ancient dragon aura was faintly emitted from the little flower bud. Sure enough, after each of the 6 treasures or divine ability imprints, in the air above Yixian's sea of consciousness shot out a dark light into the body of the gray tree. They actually managed to activate an extraordinary flower bud. Since there was a flower, there would definitely be results. It was clearly a fruit of the primordial spirit. Once the fruit ripened, a mature primordial spirit would step out from within like a cracked egg. It was identical to Yixian's primordial spirit. It was the fusion of the treasures and divine ability imprints in his sea of consciousness with Yi Xian's primordial spirit. It was like a true primordial spirit clone. Not only was this primordial spirit flawless, it was also something that was nurtured innately. No matter which treasure body it entered, it wouldn't face the shackles of cultivation growth. It would be the same as Yi Xian's primordial spirit. As long as it had the opportunity, as long as it had the time, it would continue to grow healthily. Its future was limitless, and its Tao would be unobstructed. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 6 treasures and divine ability imprints in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had all been injected with a ray of light into the gray tree. Even if they were injected again, it would be ineffective. At this moment, the gray tree had stopped evolving because it didn't have this level of external energy to nourish it. It was about to stop evolving and stop at the peak of a small budding flower bud. If that was really the case, it would probably take a long time for this primordial spirit to be truly complete. The tiny flower bud would have to grow slowly. In the end, the flower would bloom, and then the flower would wither and give birth to a fruit. Other than that, the tiny primordial spirit fruit would have to grow slowly. When it was fully ripe, the egg would crack, and the primordial spirit would be able to take its first step out. This process might take dozens of years. The primordial spirit seed planted by Yi Xian's primordial spirit had grown from a tiny seed into a gray tree that was 2.5 meters tall. It even gave birth to a tiny flower bud. It could only be considered to have completed half of the journey. The flower that would bloom and give birth to the fruit would be the other half of the journey. From this point of view, this kind of clone originally required 100 years to cultivate, but now it had only been shortened by half. If Yi Xian wanted to completely condense this clone's primordial spirit, he would need another 50 years. Obviously, Yi Xian couldn't wait for such a long time. The headless infant corpse couldn't wait either. Whoosh! Just as the gray tree stopped growing and the tiny flower bud at the top of the tree stopped growing, the left chest of the primordial spirit clone that was sitting cross-legged in the primordial spirit clone's treasure body suddenly flashed. The infant corpse tattoo that was branded on the primordial spirit clone's left chest in the form of a corpse lamp finally made its move. Although it was just a weak ray of light, the mysterious energy it contained was far superior to the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Before this, even the Rai-Di seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance that were suspended in the middle of the sea of consciousness only shot out a ray of light that made the gray tree grow by 0.5 meter. Then, the next ray of light had to be shot in before the tree could continue to grow. At this moment, the ray of light from the corpse lamp tattoo was injected into the gray tree. The gray tree that was originally 2.5 meters tall actually grew by 0.5 meter in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, it had grown to 10 feet tall. The tree was completely strengthened and didn't continue to grow. But all this was not over yet. Although the green tree didn't continue to grow, the power of the ray of light from the corpse lamp tattoo still continued to spread and affect the small flower bud at the top of the tree. In less than a breath, the flower bud that was originally the size of a pigeon egg grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the size of an adult's fist. Only then did it stop. But everything that followed still continued. After reaching the size of a fist, the growth of the flower bud had come to an end. The flower bud began to bloom slowly, faster and faster. In less than a minute, the entire flower bud was completely in full bloom, emitting a dazzling light like a dream. This process didn't last long. In just 3 breaths, it was over. The blooming spirit flower withered in half a breath. The flower bud turned into a light rain and sank into the tree. In an instant, a small fruit that also emitted a mysterious dazzling light was born at the end of the stem. Until now, it still hadn't come to an end. The mysterious ray of light that shot out from the corpse lamp tattoo contained terrifying energy. It was comparable to the ray of light contributed by the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand in the Sea of Consciousness, as well as the energy flow provided by the innate treasure body. Chapter 3188. Translator, Transit Editor, Transit Innate Primordial Spirit. At this moment, everything in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness was filled with endless, dreamy aura. Above the Sea of Consciousness, the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand emitted a mysterious aura. They were silent and slowly rotating on their own. Below, the turbulent Sea of Consciousness was roaring endlessly. At the center of this majestic Sea of Consciousness was a monstrous tree. A gray Mongolian tree, about 10 feet tall, was floating in the air, emitting a blurred, mottled glow. There was also a kind of invisible, ancient aura vaguely leaking out from it. At the top of this monstrous tree, where the spirit flower had been in full bloom, there was a fist-sized strange fruit that was also enshrouded in a mottled brilliance. It released tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's true body. A thick, desolate aura was raging and surging. Boom! An explosive sound suddenly sounded in the Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's true body. The fist-sized strange fruit at the top of the monstrous tree released tens of thousands of rays of light. A 3-inch tall figure stepped out of it and opened its eyes. The spirit seed had finally matured. The innate primordial spirit was born. The innate primordial spirit figure was exactly the same as Yi Xian's true body. There were no slight differences between its eyebrows. It was like a copy of Yi Xian's true body. As the little primordial spirit walked out of the fist-sized primordial spirit fruit, it silently floated in the air above Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, the small gray tree that was originally rooted in the waves of his Sea of Consciousness started to wither at an extremely fast speed. It was as if its mission had been completed. After blooming to the extreme, from this moment on, it would rapidly move towards complete annihilation. In fact, this was indeed the case. From the top of the monstrous tree, where the spirit fruit was originally located, the entire monstrous tree, from top to bottom, instantly turned into gray spots of light at a speed visible to the naked eye, and fell into the Sea of Consciousness below. The whole process only lasted for a short breath. This monstrous tree that was originally about 10 feet tall completely disappeared. All the trees turned into gray spots of light and merged into Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness as if they were regurgitated. Like flowers falling into the soil, they nourished the soil below. Without a doubt, Yi Xian's true body's cultivation base and strength unknowingly rose a little. As for what realm he had reached now, it was still unknown. In the next moment, the energy that had flowed from outside Yi Xian's true body and was refined by the treasure avatar finally completely disappeared. Even the avatar that nurtured true body, no energy no longer flowed into Yi Xian's true body. The mysterious whirlpool formed by the devouring innate skill outside the treasure avatar, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The treasure avatar that was sitting cross-legged in the void-killing array was completely revealed. In the surrounding void, a large number of wreckages of battleships and various resources were floating. However, at this moment, whether it was the wreckage of the battleships or the various resources, they had all become gray and dull. The energy and essence in them had been completely absorbed by the invisible devouring, innate skill formed by the treasure avatar. The same was true for the starry sky masters who fell out of these collapsed fortresses and battleships. Even the two cosmic realm masters of the Federation of the Second Universe were unable to resist this terrifying and invisible devouring innate skill when they had no way to escape. Like the other Starry Sky Masters, they had all turned into withered corpses. The power of cultivation, vitality, and blood in their bodies had all been drained away and turned into resources that aided the growth of Yi Xian's true body and the birth of the innate primordial spirit. However, although everything in the outside world had ended, everything that was happening in Yi Xian's true body inside the treasure avatar was clearly still going on. Therefore, the primordial spirit of Yi Xian's true body, which had entered the treasure avatar's true body, was still paying attention. It was as if it was cultivating. This directly led to the treasure avatar's true body still sitting cross-legged in the void of the killing array with its eyes tightly closed. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness of Yi Xian's true body, within the treasure avatar's true body, whoosh! The sea of consciousness, which represented Yi Xian's true body's cultivation and strength, was surging with waves. The sound of crashing waves reverberated endlessly, revealing a majestic and mighty aura. At this moment, as if they had sensed something or resonated with something, the few treasures and divine ability brands that were suspended above the sea of consciousness all released different and mysterious radiances at the same time. The small golden bow released a dazzling golden light. On it, the phantom of an ancient Wuxia could be faintly seen, and a pair of demonic wings on its back flapped gently. The black gold dragon scale also released a dazzling golden light, and a giant phantom of a divine dragon with black gold scales suddenly appeared. It had the aura of the golden divine dragon and the majesty of the primordial demon dragon candle dragon. A ray of light shot out from the void essence crystal and turned into the figure of the void ladle, which was faintly discernible. All of a sudden, a waterfall of pure grade 7 mind power gushed out of his mind source core. As it fell down, it disappeared into the void above his mind without stopping. In the center, the Thunder Emperor seal suddenly shone with a green-gold light. Countless green-colored thunderbolts densely exploded on the surface of the Thunder Seal endlessly. Within the thunderbolts, there were even countless bolts of golden lightning that stretched out and spat out. Vaguely, there seemed to be 9 small green thunder origin beads rolling endlessly in the dense thunder mist rising from the Raidi Seal. In addition, the small, desolate ancient inheritance tower suddenly released an endless gray, chaotic aura. For a moment, countless phantoms of desolate ancient creatures rapidly appeared and disappeared around the tower. In less than half a breath, there were dozens of phantoms. They were all existences that had appeared on the 9th floor of the desolate ancient inheritance tower during the desolate ancient destruction battle. Moreover, every one of them was a supreme master of the desolation, including the supreme master of the desolation, who was suspected to be on the opposing side of the headless infant corpse formation. But things were not over yet. In the next moment, from the sea of cultivation below, endless waves of knowledge suddenly surged up like a tsunami. The entire vast sea of knowledge came to life, completely churning. Right in the middle, an enormous starry sky giant tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of his knowledge sea. Every piece of shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This starry sky giant tortoise represented the incomplete version of the Dongshu technique that Yi Xian had cultivated. It had a mysterious connection with the Dongshu giant tortoise. So, at this moment, the phantom of this supreme giant tortoise had appeared. For a moment, in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, all the desolate ancient inheritances and supreme treasures had appeared. However, this was not the end. Screech, an earth-shattering demonic roar suddenly tore the sky above the sea of consciousness. An incomparably huge black dragon phantom rushed in. On its neck, there was clearly a small corpse lamp brand. Then, a huge blood-red curved horn also rushed in. It was the Weeping Soul blood horn. Behind it, there was a faint shadow of a Weeping Soul blood ape, but it was extremely faint. Chapter 3189. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The infant corpse general. At that moment, all the treasures and primordial inheritance that Yi Xian's original body had obtained entered his consciousness and manifested as inheritance phantoms. Like a gathering of wind and clouds, the entire consciousness bloomed with boundless brilliance. The aura was extremely fierce, and the primordial aura was so thick that it was almost tangible. Screech. Another vicious howl that caused the heavens and earth to tremble rang out. At the top of the sea of consciousness, a dim light burst out, revealing a ferocious infant corpse. Its head was actually held in his arms, and it had been tightly closed all this time. The headless infant corpse had arrived. Following the arrival of the infant corpse body, the originally clamorous sea of consciousness had completely quietened down. Even the surging waves of the sea of consciousness had quietened down, and there was no longer the slightest fluctuation. Regardless of whether it was the demonic dragon phantom, the primordial Wuxia phantom that exuded an incomparably sharp aura, or the giant void tortoise floating in the consciousness, all of them retracted their auras and quietly looked at the headless infant corpse that had appeared at the top of the consciousness. Even the Thunder Emperor's seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, which occupied the central domain of the Sea of Consciousness together with the infant corpse, tacitly retreated to the edge of the central domain, even though they were right above the infant corpse to begin with. They quietly spun around the infant corpse had just appeared, and all living things had submitted. Even the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai D seal didn't dare show any disrespect and took the initiative to retreat. At that moment, the innate primordial spirit that had just been born from the primordial spirit mutated fruit was still sitting cross-legged in a corner of the consciousness with its eyes closed. It was in the inner circle, forming a triangle with the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai D seal. At the outer circle were the void essence crystal, the spirit source core, the black gold dragon scale, the small golden bow, and the bloodline inheritance phantoms that appeared behind them. Of course, there were also the Weeping Soul blood horn and the demonic dragon phantom that were branded with the corpse lantern tattoo, indicating that they had been refined and subdued by the headless infant corpse. All of these formed the outer circle of the consciousness outside the inner circle of the triangle. At the top of all these was the headless infant corpse. At that moment, the ferocious head in its arms suddenly opened its eyes. Two dim lights shot out from the headless infant corpse's eyes and rushed toward the Weeping Soul blood horn and the demonic dragon phantom that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Screech. Roar. A dragon phantom pagoda roar sounded at the same time. The demonic dragon phantom, dragon phantom, dragon phantom, dragon phantom. The Weeping Soul blood horn then turned phantom, dragon phantom, dragon phantom, dragon phantom blood horn turned phantom, dragon phantom, phantom corpse, and disappeared. The headless primordial corpse general was the headless infant corpse generals. Was headless corpse general. Was head. After the headless infant corpse was awakened, its eyes immediately opened again. This time, two streaks of ghostly light shot out and landed on the void essence crystal suspended above the knowledge sea. Buzz. With a violent buzzing sound, the void ladle, which had 1 large and 9 small golden horns, turned into a streak of black light and entered the inner circle of innate nascent divinities as well. Then, 2 ghostly lights shot out from the headless corpse lamp's bloody eyes. This time, they rushed to the tower of the remote antiquity, which was hanging in the inner circle of the sea of consciousness. This time, The Tower of Desolation's legacy was slightly delayed for half a second, but in the end, it did not resist at all. It turned into a gray ray of chaotic light and rushed into the innate Yuan Shun. From then on, there were already a few treasures, skills, and ancient phantoms that had entered his innate Yuan Shun, the Tower of Desolate Ancient Heritage, the revered ladle, the demon dragon, and the weeping soul bloodhorn. At this point, the selection of the headless corpse seemed to have come to an end. After his figure suddenly flashed, he directly disappeared from the top of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, completely disappearing. In the next instant, the cultivation waves in his Sea of Consciousness began to gently surge again, and the huge void tortoise slowly sank into the depths of the Sea of Cultivation. The Rai-D seal, which had retreated to the edge of the inner window, moved again and hovered in the center of the Sea of Consciousness alone. Apart from the innate, nascent divinities that were floating in the inner circle, there were 4 treasures and inheritance marks. They were the Spirit Source Core, the Void Essence Crystal, the Black Gold Dragon Scale, and the small golden bow that had been handed over to Yi Xian. Then, as the headless corpse left, the waterfall of spirit power in the Spirit Source Core disappeared. The Void Essence Crystal, which had a strong aura, also returned to its original state. The faint shadow of the desolate ancient Yiksha on the skyfall bow disappeared as well. The shadow of the divine dragon covered in countless black gold scales, which represented the black gold dragon scale's variant bloodline, also disappeared in an instant. The Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness regained its tranquility once again. The Rai-D seal hovering in the center of the Sea of Consciousness also silently rotated slowly. Only the 3-inch-tall innate nascent divinity that was sitting cross-legged on the side opened its eyes at this moment. At the same time, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity, which was in the clone's treasure body, seemed to have sensed something and withdrew from this state of introspection. Previously, although his original nascent divinity consciousness could not directly enter his original physical body to see what was happening in his Sea of Consciousness, he could vaguely feel all kinds of throbbing in his original body's Sea of Consciousness. This made Yi Xian feel apprehensive as he tried to guess what was happening in there. But now, after feeling the throbbing calmness, the energy that was pouring in from the clone's treasure body also disappeared. Yi Xian's original nascent divinity immediately withdrew from this state of introspection and sat cross-legged in the middle of the void-killing array and opened his eyes. Xiao, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian's original physical body, which was left in the clone's treasure body, was summoned out. It was still sitting cross-legged in the state of cultivation with its eyes closed tightly. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity rushed out of the clone's treasure body. As the clone's treasure body closed its eyes, the scene looked extremely strange from the outside. 2 identical Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void about 10 feet apart. Both of them had their eyes closed tightly, like a pair of twins who were cultivating. In the next moment, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity rushed directly into the head of the original physical body. Without any delay, it went straight to the original body's Sea of Consciousness. The moment it rushed into the Sea of Consciousness, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of telepathy. He subconsciously looked at the corner of the Sea of Consciousness and just happened to meet the innate nascent divinity's eyes. In less than half an instant, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity had received a huge amount of information. Everything that happened in the original body's Sea of Consciousness appeared directly in his mind, which made Yi Xian extremely shocked. The original nascent divinity opened its mouth slightly. Obviously, it was shocked. Innate nascent divinity. Was it born so quickly? Then, so many strange things happened. The mysterious headless infant's corpse came to the Sea of Consciousness and started a battle. Chapter 3190. Benzene black, whole although the innate primordial spirit prepared for the devouring avatar had been successfully nurtured, he had yet to complete the fusion with the devouring avatar. He still needed to refine it. Therefore, after Yi Xian's primordial spirit recovered from the extreme shock, he immediately started a short communication with the innate primordial spirit. He asked the innate primordial spirit to go to the innate primordial spirit to refine the innate primordial spirit as soon as possible so that he could completely control the innate primordial spirit. At that time, Yi Xian's doppelganger, be it the treasure body or the primordial spirit, would have innate attributes and would be complete. Only the innate treasure body would have some flaws that needed to be repaired. With the fusion of the two, his future was destined to be limitless. At this moment, he felt very mysterious. It was as if he had another version of himself. Although it was called communication, there was no need for words. Whatever Yi Xian's original body thought of, the innate primordial spirit would immediately know. This was truly multitasking. They were independent of each other, yet there was an invisible line that connected the two soul cores, and it felt extremely profound. The innate Yuan Shen immediately left the spiritual sea of the original body and rushed out from the top of the original body's head. It entered the devouring treasure on the opposite side and began to refine and merge with it. Due to his familiarity with the process, there was clearly no suspense in the process. In fact, it was extremely fast. Yi Xian's primordial spirit was not worried at all. He had already put aside the matter on the other side and devoted himself to the study of his primordial spirit. Previously, when Yi Xian's primordial spirit left his body and entered the devouring treasure body, his primordial spirit threw his primordial spirit into the devouring treasure body for nourishment. His primordial spirit's primordial spirit was at the 6th great realm, the 7th level of the nebula realm. At this moment, his original primordial spirit had returned. Although it hadn't merged with his original body and was sitting in his sea of consciousness, it had already sensed the difference in his original body. Compared to before, it was clearly much, much stronger. On one hand, it was because it was being nurtured in the devouring treasured body. At the same time, it was because the devouring treasure body had used the devouring innate skill to absorb a large amount of energy, and a part of it was being's primordial spirit. Yi Xian could clearly feel that his primordial spirit was the primordial spirit. Primordial spirit's primordial spirit. With the primordial spirit, the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit's primordial void insight. Primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to experience another explosive increase in his cultivation? Previously, his original body was already at the 7th level of the nebula realm, which belonged to the late stage of this realm. Could it be that this time he was going to rush to the 7th level of the galaxy realm in one go? With this kind of exciting anticipation, Yi Xian's primordial spirit began to merge with his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit merged with his primordial spirit, it was equivalent to the primordial spirit of his primordial spirit returning. In this way, Yi Xian's primordial spirit, which had been sitting in the treasured body's primordial spirit, would bring various benefits, such as baptism, to his primordial spirit when the treasured body's primordial spirit skyrocketed. All these benefits would turn into substantial gains one after another. Once again, it would drive Yi Xian's primordial spirit to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. In other words, Yi Xian's primordial spirit would have two opportunities to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. One was the improvement of his primordial spirit's primordial spirit, and the other was the effect of the primordial spirit's return to his primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Under the influence of these two factors, it might not be as simple as just breaking through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. It might even be possible to break through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing became heavier. The surprise was too great, and he couldn't stay calm. Very soon, the primordial spirit of the original body completed the integration and control of the original body's sea of consciousness. The original body's primordial spirit returned. In the next instant, the familiar sound of system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although he was already mentally prepared, Yi Xian was still shocked. The notifications rang out one after another. Was this the effect of his inner body and primordial spirit merging together to form a cultivation base increase? It was simply too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, Nebula level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, 9th Order Nebula Peak. Ding! Congratulations, host. The familiar system notifications rang out one after another, all of them reminding him that his cultivation base had broken through and leveled up. There was almost no gap between them. As soon as the first notification rang out, the next notification immediately rang out. In the end, Yi Xian became numb. He felt that everything was too dreamy and unreal. Even in the mysterious starry sky, there shouldn't be anyone who could use such a terrifying method to break through their cultivation base. It was too shocking. As the system notifications rang out in his mind one after another, Yi Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Whether it was his primordial spirit or his physical body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as dumb as a wooden chicken. He didn't know how much time had passed, but because Yi Xian's consciousness had fallen into a state of confusion, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until the last system prompt sounded, which represented a boundary between realms. It could be said that when the two extremely sensitive words were captured by his consciousness, he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. His entire body trembled slightly, and he finally returned to his senses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, Black Hole Level 1. This was the last system notification. After it rang out, Yi Xian's mind completely quieted down. The long-awaited peace made him feel as if he was in a dream again. Black Hole, Level 1. He had actually broken through to the 8th major realm. The Black Hole level, from Nebula Level 7 to Black Hole Level 1, this was a total of 12 minor realms, including an entire major realm, which was the 7th major realm, the Galaxy level. Yi Xian probably didn't stay in this major realm for more than a minute. If this matter were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. No matter how freakish or monstrous one was, it couldn't be to this extent, right? He had broken through the 7th major realm in less than a minute. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. At first, he was stunned and then overjoyed. Black hole level. He had finally broken through to the black hole level. As the 8th major realm in the starry sky, the black hole level could be said to be a widely recognized cultivation-based watershed. Before the black hole level, even the 7th major realm, the Galaxy Level 9, couldn't be considered a true starry sky master. Only by breaking through to the black hole level could one be considered a true starry sky master. And Yi Xian had finally reached this step. Moreover, he had done it in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, it was simply amazing. Chapter 30, 191. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Reforged Battle Armor. At this point, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had both leaped into the 8th great realm, the Black Hole Realm. They could be considered true starry sky experts. Among them, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation had reached the 8th great realm, the great perfection of the rank 9 black hole realm. His original body had entered this great realm, the rank 1 black hole realm. However, in terms of overall combat strength, his original body, which had the headless infant's corpse and the Rai D seal, was definitely more lethal than the devouring doppelganger. Even with the devouring doppelganger's terrifying devouring talent, the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, the weeping soul bloodhorn, the demonic dragon's shadow, and the void ladle, the devouring doppelganger still could not shake his original body's combat strength. The headless infant's corpse alone was enough to suppress everything. After finishing this round of cultivation advancement, Yixian calmed his excitement and quickly opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw his devouring doppelganger, who was also sitting cross-legged in the void of the great killing formation, opening its eyes slightly and meeting his gaze. It was obvious that during the period of time that his original body's cultivation had increased, the innate primordial spirit had already completed a perfect fusion with the innate treasure body. Yixian's first clone could be considered to have completely mastered it. This was not an ordinary doppelganger. Not only was this doppelganger's body an innate treasure body with a terrifying devouring talent, even the primordial spirit that had entered the doppelganger was complete and also belonged to the innate attribute. Even Yixian could not imagine how a complete primordial spirit of this level would develop after merging with the innate treasure body. He was full of anticipation. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, there were still problems that needed to be solved. First, there was the system's tidal exploration mission. Second, there was the problem of escaping from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the cultivation camp. Of course, the easiest and most direct way for Yixian to get out of here was to complete the system tidal quest. Once the exploration mission was completed, Yixian could leave immediately. The 6th palace of the 10 ultimates belonged to the human clan's cultivation camp. After all, this was still Universe 3. Yixian had already imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates in the Death Star vortex between the two camps in Universe 3. As long as this mission was completed, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave directly. He instantly appeared in the Death Star vortex from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. In addition, with the completion of the exploration mission, Yixian's system title would be upgraded from Level 3 Interstellar Explorer to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder. Interstellar explorers would have the ability to jump between adjacent universes. Of course, there were two prerequisites. First, the two universes had to be connected by a natural wormhole, so they were considered to be adjacent universes. The second was that Yixian had to imprint a set of coordinates in the universe plane of the target beforehand. The black hole of life in the Devil Star field in Universe 1 fulfilled both of these prerequisites. Before Universe 1 and Universe 3, there was a natural wormhole in the depths of the Graveyard Star field that connected them. They were indeed two adjacent universes. Yixian had also successfully imprinted a set of universal coordinates in Universe 1, which was inside the black hole of life. In other words, as long as this exploration mission was completed and his system title was upgraded to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder, Yixian would have more than one destination to choose from when he performed a coordinate jump between universes. Apart from the Death Star vortex between the two major forces in Universe 3, he could even perform an ultimate jump between universes directly from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates of the cultivation camp to the black hole of life in Universe 1. Unfortunately, no matter how many options there were prerequisites. If he did not complete the system title quest this time, everything was just empty talk. Although there was nothing he could do about this, Yi Xian was actually looking forward to it. Even if he did not mention the system title quest, his interest in the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates was definitely not small. It was rare for him to come here, so he had to gain something. Of course, this kind of inheritance was absolutely important to a sect. Although the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates was only one of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp, the fact that the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces had been able to stand tall for such a long time and always be ranked among the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp spoke volumes. His foundation was definitely not shallow. The so-called mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace must be extraordinary even if one were to think with their heels. It just so happened that whether it was Huai Dongzi, Tian Qinzi, or the palace master of the sixth palace, Tian Xianzi, Yi Xian did not have a good impression of them. In fact, these guys were all scheming against him as soon as they met, including Tian Qianzi's ugly daughter. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was the same. Under such circumstances, if there was a chance to obtain the inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates and then refine it, Yi Xian would definitely be willing to do it. Even if there was no system title quest this time, he would still be willing to do it without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. However, not feeling pressure was one thing, but being able to do it was another. The biggest problem in front of him was that until now, Yi Xian was still completely confused about what the so-called inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates was. He had no idea at all what the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates inheritance was. However, 1 month later, no, it was already 25 days later. 5 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this killing formation of the void. According to his deduction, that old bastard Tian Qianzi would definitely make a big fuss about this so-called marriage alliance. Perhaps the news had already spread. This was an overt scheme. The other party planned to tie the Immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology faction to the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates worship. Even if it was only on the surface, it would be fine. After all, Prince Xian's current status was no small matter. If the marriage became a reality, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry the Immortal dynasty was, they could only hold their noses and swallow it. This concerned the face of the royal family. Some things on the table could not be ignored. In short, Yi Xian was clearly a valuable treasure in Tian Qianzi's eyes. As long as Yi Xian was trapped in the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates, he had a way to squeeze out all of Yi Xian's value bit by bit. Yi Xian originally did not fear him. It did not matter even if they fell out. With the headless infant corpse around, who would be afraid of who? However, the system title quest that he still had no clue about had become a binding spell over Yi Xian's head, binding him tightly. He could not even take a single step out of the great protective formation of the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates. How could Yi Xian turn the situation around? Chapter 3192. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Indestructible Glass Armor. Clenching his fist tightly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. For this, even if we have to directly shed all pretense of cordiality, we won't hesitate. However, before that, we still have to make some preparations and try our best to increase our ability to protect ourselves. After all, we can't leave the sect protecting formation. This restriction is too much of a headache. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple mecha. He was ready to fuse them for the 6th time. Yi Xian's 3 basic treasures were now all Starry Sky epic-grade treasures. Among them, his personal battleship, the Dongshu shuttle, had been fused 6 times, the demonic Blood Star Tear Sword had been fused 5 times, and the indestructible glass armor had also been fused 5 times. Yi Xian had always been extremely cautious about the subsequent fusion of these three basic treasures. After all, regardless of whether they'd successfully fused 5 or 6 times, there was at least one thing that was the same, and that was that their quality was already at the Starry Sky epic rank. One more step, and they would be Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Starry Sky epic grade treasures were not to be trifled with. They were man-made. Whether it was a technological treasure from the technological faction, a treasure from the cultivator faction, or a treasure from the other Federation races, as long as it was man-made, there was basically no one that could reach Starry Sky epic grade. Yi Xian only knew of one, which was the life fortress left behind by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. In fact, he had not seen many Starry Sky epic grade treasures that were born naturally. The Rai Di seal was one of them. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence that he would personally upgrade these three basic treasures that had followed him since he entered the Starry Sky environment to Starry Sky epic grade. He was still too weak now, and he had too few suitable resources at hand. If he became stronger in the future and had more treasures or materials of the same type that he could choose to fuse with, it might be possible. Therefore, ever since these three basic treasures had been fused 5 or 6 times, and all of them had been raised to the epic rank of Starry Sky, Yi Xian no longer had any thoughts of fusing with them. Haste makes waste. It was fine as long as it was enough for now. After all, the next step would be to obtain a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, which was no small matter. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. But now, facing such a helpless situation, on the one hand, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would fall out with the 6th palace of 10 ultimates. On the other hand, they were limited by the requirements of the system's title mission and could not leave. They could only stay within the range of the 6th palace's Great Protection Formation. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian had to do his best to raise his defense to the maximum, and the armor was his last layer of protection. If this was before Yi Xian had obtained this purple combat armor, he might not have even thought of gritting his teeth and giving it a try. The key was that in the Death Star Vortex, that Genesis realm expert of the Heavens legacy race had appeared in this purple combat armor. The effect was simply too stunning. In the face of the invisible tearing force of the Devourer treasured body, even the Starry Sky Fortress, with a diameter of 100,000 meters, collapsed instantly. Even Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, which was so far away, almost could not withstand it. However, this purple combat armor was not damaged at all, which was enough to show its quality. If venerated Void Ladle had not used its space bloodline divine ability to kill the expert of the Heavens legacy race inside the purple combat armor, this guy might not have been able to deal with it so easily. This level of combat armor, not to mention its attack power, was enough for Yi Xian to try fusing it with the indestructible glass armor again in terms of its sturdiness. Even if he could not upgrade the current Starry Sky epic grade to the coveted Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade this time, as long as the fusion was successful, the indestructible glass armor's defensive properties would be greatly improved. There was no doubt about it, and this was the safeguard Yi Xian needed the most at the moment. Thoughts flew in Yi Xian's mind. After considering everything thoroughly, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. At this moment, he had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to fuse the indestructible glass armor for the 6th time. He did not want to upgrade the grade. He only wanted the fusion to be successful. Fortunately, the fusion system had never disappointed him in this aspect. It had completed a total of 16 fusions for the 3 basic treasures, and all of them were successful. Thinking of this, the last bit of hesitation in Yi Xian's heart disappeared. He should have confidence in the Devourer system. With this thought in mind, he immediately ordered the Devourer system in his body to activate the supplementary fusion system immediately. At the same time, he directly took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple combat armor that was as tall as a small hill from the undying world in his body and threw them to the Devourer system. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A treasure that can be fused has been discovered. Indestructible glass armor, Starry Sky epic grade, completed 5 fusions. Purple Chang combat armor, Starry Sky epic grade, quality perfect. Do you want to fuse it immediately? Yi Xian's eyes lit up in an instant. Purple Chang combat armor? The name was quite good, revealing an iron-blooded aura. In addition, this combat armor produced by the Tianji clan was also of the Starry Sky epic grade, which surprised even Yi Xian. After all, this combat armor was a purely man-made treasure. Moreover, it was not a refining treasure in the category of cultivators, but a technological heavy armor produced by the Tianji clan. Before this, Yi Xian's estimation of its grade was only of the Starry Sky epic grade. He did not expect it to be a grade higher. It must be because the various materials used to forge this combat armor were extremely rare. The higher-ups of the Tianji clan must have spent a lot of effort to forge this purple Chang combat armor, not to mention other things. Just the fact that it was of the Starry Sky epic grade, and the quality was perfect meant that this purple Chang combat armor was absolutely qualified to be fused with Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. These were 2 rare Starry Sky epic grade treasures, and they belonged to the same category. Once they were successfully fused, there might be a surprise. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing could not help but quicken. He immediately ordered the system to fuse immediately. At the same time, he took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body to ensure the success of the fusion. This time, he even threw in a level 9 9-colored star core. With such a big investment, the final result was obviously not going to be too big of a surprise. After waiting anxiously for 3 whole days, just as Yi Xian was about to lose his patience, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. Treasure obtained. Indestructible glass armor. Grade: Quasi-Starry Sky treasure. Rarity: perfect. Indestructible glass armor. Its grade is actually a quasi-Starry Sky treasure. Chapter 30, 193. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Life Fortress. Before this, Yi Xian's battle armor had been called the Indestructible Glass Armor after the 5th successful fusion. But now, after adding the Purple Chang battle armor, the Tianji race's technological treasure of the same grade, and successfully completing the 6th fusion, the name of the battle armor had changed slightly. The difference of 1 word had changed from the previous indestructible glass armor to the current indestructible glass armor. Armor and armor. Although the meaning was roughly the same, if the latter was understood as the armor of a battle armor, then the meaning was completely different. Before this, it was merely a defensive treasure armor, but now, after being called armor, the battle armor of a battle armor, this treasure armor not only had defensive capabilities, but also offensive capabilities. After all, the Purple Chang battle armor used for the fusion was originally a battle armor that could shoot small death ray cannons. These attributes had obviously been inherited by Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, causing it to be reborn. This could be seen from the fact that its grade had been upgraded from the Epic Star grade to the current Quasi-Star grade star grade. In fact, even without considering this point, just looking at the appearance of this indestructible glass armor was enough to analyze its huge changes and attribute increase. The indestructible glass armor before was just a mighty battle armor, but now, after fusing with the Tianji race's technological treasure, the indestructible glass armor had clearly become a strange existence that was somewhere between a battle armor and a battle armor. Its entire body was purple, and its shape basically followed the bold, streamlined style of the indestructible glass armor, but its size had increased by a large margin. Although it was not as terrifying as the purple Chang battle armor's original height of 10 zhang, at this moment, when it stood inside Yi Xian's body, it was still a colossal object that was 30 zhang tall. In other words, it was nearly 10 meters tall. Normal battle armors, including the purple Chang battle armor, had access cabins that could be opened from the outside. Yi Xian had done this back then. After opening the cabins, he had taken out the corpse of the Tianji race executive who had been killed inside. This meant that the original purple Chang battle armor could be lost. However, the indestructible glass armor that had successfully completed the 6th system fusion did not have this problem. Although its 6th fusion was a treasure in the category of technology, with almost all of the technological elements in it, the indestructible glass armor that had completed the fusion was still a magic treasure, not a technological treasure. Even though it was of the element attribute, it didn't have an entrance to the cabin, and it couldn't be opened from the outside. It was a transcendent artifact, and it had already been refined by Yi Xian. Yi Xian could activate it with just a thought and directly equip it outside his body. Indestructible glass armor. After calming down, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. With a thought, the indestructible glass armor in his body instantly turned into a purple light and rushed out, enveloping Yi Xian's body in less than half an instant. A mecha battle body that was 30 feet tall, with purple light flowing all over its body, suddenly appeared with a mighty aura. At this time, Yi Xian was in the inner cabin of the indestructible glass armor. Its space was not more, not less, and was perfectly compatible with his body, making him feel like he was controlling his own arm without any burdensome inconvenience. He couldn't test the defensive ability at this time, but since the elements of the battle armor had been integrated, the new offensive ability of this indestructible glass armor could be tested. In this regard, Yi Xian was quite looking forward to it. Subconsciously, Yi Xian raised his right arm and directly blasted out with a thought. Buzz. A low and violent sound of space trembling rang out. The front half of his huge right arm was instantly surrounded by a black antimatter energy light ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. Without waiting for Yi Xian to react, as he suddenly clenched his right fist, the energy light ball of the death ray cannon that enveloped his entire right forearm had already blasted out with a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the endless void and directly wiped out a small planet in the distance, not leaving a single hair behind. This was clearly a miniature version of the death ray cannon of the Void Fortress. The death ray cannon of the Void Fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters, but the death ray cannon blasted out by Yi Xian's arms had a diameter of 1 meter. Although the overall power was too much smaller, the advantage was that it was incomparable and the charging time was almost negligible. It was one of the trump cards that was hard to come by. Previously, the purple Chang battle armor had also used this move, but the diameter of the death ray cannon blasted out was only about 1 foot. Now it could reach 1 meter, presumably because it had merged with the indestructible glass armor and improved its quality. Ding warning! Warning! The indestructible glass armor's energy index decreased. Current index, 16%. Recommending charging. Just as Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, the familiar voice of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. He was stunned for a moment, then understood. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a thought, he retrieved a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and tossed it to the system, allowing it to charge the indestructible glass armor. It seemed that although this miniature death ray cannon was useful, its consumption was extraordinarily large. It was definitely a money-burning item. If possible, he would have to use it less in the future. With a thought, Yi Xian stored the indestructible glass armor in his undying world. after a moment of thought, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. Originally, the Dongshu shuttle had a large number of demonic slaves, soldier ladles, and mosquito beasts, but now it was empty. Before the expedition to the Death Stellar Vortex, Yi Xian had moved Guihai Yidao and the rest of the demonic slaves and soldier ladles to the Black Mosquito. The Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Thunderbolt Fort were all left behind in the Death Stellar Vortex. Yi Xian didn't have a single bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Considering the various situations that he might encounter in the future under certain circumstances, just a small private battleship might not be enough to deal with them. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to make use of the life fortress, the Dragon Field. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the wild dragon fortress that he'd been keeping in his undying world all this time. When he first obtained this life fortress, it was only a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. But now, ever since he obtained the World Bug's growth energy from Yi Xian, the World Bug that formed the entire fortress could be said to have grown rapidly. At this moment, when he took out the Starfield, what appeared before his eyes was actually a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Although there was still a gap between them and a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, Yi Xian was already extremely satisfied with the speed at which the entire world's insects were able to grow from a diameter of 5,000 meters to a size of 20,000 meters in such a short period of time. From the outside, the wild dragon fortress didn't look very different from any other fortress. But in essence, it was completely different. Chapter 3194. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Immortal Purple Spiritual Root after checking for a while, and confirming that all the attributes of the Starfield Life Giant Castle were in their best condition. Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed. With a wave of his hand, he once again stored it into his body. Then, he fell into a short period of contemplation. Now that his doppelgangers were formed, and they were both in the 8th stage of the black hole realm, should he use his original body or the devouring doppelganger to get out of this killing void formation and face everything that came after? On the surface, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation was slightly higher and had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the black hole realm. However, in terms of overall battle strength, the devouring doppelganger was obviously inferior to the original body that was protected by the headless infant corpse. Moreover, the devouring doppelganger had just advanced to a new stage and needed to stabilize it, even though it was the same for the main body. And the breakthrough this time was even greater than that of the devouring avatar. Reaching 12 minor levels, this kind of improvement was achieved through the accumulation of the main body's physical body in recent times and the baptism of the main body's soul. There was no such problem in stabilizing the cultivation base at all. After considering this, Yi Xian finally made a decision. He waved his hand and stored the devouring doppelganger into his original body. Then his figure flashed, and he was already far away in the blink of an eye. This void-killing array was an independent small space that was like a blessed land. It was similar to the desolate ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the Demon Emperor star. The experts from the 6th Palace that were guarding the nodes of the stars in this enormous killing array and controlling the killing array to kill their enemies had all left after Yi Xian's arrival. They had also sealed the entrance and exit. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have directly taken out his original body from the devouring doppelganger after solving everything. If Tian Qinzi found out, there would be some trouble. At this moment, everything in the killing void formation had been purged. According to Tian Qinzi's words, Yi Xian could leave as soon as he got close to the void passage. Whoosh! With a flash of brilliance, as if a transmission formation had been activated, Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, He was already at the peak of the mountain where the ancestral land of the sixth palace of 10 ultimates was located. It was located in the north, but it was still within the range of the sixth palace's protective formation. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces and pavilions in sight. This was the core ancestral land of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates. Although it was located at the peak, the buildings were continuous. With a casual glance, the buildings in the 3 directions in front of him were at least 100 miles away. Even on the north side of the peak behind him, the pavilions that he could see were 30 to 40 miles away. The edges were submerged in a dense fog, and he couldn't see the end. Although Yi Xian had been granted a certain level of authority and could walk freely in this area, there were still some areas that he couldn't set foot in. As he spread out his divine sense, he casually swept through the area and sensed at least 7 or 8 areas with a strong sense of danger. Even though the entire peak was shrouded in the sect-protecting formation of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes, these 7 or 8 places were all protected by independent restrictions. With the authority that Yi Xian had obtained, he would definitely not be able to set foot in them. Although he wanted to explore, he finally gave up after pondering for a while. Now, the only goal he had to search for in this group of palaces was the inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 absolutes. Before starting the operation, he must have accurate information. If he ran around like a headless fly, he would only alert the enemy. Right, demon spirit pupil. Thinking about it, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed a light, and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot about it. Previously, in the ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor Star, Yi Xian accidentally saw the strange scene in the depths of the corpse pool with the help of the demon spirit pupil. Then, he had the subsequent good fortune of obtaining a large number of multiple pupil sense crystals. Along the way, he used the weak innate chaotic power contained in the endless corpse liquid to temper his body with the golden divine dragon clan's body tempering technique to officially activate the divine dragon bloodline. Now, in order to find the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes, the demon spirit pupil's origin tracing should also have a miraculous effect. At least, he should be able to see more clearly the 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions. It was very likely that he would find the real hiding place of the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated and immediately activated the demon spirit pupil that was like an invisible vertical eye deep in his glabella. Closing his eyes slightly, an invisible gray light shot out from the center of his glabella, carrying a mysterious and indescribable aura. Like an invisible searchlight, it swept into the distance. The origin tracing was activated in an instant. After a round of examination, the result disappointed Yi Xian greatly. These 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions, although each had its own mysteries, according to his analysis, they should not be the place where the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes was enshrined. However, even though this inspection was fruitless, Yi Xian keenly discovered a strange situation. The spirit energy that filled the air at the peak of the giant mountain that was enveloped by the sect protection formation seemed to have some sort of inherent law, and all of it gathered towards a single location. It was very obscure. If Yi Xian hadn't activated the origin tracing, such a slow flow of spiritual aura, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. What surprised him even more was that the spiritual aura of the entire peak gathered in the direction of the small harem courtyard where he had arrived before. To be precise, it was the purple bamboo forest on the edge of the small courtyard. At that time, Yi Xian fled here in a hurry and was caught off guard. He even bumped into a purple giant bamboo as thick as his waist. At that time, he felt that this purple bamboo forest was a little unusual, but he was uneasy and didn't think much about it. Now it seemed that this place was clearly strange, and there must be a secret. Yi Xian's heart was moved, and he examined again. The origin tracing power of the demon soul pupil was fully activated. Gradually, his sight passed through the bamboo forest and strangely went deep into the ground. He caught a piece of purple bamboo root that was only the length of a palm and the thickness of 3 fingers. Further down, there was a dark shadow as thick as ink. It seemed to have spread beyond the edge of the entire peak. Moreover, this black shadow that was as thick as ink was not only boundless, it was also buried deep under the giant peak. Its essence was actually something that even the power of the demon soul eye's ability to see through, causing Yi Xian to be greatly surprised. While he was in a daze, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the inheritance treasure of the 6th palace of 10 absolutes, Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. Attribute, Innate Spiritual Root. Grade, Starry Sky Treasure. Do you want to collect it immediately? GA, Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. Innate Spiritual Root. A piece of bamboo. Was this the mysterious inheritance treasure of the 6th palace of 10 absolutes? It was actually buried so simply in the depths of a purple bamboo forest. Chapter 3195. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't lose his head because of this. He immediately withdrew the demon soul pupil's incorporeal probing ability and silently leaped into the air. He leisurely flew towards the purple bamboo forest in the distance. Although the system had given him a prompt on whether or not he should immediately collect it, indicating that he could basically successfully collect it now, due to the distance and the fact that this was the core ancestral land of the 6th Absolute Palace, Yi Xian really did not dare to take the risk. In addition, the enormous black shadow below the dark purple spirit root caused him to feel rather uneasy. It was best not to act rashly before he had thoroughly investigated its origins. After all, there was only one chance. If he failed, it would be hopeless to try again. While he was deep in thought, a majestic pressure suddenly descended from the sky like a heavy waterfall. It unceremoniously enveloped Yi Xian's body and immediately seeped into his body. His expression changed. Before Yi Xian could react, the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly heated up. Then, the terrifying pressure that was about to seep into his body seemed to have been startled and quickly retreated without any gains. It can even resist the probing of my divine sense. Could it be that this devouring treasured body has other mysteries? In the next moment, a soft gasp of surprise rang out from the east. Xianxia stepped out of the void with a doubtful expression on his face. His eyes flickered as he studied Yi Xian from head to toe. It's been a short 7 days, and you're progressing quite well. However, after devouring so much energy, you've only advanced by a small level. Do you think I will believe you? You are quite good at hiding your cultivation level. It seems that I have misunderstood you. The power that blocked my divine sense was just a secret technique that you have mastered. It has nothing to do with the devouring treasure body. After saying this, seeing Yi Xian's gloomy and extremely unfriendly face, Xianxia immediately chuckled. Now you and I are grasshoppers on the same rope. I don't want to say anything else, but you are a smart person. I think you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I'm afraid those Federation clans that you devoured as cultivation resources will not let you go easily. I need a place full of spirit energy to stabilize my cultivation level. I won't accompany you. Yi Xian pretended to be angry. His eyes flashed as he replied in a cold voice. Then he turned around and walked towards the purple bamboo forest. Xianxia editor. Tennish translation. It's just to stabilize your cultivation level. I will personally arrange a spirit gathering array for you. Don't forget that you and I are not outsiders. I don't have the fortune to enjoy a spirit gathering array personally arranged by a universe master. It would be bad if the spirit gathering array turned into a spirit absorbing array. Yi Xian didn't even look back. He didn't slow down and responded with indignation. Then, he flew away with a cold snort. Don't worry. The purple bamboo forest, where I stayed before, is not bad. At least it's safe. Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, his back had already disappeared. He plunged into the rare purple bamboo forest. It should be just a coincidence. Even if it isn't, this kid won't be able to make any waves. Although the purple bamboo forest is an extremely important place, there is, after all, protection deep underground. It's fine. Tian Qianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he was relieved. He didn't think too much about it. While muttering to himself, he stepped into the void and disappeared. It had been 10 days since the incident in the Death Star region. Leaving aside the Tianji clan from the first universe, during these 10 days, the human clan of the third universe was in an uproar. Even the situation of the entire myriad Luo Federation was turbulent. This time, the various clans of the Federation had gained a lot in the Death Star region. All kinds of rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the Death Star vortex had gushed out like a geyser. All the fleets present had more or less gained something, far more than what they had gained in the past 100 years. But in the end, an unexpected accident had wiped out almost all the fleets. Except for some starry sky fortresses and small fortresses that had escaped, the other thousands of large and small battleships and fortresses had either disappeared by teleportation or were forced to escape into the Death Star vortex. This included Prince Xian of the Eternal Dynasty, who had just been sent to the Death Star region. It could be said to be a heavy loss. It was definitely a big event. After that, some of the surviving experts of the various clans of the Federation questioned why the Tenju Celestial Palace was stationed in Black Heaven City in the Death Eastern region. They said that this matter must be related to Black Heaven City and demanded an explanation, but Huai Dongzi flatly denied it and even made a countercharge, blaming Prince Xian's victorious legion for the death of the young palace master of the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Tian Qianzi. Then, some of the top experts of the various clans of the Federation who had heard the news entered the Death Star vortex together. Finally, they received bad news. All the battleships and fortresses that had rushed into the Death Star vortex to avoid the calamity, including several starry sky fortresses, and all the experts of the starry sky inside, were all annihilated. Something ominous seemed to have happened in the Death Star vortex. All the battleships had collapsed. The endless resources and wreckage of the battleships, including the corpses of all the experts of the starry sky, had all withered, their energy completely drained. Unfortunately, there was no trace to indicate that all this was related to Black Heaven City. But even so, the higher-ups of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe who had heard the news still united together to put pressure on Black Heaven City and demanded an explanation from the Tenju Celestial Palace. In particular, several extremely powerful clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, such as the Wood Spirit Clan and the Inji Clan, had lost one or two of their top experts of the 14th realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, in the Death Star field. The devouring source crystals and a large number of rare minerals that they had originally obtained were all in vain. They had not really obtained them at all. Naturally, they were extremely angry. These top experts of the Federation of the Second Universe gathered in the Death Star field. While threatening Black Heaven City, they also submitted an application for arbitration to the headquarters of the Federation. With a two-pronged approach, they swore not to give up, covering the entire vast starry sky of the third universe with a layer of dark clouds. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Under such circumstances, the Immortal dynasty, which had remained silent because of the small loss of Su Lao City's fleet, seemed to have shown signs of expressing their stance on this matter. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not stopped either, under the dual pressure from both inside and outside. The sixth palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace could be said to be under heavy pressure. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the Immortal dynasty had not officially expressed their stance, and the different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not formed a united front, the sixth palace master, Tian Qianzi, suddenly threw a heavy bomb. 20 days later, the Immortal dynasty's Prince Xian would marry Tian Qianzi's beloved daughter, Zhao Lingyang, in the ancestral land of the sixth palace. He sincerely invited all friendly forces and allies to attend the ceremony. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the entire third universe instantly exploded. The Immortal dynasty, which had originally wanted to express their stance, once again fell silent. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace also disappeared. After all, the marriage between the sixth palace and the Immortal dynasty was already the general trend of the human clan. It was just that the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe could not stir up any waves without solid evidence. Chapter 3196. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Grand Wedding Ceremony. After Tian Qianzi announced the wedding of his beloved daughter to Prince Xian, the situation immediately reversed. Although the various races of the Federation from the Second Universe still insisted on investigating the truth, at least the dissenting voices within the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty disappeared. This alone was enough to dissolve the heavy pressure that the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces was under. In the blink of an eye, the situation in Universe 3 had reversed. Originally, all the experts in the starry sky were discussing the unexpected changes in the Death Star vortex, but now the hottest topic had become Prince Xian's wedding ceremony. Although Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Star zone, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the royal family, and his reputation was extraordinary. Suddenly announcing his marriage without the permission of the royal family elders was a crime of disobedience. In addition, the Elder Cabinet had already made it clear that he was not allowed to step out of the Death Star zone or return to the everlasting star of the Imperial capital. Now, not only had he left the Death Star zone, but he had also run to the Cultivation Camp's star zone. Even if he had encountered an accident in the Death Star vortex, such as a spatial crack, he still had to give a clear explanation to the Elder Cabinet of the Imperial capital. Therefore, even if the royal family did not approve of the marriage, they still issued an edict in the end. The royal family's Elder Cabinet, Long Ziwen, was ordered to represent the royal family and go to the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces. As soon as this edict was issued, the 5 princes' manors on the everlasting star of the imperial capital immediately laughed in schadenfreude. Old 18th, old 18th, let's see how you deal with this. Patriarch Ziwen is clearly condemning you. I'm afraid he's going to make a scene at the wedding ceremony. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that I can't go and see for myself. It must be very interesting. This kid is really courting death. He's been sent to the Death Star zone, but he still doesn't stop. As soon as he arrived, he offended Patriarch Ziwen. Then, he didn't care about the face of the imperial capital and did such a thing. He must be tired of living. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Prince Xian's legend will be completely destroyed. He will become a negative example. This is the result of being arrogant. In addition, when the news of the marriage reached the heavenly underworld star of the heavenly underworld empire, the master of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Ziying, and the others immediately roared furiously in the backyard of the Xianyuan family. Little bastard, you really aren't a good person. How long has it been? He's actually doing it again. What a playboy. Long Xian, I'm not done with you. Ah? Sigh, this brother-in-law of mine doesn't have it easy either. This is the trouble of being a celebrity. Just a small matter like the blowing of leaves in the wind actually caused such an uproar. Other than him, there's no one else. At the same time, Huaidongzi led the troops of Black Firmament City and withdrew from the Death Star Zone. The fleets and experts of the other forces and races that had gathered in this star zone also withdrew. This was because the Death Star Vortex, which was supposed to be the source of the devouring source crystal, was already empty. It was basically impossible to find any more devouring source crystals in the Death Star Zone. In other words, this important resource, whose purpose had not been disclosed for the time being, was considered extinct in the Death Star Zone. The originally bustling Death Star Zone quieted down in the blink of an eye. However, Prince Xian's Triumph City was still the same as before. The strange thing was that although Naples wanted to lead his fleet to the Cultivation camp to pick up Yi Xian after the news of the marriage from the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates came, this matter was directly stopped by the wretched Mosquito Butcher. The reason was not given at all. Since Mosquito Butcher's cultivation strength was exposed, he was now the guardian of Triumph City. If he did not agree, no matter how much Naples tried, it was useless. In the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled. Yi Xian did not know about all this at first. However, since he entered the purple bamboo forest, some experts from the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates would come every other day. They would walk around the edge of the bamboo forest and observe the situation inside. Occasionally, some of them would talk about the recent situation outside. Yi Xian listened a few times and roughly grasped the situation. For the past few days, Yi Xian seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the purple bamboo forest, seemingly cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. However, in fact, he had been secretly investigating the immortal purple spirit root deep underground, as well as the huge black shadow in the area below. Although he had not been able to find out the details of the huge black shadow, if it was just to collect the immortal purple spirit root, he had more than 80% confidence. Just as he was about to make a move, Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Since this so-called wedding banquet was so lively, with guests from all over the place, he might as well make a big fuss and trick that old ghost Tian Qianzi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get rid of the resentment in his heart. After making the decision, Yi Xian quietly took out his devouring doppelganger while no one was paying attention. After concealing all the aura with the perfect vibration secret technique, he ordered it to quietly go underground. However, he did not go too deep to avoid alerting the enemy. He always felt that the huge, mysterious black shadow deep underground was a little strange, and a feeling of uneasiness lingered in his heart. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the wedding date was approaching. 3 days ago, a large number of disciples in the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates had already begun to busy themselves with decorating the entire 6th Palace Peak's ancestral land with a festive atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, there was a grand, bright red wedding dress. 2 days before the wedding date, Zhao Lingyang had already ended her seclusion this time. With a light veil covering her face, she came to the purple forest bamboo, where Yi Xian cultivated under the protection of more than 10 maids behind her. She softly called out to her handsome brother. Her tone clearly revealed a sense of uncontrollable excitement and joy, and even her voice was slightly trembling. Yi Xian was so scared that he shrank his neck. Not only did he not dare to make a sound, but he also retreated further into the depths of the bamboo forest. The ugly ghost was wearing a veil. Half of her body was hugging the lute, and half of her face was covered. The shocking effect of her appearance must be even more extraordinary. The white hairs on his back faintly stood up. In the end, after the group of maids called out to no avail, they turned around and left while giggling. Perhaps it was because they were preparing for the wedding 2 days later, but from this day on, the group of maids never entered the small courtyard again. This gave Yixian some peace and quiet. The next night, Xianxia sent someone to deliver a set of bright red wedding clothes and left a message. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. At that time, guests from all directions will arrive. The bridegroom must arrive early to welcome the guests. After that, the disciples of the palace will come to welcome them. Yixian sneered. He left behind the bright red wedding clothes and did not say anything else. At night, the guests of the other 9 celestial palaces arrived one after another. Among them, there was even a palace master who had a close personal relationship with Xianxia. The rest were all vice palace masters who came as representatives and were properly arranged by Xianxia. As for Elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, as well as the top experts from various Federation clans of the Second Universe, presumably they would only arrive at the wedding ceremony the next day. Chapter 3197. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Goddamned Hop. The next morning, Yixian got up and left the purple bamboo forest. As for the devouring doppelganger, it stayed behind and hid all of its aura lying dormant under the bamboo forest. He didn't change his red wedding robe at all, and it was directly turned into powder. After leaving the bamboo forest, he casually strolled in the surrounding secluded areas, as if the lively scene on the peak of the giant mountain had nothing to do with him. At this time, the inside and outside of the main hall of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates, which was located in the central area of the giant mountain peak, was already bustling with noise and excitement. The large square outside the hall was filled with people. Although there weren't many people in the hall, they were all high-level leaders of various forces and clans. The lineup was quite luxurious. Xianxia was full of smiles as he sat in the seat of honor in the middle of the main hall. The row on the left was filled with guests from the other 9 palaces, who were at least at the level of Deputy Palace Master. The row on the right was from various forces and clans outside the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. Among them, the Imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, who represented the Immortal dynasty, sat close to Xianxia. Below him were the high-level representatives of the Second Universe's Federation, such as the Inji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. There were more than 10 of them. This result didn't include the many accompanying experts standing behind them. Otherwise, there would be more people. All of them had a straight face and looked quite unfriendly. Even Long Ziwen, who belonged to the same human clan as the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, had a dark expression. He was waiting for Yixian to appear so that he could interrogate him on the spot. The other experts of the Second Universe's Federation also had the same thought. Yixian was the only survivor among all the experts who entered the death and death spiral. They had to ask Yixian face to face regarding the secrets and inside information. However, the latter had yet to appear. Even if they were angry, they could only force themselves to hold it in. Otherwise, without solid evidence, they couldn't find any clues. It would be rude to disturb the situation, and it would be unreasonable. Brother Xianxia, Longxian is the main character today. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Isn't this a little neglectful of the guests? As if he was getting impatient from waiting, a high-ranking member of the Oxhead race snorted and went straight to the point, asking about Prince Xian. Xianxia subconsciously furrowed his brows. He had already sent people to search for him. They should have found him by now, but for some reason he still hadn't shown himself. Just at this moment, Yixian, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in from the main entrance of the 6th Palace as if he was strolling idly. He was dressed in plain white clothes, and it was impossible to tell that he was the main character of today's wedding banquet. His expression was also extremely indifferent, without a trace of joy. Xianxia furrowed his brows once again. The anger in his heart had already started to boil. This brat seemed to be a thorn in his side. He needed to be taught a lesson, deliberately not wearing a festive red robe. This was clearly going against him, wanting to embarrass him. 18th brother, how dare you? Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Long Ziwen, who was sitting to his right, glared at him and suddenly scolded, as a direct descendant of the immortal royal family, who allowed you to privately form a marriage alliance with others. Do you still have any respect for the dorm elder pavilion? Humph, you were just sent to the Death Star zone, and you immediately left the place of your own accord. Are you trying to betray the royal family? This interrogation was extremely harsh. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the crime of betrayal. Long Ziwen's attack at this moment was not only to embarrass Xianxia, but also because of his personal grudge with Yixian. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Federation of the Second Universe looked at each other. They were not in a hurry and just watched coldly. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp on the left were like Xianxia. Their faces darkened. They were all from the human race, and Long Ziwen had come on behalf of the immortal royal family. His attack at this moment was clearly the royal family's intention. This was not giving them any face. Among them, Murongju, the master of the 7th Palace of the 10 Ultimates, who was on good terms with Xianxia, harumphed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could reply coldly, Yixian, who'd already stepped into the main hall, curled his lips and choked. He rolled his eyes and glared at Long Ziwen. You old bastard, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Which eye of yours saw me privately forming a marriage alliance with others? And who told you that this prince deliberately left the Death Star field? Has your brain been eaten by a rock in a latrine pit? That day, so many people saw me helplessly hide in the Death Star vortex, and then appear in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Can't you see the trick behind this? Do you really think that I want to come to this wretched place? If I didn't accidentally fall into a trap while running for my life, how could I have been teleported here? To think that you are an elder of the imperial family. When you saw the juniors of the imperial family being detained and imprisoned by others, you didn't even think about rescuing them. Instead, you scolded your own people first, calling you cheap and praising you. Hua, without waiting for Yixian to finish speaking, the hall was already in an uproar and completely exploded. The meaning of his words was already very obvious. The so-called marriage alliance was simply forced, and it was not his intention at all. More importantly, these words also revealed the reason why Yixian appeared in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. He was actually teleported directly from the Death Star vortex. However, within the Death Star vortex, the upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe had already carefully investigated it and did not see the so-called teleportation array at all. From the looks of it, it was clearly a one-time one-way teleportation array. Such a teleportation array had inexplicably appeared in the Death Star vortex, and the destination of the teleportation was the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Even if this was not irrefutable evidence, it could at least be listed as a major point of suspicion. The upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe immediately perked up. They had finally found conclusive evidence. For a time, the auras in these people's bodies surged, and their eyes shone with a bright light. They all turned their heads and looked at Xianxia, who was sitting at the top of the main hall. As for the latter, at this moment, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide in shock as he stared blankly at Yixian, who had an indifferent expression on his face. His entire mind was in a complete mess. This brat, was he not afraid of death? He actually dared to reveal the truth in public. Could it be that he had forgotten that he was the one who personally cleaned up the killing void array to silence them? What are you staring at? You can't be dumbfounded, right? This prince hasn't finished speaking yet. Turning his head to look at Xianxia, Yi Xian curled his lips again. He raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia, saying, "This old bastard is not a good person." He wanted to use this prince to relieve the pressure, but he was worried that this prince would not like his ugly daughter. In the end, he played dirty and threw this prince directly into the void-killing array on the north side of the peak. They destroyed most of the thousands of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds inside, but they deliberately left a few small fries for this prince to clean up, saying that it was a sign of allegiance. Did they really think this prince would be scared? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy main hall instantly exploded. This time, apart from Xianxia and the upper echelons of the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, even the upper echelons of the various races of the Federation on the right side of the main hall, including Long Ziwen, looked at Yi Xian differently. There was a strong sense of strangeness. Chapter 30-198. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, how infuriating. As Yi Xian threw out one bomb after another, the entire Sixth Palace's main hall was in an uproar. Everything happened too suddenly, not to mention Xianxia and the other higher-ups of the Celestial Palace, even the higher-ups from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, as well as the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty, were completely at a loss. Their minds were in chaos, and for a moment they did not know how to react. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang, who was dressed in red and had a red veil covering her face, walked in from the side of the main hall under the protection of more than a dozen personal maids. Just as she stepped into the hall, she happened to hear Yi Xian's words. Therefore, as her body shook violently, Zhao Lingyang immediately stopped in her tracks. She was stunned for a moment or so, then she covered her face and sobbed, turned around, and ran away. Miss, wait. This is too infuriating. This guy actually called you an ugly ghost. Could it be that he's blind? This is too disappointing. Prince Xian, you actually dared to bully Sister Lingyang. Little Huan will never like you again. More than a dozen maids stamped their feet. Some of them directly chased after her, while others turned around and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. After leaving behind some words, they turned around and left. Long Xian, you've gone too far. You're killing me. Before Yi Xian could react, Xianxia, who was sitting at the head of the main hall, suddenly stood up in shock. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bursting with an undisguised strong killing intent. As he roared, he waved his hand, and the huge Sixth Palace's main hall strangely disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment had completely changed. Although they were still in the central territory at the peak of the giant mountain, there was a continuous rumbling of thunder above their heads. Thunderclouds rolled, and a murderous aura rose. The great protective array of the Sixth Palace was fully activated, and everyone in the main hall was enveloped by the power of the great array. Almost at the same time, Xianxia, who had stood up in shock, and the other 9 upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace suddenly withdrew. Their figures hid within the sect-protecting array of the Sixth Palace, appearing and disappearing within the lingering mist of the array, making it difficult to see clearly. In the distance, the disciples of the Sixth Palace, who were in charge of different affairs, also shot out. They were naturally very familiar with the great protective formation of their own sect. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Only the higher-ups of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were originally sitting on the right side of the main hall of the Sixth Palace, and the accompanying experts were left outside the hall. There were hundreds of experts in total, including Long Ziwen and Yi Xian. Caught off guard, they were all trapped in the great protective array of the Sixth Palace. This was clearly the rhythm of silencing them on the spot after they were exposed. Although it was difficult to clean up the aftermath, it was better than having the truth exposed on the spot. If that was the case, the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates would become the target of public criticism in the entire Wanluo Federation. No, they had to include the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. In this way, there would be no place for them in the 3 universes. Even the entire 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace would be implicated and would be affected. Because of this, when Xianxia suddenly made up his mind to take such a risk, although the 9 upper echelons from the other heavenly palaces were shocked and even unwilling, none of them really objected. This was a matter of great importance, and they could not be considerate. As the huge main hall of the Sixth Palace disappeared in an instant, the roar of thunder resounded in the sky, and an invisible pressure poured down. The accompanying experts of the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation, who were originally outside the main hall, had already gathered behind Long Ziwen and the other top experts. Only Yi Xian stood alone on the other side of the peak Ouyang domain, as if he was unwilling to be associated with them. He stood alone and proudly opposite them. There was no surprise or joy on his face, and he was calm and indifferent. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of peerless and independent supreme aura that made people look askance. It was also at this time that the group of cosmic light realm experts, including Long Ziwen, after their faces darkened, the cultivation in their bodies instantly surged, and they had already raised their voices and reprimanded sternly. Xianxia, is your Sixth Palace going to betray and become an enemy of the entire Federation? Humph! In my opinion, I'm afraid it's not just the Sixth Palace, right? I'm afraid that the entire Tenju celestial palaces has the same intention. Are the 2 camps of the human clan finally going to split? From now on, the Federation will have one more enemy, the human clan's camp of cultivators. I advise you not to make a mistake. In order to cover up your mistakes, you didn't hesitate to drag the huge Sixth Palace and even the entire Tenju celestial palaces down with you. Xianxia, have you thought it through? Do you really have the strength to kill us all in one fell swoop? Humph! Fortunately, the Inji clan and the Wood Spirit clan sent 2 supreme experts of the universe realm. Otherwise, wouldn't we really have to die here today? Afterward, they can make up whatever they want. In the face of the unexpected change in front of them, although the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation from the Second Universe were furious, they did not panic. Following the sound of mockery and ridicule, a tall, white-bearded old man in a silver robe and a middle-aged strong man with green hair and a beard under his cheeks stepped forward with a sneer and walked to the front of the crowd. These 2 experts were the core high-level members of the Inji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. They both had the terrifying cultivation of the 15th realm, the universe realm. Like Xianxia, they were supreme experts of the universe realm. Existences of this level could not be completely wiped out by the sect-protecting formation of the Sixth Palace of the Tenju celestial palaces. Even if they were severely injured, they could still escape with injuries. With the 2 of them present, it was clearly unrealistic for Xianxia to think of killing them to silence them. He might have done so out of impulse. Now that he was reminded by these words, he probably regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. This was clearly a bad move, and it was extremely bad. Sure enough, after a short silence, in the depths of the Sixth Palace's sect-protecting formation in the distance, the gloomy-faced Xianxia quickly appeared and stepped out. Behind him were 9 people who were the high-level members of the other 9 palaces. Their faces were even uglier than Xianxia's. Those who did not know better would think that they had just eaten a dead baby. They were full of bad luck and resentment. Fellow friends, you have misunderstood. You are all guests from afar. How can the 6th palace be negligent? As for the matter of silencing them, it is even more nonsense. It is purely a misunderstanding. After cupping his hands, Xianxia forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. After saying that, he suddenly changed the topic, and a cold light burst out from his eyes as he glared at Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the various experts. The reason why I activated the sect protecting formation was because I was worried that this thief would escape. Humph! This person harbored evil intentions and kept saying that he was looking up to my beloved daughter, saying that he was willing to marry into the 6th palace. Who would have thought that he would turn his back on me in public today, and even said some things that were not true, clearly wanting to disrupt the harmony between the various races of the Federation. His heart is to be killed, and he must be taken down today.